Upon embarking on his journey as a teacher in middle school, Chiba Shinichi found himself inexplicably transported to the world of Naruto, assuming the role of an instructor at the Ninja Academy. Overwhelmed by the absurdity of his predicament, he realized that navigating the Naruto universe was fraught with peril, teeming with deranged individuals intent on destruction. Each possessing extraordinary abilities that the school bell rang, signaling the commencement of his class on ninjutsu. Shinichi felt a wave of despair wash over him. "What I know about ninjutsu?" he lamented. A colleague seated nearby offered reassurance, suggesting that as a new teacher, he should focus on teaching chakra manipulation and foundational knowledge without succumbing to anxiety. Another female teacher even offered to substitute for him, but Shinichi politely declined, confident in his ability to engage with the young pupils. Passing by the playground, he witnessed students unleashing flames and leaping to astonishing heights. This was no ordinary school, it resembled a battlefield. Upon reaching the classroom door, he glanced at the roster, his heart racing as he recognized the names of his new students: Steel Iron, Kamizuki, Izumo, Inuzuka Hana, Iruka, and even the illustrious Uchiha Shursui. What a remarkable class he had. Stepping into the classroom, silence enveloped the space as the 5- and 6-year-old children regarded their teacher with a mixture of awe and respect. Only Inuzuka Hana continued chatting with a friend, a small puppy wagging its tail on the desk. With a warm smile, Shinichi introduced himself. "I am Chiba Shinichi, your homeroom teacher, and I will be instructing you in ninjutsu. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach me. Now, it is your turn to introduce yourselves." Inuzuka Hana was the first to stand, her face adorned with vibrant paint. "I am Inuzuka Hana, hailing from the Inuzuka clan. I adore puppies, and my dream is to become a kunoichi like Lady Tsunade." With her lead, the other students eagerly followed suit in their introductions. When it was Uchiha Shizui's turn, an air of anticipation filled the room. "I am Uchiha Shursui, from the Uchiha clan. I relish 3-colored dumplings, and my dream is," he wished to express his desire for peace between Konoha and the Uchiha, but upon witnessing the disdainful gazes of his classmates, he retreated to his seat, disheartened. Shinichi chose not to pry further and waited patiently for everyone to finish their introductions before posing a question. "What is the name of the place we inhabit?" The classroom erupted into a cacophony of responses, some shouting Fire Country, while others proclaimed Konoha. When the noise subsided, all eyes turned toward Shinichi. "You are all correct, we are in Konoha, which is a part of the Fire Country." Without waiting for further reactions, he continued, "Now, this leads us to a brief history lesson. Before the era of the ninja villages, there was the Warring States period, a time of utter chaos. Could Shinichi truly teach these future legends effectively? How would he narrate the history of the Warring States? Would Shizui's dream come to fruition? As he began to recount the history of the Warring States, Shinichi's voice took on a somber tone. During that time, ninjas fought for resources and clans clashed violently, with an average lifespan barely exceeding 30 years. Many children perished in the ravages of war. His voice soon rose with fervor. Yet, 2 young men made a pact to change all of this. They later found themselves on opposing sides, battling for their clans. However, one of them, upon becoming the clan leader, continued to strive for his dream. Ultimately, the 2 families joined forces to establish Konoha. A child exclaimed, "Is it the Senju and Uchiha? The esteemed Hashirama and Madara?" It was Iruka. He nodded in affirmation and gently ruffled Shizui's hair. "Did you say the Uchiha were among the founders of Konoha?" One student was taken aback. The gaze of all the students turned toward Shursui, their previous aloofness dissipating. A warm feeling enveloped Shizui's heart, creating a sense of reluctance toward his earlier decision to graduate early and join the police force. As the bell rang, Genie smiled and announced, "Next class will be about chakra class, dismissed for now." The children were bewildered, having heard from their families that the teacher was stern and that the lessons were dull. Yet, Gene always shared little stories, his tone gentle, presenting a completely different experience. "Teacher Gene is so handsome," Yamashiro Rei exclaimed, shaking Inuzuka Hana's arm. "Indeed, my cousin says their teachers merely recite from textbooks, with long faces." Kagetsu Izumi and Kuzuki Tetsu also expressed their relief. Upon returning to his office, Gene heard a mechanical voice resonate in his mind. Master-teacher system activated. Completion of initial teaching rewarded with mastery in the shadow clone technique. "Would you like to claim your novice gift package?" Gene felt a surge of excitement. This was the quintessential perk of a time traveler. He opened his personal panel. Name, Chiba Gene age, 17, chakra, 3200. Bloodline. Senja bloodline, 3. Skills. Shadow clone technique, Great Fireball, Body Flicker Technique, Earth Substitution, Earth Wall. Evaluation. An ordinary Chunin, a mere pawn on the battlefield. This evaluation struck a painful chord. Could Gene E grow stronger through the system? Would his students surpass those in the original narrative? Could Shui alter his fate? The Senju Bloodline Awakening. Could the Novice Gift Package truly amplify his strength? Gene E clicked to claim the Novice Gift Package. Instantly, his mind was flooded with extensive knowledge of the Shadow Clone technique. His body felt lighter, and his control improved significantly. Bloodline. Senju Bloodline 15, Chakra. For 1,200. He formed hand seals, producing clones with over 90 similarity. As he dispersed the clones, he felt their pain, nodding in satisfaction to I in the shadows. Shui was mesmerized. How could he form seals so quickly? Did he notice me? After some internal conflict, Shui rushed out to stop Gene E. Teacher Gene E, I have something to ask. How about I treat you to ramen, and we can chat while we eat? Gene E suggested. Shui agreed, and Gene E set his books aside, leading him outside the school. The streets of Konoha were bustling with life, filled with vibrant shops. Suddenly, several members of the Uchiha clan were seen driving away street vendors. This area is off limits for stalls. Come back with us to pay fines. The townspeople dared not voice their anger, casting disdainful glances at them. Shui bit his lower lip, his voice trembling. Gene E gently patted his head and took his small hand, guiding him towards the ramen shop. At Ichi Ramen, 2 bowls of tonkatsu miso ramen were served. Jisue gazed at the ramen, his thoughts lingering on the recent events. Teacher Shinichi, can the Uchiha not coexist peacefully with the villagers? Isn't Konoha a home for everyone? His voice trembled, filled with confusion. Shinichi pondered. The world is intricate. Most people yearn for harmonious coexistence. A few among the Uchiha may act inappropriately, but they do not represent the entire clan. We must all strive for the harmony of Konoha. Can Jisue untangle the confusion within his heart? Can Shinichi's Senju bloodline continue to be refined? Will those Uchiha clan members alter their attitudes? The third Hokage is covertly monitoring Teacher Senju. This operation is astonishing. Shinichi gently patted Zijue's head, saying, eat well and get some rest at home. Jisue silently consumed his noodles, feeling remorse for his earlier rudeness. In the kitchen. The chef observed this scene, a smile gracing his lips. After finishing the ramen and stepping outside, the sun shone brightly. Jisue resolved to grow stronger, so the Uchiha and Konoha could coexist peacefully. Mission accomplished. Evaluation. Good reward obtained. Fire release. Great fire extinguishing technique. Shinichi was taken aback. This was an extraordinarily powerful fire technique. The system panel displayed. Uchiha Jisue, Chakra, 700 potential. Evaluation. Currently a novice, with exceptional talent in fire release and illusions. Shinichi glanced at his own evaluation and suddenly lost his appetite for another bowl of ramen. In the Hokage's office. The third Hokage stared intently at the crystal ball. Inside, it displayed Shinichi's teaching and his dialogue with Jizui. Chiba Shinichi. He took a deep drag from his cigarette. Narashikaka knocked and entered. The third Kazekage of Sunagakure has vanished. Is the information accurate? The third Hokage was astonished. Sunagakure is on high alert. A large number of ninjas have appeared at the borders. The third Hokage instructed Shikaku to leave, dispatching the Umbu for reconnaissance. He tapped the table, and a masked Umbu appeared. Investigate recent events in Sunagakure and look into Chiba Shinichi. Determine if he is the heir to the will of fire. In the outdoor classroom, Shinichi expelled a fireball with a diameter of 5 meters. T shot toward a boulder, and the students erupted in excitement. Teacher, can you teach us that? Shinichi inquired. What actions did I perform while using fire release? Irika replied brightly. You formed hand seals. Shinichi handed him a piece of candy. You observed very closely. Irika blushed, unable to suppress his smile. Will the third Hokage surveillance uncover Shinichi's secrets? Can Shinichi teach his students to wield ninjutsu? Will the turmoil in Sunagakure ignite a war? Is it truly the case that a teacher, skilled in medical ninjutsu, is being sent to the front lines? What a peculiar turn of events. As Shinichi returned to his office, he overheard colleagues conversing that Inu Sensei heading to the front lines? Inoue sighed. My name is on the list, there's no way around it. Shinichi, intrigued, asked, how did you end up in the first batch to the front lines? Tanaka elucidated, the disappearance of the third Kazekage has led to a significant influx of shinobi at the borders. Inoue chuckled wryly. I've dabbled in some medical ninjutsu. Yet here I am, unexpectedly reassigned. He patted Shinichi on the shoulder, his face a canvas of regret. What's the point of pondering medical techniques? The eldest among them, Fujiyama, sighed a war. Having endured 2 ninja world wars, he was all too familiar with the grim realities of conflict. Tanaka swiftly changed the subject. Shinichi, are the children in your class quite mischievous? Shinichi responded candidly. They are rather well behaved, though their youth renders certain concepts difficult to grasp. Inoue interjected unexpectedly. You're being overly serious. The material being taught is not particularly beneficial. Shinichi was taken aback, finding the remark absurd and lacking in counterargument, that a female teacher stepped forward, asserting, that statement is erroneous. How can one claim it is without value? The other female teachers nodded in agreement. Inoue hastily apologized. I misspoke. He'll treat everyone to barbecue tonight as a farewell gathering. Before the next class, Kamizuki Izumi brimmed with confidence. I am certain I shall be the first to extract chakra. Kotetsu agreed. He'll settle for second place. Inuzuka Hana scoffed. You too? I wouldn't even bet on making it into the top 3. Upon entering, Shinichi noticed Inuzuka Hana begrudgingly take her seat. The next lesson will focus on extracting chakra. Before extraction, one must concentrate and attune to the energy within their body, guiding it slowly. This process can be quite tedious, so I hope everyone can persevere. What fate awaits Inoue at the front lines? Who will be the first to extract chakra? Will the upheaval in Sunagakure ignite another war? How is it that a teacher so generously takes on 2 classes? The rewards could elevate him to the status of a master in Earth Release. Shinichi assesses the potential of his students. Tsukikid Shippu possesses an A potential rating, prompting a nod of approval from Shinichi. AT, just over 20, he can compete on par with elite Jonemaki, though his health is a hindrance. Kamizuki Izumi and Kotetsu both hold a B potential rating. The remaining students, with the exception of Inuzuka Hana, also rated at B, failed to surpass the B threshold. Teacher, I've succeeded. Kamizuki Izumi exclaimed with exuberance. You're the first. That is impressive, but please do not disturb your classmates, Shinichi replied with a smile. Izumi promptly quieted, unable to conceal the joy radiating from her face. The afternoon class concluded. The system notification chimed. Evaluation. Good. Reward. Chakra 20. Earth release. Rock collapse. Shinichi was not disheartened, as he had anticipated the reward mechanism. After dining at a Kimiki's barbecue establishment, the male teachers ventured to a izakaya for a few drinks. Inoue raised his glass. I apologize for my remarks in the office. He downed his drink in one go, and Shinichi reciprocated. Why must there be war? Inoue lamented. I had withdrawn from the front lines to teach, only to find myself called back. Fujiyama inquired. Have you made arrangements for your class before you depart? Inoue sighed. The principal is likely troubled, as well there are too few teachers. Perhaps I should give it a try. Junichi suddenly proposed. Fujiyama, taken aback, responded, Are you serious? Managing 2 classes is exhausting, and there's no increase in salary. If no one takes over, the class might be left without a homeroom teacher, Junichi insisted. Inoue gazed at him with a look of deep appreciation. Fujiyama clapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, You are the steadfast inheritor of the will of fire. The other teachers fell into contemplation, realizing that the younger generation had grasped a sense of responsibility that they themselves had yet to understand. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Evaluation. Excellent. Reward. Mastery of Earth Release Chakra Transformation. Jiniki's mind was flooded with myriad memories, akin to those of an old ninja who had dedicated a lifetime to the art of Earth Release. Is this considered teaching? He pondered, perplexed. Could it be that the rewards were linked to the strength of the listener? If he could exploit a flaw in the system, his power could escalate rapidly. Teacher Junichi, allow me to share the circumstances of Class 34, Inoue began. Could Junichi truly exploit a system loophole? What reward awaited him for assuming a new class? Could he grow stronger before the impending conflict? Recalling the situation of Class 4 from Year 3 that Inoue mentioned last night, and the way the 2 of them drank so fiercely, Jean couldn't help but smile wryly for a moment. They're still young after all. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jean couldn't help but sigh, thinking that he couldn't be so willful in the future. Since Jean had no classes this morning, he tidied up at home and then went out to exercise. The Jean family is located on the northwest side of the entire village, close to the direction of the Forest of Death, which can be considered the edge of Konoha. Since this is a remote area, the Jean family's house is a small 2-story building with a small courtyard, which is the only inheritance left by Jean's biological parents. As usual, the village is still exceptionally lively, as if it has been completely unaffected by the Land of Wind. Jeannie saw an acquaintance during his workout. Dressed in green, it was Mike Guy, Kakashi's lifelong friend. The man who almost kicked out the ending with one kick. Like Kakashi, Guy had graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7 and was now on a D-rank mission with his teammates. Just as Jinny was about to run over, he spotted another large green figure. Might die? A perennial lower-ranked ninja might die? If Guy was the man who almost kicked out the ending, then Might Die was the man who kicked the famous mist ninja, 7 swordsmen, into the 3 lucky treasures of his own. Should he go over and say hello? The thought just crossed his mind before Jinny quickly dismissed it. If he approached recklessly without knowing them, he might be seen as a weirdo. Better to leave it to fate. With this mindset, Jinny began his morning run in the park. About an hour later, Jinny stopped his workout. After finding a secluded spot in the park, Jinny embarked on his journey of practicing ninjutsu. Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart. With a swift series of hand seals, the ground shook violently as chakra surged, and a thick earthen wall slowly rose from the ground. Jinny looked at the earthen wall he had summoned and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he formed hand seals again and used body flicker technique to retreat a few meters, spitting out a large amount of soil. And another solid earthen wall gradually took shape. Looking at the 2 piles of earthen walls in the open area before him, Jinny felt that something was missing. Subsequently, he formed hand seals again, and several dog heads appeared on the earthen wall. Jinny nodded in satisfaction upon seeing this. One earth-style ninjutsu after another was performed by Jinny, and he gained a clearer understanding of the general uses of the earth-style ninjutsu he had mastered. Then, Jinny combined the body replacement technique with the body flicker technique to enhance his evasion ability. After practicing for a while, Jinny realized that his chakra had been completely exhausted. After resting for a moment, Jinny walked towards home. Shortly after he left, a figure wearing a dog-headed mask arrived at the spot where Jinny had just been. This person observed the surroundings and then used a body flicker technique to catch up with Jinny. On the way home, Jinny encountered the father-son duo, Might Guy and Might Die, who were still training. AKA, you just need to run around this playground 100 more laps, and your task for this morning will be complete. Okay, father, then let's go for it. This is youth. After saying this, Might Die dashed forward, and Might Guy hurriedly chased after him. Seeing this scene, Jinny thought for a moment and also started to jog slowly. At first, the 3 of them ran separately, but after running for a dozen laps, Might Die finally noticed Jinny running with them. Are there other ninjas in the village who are enthusiastic about physical training? Although he had this thought, Dai had no intention of interrupting and just quietly observed. The young Kai naturally started to compare. After such a long time of just training with his father, suddenly having someone else join made him feel the need to compare. With this in mind, Kai gradually slowed his pace. Once Jinny reached the same position as him, Kai resumed his previous speed. 1 lap, 2 laps. Seeing that Jinny was keeping up with him and he couldn't shake him off, Kai suddenly accelerated. Seeing Kai's actions, Jinny couldn't help but smile. He truly was a child, unable to remain calm. So, Jinny also sped up. Unlike Kai, the 17-year-old Jinny's body was nearly fully developed, and with the Senju bloodline within him. His physical abilities were naturally not something Kai could compare to at this moment. Half an hour later, Might Guy looked at Jinny, who was running at a leisurely pace beside him, while he felt he was reaching his limit, feeling a sense of unwillingness in his heart. Should I take off the weights? Might Guy hesitated in his mind. Just as Kai was struggling with this, a green figure rushed over and kicked Kai away. Jinny could only stop at his tracks and watch as Maite Dai taught Maite Kai a lesson. When Maite Kai limped his way over to the group, Maite Dai suddenly held Kai's head and cried bitterly. While crying, he also lectured Maite Kai. Training hard is not just for competitions or to show off. This is not the passion of youth. Seeing this, Kai also began to cry and admitted his mistakes. Father Wu, I know I was wrong. Looking at the 2 of them crying in each other's arms, Jinny felt at a loss for words, standing there dumbfounded. This is so awkward. Although he felt nothing when he saw this scene in the anime, after experiencing it himself, he could only think that he wanted to time travel again. After a while of Jinny's random thoughts, the 2 finally stopped crying. Sir, Kai was rude just now, and we apologize to you. Saying this, the 2 bowed to Jinny. There is no need for that, senior. Jinny helped Might Die up while talking, and after a round of pleasantries, everyone began their training. After running for half an hour, Jinny decided to stop, as honestly, after such a long run, the level of exercise was already sufficient. After all, not everyone has a unique physique like Might Guy. Name, Might Guy Potential. S evaluation, resilient spirit, unique physique, suitable for training in physical arts. Seeing the system's evaluation, Jinny nodded. In Jinny's view, Guy's later achievements were greatly related to his perseverance. In this world dominated by bloodlines, it is incredibly difficult for ordinary people to turn their fate around. Name, Might Die Potential. A evaluation. A man worthy of respect. Not easy. Jinny didn't expect that the sarcastic system would have such a high for Maite Dai. Although it didn't say much, just those simple 11 characters made it clear how highly the system regarded Maite Dai. Seeing that the two had already gone far away, Jinny also headed home. This outing was quite significant for Jinny, not only achieving his goals, but also getting to know the Jinsho father and son. Chapter 7. From now on, I will be your homeroom teacher. Early the next morning, Jinny got up and started his workout. As he expected, he encountered the Maite Dai, father and son again, during his exercise. After greeting each other from a distance, they each went about their own business. After returning home and freshening up, Jinny quickly got up and headed towards the Ninja Academy. As soon as he arrived at the office, he saw Teacher Fujiyama talking to a middle-aged man. Upon seeing Jinny, Fujiyama hurriedly introduced him. Teacher Jinny, this is Director Ishikawa, who oversees our teaching. Lord Ishikawa, Jinny respectfully called out. Ishikawa is a serious leader, and upon hearing Jinny's respectful words, he nodded in satisfaction. Teacher Jinny, I heard that you are willing to be the homeroom teacher for Class 4 Grade 3. This is not a simple job. Do you have confidence? In fact, after Jinny expressed his willingness to be the homeroom teacher for other classes to Fujiyama, it was already settled that he would become the homeroom teacher for Class 4 of Grade 3. Currently, the teaching level of the teachers at the ninja school is more or less the same, and with a shortage of teachers, there is naturally no resistance. Mr. Ishikawa, I believe I can get along well with those students. Not hearing a definitive answer from Jinny, Ishikawa didn't mind and simply nodded. For him, it didn't matter who became the homeroom teacher. The previous conversation was just a routine matter. After encouraging Jinny, Ishikawa returned to his office under the respectful attitudes of both. Once Ishikawa had left, Fujiyama first sighed, then patted Jinny on the shoulder and remarked, Director Ishikawa treats everyone this way. You don't need to worry about it. You'll be busy later. As they talked, the two walked into the office together. Thank you for your concern, Senior Fujiyama. Jinny doesn't care about what Ishikawa is like, but he wants to express his gratitude to the senior who has been taking care of him. Sai, I should thank you on behalf of those students. If things continue like this, I'm afraid they will be forced to graduate next year. Please teach them some practical things. I will, Fujiyama-senpai. When it was almost time for class, Jinny prepared himself and walked towards the classroom. On the way, he heard the bell ring. I heard that our Inoue-sensei is going to the battlefield in a few days. I wonder who our new homeroom teacher will be. I heard that we won't have a homeroom teacher anymore. After all, there aren't many teachers at our ninja school. As Jinny walked down the corridor of Class 3 to 4, he heard some classmates sharing their gossip. No homeroom teacher. What are we going to do in the future? A soft voice sounded. Upon hearing this, the other students fell silent. They're only 8 or 9 years old, and even if people in the Naruto world are more mature, they don't know what to do. Hearing these words in the corridor, Jinny couldn't help but feel speechless about the duo of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. With external appeasement and internal cruelty, it's no wonder that Konoha gets weaker year by year. If it weren't for the foundation laid by the first and second Hokage, and Konoha's talents sprouting like leeks, Konoha would have probably been destroyed long before the Third Shinobi World War. It wouldn't have waited until Naruto was born to save the ninja world. In recent years, the bizarre death of someone like Kakashi Hatake, a powerful ninja, is something unimaginable in other villages, yet happened in Konoha. The most crucial part is that those responsible faced no punishment at all, which is truly an incredible situation for other villages. Now, hearing the students filled with distrust towards the village is quite concerning. Jinny has nothing to say either. No wonder no one came to help when Sarutobi Hiruzen died in battle. After a harsh inner monologue, Jinny walked into the classroom of Class 4, Year 3, with a smile. Seeing Jinny enter, the students looked at him with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. I am your new homeroom teacher. Perhaps because he was a bit older and more mature, the students below remained quiet instead of causing a ruckus. It was evident that most people let out a sigh of relief, and even the air in the classroom felt a bit sweeter. Just as Jinny was about to introduce himself, a child wearing goggles suddenly appeared at the classroom door, gasping for breath. Report. Hearing this call, Jinny was momentarily taken aback. He had been teaching for a few days now, and no student had ever been late to his class. The child in goggles felt uneasy when Jinny on the podium did not invite him in, fidgeting at the door. Teacher, Itachi was late because he helped an old lady cross the road. I hope you won't blame him, a girl with 2 small colorful prints on her face said softly. Lin, hearing Lin explain for him, Itachi felt that no matter what punishment he received today, he could accept it in his heart. Itachi, since you were late because you did a good deed, the teacher won't punish you this time. Come in. Hearing this, Itachi felt like he might have misheard. He had been late multiple times before, and although other teachers would let him in, they always looked at him with strange expressions. This teacher seemed a bit different. After a while, Jinny began the lesson. Compared to the first graders who had just started school, the third graders had already begun to learn about ninjutsu. Jinny started explaining from the use of the three-body technique. Name, Uchiha Obito, potential, S, evaluation, has certain space-time talent, enormous potential. Name, Noera Rin. Potential, name, Yuichi Kamei, potential, B name, Nara Lips, potential. B. This is probably the most promising class, right? Looking at each one, Jinny was at a loss for words. In the class, there were also Nara Shikamu, Yamashiro, Aoba, Hinata Kagami, and others whose potential exceeded B. How could such a class be abandoned? Jinny was once again speechless at the duo. For students who were used to speaking in front of books, Jinny's teaching method instantly captivated them, and they felt a sense of sweetness amidst the hardship. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for class dismissal. Teacher Jinny, are you really going to be our homeroom teacher from now on? As soon as Jinny announced the end of class, Obito couldn't help but lean forward and ask. Sensing Obito's hopeful gaze, Jinny ruffled Obito's hair and said seriously, "Yes, I will be your homeroom teacher from now on, forever." After completing the lesson, the evaluation was excellent. Rewards obtained. Chakra 30, Konoha Whirlwind. This time, it was actually a physical technique, and it seemed to be the foundation for the series of whirlwind techniques that Guy would later develop. Seeing this reward, Jinny was naturally overjoyed. What Jinny lacked right now was exactly physical technique skills, and with Jinny's current physical condition not being bad, he probably wouldn't be afraid even when facing J-Mean-level ninjas. Chapter 8. Jinny's change in mindset upon hearing the bell. The students did not scatter around as usual, but instead sat quietly in their seats waiting for Jinny to leave. Having spent some time in the Ninja Academy, they had already understood some basic principles of this world. Jun-E looked down at the expectant faces of his classmates and then glanced at Obito beside him, who had a hopeful expression in his eyes. Jinny seriously said, "Yes, from now on, I will be your homeroom teacher. Forever." Upon hearing this, Jinny could clearly feel the smiles of the students below increasing. When he saw the innocent little faces below break into smiles, he felt a sense of responsibility welling up in his heart. "All right, class. It's already time for the lesson to end. Make sure to pay attention in the next class. Especially you, Dato. You mustn't be late again, understood?" "We will, Teacher Jinny," the other students shouted. "I understand, Teacher Jinny," Dato responded loudly. After saying this, Jinny began to pack his things and return to his office. Initially, he took this class as a reward, but now that thought had faded significantly. He now needed to draft a new teaching plan. In Jinny's memory, the Third Shinobi World War was basically Konoha facing 4 opponents. In the later stages, that duo would let most students graduate early to join the battlefield. And as their teacher, Jinny wanted to do something for them. He wanted to ensure that the students in this class wouldn't lose their lives over trivial matters. After returning to the office, Jinny carefully considered their training methods going forward. Unlike peacetime, the requirements for students during wartime were much stricter. Most of the 3rd and 4th graders could already use the transformation technique to some extent, and some students from ninja clans had even begun to practice their family's jutsu. Based on this foundation, Jinny needed to think about how to help more students learn practical skills. Congratulations, host, on completing the teaching of class 3 to 4. The lesson is complete. Beginning settlement. Evaluation. Excellent reward. Shadow clone technique. Is this Naruto's signature jutsu? The shadow clone technique, as Naruto's standard jutsu, is an overpowered technique for ninjas with strong mental power and abundant chakra. Just like Naruto in the original story, he used shadow clones to creatively approach combat. Although it seems that Naruto forgot this jutsu during the Boruto era, one cannot deny how much this technique helped him. Just when Jinny thought everything had come to an end, the system voice sounded again. "Congratulations, host, for changing your mindset. This system rewards the host with a luxurious gift package. Do you wish to receive it?" A luxurious gift package? A regular gift package had already activated Jinny's Senju bloodline. So what could a luxurious gift package do? Excited, Jinny clicked the receive option on the blue panel. Receive. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a bloodline purification agent. Mastery of fire, attribute chakra, and nature change. Kekai, Jinkai. Meitun, chakra, 1000 WC. Jinny couldn't help but say a phrase in his hometown dialect. This is going against the heavens. When Jinny saw the rewards in the luxurious gift package, he was instantly dumbfounded. This broken system was surprisingly generous. Using the bloodline purification agent, in an instant, Jini felt his soul undergo a kind of sublimation, and both his soul and body felt incredibly light, prompting him to stretch lazily. Name: Chinya Jini Chakra. 7460 skills. Body flicker technique, fire release. Great fireball technique, instantaneous technique, earth release, earth substitute technique. Earth release. Earth flow wall, fire release. Great fire extinguish, earth release. Rock lodging collapse, leaf hurricane, multi-shadow clone technique. Mastery of earth attribute chakra nature transformation. Mastery of fire attribute chakra nature transformation. Bloodline limit. Meitun bloodline. Senju bloodline, 45. Evaluation. The Meitun bloodline limit can perfectly solve the problem of insufficient chakra. An elite Jonin proficient in both fire and earth ninjutsu, capable of locally changing the course of war on the battlefield of the ninja world. Looking at the panel, Jini breathed a sigh of relief. He no longer had to worry about mysteriously dying while sleeping at home. The evaluation on the panel at this moment gave Jini the courage to say no. Initially, he might have been purely for himself, but the experiences during this time made Jini feel a persistent urge to change something. This world shouldn't be like this, nor can it be like this. Just as Jini was immersed in joy, the school bell rang again. As soon as Jini thought about the next class being the water stop class for their class, he tidied up his things and hurried to the classroom. Irika, how about we have a competition in the next class, which is the ninja tool throwing class? Being the first student to successfully refine chakra publicly, at this moment, Shinyuji Yun was full of confidence, challenging his lifelong rival Irika. Upon hearing this, Irika instantly became flustered. Through 2 days of discreet inquiries, Irika discovered that at least half of the class had successfully refined chakra, while he had not succeeded yet. Hearing Shinyuji Yun's challenge made him panic. Before Irika could respond, Inuzuka Hana jumped out first. Shinyuji Yun, how about we compete? You don't really think you're the first in our class to refine chakra, do you? Inuzuka Hana naturally disapproved of Shinyuji Yun's arrogant attitude. In her eyes, she only let him receive praise from teacher Jini to avoid exposing herself. Inuzuka Hana, I'll show you how I defeat you later. Yamashiro Rei and Gongzi Tai also stood by their good friends, staring intently at each other. Jini, who had just walked into the classroom, looked at this scene with a mix of amusement and helplessness. Faced with this situation, Jini couldn't say much at the moment. He just coughed to indicate that he had arrived in the classroom. Teacher Jini, ISNT at the ninja tool throwing class? In response to the student's confusion, Jini patiently explained, I will also teach your ninja tool throwing class. Now let us head to the playground together. Irika, take a few boys to the ninja tool room to get the tools. After giving his instructions, Jini led the remaining students towards the training ground. Bang, bang, bang. Jini skillfully threw the shuriken held between his hands, hitting the target perfectly. How impressive. Wow, teacher Jini is so cool. Hearing the praises from his classmates, Jini nodded quietly and then began to explain the throwing techniques. After the explanation, Jini allowed the students to practice throwing on their own and then walked straight over to Irika. Irika, why weren't you paying attention in class just now? Irika, who had been daydreaming, lowered his head in shame upon hearing Jini's voice. I am sorry, teacher Jini. Feeling the gazes from his classmates, Jini took Irika to a secluded spot to ask him, Irika, has something happened recently? Why do you seem so listless? You could talk to me about it. Jini spoke to Irika in a gentle tone. After hesitating for a long time, Irika finally spoke with a voice filled with tears. Teacher Jini, I still haven't been able to refine my chakra. Am I bringing shame to you? Jini originally thought that there was some issue with Irika's family, but did not expect it to be such a trivial matter as not being able to extract chakra. Irika, your way of thinking is wrong. If today doesn't work out, we could just keep trying. You have always been the pride of your teacher. In the teacher's eyes, Irika is a genius. So how could you be brought down by such a small thing? Although Jini felt this was a minor issue, he still patiently encouraged him. He remembered when he was young, feeling like the sky was falling when he didn't finish his homework, and being too scared to go to school the next day. In middle school, not getting into high school felt like the end of the world, and in college, when his family said he hadn't found a good job, it felt like his life was over. In fact, if you think about it carefully, these things are not a big deal. As long as it's not a matter of life and death, everything in the world can be considered insignificant. Just like Irika's situation now. Although Jini didn't understand why he was so distressed, he still earnestly encouraged him. Jini-sensei. Upon hearing this, Irika couldn't help but shed tears, mumbling something as he cried. Jini could only hold him in his arms and softly comfort him. Not far away, Jishui witnessed the scene and involuntarily recalled the scene at the ramen shop, his gaze subconsciously drifting into the distance. Chapter 9, the first disciple. Time flew by quickly, and it was soon time to leave school. After the students left one by one, Jinny began to pack up and prepare to leave. On the way home, Jinny noticed that Jishui was following him. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. Jishui, is there something you need? Hearing Jinny call his name, Jishui quickly came out from the shadows and approached Jinny. Teacher Jinny, I apologize for the sudden interruption. I came this time to ask you some questions. After a moment of hesitation, Jishui respectfully said to Jinny, questions? Is it about cultivation or the Uchiha clan? Jinny asked. Jishui fell silent for a moment before replying, well, it's about my family. After thinking for a while, Jinny headed in the direction of his home with Jishui. Hearing that it was about the Uchiha, Jinny casually glanced off into the distance. After Jinny's strength improved, his perception greatly enhanced, and he naturally sensed that someone was following him. Given his current identity, Jinny guessed it must be from the Umbu. As an ordinary chunin and a teacher in Konoha, he naturally wouldn't attract Danzo's attention. Jishui, let's talk about this later. It's dinner time now. Let me cook you a meal first, and then we can discuss other matters. How does that sound? Jishui naturally had no objections. Seeing Jishui agree, Jinny first returned to his room to show Jishui the insights he had just written about the nature transformation of fire, then went back to the kitchen to cook. Upon seeing the content on the paper, Jishui involuntarily took a deep breath. Can such things be casually presented? As if aware of what Jishui was thinking, Jinny casually said, Jishui, these are some of my views on training. They might help you, so don't hold back. Hearing Jinny say this, Jishui began to examine the paper more closely, and the more he looked, the more serious his gaze towards Jinny became. Although this world still had some customs reminiscent of feudal or even primitive society, it had modern things like gas stoves, refrigerators, and air conditioners. For someone like Jinny, who was used to modern society, this was quite good. Before long, Jinny had prepared several dishes. After setting the food on the table and sensing that the Umbu ninja had left, Jinny couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he felt that the Umbu ninja couldn't do anything to him, being watched all the time naturally made him uncomfortable. After calling Jishui, who was lost in thought, to come eat, the two began to eat slowly. Teacher, your dishes taste incredible. Jishui couldn't help but praise after just a few bites. Haha, Jishui, everyone who has tasted my cooking says that if I open a restaurant, it would definitely be a hit. Jinny was naturally willing to continue with other topics once he saw Jishui. Enjoy. The two finished their dinner, and just as Jinny was about to tidy up, Jishui got up first. Jinny thought for a moment and sat comfortably on the sofa, watching the busy Shursui. Shursui, do you know why your Uchiha clan seems out of place in Konoha? Hearing Jinny's question, Shursui fell into deep thought. Do you remember when I talked about the origins of Konoha in class? I mentioned Uchiha Madara. He betrayed us. Upon hearing this, Shursui's face turned pale. Then, teacher, After a while, Shursui finally regained his composure. It seems I've been thinking too simply about this. After murmuring to himself, Shursui thought about getting up to say goodbye, feeling a bit dejected after learning such a secret. Do I really have to give up? This isn't a Shursui I know. Seeing Shursui like this, Jinny couldn't help but say something. Hearing this, Shursui was momentarily stunned, then filled with confidence. Is verbal jutsu really that effective? Seeing Shursui's state, Jinny felt a hint of surprise at the power of verbal jutsu. Then, noticing that Shursui had recovered, Jinny continued, Shursui, do you know a ninja from your clan named Uchiha Kagami? Upon hearing the name Uchiha Kagami, a strange light appeared in Shursui's eyes. Jinny did not pay attention to Shursui's current state and continued, Uchiha Kagami is a great ninja. He is an Uchiha with the will of fire, transforming himself into a bridge that connects the Uchiha and Konoha, easing the conflicts between both sides. I believe there are many Uchiha in your family, like Senior Kagami. They are all silently working hard, just like you are now, Shursui. You should find such clansmen within the Uchiha family to strive together, instead of thinking aimlessly like a child does now. Someone like my grandfather? Shursui exclaimed instinctively upon hearing such high praise for his grandfather. Grandfather? It seems Shursui is a descendant of Senior Kagami. Jinny sighed upon hearing this. Yes, teacher Jinny. I will inherit my grandfather's will and become an Uchiha with the will of fire, transforming into a bridge that connects the Uchiha and Konoha. After hearing Shursui's words, Jinny was unsure whether it was good or bad for Shursui to form such a concept. or what would happen in the future. Lost in thought, Shirsue's eyes were filled with determination. He stared at Jinny, as if he had made a significant decision that could change his life in that moment. Teacher Jinny, I know you are an extraordinary ninja. You have a unique and profound understanding of fire release. And your recent evaluation of my grandfather has made me feel your respect and understanding for the Uchiha clan. Though Shirsue's voice still carried the naivety of youth, his tone was filled with undeniable resolve. He slowly walked in front of Jinny, knelt on one knee, bowed his head, and clasped his hands together in a gesture reminiscent of ancient apprenticeship ceremonies. I, Uchiha Shirsue, wish to take you as my master and inherit your teachings. Not only to enhance my ninja skills, but also to possess the will of fire like my grandfather, becoming a bridge between the Uchiha and Konoha. I believe that under your guidance, I can better achieve this goal. Jun-E looked at Ji-Shue kneeling in front of him, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. Since obtaining the master system, Jun-E had been observing the children around him, contemplating taking on a few disciples for fun in the future. Jun-E has always known that Ji-Shue is a child with great potential, and he has struggled internally with whether or not to take action. However, upon suddenly hearing about Ji-Shue's apprenticeship, he felt a bit at a loss. After some hesitation, Jun-E said to Ji-Shue, Ji-Shue, do you want to discuss it with your family? You know that being a disciple is very different from being a student. Ji-Shue raised his head and replied, Teacher Jun-E, I'm the only one left in my family. I can decide my own matters. Seeing the determination in Ji-Shue's eyes, Jun-E slowly extended his hand and gently placed it on Ji-Shue's head, saying, From today on, you are my disciple. I will teach you everything I know, but the path ahead still needs to be walked by you. You must always remember your beliefs. Ji-Shue looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement and gratitude, and said, Yes, teacher, I will definitely not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 10, Polite Beasts and Their Sons. Congratulations, host, on receiving your first direct disciple, earning a critical hit reward, and gaining Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet, Mastery of Fire Attribute Chakra Transformation. Fire Attribute, huh? Upon seeing the reward, Jun-E instinctively glanced at Ji-Shue. If you really want to change the relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, I suggest you first observe the Uchiha people around you. Once your strength reaches a certain level, you can try to win them over. Ji-Shue nodded obediently upon hearing Jun-E's advice. Seeing Ji-Shue's obedient demeanor, Jun-E continued, Tomorrow is the weekend, no classes. Come find me at 8 in the morning. Starting tomorrow, I will officially teach you ninjutsu and taijutsu. Okay, teacher Jun-E. After discussing for a while longer, Jun-E noticed that it was getting late and personally escorted Ji-Shue home. The Uchiha clan, before the Night of the Nine Tails, was located not far from the center of Konoha. Jun-E has come a long way and found that, except for a few special streets, most of the shops have basically stopped operating. After returning the water stop to his home, Jun-E quickly rushed home using the teleportation technique. A night passed without a word. Jun-E got up early and first tidied up the house, then started writing the lesson plans for class 3 to 4. Before 7 o'clock, Ji-Shue's figure appeared in front of Jun-E. Ji-Shue, didn't I say to come at 8? Why are you here so early? Jun-E asked his doubts. Teacher Jun-E, I came here after having a good breakfast at home. Hearing Ji-Shue's response, Jun-E just nodded. After tidying up, Jun-E took Ji-Shue to start training in the Forest of Death. Ji-Shue, although you Uchiha primarily focus on fire style and Jinjutsu, I still require you to practice taijutsu, as a person's body is the foundation of everything. Ji-Shue didn't understand why Jun-E wanted him to run it first, but after hearing Jun-E's explanation, he nodded. After the two ran for a while, they saw two green figures and greeted each other before continuing their training. An hour later, Jun-E stopped, as Ji-Shue was only 5 years old and not suitable for high-intensity training. After resting for a while in an open area, Jun-E looked at Ji-Shue and said, Ji-Shue, I'll teach you a body technique. I'm not asking you to be amazing at it, but I want you to have a way to deal with this type of ninja in the future. After saying this, Jun-E suddenly exerted force, jumped up, and executed a spinning kick that landed heavily on a nearby tree. The thick tree shook. Did you understand, Ji-Shue? Teacher Jun-E, I understand, Ji-Shue said, and then imitated Jun-E, his figure instantly disappearing from the spot. Ji-Shue did not spin in the air. He simply swept his leg horizontally, and the thick tree snapped in half. What kind of whirlwind is this? Seeing Ji-Shue observe at once, he quickly figured out a way that suited him. Jun-E looked at the obediently standing Ji-Shue beside him, momentarily unsure of what to say. Although the Konoha whirlwind was just a simple spinning kick, the requirements for chakra control and explosive physical strength were quite high. However, Jinny didn't expect Ji Shui to learn it after just one look. This, very good, excellent, but Ji Shui, you haven't been able to control your strength well. Saying this, he kicked out again, but this time, he didn't kick a tree. Instead, it was a huge boulder. Boom! With one kick, the boulder shattered. Did you see that, Ji Shui? Now you should start practicing this move, but mainly focus on how to control your strength. Seeing Jinny's demonstration, Ji Shui nodded and went to the side to practice. Wow, so impressive, father. The father and son who had just run over happened to see this scene. And Kai couldn't help but exclaim, Senior Dai, aren't you going to train? Hearing Kai's voice, Jinny asked in confusion. I'm very sorry. We accidentally saw your training just now. And I apologize for that, Mado Dai quickly said upon hearing Jinny's question. After all, seeing someone practice a technique can easily lead to misunderstandings. This, Senior Dai, you don't need to worry about it. I'm originally a teacher at the Ninja Academy, and since this technique is still under research, if you're interested, we can study it together. Jinny sent out an invitation to the father and son duo. A long time ago, Jinny had the idea of getting closer to them, and now that there was such a good opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it slip away. This, Might Guy hesitated for a moment, then looked at Kai with a yearning gaze and nodded. Seeing Might Guy nod, Jinny didn't waste any time and demonstrated the leaf whirlwind again, then used the water stop technique once more. Senior Guy, this is a simple spinning kick. By combining physical strength with chakra, you can unleash attacks of different levels. Can you explain it in more detail? Although they were studying together, Might Guy understood that this young man was intentionally teaching them. After all, his reputation in Konoha was well known. Since he had already agreed to learn, Might Guy naturally wouldn't be shy and immediately asked his question. All right, Senior Guy, I'll demonstrate again. And so, the three of them practiced for an entire morning. Seeing that Ji Shui could now control his strength well, Jinny nodded in satisfaction. But when he looked at the Jun Beast father and son, he was unsure how to express himself. Senior Guy, it's already noon. My house isn't far from here. Would you like to come over for lunch, and then we can continue training? Hearing Jinny's invitation, Might Guy stopped practicing, still feeling a sense of longing. Teacher Jinny, thank you so much. Lunch should be at my house. I'll treat you. Kai, why aren't you thanking Teacher Jinny for his guidance? This is youth. Father. Then the two of them hugged and cried. Teacher Jinny this? Ji Shui looked at the father and son's actions with confusion. Hearing Ji Shui's words, Jinny didn't know how to respond, so he could only wait quietly for the two to stop crying. After a while, they finally stopped crying, called out to him, and then headed towards Jinny's home. Completing the teaching for Ji Shui, Might Guy, and Might Kai, congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of body technique. Konoha Dragon God. Konoha Dragon God. This is the signature move of the current top body technique expert in Konoha, Chun Baojun. Jinny couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion in his heart. Of course, this first place was given by the other Konoha ninjas at the current stage. When the group arrived at the home of the father and son, Jinny observed carefully this time. It was quite similar to his impression. The place was exceptionally remote, and the house was extremely simple. Kai, go to the river and catch a few fish. This is also a way to train in youth. All right, father. With a whoosh, he disappeared without a trace. Ji Shui, you should go help as well. Jinny saw Ji Shui doing nothing and instructed him to help Kai catch fish. Senior Dai, I'll go buy some meat and vegetables. After all, it's a bit embarrassing for Ji Shui and me to eat and drink for free here. Upon hearing this, Maite Dai did not refuse. He hurried back inside and quickly came out with a pile of coins, including 10 taels and 20 taels. Teacher Jinny, you decide what to buy. If you need more taels for the groceries, just let me know, and I'll cover it for you. Jinny nodded slightly and quickly rushed to the vegetable market inside the village. Seeing Jinny leave, Might Dai couldn't help but sigh. What good teacher. After his reflection, Might Dai began to pick the vegetables he had planted. Chapter 11. The arrogant Sarutobi clan member Chinya Jinny. The third Hokage is looking for you. You need to go there immediately. Just as Jinny was on his way to the vegetable market, a figure wearing a dog-headed mask suddenly appeared in front of him, speaking in a commanding tone. Upon hearing this, Jinny instinctively furrowed his brows and said, Sir, I need to inform my students. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Jinny instantly disappeared from spot. Damn it. The dog-headed man cursed under his breath and hurriedly chased after him. Might die. The third Hokage is looking for me about something. You don't have to wait for me. After saying that, Jinny once again rushed towards the Hokage building with a swoosh. Might die. Where is Chinya Jinny? A few seconds later, the dog-headed man reappeared and, sensing that there was no chakra from Chinya Jinny nearby, asked Might die. Seeing that it was a member of the Umbu, Might die, who was upside down picking vegetables, quickly turned over. Sir, Teacher Ginny hasn't done anything wrong, right? Might Dai cautiously inquired. At this moment, Might Dai was a bit confused. Just a moment ago, Ginny had rushed over to say, "You don't need to wait for me," and then left with a swoosh. A few seconds later, someone from the Umbu came to find Ginny, and Might Dai momentarily thought Ginny had done something wrong. Mind your own business. Where is Ginny? The dog-headed man said with an annoyed expression. A mere low-ranking ninja dared to contradict me. An elite member of the Umbu. Truly reckless. Might Dai was not angry at the dog-headed man's tone and respectfully replied. Teacher Ginny just came by and said the third Hokage was looking for him, so he headed towards the Hokage building. After hearing Might Dai's words, the dog-headed man pondered for a moment and then headed towards the Hokage building. I hope Teacher Ginny is okay. Might Dai prayed in his heart and continued picking vegetables upside down. In front of the Hokage building, Ginny stood there, watching the ninjas coming and going, quietly waiting for the dog-headed man to arrive. A few minutes later, the dog-headed man arrived late and couldn't help but mock him as soon as they met. Ginny, do you know what your behavior is? You are resisting the task given to you by the Hokage. Just wait to be thrown into the Konoha prison. After saying that, the dog-headed man was the first to enter the Hokage building. The surrounding ninjas seemed to recognize the dog-headed man, and upon hearing his arrogant words, some couldn't help but mock him. He's just flexing his authority again. Last time our team was only a few minutes late, and he directly declared our mission a failure. If he wasn't from the Sarutobi clan, we would have taught him a lesson. Exactly. Last time he came to convey a mission, his attitude was as arrogant as it gets. Hearing the surrounding ninjas, Ginny didn't pay much attention and followed the dog-headed man into the building. After passing through several checks, Ginny successfully arrived at the Hokage's office. He knocked on the door and heard a voice from inside saying, "Come in." Third Hokage, it's Ginny. Are there any issues with teaching the students? Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon seeing Ginny arrive, put down his work and showed a gentle smile. Thank you for your concern. Third Hokage, the students are all very well behaved, and with the guidance of the seniors in the academy, there haven't been any issues. That's good. I heard that you've been getting close to Uchiha Shursui recently. Is there anything special about this child? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Ginny thought for a moment and replied, Shursui has no special traits, just that he has outstanding talent. Upon hearing outstanding talent, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not take it seriously. In Konoha, there's simply too many talented people. Not to mention the legendary Sannin like Orochimaru, or the White Fang of Konoha, or the more recent figures like Minato Namikaze and Kakashi Hitaki. These are all geniuses. Do you think your talent as a Chunin can compare to those people? After some small talk, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally revealed the reason for calling Ginny. Ginny, I need you to promote the concept of Fire's Will to all the children in the ninja school. I will have Ishikawa assist you with this task. Upon hearing this, Ginny was momentarily at a loss for words. You want me to brainwash a bunch of kids to do a sales pitch? What an excellent leader of Konoha. Although he thought this in his heart, he replied, Thank you for your trust, Third Hokage, but I'm afraid my abilities aren't sufficient for such an important task. Perhaps it's better if we let Director Ishikawa handle it. I'm afraid I might mess it up. Hearing Ginny's humility, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and said, Ginny, don't decline. Ishikawa has praised you multiple times in front of me, and we all believe in you. Then, thank you for the trust, Third Hokage. Unable to refuse any longer, Ginny had to agree. It is thanks to the selfless dedication of teachers like you that Konoha can become even stronger. Ginny, upon hearing this, didn't know how to respond. Why was he emphasizing selfless dedication? If it weren't for your forced arrangement, I wouldn't be doing such a morally questionable task. Third Hokage, I will take my leave now to prepare. All right, you can go. If you need any help, just tell Ishikawa. He will certainly assist you. Thank you for your trust. Third Hokage. Ginny said this with an incredibly respectful tone. After that, Ginny left the Hokage's office. Seeing Ginny leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen then withdrew his smile, looked up at the Hokage rock, and muttered to himself, A storm is coming, my teacher. I hope you can understand my actions. After saying that, he continued to focus on his work. After leaving the Hokage building, Ginny quickly headed towards Might Dai's house. As for the task assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Ginny naturally forgot about it as soon as he turned around. As soon as he entered Might Dai's yard, he saw a few people busy with their own tasks. Might Dai and Might Guy were doing push-ups, while Shursui sat beside them, engrossed in the notes Ginny had given him. This warm scene made Ginny's earlier displeasure disappear without a trace. When the others saw Ginny arrive, they all stopped their actions and called out, Teacher Ginny! Teacher Ginny! You're back! Seeing everyone run over to welcome him, Ginny felt a bit moved, but he still said, Didn't I say there's no need to wait for me? There's really nothing going on. Let us go inside and eat. The midday sun shone on the group, casting their shadows long and stretched. Chapter 12. The excited Uchiha Obito. The weekend passed in the blink of an eye, and it was time to go back to work again. Sigh. This class really is frustrating. After taking a 2-day break, Jinny started to grumble about his work. On his way to school, he encountered students greeting him one after another, and he responded enthusiastically. Good morning, Teacher Jinny. Teacher Jinny, I didn't expect you to be so popular with the students. Miyako Nishikawa, the teacher sitting next to Shinichi, was quite surprised by his popularity. Having taught for over a year herself, she had very few students who would take the initiative to greet her. Yet, Shinichi had only been teaching for a few days and was already so well-liked, which she found hard to accept. Ms. Nishikawa, you should think of it this way. The students must be greeting me because they see such a beautiful teacher like you sitting next to me. Otherwise, why would they approach a teacher? Is that so? Miyako Nishikawa thought this statement was a bit strange, but she couldn't pinpoint what was odd about it. As she pondered, the two of them unknowingly arrived at the office. Mr. Shinichi, the third Hokage has already briefed me. How can I assist you with this matter? As soon as they entered the office, Shinichi saw Director Ishikawa waiting for him, who immediately approached upon seeing him. Ah, Director Ishikawa, you came to find me personally. I am truly flattered. Regarding the task assigned by the third Hokage, I already have a detailed plan, and I'll submit the written proposal to you tomorrow morning. What do you think? Although Shinichi had completely forgotten about the tasks assigned by Sarutobi Hizashi, he naturally had to choose his words carefully in front of his direct superior. Seeing Shinichi remain humble, Ishikawa nodded in satisfaction, patted Shinichi on the shoulder, and then walked out of the office with his characteristic gait. As soon as Ishikawa left, the other teachers in the office gathered around, chattering with curiosity. This was indeed quite novel for them. Generally speaking, those who actively choose to become teachers of the Ninja Academy are either ninjas without talent or ninjas who have been injured in battle and whose abilities have greatly diminished, doing it for a living. Now, one of their ordinary teachers had been personally received by the highest leader of the nation and assigned task. It seemed unbelievable from any angle. Ah, you see, this is purely luck. The third Hokage randomly selected a teacher to ask questions, and I just happened to be chosen. Upon hearing Shinichi's response, most of the teachers nodded in realization and returned to their desks. However, a few teachers still harbored doubts, including Miyako Nishikawa, who had been pondering throughout the journey. Now, her gaze towards Shinichi was less warm than before, as if an inexplicable barrier had suddenly appeared between them. Shinichi, since the third Hokage chose you, you must complete this task well. As a senior, Fujiyama naturally had to remind the promising junior. Don't worry, Fujiyama-senpai. I will definitely complete this task well. Shinichi showed a confident expression. As long as you have confidence, if you encounter any problems, you must speak up. Yamamoto-sensei chimed in. I will. Thank you all for your concern. Seeing the concern from the teachers in the office, Shinichi's smile became even more sincere. Ding ding. The class time arrived quickly amidst the teachers' casual chat. The next class was for the third year, fourth class. After a week of contemplation, Shinichi had developed some ideas on how to teach them moving forward. Obito, you actually didn't arrive late this time. Great job. As soon as Shinichi entered the classroom and saw that everyone was present, he couldn't help but praise them. Hearing Shinichi's compliment, Obito scratched the back of his head unconsciously, a silly grin appearing on his youthful face. In this class, I will talk about the nature change of fire attribute chakra. According to your data, most of the students in our class awaken fire attribute chakra first. So who has already learned fire release ninjutsu? After spending some time together, the classmates were no longer as distant with Shinichi as before, and a few students raised their hands one after another. From Shinichi's perspective, most of those who raised their hands were from ninja clans. After nodding at the students who raised their hands, he officially began the lesson. Time passed quickly, and the class ended in no time. All right, everyone, the following classes will be led by the teacher. For the next class, we will go to the training ground, where I will conduct a practical demonstration of what we just discussed. Hearing Shinichi's words, all the students were initially stunned, then burst into joy. In the Ninja Academy, teachers are not obligated to teach students ninjutsu. Most students learn their first ninjutsu from the team leader after graduation. Moreover, whether they get to learn ninjutsu depends on the team leader's temperament. If the teacher is kind, they might teach them ninjutsu. Otherwise, some students might only know the body flicker technique taught in the academy until their teams disband. What excited the students was Shinichi's attitude. They had only known him for a few days, yet he treated them so well, which made them hopeful. With this thought, the students' steps towards the playground became much lighter. Seizing the opportunity as the students left the classroom for the playground, Shinichi checked the rewards he received from this lesson. Teaching students about the nature change of fire attribute chakra earned him the reward. Wind Release, great breakthrough. Wind Release, what a surprise. It had been a long time since he received rewards for other attributes in ninjutsu. Shinichi had speculated that he would only receive rewards for that type of ninjutsu after cultivating the corresponding chakra. Receiving this little surprise made Shinichi very happy. It was like finding 10 yen after feeling down for losing it. Although it wasn't too much, it would certainly lift his spirits. After tidying up, Shinichi stood up and walked toward the playground. Upon arriving at the playground, he heard the sound of bells ringing. Class is starting, everyone. In fact, the students of the third year, fourth class had already lined up on their own as soon as they heard the bell, without needing Shinichi to remind them. After silently counting the number of students in his heart, Jinny moved a few meters away from them. He knew very well that to make these students truly understand the secrets of ninjutsu, a visual demonstration was essential. Fire Release, great fireball technique. A huge fireball was expelled from Jinny's mouth, rushing toward the nearby tree. Just before reaching the tree, the large fireball split into countless smaller fireballs that circled around the tree, eventually converging back into a large fireball that exploded in midair. With a loud bang, the students near Jinny snapped out of their surprise. Teacher Jinny, that was amazing. Can you teach me? After regaining his senses, Obito eagerly approached Jinny. Want to know how to learn this technique? Using fire release ninjutsu was normal, but what Jinny had just done, having the large fireball split into countless smaller fireballs, which then reformed into a large fireball that exploded in the air, was something even those who had just begun to learn ninjutsu understood to be extremely difficult. Students in our class who have already learned fire release ninjutsu stand on the left. Those who haven't stand on the right. Jinny ignored Obito's entanglement and spoke to the still-dazed students. Upon hearing Jinny's words, the classmates began to take action. As Jinny had anticipated, only a few had learned fire release techniques. Shadow Clone Jutsu, a figure that was over 99% similar to Jinny, appeared in front of him. Jun-E nodded at his shadow clone, and then saw the clone take the students who had already learned the fire release ninjutsu to practice it nearby. Jinny turned his attention to the students who had not yet learned fire release ninjutsu. For those of you who have not yet been exposed to fire release ninjutsu, the first thing you need to understand is the principle of ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is not merely the release of power, but the exquisite control of chakra. Jinny slowly opened his mouth, his voice steady and magnetic, as if possessing a kind of magic that captivated the student's attention. He extended his hand, and a faint blue chakra glow emanated from it. Look, this is chakra. It is the source of our power as ninjas. Fire release ninjutsu combines one's chakra with the fire element. As he spoke, he gently waved his hand, and a small flame danced in his palm. Not hot, but very lively. The students widened their eyes, curiously watching the flame, filled with desire and anticipation. Now, try to feel the chakra within you. Close your eyes, concentrate, and seek that power hidden deep within your body. Jinny patiently guided them. The students closed their eyes one by one, following Jinny's instructions. For a moment, the surroundings were so quiet that only the faint sound of breathing could be heard. Chapter 13. The first meeting with Minato on the other side. The shadow clone began training with the students who had learned fire release ninjutsu. Although you have already learned fire release ninjutsu, today you will see the variations of my great fireball technique. The key lies in the precise division and reorganization of chakra. As the shadow clone spoke, he demonstrated. A small fireball was expelled from his mouth, then slowly split into 2, then 3, and finally refused into a larger fireball. Obito watched attentively from the side, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He was eager to try it out, but knew he had to build a solid foundation first. Obito, I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. Jun-E saw a fireball with a diameter of 3 meters in the distance, which then transformed into 2 smaller fireballs, and finally merged into an even larger fireball. He couldn't help but praise it. Hearing the compliment, Obito naturally felt exceptionally proud, raising his chin high. Before Obito could bask in his pride for too long, an even bigger fireball appeared in front of him. Aoi, you're not bad either, he complimented the young Shanshin Aoi, who was already wearing sunglasses at such a young age. As time passed, students on both sides were diligently studying. Jinny moved among the students who had not yet learned fire techniques, correcting their mistakes and answering their questions. The shadow clones continuously presented new challenges to the students who had already learned, improving their skill levels. As the sun gradually slanted to the west, the day's ninjutsu instruction was coming to an end. Today's lesson ends here. Make sure to practice well after returning, as I will check your progress in the next class. Jenny said loudly. Although the students were a bit tired, they responded to Jenny with enthusiasm. They then left in pairs, their figures elongated in the afterglow of the sunset, as if narrating their hopeful journey as ninjas. Obito, Rin, do you two have something to discuss? When Jenny saw that other classmates were leaving one after another, he couldn't help but ask about the reason for Dato's fidgeting. Hearing Jenny's words, Dato finally came to his senses. Jenny-sensei, I have my birthday tomorrow. Do you have time to come to my house for my birthday tomorrow night? Sure, Dato. I'm very happy that you invited me to your house for your birthday. After school, you can come to my office to find me, Jenny replied. After speaking, Jenny bent down and ruffled Dato's hair. Jenny also didn't know what was going on. Now, whenever he saw a child's hair, he couldn't control his hands. Oh yeah. Hearing Jenny agree, Obito jumped up in joy. Seeing Obito's excited expression, Jenny just stood there, watching him laugh foolishly by himself. Obito. In the end, it was Noara Rin who couldn't stand it anymore and shook Obito's shoulders. Only then did Obito come back to his senses, and without saying anything like sorry, he just continued to laugh foolishly. You guys should head back first. If you come home late, your family will worry, you know? Then we'll head back first, Teacher Jenny. After hearing Jenny say that, Rin greeted him and pulled the still silly Obito back home. Although it was already after school hours, Jenny still had a lot of work to do, such as the upcoming promotion of the fire awareness campaign, which was enough to keep him busy. Jenny quickly returned to his mind, thinking about how to promote the work of the fire awareness. As soon as he arrived at his office, he unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Namikaze Minato. Seeing that blonde hair, Jenny momentarily thought he had walked into the wrong classroom. It's you, Jenny. It's been a long time. Yeah, it's been a while. Did you come here for something? Ever since he accepted the original memories, Jenny naturally knew that the original and Namikaze Minato were classmates. Is it about promoting the fire awareness? Jenny thought about what had happened to him recently and realized that only the matters entrusted by the third Hokage could possibly attract others' attention. Yes, Jenny-kun. The third Hokage came to have me learn a thing or two. The third Hokage said that Jenny-kun is a very excellent teacher. I really didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few years. Jenny-kun has become so outstanding. Kakashi spoke in a gentle tone. Watergate-kun is still being modest. Among our classmates, who doesn't know that Watergate is the youngest Jonin? Jenny naturally did not agree with Kakashi's compliment about him. Jenny thought for a moment and said eagerly, Watergate, are you with Kushina now? I actually made a bet with Shura back in the day. At this point, a faint blush appeared on Watergate's face, and his tone was no longer as awkward as it had been at the beginning. Shura, I haven't seen her in a long time either. Hearing Watergate change the subject, Jenny didn't continue talking about Kushina, but instead shared some amusing stories from their childhood. After reminiscing about the fun they had as kids, their relationship naturally became much closer. Watergate, I have some ideas now. I already have some thoughts in my mind. How about we discuss work-related issues after I finish writing the project proposal? Upon hearing Jenny's suggestion, Watergate readily agreed and mentioned that he had just come by to say hello. Later, at Jenny's warm invitation, they went to Ichiraka Ramen for a bowl of noodles. After dinner, they parted ways, as both had their own things to attend to. After separating from Watergate, Jenny wandered around the center of Konoha. When he passed by Ninja Tool's shop, he stopped, thought for a moment, and walked in. A middle-aged man was sitting at the cash register, and upon seeing Jenny enter, he immediately stood up to welcome him. This customer, please take a look at the ninja tools in our store. Many of the tools used by ninjas in the village come from our shop, and their quality can withstand the test. Does your shop accept custom orders? Can you make a kunai by tomorrow at 5? Jenny expressed his opinion. Our shop accepts custom orders, and the prices for custom items are certainly higher. But one day is definitely not enough time. After hearing the shop owner's explanation, Jenny was not disappointed, as he had just asked casually. However, after thinking for a moment, he continued to ask, can we engrave words on the kunai? This is possible, but the price will be a bit higher. A regular kunai costs 2,000 taels each, while a kunai made with special metal costs 50,000 taels each. Engraving words on it will incur an additional charge of 1,000 taels. Can you accept that? Upon hearing the price quoted by the shop owner, Jenny felt a pang in his heart. On the first day of his journey, Jenny sorted through the original owner's possessions. Aside from some basic ninjutsu scrolls, there were 400,000 taels in savings and a house left. Jenny thought for a moment and chose a high-quality kunai. After all, how could the things given to students be subpar? After telling the shop owner to engrave a character for Earth, Jenny quickly took out 51,000 from his wallet and left the ninja tool shop. Chapter 14. The dispute between Uchiha Obito and Hyuga Kagami unexpectedly. After crossing over, I still have to work overtime. What is the meaning of my crossing over? Jinny fell into a deep confusion during his overtime work. After resting for a while at his desk, Jinny continued to work, as he couldn't let his current persona collapse at this stage. After a long absence, Jinny was late, but fortunately, he didn't have class in the morning. After a simple breakfast, Jinny placed the promotional plan for the fire awareness campaign in Ishikawa's office and started to inspect the 2 classes he was in charge of. At this time, Class 1 of 3 was having a math class. Jinny quietly approached the classroom door. Inside the classroom, the math teacher was writing complex formulas on the blackboard, while the students below looked bewildered, and the entire classroom was filled with an atmosphere of who am I? Where am I? Jinny looked at the students and sighed inwardly. He remembered the pain he felt when learning mathematics, and it seemed that no matter which world it was, math was a big challenge for some students. He shook his head, not wanting to disturb the teachers and students who were in class, and hurried to the next classroom. Looking at Dato, who was listening attentively, Jinny felt a moment of surprise. Given Dato's character of losing interest in just 3 minutes, it was quite unexpected to see him so focused today. Hinata Kagami, wake up. Teacher Jinny is calling you to answer a question. Hinata Kagami, who had been sleeping soundly, suddenly heard the name Teacher Jinny and instinctively walked towards the podium while still in a daze. His eyes were half closed, and his steps were a bit unsteady, like a sleepwalker. Hinata Kagami, what are you doing? You go outside and stand there right now. Fujiyama scolded, frowning. He was in the middle of an important lecture and was annoyed to see someone disregarding him. Looking at Hinata Kagami's sleepy appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry. This was a classroom. How could one be so negligent? It was only then that Hinata Kagami fully woke up, realizing he had made a big mistake, and his face turned bright red. He didn't dare to look Fujiyama in the eye, lowered his head, and slowly turned to walk outside the classroom. Jinny had no intention of disturbing them and was planning to leave quietly. But unexpectedly, an interesting scene unfolded. Obito, you come out too. With Jinny's perception, he naturally knew that the teasing words directed at Hinata were spoken by Obito. And Master Jinny. Obito, who was secretly pleased, turned pale when he heard Jinny's voice, simultaneously shouting, "It's over, it's over." After giving Fujiyama an apologetic glance, he brought the 2 of them to his office. Jinny looked at the 2 students in front of him, and his expression became serious. I recently reviewed your past grades and found that your theoretical scores are simply terrible. When Teacher Tingshan was teaching, you were still like this. Do you think you could just get by? Jinny knew very well that sometimes he had to be stricter. Otherwise, he couldn't discipline these mischievous students. Teacher Jinny, we were wrong, the 2 said in unison. As frequent offenders, they naturally understood what to do in this situation, seeing their good attitude in admitting their mistakes. Jinny pondered for a moment and said, "Next month's exam, if you can pass your theoretical scores, I will give you a reward." Reward? What reward? A piece of candy? Obito asked curiously. Well, I can teach you ninjutsu and taijutsu. How about that? Isn't that a pretty good reward? Jinny replied. Really? The 2 exclaimed simultaneously. They never expected that making a mistake would lead to such a reward. Of course it's true, but the premise is that you must pass the next month's exam. Jinny interrupted their wonderful fantasies. Passing the exam? That's too difficult. Obito, who was excited, seemed to be doused with a bucket of cold water. At this moment, Hinata Kagami also had a conflicted expression. As a member of the Hyuga clan, he didn't want to be at the bottom, but he really couldn't absorb that theoretical knowledge. Could it be that the teacher has some ninjutsu to directly implant knowledge into their heads? Obito looked at Jinny with an expectant expression. Bang! Jinny gently tapped Dato on the head. That hurts! Dato exclaimed dramatically, causing Jinny to involuntarily twitch the corners of his mouth. However, seeing the pitiful expressions on their faces, Jinny thought for a moment and said, "From now on, you both have to come to my house every day after school. I will personally give you exercises until you meet my requirements." We have to go every day? The 2 immediately became displeased. What about Rin if I go with you? Dato mumbled. What's wrong? Don't want to? Jinny asked. Dato, don't you want to see that admiring look in Rin's eyes when she looks at you? And you, Hinata Q, don't you want to see the surprised looks from your classmates? Upon hearing Jinny's depiction of a beautiful scene, the 2 seemed to envision their own success, and smiles of yearning appeared on their faces. Teacher Jinny, we agree. They responded loudly. Since you both agreed, you can't go back on your word. Jinny's face revealed a meaningful smile. The 2, immersed in excitement, didn't even notice Jinny's expression, completely caught up in the thrill of their impending success. Then it's settled, starting tomorrow. Dato, just enjoy your birthday today. After saying this, Genie patted Dato on the shoulder. Okay, Teacher Genie, it's settled. We'll go back to study now. All right, you two go back and properly apologize to Teacher Fujiyama. After all, you were a bit too much just now. Seeing their eager expressions, Genie agreed. Goodbye, teacher. After saying this, the two hurriedly ran back to class. Dato, you haven't apologized to me yet. If it weren't for you, how could I have been criticized by Teacher Genie? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have escaped being at the bottom Hinata Q. You should thank me. You really are asking for it. Watching the two start arguing before they even left the office, Genie couldn't help but wonder if these two were simply naive or just plain simple-minded. Genie helplessly shook his head. He just hoped that through this agreement, both of them could focus a bit more on their studies and achieve passing grades in the next monthly exam. Chapter 15. Kakashi and Obito's first battle at this moment. Obito and Hinata Kagami were arguing in the hallway, completely forgetting their solemn promise in front of Genie to go back and study. How can you still say you want to help me get rid of the bottom of the class? You're just as bad, Hinata Kagami said, his face flushed with anger. What bottom of the class? Just wait until I awaken my Sharingan. I will definitely be better than Kakashi. Obito crossed his arms defiantly. With you? How can you compare with Kakashi? When Kakashi was mentioned, admiration flashed in Hinata Kagami's eyes. What's so great about that annoying guy Kakashi? He graduated at 5 and became a Chunin at 6, right? I even heard that this kid has a chance to become the youngest Jonin in Konoha. Obito felt increasingly bitter the more he spoke. Haha, Obito, you better be careful. I remember Kakashi has a good relationship with Rin. Without waiting for Obito's response, Hinata Kagami hurriedly ran towards the classroom, and in the process, they could vaguely hear his laughter. Damn it, damn it, damn it. How could Rin possibly like that bastard Kakashi? Obito jumped up anxiously, while the two were chasing each other around the campus. A clear voice came. What are you two doing? Obito was taken aback at first, only to see Rin standing not far away. Her eyes filled with doubt and a hint of displeasure. Obito's attitude changed instantly. He scratched his head a little embarrassed and said, Rin, it's nothing. We were just discussing our studies. Hinata Kagami, not far away, also lowered his fist and agreed. Yeah, just studying. Rin frowned, clearly not believing them. But she didn't press the issue further. Teacher Genie didn't scold you just now, right? You can't always be mischievous. You need to study hard. After hearing Rin's words, Obito and Hinata Kagami exchanged glances and then both lowered their heads. Obito whispered, Rin, we know you're wrong. We just promised Teacher Genie that we would make sure to pass our theoretical scores in the next monthly exam. Really? That's great. Rin's face broke into a smile of relief. You must work hard. I believe you can do it. Encouraged by Rin, Obito felt a surge of inexplicable strength. Looking into Rin's trusting eyes, he silently vowed to work hard and not let her down. Then let us go apologize to Teacher Fujiyama now, Hinata Kagami said. Yeah, let us go. Obito nodded. The two finally stopped their argument and walked toward the classroom. After returning to the classroom, Obito and Hinata Kagami approached Teacher Fujiyama. Teacher Fujiyama, we were wrong. We should have disrupted your class just now. Please forgive us. They bowed respectfully. Teacher Fujiyama looked at them, and his previously angry expression softened. It's good that you realize your mistakes. I hope you can keep your word and take your study seriously. We will, teacher. The two answered in unison. After this small episode, the remaining classes proceeded smoothly. Teacher, as soon as he arrived at the office, Shursui respectfully called out. Shursui, today I'll take you to meet a different Uchiha clan member. Genie riddled with Shursui, although he didn't understand what a different Uchiha clan member was. Shursui's character naturally wouldn't ask too much and obediently followed Genie's pace. After leaving the school, Genie went to the ninja tool shop to pick up his custom ninja tools, and then headed to Obito's house. As he approached, he could hear Obito shouting loudly. At this moment, Obito felt like he had reached the peak of his life. Looking at Rin beside him, the more he looked, the harder it was for him to suppress the smile in his heart. In his impression, Rin at this moment was like a wife welcoming guests with her husband at the door during a ninja wedding. Just as he was secretly pleased, he saw a figure with white hair approaching from a distance. Kakashi, you came too. Seeing Kakashi's arrival, Obito greeted him enthusiastically. Oh, Kakashi. Hinata Kagami, who hadn't yet entered the house, looked at Obito with a mischievous smile. Seeing Hinata Kagami's smirk, Obito couldn't help but recall what he had said earlier in the afternoon. I remember Kakashi has a good relationship with Rin, a good relationship. No, Rin cannot marry that bastard Kakashi. The more he thought about it, the more agitated Obito became, and he couldn't help but shout, Damn it, Kakashi, I challenge you. Kakashi glanced at Obito with indifference, his eyes filled with apathy, as if Obito's anger was just an inconsequential farce. He walked straight into the house, leaving behind a single word: boring. However, Obito would not let it go. His face was full of anger as he waved his fists, ready for an intense showdown with Kakashi. The fire of rage burned in Obito's eyes. He could not tolerate Kakashi's disdain. And Kakashi, still cold, looked at Obito. With a roar, Obito stomped his foot hard, his body shooting towards Kakashi like an arrow released from a bow. His fist rushed towards Kakashi's face with a whoosh. Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he slightly tilted his body, easily dodging Obito's attack. Obito missed his first strike and immediately turned around, throwing another punch. Kakashi remained calm, quickly forming hand seals, and a dirt wall instantly rose from the ground, blocking Obito's attack. Seeing this, Obito formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Fire style, great fireball technique." A massive fireball surged towards Kakashi. Kakashi's eyes sharpened, and he also performed the fire style. Two fireballs collided mid-air, producing a huge explosion. As smoke billowed, Kakashi's figure flickered and suddenly appeared behind Obito. He wielded a kunai that glinted coldly, stabbing towards Obito. Obito reacted quickly, dodging to the side while throwing a punch back at Kakashi. Kakashi hurriedly blocked with his arm, and the two instantly separated. As the smoke gradually cleared, Kakashi squinted slightly, looking at Obito with a complex expression. "Obito, your strength has indeed improved a lot, but such attacks won't work on me. Now let me show you what a real battle is like. Lightning style, lightning bolt technique." Kakashi quickly formed hand seals, gathering lightning chakra in the sky. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, shrouding the originally clear sky in darkness. Within the clouds, electric currents began to surge, as if countless silver snakes were weaving through them. Then, thick bolts of lightning, like arrows, struck down towards Obito's area. Each bolt carried immense electrical energy, ionizing the air and producing a sizzling sound. Looking up at the bolts of electricity coming down towards him, Obito's pupils suddenly widened, and he instinctively swallowed hard, just as he was about to use the body flicker technique to evade. Earth-style, heart-cutting technique. The soil under Obito's feet began to loosen, and suddenly an arm appeared from the ground, firmly restraining Obito's movement. Damn it! After cursing inwardly, Obito put his hands over his head, trying to fend off the terrifying lightning strike. When the lightning hit, Obito felt certain he was doomed. However, when he felt the lightning strike him, he found there was no excruciating pain as he had expected. He opened his eyes in surprise and saw Kakashi standing not far away, a hint of a teasing smile on his face. "Kakashi, you bastard. Once I awaken my Sharingan, I will definitely defeat you." Oblivious to his own defeat, Obito began to shout loudly. Rin, who was watching from the side, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Obito's loud outburst. Although she knew Kakashi wouldn't retaliate against Obito, she still felt worried when she saw the lightning strike heading towards him. Chapter 16, Obito's Birthday Boring. After saying this, Kakashi prepared to turn and leave. Just then, he suddenly heard a familiar sound coming from a distance. It was the sound of Guy running, and the noise was getting closer, clearly indicating he was rushing over a high speed. Damn! Hearing Guy's voice, Kakashi felt a moment of panic. He knew his current condition was terrible. Having just gone through a tough battle, his chakra was nearly depleted. With his current amount of chakra, he wouldn't be able to match even Hinata, who looked at him with admiration, let alone Guy. Kakashi inwardly lamented. He certainly didn't want to meet Guy in this state, especially since that hot-blooded guy wouldn't notice any difference from usual. He would definitely drag him into various challenges or training proposals. However, before Kakashi could react further, Guy had already appeared in front of him. "Kakashi, I sensed your chakra fluctuations, so I knew it must be you here. The weather is so nice today. Let's have a heated match," Guy said excitedly, his eyes burning with fierce determination. Kakashi sighed helplessly, trying to find an excuse to decline. "Guy, it's not very convenient today. I just went through a battle, and my chakra is almost gone." But Guy seemed determined not to let Kakashi off the hook, laughing loudly. "Kakashi, that makes it even more challenging. Plus, I've just opened the first and second gates of the 8 gates. I want to use my passion to draw out your maximum potential. Leaf Hurricane." Guy's body instantly transformed into a green whirlwind, sweeping towards Kakashi. His speed had become extremely fast due to opening 2 gates, and the airflow at his feet lifted the leaves from the ground, which flew towards Kakashi like sharp blades. Kakashi widened his eyes, knowing he couldn't take this attack head-on. Despite his lack of chakra, years of battle experience allowed him to react quickly. He barely concentrated his remaining chakra, leaping backward to try to evade Guy's attack. However, It seemed Guy had anticipated Kakashi's response. He slightly turned in the air, changing his attack direction and continuing to chase after Kakashi. Kakashi inwardly cried out in despair as he watched Guy getting closer, his mind racing to come up with a countermeasure. His gaze fell on the nearby forest. Perhaps he could use the complex terrain of the woods to evade Guy's attack. Just as Kakashi was about to dash toward the forest, Hinata suddenly shouted, "Kakashi, be careful!" Kakashi was startled. He felt a powerful airflow approaching from behind. It turned out that Guy had accelerated while Kakashi was distracted, making the leaf hurricane even more powerful. Kakashi gritted his teeth, knowing there was no way to dodge it. He decided to go all out, concentrating all his remaining chakra into his arm, preparing to take Guy's attack head-on. Boom! Guy's foot collided with Kakashi's arm, producing a loud sound. The immense impact pushed Kakashi back several meters. He knelt on one knee, feeling intense pain in his arm. Guy also stopped due to Kakashi's resistance, looking at him with a hint of surprise. "Kakashi, you really are tenacious. Even with so little chakra left, you can still block my attack. However, this is just the beginning." Guy shouted loudly, once again assuming a fighting stance. "All right, Guy, that's enough for today." Jinny, who had been observing from the shadows, stepped out. "Teacher Jinny." Guy looked at Jinny, his face showing confusion. He didn't understand why Jinny was here and why he was asking him to stop the fight. Jinny smiled and nodded, then turned to Kakashi and said to both of them, "Today is Obito's birthday, and there are many people waiting inside. So let's leave it at that for today." Kakashi silently nodded in response to Jinny's words. Seeing that there was such a matter, Kai naturally would not dwell on it too much. "Well then, Teacher Jinny, Kakashi, and other classmates, I'll head back first." Although Kai had been seriously looking at the faces of the people, he still couldn't remember the names of his former classmates. Guy, although aware of Kai's issue, still felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. Kai, you should come along too. Who said I wasn't a magnanimous man?" Despite feeling a bit helpless about Kai's inability to remember faces, Obito still generously invited him. "Me?" Kai looked at Kakashi, then at Jinny, and agreed. Why hasn't he come in yet?" A gray-haired old lady walked out from the house, seemingly puzzled about why Obito hadn't come in yet. "Grandma, didn't I tell you? Don't call me by my nickname when there are outsiders." Obito protested to the old lady. Hearing Obito's words, the old lady said with a kind smile, all right. I won't call you that anymore." The old lady's gaze swept over everyone and finally landed on Jinny. She stepped forward, gently took Jinny's hand, and said, "You must be Obito's teacher, Mr. Jinny, right? This child could be a bit mischievous sometimes, but he has a good heart. Please take good care of him at school." Jin nodded slightly and smiled, saying, "Don't worry, this child Itachi has great potential. I will pay more attention to his growth at school." Itachi, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and said, "Grandma, please don't say that. I'm not a child anymore." At that moment, Naira Rin walked over with a smile and said to Itachi, "Itachi, your grandma really cares about you." Itachi's face turned slightly red as he replied, "Rin, please don't tease me." Kakashi stood nearby, arms crossed, watching everyone interact, and a rare faint smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kagami said to Itachi, "Itachi, your grandma's snacks are quite famous. We're in for a treat today." "Of course, my grandma's snacks are exceptional," Itachi said proudly. As they talked, they walked into the house. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere, and the table was already laid out with various snacks and tea. The old lady warmly invited everyone to sit down, saying, "Kids, today you should really enjoy my cooking." Everyone thanked her and began to taste the snacks. Naira Rin took a bite, and her eyes lit up. "Wow, this is really delicious. Itachi's grandma, your cooking is amazing." Itachi smiled proudly. "I told you my grandma's snacks are the best." In the pleasant atmosphere, everyone started chatting. The topic shifted from funny stories at school to ninja training. Kakashi shared some of his experiences in training, while Jenny told everyone about some famous battles in ninja history, and everyone listened with great interest. Suddenly, Naira Rin asked Kakashi, "What missions have you been on lately? Have you encountered any particularly dangerous situations?" Kakashi took a sip of tea and said, "Nothing special, just some ordinary escort missions. But it's important to stay vigilant during the tasks." Itachi chimed in, "Kakashi, take me along next time you have a mission. My strength shouldn't be underestimated now." Kakashi glanced at him and said, "You should focus on solidifying your basic ninja techniques first." Itachi, feeling unconvinced, replied, "I've made a lot of progress. If you don't believe me, we can have another match." "All right, Itachi." Rin, hearing that the two were about to start arguing again, began to persuade Itachi. Upon hearing Rin's voice, Itachi did not insist on challenging Kakashi again. "Itachi, this is a gift for you. Take a look and see if you like it. Jinny took out the specially made shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. His friends beside him took out their prepared gifts. And even Kai managed to pull out a green training outfit from who knows where. Obito took the shuriken, examined it carefully, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. I really like it. Thank you, Jinny-sensei. He tucked the shuriken away, intending to open the gift from Rin right away. But after some thought, he decided to put all the gifts away in his room. After Obito came down from upstairs, everyone started to say their goodbyes. Obito reluctantly saw them to the door and said, I had a really great time today, and I hope we can gather like this again next time. Kakashi stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, saying, We will. When we meet next time, I hope your strength will truly impress me. Yohara Rin also smiled and said, Obito, keep it up. Jinny said to Dato, You need to work hard in school too. Don't let your grandmother's expectations down. Dato nodded vigorously, watching their figures gradually fade away, filled with warmth and anticipation for their next reunion. Chapter 17, The Nature of War. Shursui, what do you think? Is Dato a unique member of the Uchiha clan? Jinny asked Shursui with a smile on the way home. Shursui fell into deep thought, replaying Dato's various performances from tonight in his mind. He frowned slightly, clearly pondering the question seriously. Indeed, Dato is quite different from the Uchiha clan members I have seen before, Shursui softly replied. Then why not start the first step to change the Uchiha clan with Dato? Jinny suggested. Start with Dato? Shursui murmured thoughtfully, but Dato seems to have little sense of belonging to the family now. After observing all night, Shursui found that although Dato often mentioned the Uchiha Sharingan, he showed no obsession with family honor like other Uchiha clan members. Dato seemed more like someone on the fringes of the family, often revealing concern for the entire Konoha village, an emotion that transcended family boundaries. However, isn't a Dato like this more worth your effort to win over? Jinny countered. Shursui sighed gently. Teacher, you were right. Dato's attitude could indeed become an opportunity to change the Uchiha clan. A glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes, as if he saw a ray of light for the future of the Uchiha family. Teacher Jinny, why are there so many wars? Early this morning, the first batch of ninjas heading to the front lines set off amid the villagers' warm send-off. Hearing Irika's somewhat puzzled question at this moment, Jinny pondered for a moment before answering seriously. Irika, war has never been a simple event. The essence of war stems from conflicts of interest and clashes of desires. Various forces go to war for resources, territory, and power. Irika frowned, fell into thought, and slowly said, But war only brings destruction and pain. Why can't everyone sit down and discuss things properly? Jinny sighed lightly and explained. Human nature is complex. When interests are placed in front of them, many people are blinded by desire. Different forces have different positions and goals, and reaching a consensus is not easy. In such cases, war sometimes becomes their means of solving problems. Aren't those who suffer in war all innocent people? Irika's eyes were filled with compassion. Indeed, the most innocent in war are ordinary civilians and those forced to fight. They have no choice but to helplessly endure the suffering brought by war. Jinny's tone also became heavy, but we cannot unilaterally believe that war has only disadvantages. At certain specific times, war may also be for the purpose of defending one's home and safeguarding justice. Irika looked at Jinny with some confusion and asked, Teacher, how can you say that? Jinny patiently explained. When our homeland is invaded, when justice is trampled upon, we have no choice but to take up arms in resistance. Although this war will also bring pain, its purpose is to protect the things we cherish. However, war is still too terrifying, Irika whispered. Jin walked to the window, gazing into the distance, and sighed, Yes, war is terrifying. Therefore, we must strive to avoid its occurrence. We need to learn to understand and tolerate different forces, resolving disputes through peaceful means. At the same time, we must continuously enhance our own strength. Only by being strong enough can we have more options when facing threats. Irika nodded and said firmly, Teacher, I understand. We must work for peace. Jinny smiled at Irika and encouraged him. Yes. We need to make this world a better place and put an end to war. This requires the effort of each and every one of us. From now on, we should use our actions to influence those around us and let everyone understand the value of peace. Teacher, we understand. The students shouted out in unison. Although the students' response brought comfort to the teacher, the afternoon's ninjutsu theory exam still had to continue. Jinny said with a beaming smile, Damn it, Teacher Jinny is too cruel. Inuzuka Hana, who had been fantasizing about becoming a great hero in her mind, suddenly felt the bright Jinny turn dark upon hearing about the exam. Jinny ignored the complaints from the students below and began a new round of teaching. After this round of interruptions, the morning class quickly passed. Teaching students about the nature of war, he received a reward: Earth Escape, Underworld Swamp, Chakra 40. Jinny glanced casually at the system rewards and then stopped paying attention. For him now, as long as he was willing to spend time, he could learn these simple ninjutsu quite quickly. War? Back in his office, Jinny murmured to himself. The wind outside quietly blew by, bringing with it a hint of desolation. Jinny's eyes revealed complex emotions. He was well aware of the entire development of the Third Shinobi World War and naturally understood how many lives this war would claim. Jinny is certainly not worried about himself. If he really wanted to live in a careless manner, the current approach would be to not care about anything and just go with the flow. However, thinking about his students, a group of children under 10 years old who would be sent to a battlefield like a meat grinder to fight against the enemy, makes him uneasy. Jinny couldn't accept such a thing no matter what, and for a moment he was filled with dissatisfaction towards the higher-ups of Konoha and the entire ninja world system. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice interrupted him. "Teacher Jinny, take a look at this ninjutsu theory exam paper I prepared for your class. If there are no issues, they will take this exam in the afternoon." Jinny looked up and saw the white-haired female teacher in front of him. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then I'll trouble you, Teacher Koizumi. I'll take a look at the exam paper content first." Koizumi Nanako smiled and responded, "You're too polite, Teacher Jinny. This is my job, after all." Jinny took the exam paper and began to flip through it carefully. The paper made a faint rustling sound in his hands, as if it were telling the students about the challenges they were about to face. His gaze swept over the questions, silently assessing the difficulty and reasonableness of the exam. After finishing the set of papers, Jinny couldn't help but praise Teacher Koizumi. "This exam paper is very targeted." Jinny looked up, his eyes filled with appreciation. Having become accustomed to his colleague's lack of effort, he suddenly realized that there was such a responsible teacher, and he couldn't help but sincerely compliment her. Koizumi Nanako nodded slightly, her smile becoming even brighter. "By the way, Teacher Koizumi, when you go to make copies later, please make a few more copies." Jinny thought for a moment and said, "Okay, then I won't disturb you, Teacher Jinny." After speaking, Nanako returned to her desk. Seeing Nanako leave, Jinny felt a bit ashamed of his previous thoughts. He had always believed that in such an environment, most people chose to just get by, but Koizumi Nanako proved through her actions that responsibility and commitment do exist. It seems that the world is not as utterly rotten as he thought. After Jinny sighed to himself, he continued to get busy. Chapter 18. Could it be that Teacher Jinny is a relative of the Uchiha clan? After school, as per their previous agreement, Jinny took Obito and Hyuga Kagami to the training place he often visited. Jinny took out the exam papers from Class 1, Year 3 from his backpack and handed them to the two. "What is this? Isn't this what first graders are supposed to learn? Why are you giving this to us?" Dato complained, looking frustrated. "Oh, then what exam papers do you want to do, Dato?" Jinny asked with a big smile upon hearing Dato's words. For some reason, looking at Jinny's smiling face, Dato felt a surge of unease in his heart. "Teacher Jinny, we'll do this set of exam papers." Hinata Mirror quickly interjected, seeing Jinny's expression change, while giving Dato a fierce glare. Hearing Hinata Mirror say this, Jinny nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Dato beside him. Seeing Jinny looking at him, Dato snatched the exam papers from Jinny's hand, shouting, "Hinata Mirror, what are you dawdling for? Do you want to be at the bottom forever? Dato, you really are a jerk." Hinata Mirror's eyes widened in anger, his cheeks puffed up. However, Dato didn't care, waving the exam papers in his hand, a proud smile appearing on his face. Jinny looked at the two lively treasures and shook his head helplessly. When he saw the two starting to work on the test papers, he took out paper and pen from his backpack and began preparing new test papers for them. After an unknown amount of time, Jishuei appeared in front of Jinny. "Teacher." Jishuei greeted Jinny respectfully as soon as he saw him. Jinny nodded in response to Jishuei's greeting. Then he looked over at the two people not far away who were looking around, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Jishuei, today I will officially start teaching you ninjutsu." As he spoke, Jinny quickly formed hand seals, compressing the chakra in his body, then opened his mouth to unleash two gigantic fire dragons that soared into the sky. Watching the terrifying fire dragons, Jishuei was somewhat mentally prepared but still taken aback. The fire dragons danced in the air, leaving trails of flames behind, which eventually slowly formed several large characters. "Hey, have you finished your homework?" Since Jishuei appeared, Obito's attention was drawn over here. He recognized Jishuei. He had noticed this little guy from the same clan during his birthday celebration yesterday. At that time, with Rin and Kakashi present, Obito thought he was just Jinny's student and didn't pay much attention. now that he suddenly appeared here. And hearing Jishui refer to Juni and the others differently, he became puzzled. Could it be that teacher Juni also has relatives from the Uchiha clan? Obito began to make bold guesses. Seeing the large characters appear in the sky, Hinata Kagami immediately became flustered and hurriedly explained, Teacher Juni, we were just discussing a question and happened to be looking at the clouds. Hearing Hinata Kagami's voice, Obito snapped back to reality and chimed in, yes, yes, yes. Teacher Juni, look how big the sky is and how white the clouds are. After hearing Obito's explanation, Hinata Kagami just wanted to distance himself from this guy, thinking that even his excuse was full of holes. All right, since you've looked enough at the clouds, why aren't you continuing with your problems? Juni asked. Okay. Seeing Juni say this, Obito could only lower his head and start battling with his exam paper, seeing that the two had already started to focus on their studies. Juni turned to Jishui and asked, have you learned it? Do you need me to explain it again? Hearing Juni's words, Jishui shook his head, then found an open space to practice. Teacher Juni, I'm done. After working on the problems for a while, Hinata Kagami shouted, while provocatively glancing at Obito. Damn it. Watching Hinata Kagami's arrogant expression, Obito couldn't help but curse silently. So fast. Upon hearing Hinata Kagami's words, Juni walked over to him and began checking his paper. After looking for a while, Juni couldn't help but feel puzzled. It seems your foundation is quite good, but why is your theoretical exam score so low? Teacher Juni, I won't hide it from you. I used to score full marks every time in the first grade. But later on, for some reason, I would inexplicably fall asleep in class every time, completely unaware of what was happening, Hinata Kagami said, slightly proudly. Looking at Hinata Kagami's proud face, Juni felt black lines appearing on his forehead. Is sleeping in class something to be proud of? Since Kagami is so outstanding, then why don't you do this exam paper as well? As he spoke, Juni took out a math exam paper he had just prepared from his backpack. Seeing the exam paper in his hands, Hinata Kagami felt as if the sky was about to fall. How could he not control his mouth? Now look what's happened. Looking at Hinata Kagami's distressed face, Obito suddenly burst into laughter. Aha! Serves you right. Obito, seeing you laugh so happily. Do you also want to give the teacher a surprise? While laughing, Obito heard Juni's words and his mouth twitched slightly, quickly lowering his head to work on his exam paper. After working on the problems for a while, Obito couldn't help but ask, Teacher Juni, what is your relationship with Jishui? Do you also have relatives who married into the Uchiha clan? What the heck? Hearing Obito's words, Juni was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After a long pause, he finally said, Jishui, well, he's considered my disciple now. Disciple? Then Teacher Juni, if I pass the next exam, can you also take me as a disciple? Obito continued to ask. Hearing this, Hinata Kagami, who was working on his math problems, quietly put down his pen and perked up his ears to listen intently. Well, it depends on your performance. I'm very strict about accepting disciples. Juni replied after glancing at the papers of the two. Oh yeah. Hearing that Juni did not directly refuse, both of them suddenly became excited. Obito, you need to speed up. After all, you still have a set of math papers to finish. Seeing the excited expressions on their faces, Juni couldn't help but remind them. The two, still excited, exchanged glances and then lowered their heads to battle with their exam papers. Course completion. Evaluation. Excellent. Reward. Water release. Water clone. Water release. Feeling the knowledge of water release appearing in his mind, Juni nodded in satisfaction, thinking that before long, he would master all 5 attributes. As the sun gradually set, the two had not yet finished their exam papers. Juni didn't hesitate and called Shui, then took a few people back to his small courtyard to start cooking. Once they got home, Juni let everyone sit casually for a while, and then took out the ingredients he had bought earlier from the fridge to begin cooking. Chapter 19. Teacher and Student Daily Life. Is this really Teacher Juni's home? Obito ran around the house and couldn't help but ask, this isn't Teacher Juni's home. Is it yours? Hinata Kagami couldn't help but retort as he looked at Obito's silly expression. What are you talking about, you jerk? I mean, this is Teacher Juni's home. Obito glared at Hinata Kagami, puffing up in anger. Hinata Kagami crossed his arms and slightly raised his chin. What's the big deal? Is Teacher Juni's home really that surprising to you? Obito looked around, his eyes full of curiosity. Of course it's surprising. It feels completely different from my home. It's very stylish here. Hinata Kagami scoffed. Only you think it's stylish. I think it's pretty ordinary. Obito rolled his eyes at Hinata Kagami. Well, you know, this is called an artistic atmosphere. Teacher Juni must be a very cultured person. Then he added, when I grow up, I definitely want to buy a house like this. And as he spoke, his face began to turn bright red. What are you thinking about now, you pervert? Hinata Kagami said with a knowing look. Oof. I'm not like that little brat Kakashi, thinking about all sorts of weird things all day. After saying that, Obito ran towards the kitchen with a flushed face. Teacher Genie, do you need any help? I often help my grandma wash vegetables at home, he said proudly as he entered the kitchen. Oh, it's Obito. The teacher doesn't need your help right now. You have time, so go finish those 2 test papers instead. Obito, who was about to start washing vegetables, froze in place upon hearing Genie's words. Teacher Genie, are you a devil? Although he thought this in his heart, Obito certainly didn't dare to say it out loud. Seeing there was no place for him in the kitchen, Obito cheerfully ran over to greet Shurshui. Hey, little bro, since we're both disciples of Teacher Genie, if someone bullies you at school, just say my name. Obito said earnestly while looking at Shurshui, who was sitting on the sofa refining chakra. Shurshui nodded, recalling what he had talked about with Genie last night. Seeing Shurshui nod, Obito began to shout, Hinata Kagami, this is my little brother from now on. If you dare to bully him, don't blame my fist for being merciless. He rolled up his sleeves to show off his muscles. Looking at Obito and then at Shurshui on the sofa, Hinata Kagami couldn't help but think of Shurshui spitting out a fire dragon, feeling a bit speechless. Obito, don't go making connections recklessly. Does Shurshui really need you to protect him? Hinata Kagami said disdainfully. Obito immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. What do you know? I'm uniting our sect. Besides, I'm a big shot at school. With me protecting Shurshui, who would dare to bully him? Hinata Kagami rolled his eyes. You? Weren't you the one who was chased around the whole playground by people from the next class last time? Obito's face turned red. That was an accident. This time is different. With Shurshui here, we're a strong alliance. Who can stand against us? All right, kids, come over and help me serve the dishes. Genie said to the few of them, while carrying 2 dishes into the living room. As soon as Teacher Genie finished speaking, Obito was the first to rush over, shouting, Teacher, I'm here to help you. Hinata Kagami and Shurshui quickly followed. Obito carefully took the dish from Teacher Genie's hands, his face filled with excitement. Wow, teacher, this dish looks so delicious. Genie smiled and nodded. Wait a moment, you guys can taste the flavor. A few people arranged the dishes on the dining table, and Dato, eager to start eating, was stopped by Hinata Mirror. Dato, can't you have a little decorum? Wait for the teacher to start eating first. Dato pouted and reluctantly put down his chopsticks. Genie sat at the head of the table, watching the 3 lively children with great satisfaction. All right, everyone, let's start eating. Hearing Genie's words, Dato immediately picked up his chopsticks and stuffed a piece of food into his mouth. Delicious. Teacher's cooking is really great. Hinata Kagami also took a bite of the dish and nodded slightly in agreement. Shurshui, on the other hand, was quieter, silently eating his meal. Teacher, your food is really delicious. Dato, who was stuffing a chicken leg into his mouth, couldn't help but say after finishing. Haha, if it's delicious, then eat more. Hearing praise for his cooking, Genie felt pleased inside. Genie-sensei is really nice. After saying this, Dato began to focus on his meal. Dato, who was half lying on his chair, couldn't help but let out a big burp. This time, Hinata Kagami didn't tease him. Instead, he gave Dato a thumbs up. Dato, I didn't expect you to eat so much. Of course. After all, I'm going to become Hokage. Dato said proudly while burping. What does that have to do with becoming Hokage? Although Hinata Kagami was puzzled by this, he didn't voice it. He didn't want to argue now. After a while, Shurshui quietly started to clean up the bowls and chopsticks. The 2 who were half lying on their chairs saw Shurshui doing this and quickly got up to help. Genie, watching from his chair, nodded silently as he looked at the little ones cleaning up. Once they finished washing the dishes, Genie urged the 2 to start writing their tests. And he handed a test paper to Shurshui as well. Damn, Genie-sensei is really a big devil, making us do homework right after we eat. Dato complained while writing his assignment. Dato's complaints echoed in the room, and Hinata Kagami glanced at him, whispering, stop complaining and hurry up, or you won't know when you'll finish. Dato sighed helplessly and continued to write furiously. Shurshui quietly worked on his test paper, his expression focused and serious, as if everything around him was irrelevant. Time passed second by second, and Dato occasionally paused to rub his head, mumbling some incomprehensible words. Hinata Kagami, on the other hand, was fully concentrated, his pen sliding continuously across the test paper. Ugh, why is this question so difficult? Dato suddenly exclaimed, breaking the silence in the room. Hinata Kagami frowned, should think carefully. Dato huffed in defiance and started to ponder deeply again. After a while, Shurshui completed his test paper first. He gently placed his pen down and quietly waited for Jini-sensei to check it. Seeing this, Dato and Hinata Kagami became even more anxious and quickened their pace. Finally, Dato and Hinata Kagami also finished their test papers. They handed the papers to Jini-sensei, nervously awaiting the results. Jini meticulously examined each exam paper, occasionally nodding and sometimes frowning. Chapter 20, Special Jonin. Obito, your foundation in both ninjutsu theory and mathematics is quite poor, Jini criticized without hesitation. As ninjas, we should not only focus on improving our strength, but also pay attention to our personal cultivation. Most importantly, I will not allow my disciple to be that kind of ninja. Obito, who was initially looking dejected after hearing the earlier criticism, suddenly jumped up when Jini referred to him as his disciple. Huh? Seeing the three of them looking at him with puzzled expressions, Obito could only awkwardly scratch his head. I'm just too happy. Teacher, don't worry. I will definitely study hard in the future and won't let you down. You must understand this. My expectation for you to study hard is not for my sake, but for your own growth and development. Furthermore, I absolutely do not wish for you to make some incomprehensible mistakes in the future when you obtain powers beyond your capability. At this moment, Jini stared intently at Obito, his eyes filled with seriousness and hope. Although Obito didn't understand why Jini was so serious, he still replied earnestly, Teacher Jini, don't worry. I will definitely control myself in the future. After silently sighing in his heart, he hoped he could achieve that. Jini began explaining how to complete the exam papers for several people. And it wasn't until after 8 in the evening that he finally sent them back to their respective homes. Teacher Jini, you finally made it. As soon as Jini arrived at the office, he was warmly greeted by Ishikawa. Director Ishikawa, is there something you need? Jini instinctively took a few steps back from Ishikawa's sudden enthusiasm. Seeing Jini step back, Ishikawa's smile remained unchanged as he said with a beaming face, Teacher Jini, you've done a great job. The plan you wrote has received high praise from Lord Sandame. Furthermore, at the recent Jonin meeting, it was stated that future plans will be written in your model. He then pulled out a document from the briefcase he was holding. Also, Teacher Jini, this is the appointment letter from Lord Hokage, specially appointing you as a special Jonin. As long as you promote the will of Firewell, this appointment letter can have your name written on it. Looking at the appointment letter in his hand, Ishikawa's eyes revealed a hint of envy. Special Jonin. There are no more than 5 in the entire Ninja Academy. The key is, how old is the person who holds this appointment letter? The more he thought about it, the more sour Ishikawa felt about the milk candy he had just eaten. Looking at the appointment letter in his hand, Jini's heart surged with a complex mix of emotions. He was momentarily stunned, and after a while he slowly spoke, Director Ishikawa, this is really unexpected. That's right. Under normal circumstances, this kind of good fortune wouldn't come to you, but unfortunately, at this point, a hint of gloom appeared in Ishikawa's eyes. Although it's unexpected, please rest assured, Director Ishikawa. Whether or not I have this appointment letter, I will diligently complete the tasks assigned to me by Lord Sandame, Jini vowed earnestly. Haha, Teacher Jini, there's no need to be so serious. Both Lord Sandame and I believe in you. Otherwise, we wouldn't entrust such an important task to you. Ishikawa said with a hearty laugh, then continued, Teacher Jini, you are a rising star in our Ninja Academy. Lord Sandame has a keen eye and recognizes your talent. From now on, you must work even harder to train more outstanding ninjas for our Konoha village. Jini nodded solemnly. Director Ishikawa, I understand. I will do my utmost to live up to the expectations of the 3rd-generation master in you. Since Teacher Jini said so, I can rest assured. Ishikawa turned and left, and the office door closed gently with a slight sound. Jini stood alone in place, tightly gripping the appointment letter in his hand, his mind racing with thoughts. It seems the situation at the front line is even more complicated than I imagined. Looking at the appointment letter, Jini couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. From what he knew about Sarutobi Hiruzen, if there wasn't some special circumstance, his indecisive nature would never have made such a decisive move to appoint him as a special Jonin. Could it be that there has been a significant change in the war at the front? Or is Danzo planning something? Various speculations kept surfacing in Jini's mind, making his mood increasingly heavy. The school bell interrupted Jini's thoughts. After washing his face in the bathroom, he went to class 3 of year 1 to start the lesson. It seemed like Teacher Jini had something on his mind. Kamizuki Izumo said to Gongzi Tai. Yeah. Teacher Jini's speaking speed was much faster than usual at the beginning of class. I almost didn't understand him, Gongzi Tai added. What are you two talking about? It's obvious you weren't paying attention. How could you not understand Teacher Jini's lesson? Upon hearing them speak ill of Jini, Irika showed a disapproving expression. Teacher Genie has always been very responsible. He must have something important to deal with. We should be more understanding of the teacher, instead of making baseless guesses. Kamizuki Izumo shrugged. Fine, maybe I thought too much. But Teacher Genie is usually so composed. Today is indeed a bit unusual. Gongzi Tai scratched his head. Maybe he encountered some difficult problem. Should we ask the teacher if he needs help? Irika shook his head. It's better not to disturb the teacher. He will naturally tell us when he wants to share. What we need to do now is to study hard and not let the teacher worry. The three fell silent for a moment before dispersing. A large number of ninjas from the Land of Wind have already crossed the border into the Land of Rain, heading towards the northwestern border. The Land of Earth and the Land of Lightning are suspected of dispatching large numbers of ninjas to the border. The Village of Water is urgently producing a large number of ninja tools. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a flood of information pouring into his Hokage office and felt as if he was enveloped by an invisible net. His brow furrowed, his expression grave, as his fingers lightly tapped the table, lost in thought. Hiruzen, please let me go to the front line in person. Shizen Danzo walked in with a steady and powerful stride, moving slowly as if he were a person of great importance, exuding an undeniable aura. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was smoking, squinted at his old friend and slowly opened his mouth. Danzo, we are getting old. We shouldn't trouble ourselves with such matters. Let the young ones handle it. Danzo's face darkened at these words, a flicker of displeasure passing through his single eye. Hiruzen, how can you underestimate this crisis? Those young juniors lack experience and are unable to cope with such a complex situation. Only we old fellows, who have weathered many storms, can stabilize the situation at a critical moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of smoke and exhaled a wispy cloud. Danzo, I do not underestimate the crisis. It's just that this era belongs to the young. They need opportunities to grow and prove themselves. We cannot always stand in front of them. Sometimes we must let go. Danzo snorted coldly. Let go? If letting go leads to irreparable consequences, can you bear that responsibility? Hiruzen, you are always too merciful. And that is not a good thing in times of war. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head slightly. Danzo, mercy is not a bad thing. The future of Konoha needs not only strength, but also unity and trust. We cannot rely solely on hard tactics. We must give the young people a chance to show mercy and wisdom. Danzo fell silent for a moment, seemingly pondering Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. But soon, he firmly said, no matter how you say it, I believe I should go to the front line. I cannot just watch Konoha fall in a crisis and do nothing. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo's stubborn expression, sighing inwardly. Danzo, I am Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone carried a hint of authority. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, a complex light flashing in his single eye. Hiruzen, you will regret this. With a loud bang, Danzo slammed the door shut, the sound echoing in the quiet Hokage office. Chapter 21. The Joining of Might Guy Teacher Genie. As usual, Genie got up early in the morning and began his daily training. Not long into his workout, he heard someone loudly calling for him. Looking up, he saw Might Dato approaching with Might Guy. However, his expression was different from usual. Might Dato no longer appeared so frank and instead seemed a bit shy. What's wrong, Dato-senpai? Do you need my help with something? Despite feeling strange about Might Dato's demeanor, Genie still politely asked. It's that guy. He has some ideas about the taijutsu you developed last time and wants to ask you about it. Of course. I can pay you a teaching fee. Might Dato added specifically. Dato-senpai, don't worry about the fee. You saw that I was training a few students in the Death Forest yesterday, right? If you don't mind, let Guy join us. Genie naturally understood Might Dato's financial situation and wouldn't charge a fee. Well, that might not be appropriate. Although Might Dato was very tempted by Genie's suggestion, he felt a bit embarrassed about troubling someone else. Dato-senpai, you're being too polite. 2 of those students are Guy's former classmates. I'm not charging them. So how could I charge you? Genie explained with a smile. Upon hearing Genie say this, Might Dato didn't insist on discussing fees any further. He just heavily patted Guy on the head and said, you little rascal, you better learn well from Teacher Genie and not cause any trouble. If you dare to slack off, see how I deal with you. Guy immediately stood up straight and bowed to Genie, loudly saying, yes, father. I will study hard and live up to the expectations of Teacher Genie and you. Guy, father. Seeing the two about to break down in tears again, Genie quickly distanced himself, especially since someone was frequently glancing over at him. Guy, remember to come after school in the afternoon. Genie emphasized the time as he left. The basic 3 body techniques are the only jutsu you must master during your time at the Ninja Academy. They are the shadow clone technique, the substitution technique, and the transformation technique. First, let us talk about the shadow clone technique. When you face danger or need to confuse the enemy, the shadow clone technique will be very useful. By utilizing chakra, you can create clones that look exactly like you, making it difficult for the enemy to distinguish between the real and the fake. This not only buys you time, but also creates more opportunities in battle. Imagine it. The enemy is attacking your clone while you're waiting for the right moment to strike. Isn't that impressive? Next is the substitution technique. At a critical moment, the substitution technique can save your life. When the enemy's attack is about to hit you, quickly use an object nearby or a prepared substitute to replace yourself, thus avoiding the attack. This requires you to have keen observation skills and quick reflexes, being able to instantly judge the best moment and position for the substitution. Lastly, we have the transformation technique. The transformation technique allows you to become anyone or anything you want. This is very useful when carrying out missions or conducting intelligence gathering. You can turn into a small bird to quietly observe the enemy's movements. You can also become a companion of the enemy, blending in to gather information. But always remember, the transformation technique requires you to have a sufficient understanding of the target in order to become more realistic. Many powerful techniques have evolved from this transformation skill. Only by solidifying your foundation can you go further on your future path as a ninja. So students, be sure to study and master this transformation skill seriously to lay a solid foundation for your ninja career. Jenny was standing at the podium, patiently explaining the most basic techniques to the students. Most of the classmates were listening intently, as at this stage, the three-body technique was the only technique they could learn. While explaining the basic three-body technique to the students, Jenny received a reward, the invisibility technique. Upon seeing the ninjutsu he had obtained, Jenny subconsciously directed his gaze towards Moonlight Surefeng. After all, this guy's bloodline limit was invisibility, and that unique ability had shown astonishing effects in many situations. Surefeng, are you feeling unwell again? Irika asked with concern as he looked at the dazed Moonlight Surefeng. Not really, I just feel like someone is watching me, Moonlight Surefeng replied. He had been paying attention in class when he suddenly sensed a faint gaze directed at him. He frowned slightly, showing a hint of confusion and vigilance in his eyes. That's good. I suggest you go home and have your brother take you to the hospital. After all, coughing all the time isn't a solution, Irika said, his tone filled with worry. He knew that Moonlight Surefeng's health had not been good lately, often coughing, which made him very concerned. Hearing Irika's caring words, Moonlight Surefeng nodded and focused his attention on trying to see who was spying on him. His gaze became sharp as he attempted to capture the source of that mysterious gaze, but he found nothing. Is this insight really that strong? Jenny, who was originally focused on Moonlight Surefeng, naturally overheard the whispers between the two. He was secretly surprised, not expecting Moonlight Surefeng's perception to be so keen. Originally just interested in Moonlight Surefeng's bloodline limit and wanting to observe this student more, he was surprised to find that he had been noticed. Jenny couldn't help but view Moonlight Surefeng in a new light, truly worthy of being the protagonist of the Gale transmission. Jenny sighed in his heart before continuing the lesson. Teacher Jenny, someone is looking for you. As soon as Jenny entered the office, he immediately heard the words from Nishikawa Yasuko. Nishikawa-sensei, did that person say what it was about? Jenny asked, filled with curiosity upon hearing that someone was looking for him. He said his name is Namikaze Minato and invited you to his home for dinner. As she spoke, Nishikawa Yasuko took out a small note from her bag and handed it over. Jenny took the note, and his gaze slowly fell on the address written on it. What is this for? Even if it's for work, it shouldn't be at home, right? Jenny thought of various reasons and concluded that this time it seemed like a simple invitation. With that in mind, he temporarily pushed the matter aside. Jenny was very busy at the moment. Both his own training and the special training with Shurshui required a lot of time and energy. Chapter 22 Jenny's arrangement. When Obito and Kakashi arrived at the training location, a green figure was vigorously doing frog jumps there. My guy, what are you doing here? Obito shouted in surprise. Hearing his name called, Guy stopped his exercise and slowly straightened up, sweat streaming down his cheeks, his expression full of confusion. Who are you? How do you know my name? Guy asked, looking puzzled. Obito, Achiha Obito. You came to my house a few days ago for my birthday, Obito said, feeling both helpless and amused that Guy had forgotten him again. Obito walked up and gently patted Guy on the shoulder, saying, You really are forgetful. We're good friends. After all, Hinata Kagami watched from the side, a slight smile on his face. Guy, your memory is really hard to grasp. Guy scratched his head, showing a simple smile. Sorry, sometimes I get too focused on training and forget some things. A few minutes later, Jenny appeared in front of everyone with Shurshui. It's not another quiz. Is it, Teacher Jenny? Looking at Obito's pitiful expression, Jenny couldn't help but laugh. Today we're not doing homework. I want to see how your practical combat skills are. Jenny said straightforwardly, without teasing Obito. Are you going to teach us to fight? That's awesome. Obito's eyes lit up with excitement, as if he could already see himself looking impressive on the battlefield. He eagerly waved his fists, unable to wait to show off his abilities. Although Hinata Kagami didn't show as much excitement as Obito, there was still a look of anticipation in his eyes. He narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly pondering the upcoming battle and calculating his strategy. You'll have half an hour to communicate. The battle will officially start in half an hour. Saying this, Jenny took out a small alarm clock from his backpack. The small clock shimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, seemingly reminding everyone of the urgency of time. After hearing Jenny's words, Obito, like a burning flame, quickly pulled the two into a heated discussion. He animatedly expressed his ideas, his lively demeanor making others unable to suppress their laughter. Meanwhile, Shuei stood there in a daze, as if he hadn't yet come to terms with the sudden arrangement. Seeing Shuei's somewhat confused expression, Jenny smiled and said, Shuei, you should join them too. Okay, Teacher Jenny. Shuei quietly responded and joined the group. Don't worry, little brother. With me here, you just need to cheer from the sidelines, Obito confidently said to Shuei, puffing out his chest. Obito, don't act so cocky. Shuei might not be weaker than you. Hinata Kagami reminded Obito, having witnessed Shuei's training style. With the topic focused on him, Shuei introduced himself. I'm Uchiha Shuei, and my biggest wish is for my family and village to coexist peacefully. Upon hearing Shuei's introduction, Obito didn't react much, but Hinata Kagami looked at Shuei meaningfully. Time passed quickly, and soon the alarm clock rang. Time is up. Within half an hour, you can attack me by any means necessary. As long as you can grab the alarm clock from my hands, you win. After saying this, Jenny quietly sat down on the ground. Konoha's Gale. As soon as Jenny's voice fell, Might Guy launched his attack. He charged towards Jenny at an incredible speed, resembling a green whirlwind. His legs were full of power, leaving deep footprints on the ground with each step. Obito and Hinata Kagami exchanged a glance and quickly sprang into action. Obito rapidly formed hand seals and shouted, Fire style. Great fireball technique. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, flying towards Jenny. Hinata Kagami then vanished in a flash, preparing to launch a surprise attack from the side. Shizuka stood quietly beside them, observing the situation. His gaze was calm and sharp, seemingly searching for the best moment to strike. Jenny looked at the attack coming towards him with a faint smile on his face. He gently waved his hand, and a powerful chakra fluctuation emanated, easily dispelling Obito's great fireball technique. Then he slightly tilted his body to evade Might Guy's leaf whirlwind. At this moment, Hyuga Kagami appeared from the side, holding a kunai and thrusting it towards Jenny. Unfazed, Jenny extended 2 fingers and gently pinched Hyuga Kagami's kunai. Your attacks are still not enough, Jenny said with a smile. Obito, Hyuga Kagami, and Might Guy did not feel discouraged and launched their attacks again. Obito continuously unleashed fire release techniques, while Hyuga Kagami utilized his speed advantage to change positions for sneak attacks. Might Guy, on the other hand, leveraged his taijutsu advantage, charging at Jenny time and again. Shimizu continued to observe the situation, his gaze becoming increasingly focused. Suddenly, he noticed a flaw in Jenny's defenses. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Countless small fireballs flew towards Jenny, and at the same time, he dashed towards him. Jenny was slightly taken aback, not expecting Shuei to strike at this moment. He quickly dodged Shuei's attack, but was still hit by a few small fireballs. Not bad. Shuei, you found a good opportunity. Jenny looked at Shuei with appreciation. At this moment, Obito, Hinata Q, and Might Guy also took the chance to launch another attack. Jenny calmly resolved the attacks from several opponents who came at him one after another. His figure moved like a phantom, easily dodging the continuous fire release ninjutsu from Obito, while the blazing fireballs exploded behind him without harming him in the slightest. Hyuga Q used his speed advantage to constantly change positions and launch surprise attacks. But Jenny seemed to predict his movements, always perfectly blocking the shuriken he threw. Might Guy's physical attacks were fierce and powerful, but Jenny skillfully evaded them, causing Guy's strikes to repeatedly miss. Shuei closely watched Jenny's movements, searching for new opportunities. Obito, Hyuga Q, and Might Guy exchanged glances, deciding to change their strategy. Suddenly, Obito stopped releasing fire ninjutsu and charged towards Jinny from the left. Hyuga intentionally exposed a weakness to draw Jinny's attention. Taking advantage of the moment, Might Guy launched the Leaf Hurricane again, charging towards Jinny from the front at an even faster speed. Jinny saw through their scheme at a glance, but he wasn't in a hurry to break it. He wanted to see how far these kids could go. Just as Might Guy was about to charge at him, Jisue shouted, "Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique." A massive fire dragon erupted from his mouth, roaring towards Jinny. Jinny frowned slightly, quickly mobilizing his chakra, forming a powerful chakra shield in front of him with hand signs. The fire dragon collided with the shield, producing a huge rumbling sound. Although the shield blocked the attack of the fire dragon, it also showed some cracks. Jinny secretly admired the progress of these children. Just then, Hinata Kyoko rushed over from another direction, with a kunai flashing coldly in her hand. Jinny was about to defend against Hinata Kyoko's attack, but he realized that Shimizu had already taken the opportunity to circle behind him. Shimizu's gaze was resolute as he formed hand seals, preparing to launch the final strike. Jinny sensed the threat behind him and smiled slightly. He instantly disappeared from his spot and appeared behind Jisue. Jisue was startled, not expecting Jinny's speed to be so fast. Jinny gently patted Shishue's shoulder and said, "You all did very well. Let's call it a day for today's practical training." Obito, Hinata Kagami, Might Guy, and Shishue were a bit out of breath, but their eyes were filled with excitement and satisfaction. Chapter 23. The Aloof Oil Woman Shizuka. Jinny looked at the few children in front of him, who appeared slightly tired but still had fervent eyes, and nodded slightly. In today's practical training, you all showcased your strengths and weaknesses. Now, we will conduct targeted training to address these issues. Jinny's voice was steady and powerful. Dato eagerly asked, "Teacher Jinny, where should I start my training?" Jinny looked at Dato and said, "Dato, your fire release ninjutsu has certain power, but the speed and accuracy of its release need improvement. Next, you should repeatedly practice the speed of hand signs and the precise control of chakra, aiming to release more powerful fire release ninjutsu in a shorter time." Dato nodded seriously and immediately began to practice according to Jinny's requirements. He quickly formed hand signs with both hands, chanting incantations, and repeatedly attempted to release fire release ninjutsu. Jinny looked at Hinata Kagami and said, "Hinata Kagami, your speed is your advantage, but you are too hasty when attacking, which makes it easy to expose weaknesses. You need to learn to use your speed advantage more steadily and find the best timing for your attacks. At the same time, you should also strengthen your control over your chakra to improve the power and accuracy of your shurikens." After a moment of thought, Jinny added, "Next, you can try to activate your Byakugan and practice the gentle fist of your Hyuga clan." Hinata Kagami nodded thoughtfully and then began to adjust his training method. Next, Jinny turned to Might Guy and said, "Guy, your taijutsu is excellent, but when facing different types of enemies, you need to learn to adapt flexibly. You cannot rely solely on one type of attack. You should combine the environment and the characteristics of your opponents to develop more effective battle strategies." Might Guy's eyes were resolute as he began to try different taijutsu techniques, thinking about how to maximize his advantages in various situations. Finally, Jinny approached Shisue and said, "Shisue, your observation and judgment are quite good, but you need to be more decisive in battle. When you spot an opportunity, you must strike without hesitation. There can be no doubt. At the same time, continue to enhance the power and variety of your fire release techniques." Shisue silently nodded and began to focus more intently on his training. Jinny observed everyone's training situation seriously from the side, occasionally giving guidance and suggestions. After the training ended, Jinny hurriedly headed towards the address given by Minato. Along the way, he kept pondering why Minato was looking for him, filled with confusion. Just as he was deep in thought, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar figure on the road. "Jirue," Jinny whispered softly. The person in front of him looked just like the members of the Oil Woman clan in his memory. Jirue stood there quietly, as if blending into the surrounding environment. "Jinny, it's been a long time." Jirue's voice was filled with emotion, her eyes full of joy at their reunion. Jinny's ability to notice her indeed surprised Jirue, as their clan inexplicably possessed an incredibly low presence, often being overlooked even when standing in a crowd. Jinny smiled and responded, "Jihai, what are you talking about? We were good desk mates and friends back in school. After all these years of friendship, even if your presence is low, I can recognize you at a glance." Hearing Jinny's words, Yonai Jihai asked in confusion, "But how come you didn't recognize me when you were buying ninja tools at the ninja tool shop a while ago?" Upon hearing this, Jinny scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. Jihai, I'm really sorry. That day at the ninja tool shop, I was completely focused on picking out suitable tools, and with so many people coming and going, it was quite noisy. I really didn't pay attention to those around me. If I had known you were there, I definitely would have recognized you at once. Jinny explained sincerely, hoping to earn Jihai's understanding. Looking at Jinny's awkward yet genuine expression, Jihai's doubts gradually faded. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said, "All right, since you're so sincere, I won't hold it against you. By the way, what a coincidence running into you on the road today. Where are you headed?" Jinny smiled mysteriously and said, "I received an invitation from Minato and was just about to go. How about you? You didn't also receive an invitation from Minato, did you?" Yun Zhihui nodded and said, "That's right. I also received an invitation from Minato. It seems like there will be a lively gathering today." The two exchanged smiles and walked side by side towards Minato's residence. "Jinny, Zhihui, how come you two are coming together?" Minato asked in confusion when he saw the two of them arrive at the door together. He remembered that the note didn't mention inviting anyone else. "Minato, we ran into each other on the way to your house," Jinny explained upon seeing Minato's puzzled expression. Before Minato could respond, Kushina, with her blood-red hair, came out of the house holding a plate and scolded, "Minato, how can you be so rude?" making the guests wait at the door. Only then did Minato realize, and he quickly smiled as he welcomed Jinny and Zhihui inside. I'm sorry, I was a bit surprised to see you both together. Please come in, Minato said while leading them inside. Jinny and Yume Zahira walked into the room and were surprised to see many familiar faces, all of whom were their classmates from back in the day. People were either standing or sitting, chatting with each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. Those familiar faces seemed to transport them back to those youthful times. It seemed that there was a major announcement to be made today by Mizumon. After looking around, Jinny started teasing Mizumon. Hearing Jinny's teasing voice, Mizumon's cheeks turned slightly red as he secretly glanced at Kushina. At that moment, Kushina was also looking at Mizumon, and their eyes met, instantly revealing a deep affection and tenderness. Just then, a clear voice rang out. "Chiba, Jinny, do you want to taste my fist? How dare you tease Mizumon?" The speaker was the straightforward Uchiha Mikoto. Jun-E quickly waved his hand and smiled, saying, I dare not. I'm just curious why Watergate has gathered us all here. It must be something important." Upon hearing Jun-Yi's words, everyone laughed, while Watergate stood there wearing a blissful smile, seemingly waiting for the right moment to announce the significant news. Chapter 24. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina looking at the shy Kushina beside him and then at his curious and expectant classmates. Watergate took a deep breath, as if gathering immense courage. He gently held Kushina's hand and broke into a radiant smile. "Classmates, the reason I gathered you all here today is to share something very important." Watergate's voice trembled slightly, a mix of nervousness and excitement. "Kushina and I have decided to get engaged." As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent for an instant, followed by an eruption of cheers and applause. The classmates rushed over to offer their heartfelt congratulations to Watergate and Kushina. "I never expected that the once fierce hot pepper would have such a gentle side," Jun-E exclaimed, seeing the gentle Kushina standing next to Watergate. He also glanced at Uchiha Mikoto, who was clapping enthusiastically, and couldn't fathom how this cheerful Mikoto would later become so gentle. In Jun-Yi's memory, Mikoto was always an optimistic and straightforward girl, making it hard to imagine why she would undergo such a significant change in the future. Yeah, who would have thought that the gentlest boy from our childhood would end up with the fiercest girl? Why, and Shurhei, who was beside Jun-E, chimed in. Watergate had always been gentle and kind, while Kushina was known for her boldness and decisiveness. It was indeed surprising and delightful to see such two contrasting personalities come together. Their love seemed like a wonderful chemical reaction, tightly binding two completely different people together. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Kushina has been preparing dinner since noon," Watergate said gently, looking at Kushina with eyes full of affection and emotion. Kushina put a lot of thought into today. The classmates returned to their senses, their faces lighting up with anticipation. "Wow, then we are in for a treat. Kushina's cooking has always been great. It must be even more delicious today." They chatted excitedly, and the atmosphere became lively again. Before long, the dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes, the aroma wafting through the air, making everyone's mouths water. They gathered around, laughter and joy echoing in the room. On this warm night, the joy of Watergate and Kushina's engagement, accompanied by delicious food and strong bonds of friendship, became an unforgettable memory. However, This warmth did not last long. A rapid knock on the door broke the tranquility. Watergate opened the door to find a hurried ninja standing at the entrance. Namikaze Minato. The situation at the front line is urgent. Lord Third wants you to go to the Hokage building for a meeting immediately. The ninja's words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly making the atmosphere tense. Watergate's expression grew serious as he glanced at Kushina and his classmates. His eyes filled with reluctance. "I'll go right away," Watergate said firmly. A trace of worry flashed in Kushina's eyes, but she held back her tears and smiled at Watergate, saying, "You go, and be sure to be careful. It seems that Sunagakure has started a full-scale attack." Jun-E boldly speculated as he watched the two hurriedly leave the room. The situation at the front line loomed like dark clouds over everyone's hearts. After finishing dinner, everyone began to request to leave. They understood that during this special time, anyone could be called upon to contribute to the village. "Zanyi, if you also go to the front line, remember to take these bugs with you." After leaving Kushina's room, the two remained silent until just before parting. When Wyan Shurhei slowly spoke up, Jinny was slightly taken aback, looking at the small box that Shurha passed over, which contained various colored insects. "What is this?" Jinny asked in confusion. Wainushi Shurha's expression became serious as she explained, "These insects are special insect puppets cultivated by our Wainushi clan. They might be of great help in critical moments. The frontline battle is urgent, and every bit of power is an added assurance." Jinny looked at the serious expression on Oil Girl Shurha's face, feeling a surge of emotion in his heart. He solemnly took the box and said, "Shurha, thank you. I will make good use of these bugs. If there's a chance, let's meet again on the front lines." Oil Girl Shurha nodded, a faint smile appearing on her face. "Take care, Jinny. I hope we can all return safely." After saying that, Oil Girl Shurha turned to leave, her figure gradually disappearing into the night. Jinny looked in the direction where Jihai had left, feeling a rush of emotions. In this turbulent era, friendship seemed especially precious. He tightly held the box in his hand, as if grasping a heavy hope. However, when his gaze fell back on the box, his thoughts unexpectedly drifted to a strange place. The things he couldn't have in his own world were actually available in this one. Looking at the soft rice in his hand, Jinny couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. Jinny pushed aside some chaotic thoughts in his mind, took a deep breath, and his gaze became much more resolute. Although he hadn't been in this world for long, he already had too many ties here that he couldn't let go of. Since he couldn't go back, he would work hard to protect everything here. With a much firmer resolve, Jinny quickly rushed toward home. Chapter 25. The Sadness of an Era Q. I heard that the Transforming Ninja Tool Shop is planning to hold a bird-catching competition this weekend. Do you want to participate? Sitting in his seat, Obito shared this news with his friend, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Hinata Q slightly raised his head, showing a hint of curiosity. A bird-catching competition? That sounds interesting. But what are the specific rules? Obito quickly explained. I'm not too sure about the specific rules, but I've heard there will be many fun challenges and rewards. Plus, there will definitely be a lot of participants, so it will be very lively. Q pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, let's participate together. Maybe we can win some awesome ninja tools. Obito excitedly clapped his hands. Great. Let's prepare well over the next few days and aim for good results in the competition. Uchiha Obito, Hinata Q, you two come up here and solve this math problem. The teacher, Masako Nishikawa, frowned as she spoke, her gaze fixed on them. Obito and Q exchanged awkward glances, their faces showing embarrassment. Reluctantly, they stood up and slowly walked to the podium. Obito silently lamented, thinking that he shouldn't have been so excited. Now, they had been caught by the teacher. Upon reaching the podium and looking at the complex math problem, both Obito and Q felt a bit dazed. They racked their brains, trying to figure out the solution. Sweat gradually forming on their foreheads. The students below were whispering to each other. Some were worried about them, while others were gleefully waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. Watching the two hesitating at the podium, Nishikawa sighed. A hint of helplessness appeared in her eyes. You two can step down for now. I hope you can listen more in the future, since there won't be many opportunities left. As she said this, Nishikawa's voice unconsciously grew somber. Not long ago, an internal meeting for teachers was held. The then principal, the third Hokage, stated that if the war continued, all 5th and 6th grade students would graduate early, and some outstanding students from the 3rd and 4th grades might also graduate early, urging all teachers to prepare in advance. Naturally, the teachers felt a mix of emotions upon hearing this news. They were reluctant to send students they had nurtured for so many years into battle. Those youthful faces, those curious and hopeful eyes, should be continuing to absorb knowledge on campus and enjoying their carefree youth. However, the cruelty of war made all of this impossible. But as ordinary teachers, what could they change? They could only helplessly accept this decision and silently pray for their students. They understood how small their power was against the torrent of war, unable to prevent any of this from happening. All they could do now was to teach their students with even more dedication in this limited time, imparting more knowledge and skills, so that they would have more confidence and courage when entering the battlefield. Tsubaki, the atmosphere in the village and school has been a bit off lately. My family's carrier pigeons are flying en masse to various places. The bird keeper nervously said to the nearby Rio. The bird keeper furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with confusion and unease. He couldn't make sense of this sudden change with his own thoughts. Those carrier pigeons usually operated within a specific range, but now they were flying off to various places in large numbers, which was certainly unusual. The tense atmosphere in the village and the complex expressions of the teachers at school only intensified his unease. Hearing his desk mate's words, Naruto glanced around before leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "According to my dad, Sunagakure and Amagakure have formed an alliance and launched a full-scale attack on the borders of the Land of Fire, and due to a lack of adequate defenses, the front line has already suffered a major defeat." Upon hearing this, the bird keeper stood up in disbelief. His face was filled with shock, as if he couldn't believe his ears. The support hasn't even reached the front line before it completely collapsed. Jinny looked at the old veteran Fujiyama with a shocked expression. Jinny's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't imagine how the front line could fall into such a terrible situation in such a short time. His brows were tightly furrowed, and a strong sense of unease surged within him. Although it was hard to believe, the fact was that Lord Jiraiya had already led a portion of the ninjas to the front lines of the wind, rain, and fire countries. Upon hearing Jinny's surprised words, Fujiyama explained. Fujiyama's face also bore a serious expression. He let out a slight sigh and continued. This war came too suddenly, and our preparations were indeed insufficient. Now we can only hope that Lord Jiraiya and the others can stabilize the situation. I'm afraid that we in Konoha are facing a great disaster. After listening to Fujiyama's explanation, Jinny helplessly said a word. Jinny's tone was filled with worry. Since the end of the Second Ninja World War, the entire ninja world had fallen into a peculiar state of stability. However, now that Sunagakure had taken the lead in action, this original tranquility was instantly shattered. Konoha occupied the most fertile land in the ninja world and had always been coveted by other major villages. For many years, Konoha had relied on its strong power to protect this land. But now, unexpectedly, Konoha had been overwhelmingly defeated by the relatively weaker Sunagakure. This was likely a highly tempting situation for other major nations. Other countries might think that Konoha was no longer as powerful as before, and they might be eager to find opportunities to take a share. It was like throwing a giant stone into a calm lake, which would inevitably cause huge waves. No wonder they faced repeated attacks from the other four great nations. It turned out that the first battle had gone so poorly. Originally, Jinny couldn't understand why Konoha would be attacked in succession by other major nations in the anime. Now, seeing this battle report, he couldn't help but think that if he were from another ninja village, he probably wouldn't miss such a good opportunity either. It really was a terrible time. After realizing all this, Jinny couldn't help but let out a sigh. Chapter 26. Third Hokage Teacher Jinny. Lord Third Hokage wants to see you. Ishikawa's voice suddenly rang out behind Jinny, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking Jinny's thoughts immersed in worry. Jinny was slightly taken aback, and a multitude of guesses surged in his mind. The Third Hokage? Could it be for that so-called brainwashing again? Or did he want him to go to the battlefield himself? At that moment, Jinny couldn't understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen, during this critical period, was looking for an ordinary teacher like him. Jinny then turned his gaze towards Ishikawa, trying to analyze something. He saw that Ishikawa's expression was solemn and serious, with a hint of urgency in his eyes. Jinny thought for a moment and said to Ishikawa, "All right, let's hurry to meet Lord Third." The two quickly walked towards the Third Hokage's office. Along the way, Jinny secretly speculated about the purpose of the third summons. When they arrived at the office door, Jinny saw Ishikawa gently knock on the door, and a steady and powerful voice from inside responded, "Come in." They pushed the door open and entered the room. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting at the desk, his expression serious as he reviewed a document. He looked up at Jinny, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. "Jinny, you're here. I'm sure you've heard about the situation on the front lines. Konoha is currently facing a tremendous crisis," Sarutobi Hiruzen said straightforwardly. Jinny respectfully bowed and replied, "Third Hokage, I am well aware of Konoha's current predicament. May I ask what your instructions are for my summon?" Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and asked, "Jinny, what are your thoughts on the current situation?" Jinny fell into deep thought, and, after a moment, he slowly said, "Lord Third, the sudden attack from Sunagakure caught us off guard. The reinforcements had not arrived at the front line before we suffered a complete defeat, which was indeed unexpected. Now, other great powers are likely to take advantage of this situation, and Konoha's position is extremely perilous. We must come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible." Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly nodded, his gaze fixed intently on Jinny, and said in a deep voice, "Since you understand the seriousness of the situation, I need you to go ahead and promote the will of fire to those students who are about to graduate early. The situation is urgent, and they need to grow up quickly to contribute to Konoha." Jinny listened and frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Third Hokage, while promoting the will of fire is certainly important, I believe we can establish graduation training based on that foundation. These children are about to face the brutal realities of war. We cannot rely solely on the will of fire to prepare them for battle. We can have ninjas who have returned from the battlefield serve as mentors to impart practical experience and survival skills, which will enable more children to survive on the battlefield. They will not only learn combat skills, but also draw courage and wisdom from the experiences of their mentors." Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Lost in thought, the atmosphere in the room became tense, and Jinny anxiously awaited the third Hokage's response. After a long pause, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly raised his head, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. "Your suggestion makes a lot of sense, Jinny. In these difficult times, we indeed need to do more for the children. As you said, I will leave this matter in your hands. Be sure to put your heart into it and cultivate more outstanding ninjas for Konoha." Jinny felt a surge of joy in his heart and hurriedly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Lord Third, for your trust. I will do my utmost to live up to this mission." After saying this, Jinny intended to take his leave, but just as he was about to speak, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, "Jinny, the situation is difficult now, and you need to work hard to improve your strength. The future of Konoha requires everyone's effort. I grant you access to the Konoha Ninjutsu Library, where you can learn any 2 ninjutsu. This is a sign of my trust in you and my expectations. I hope you can seize this opportunity and become even stronger." Upon hearing these words, Jinny was suddenly filled with an indescribable joy. All along, Jinny had secretly worried that the many ninjutsu he mastered would be questioned by others, as the origins of these techniques were somewhat unusual and could very likely bring him unexpected troubles. However, now the order from Sarutobi Hizashi was like a timely key that cleverly resolved this tricky problem. Jinny secretly thought that after fully demonstrating his exceptional talent in ninjutsu in this matter, he would request to learn more ninjutsu from Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was likely that under such special circumstances, Sarutobi Hiruzen would agree. Jinny once again respectfully bowed and said, "Lord Third, rest assured. I will definitely study hard and live up to your expectations." Sarutobi Hizashi nodded slightly, then picked up a letter of appointment from the table and handed it to Jinny. "This is your special J-9 appointment letter. In light of your consistent performance in this proposal, I have decided to issue this appointment to you ahead of time. I hope you will hold yourself to higher standards and continue to work hard for the future of Konoha." Name: Sarutobi Hizashi. Potential: S. Chakra, 150,400 skills. 5 elements: Great Bullet, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Earth Style, Earth Flow River, Fire Style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Corpse Demon Cell. Evaluation: a ninjutsu professor proficient in conventional and compound ninjutsu. He has carved out his own unique path without a bloodline limit. Is this the power of the strongest Hokage? As Jinny was about to leave, he couldn't help but secretly assess Sarutobi Hiruzen. When he saw the displayed chakra amount exceeding hundreds of thousands and the dense array of ninjutsu, Jinny felt a sense of shock. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have a system. All the ninjutsu he learned were achieved through his own hard work, step by step. Regardless of his character, his strength was indeed commendable. "Teacher Jinny, I truly congratulate you." Ishikawa, who left with Jinny, couldn't help but sincerely praise him. Ishikawa's gaze was firmly fixed on Jinny, and the envy in his eyes grew stronger. In Ishikawa's view, Jinny was only in his teens, but had already successfully advanced to Special Jonin, which was an astonishing achievement. Moreover, Jinny had the trust and appreciation of the third Hokage, which made Ishikawa feel even more emotional. Ishikawa recalled the journey he had taken, facing countless difficulties and obstacles. just to become the head of the teaching staff. Then he looked at the young Genie beside him, who had already accomplished half of his achievements at such a young age. Teacher Genie, you truly have limitless potential, Ishikawa couldn't help but exclaim again. With the trust of Lord Third Hokage, you will surely be able to showcase your talents in Konoha in the future. When Genie heard Ishikawa's praise, he humbly replied, Director Ishikawa, you flatter me. I'm just lucky. In the future, I will need your guidance on many matters. Ishikawa smiled and nodded, saying, with such a humble attitude, your future is boundless. Upon hearing Ishikawa's compliments, Genie merely smiled, not taking it to heart. Others thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen valued him, but Genie knew that he was merely a tool for ideational guidance under Sarutobi Hiruzen at this moment. At the same time, Genie understood that during this special period, he must make good use of this opportunity to continuously improve his strength and plan for his future. Chapter 27. The Eternal Lower Ninja, Maruhoshi Kosuka. After leaving the office, Genie unconsciously slowed his pace, completely immersed in the matter of the graduation training. For Genie, he must put in his utmost effort to handle this matter well, whether from a standpoint of interests or from an emotional perspective. From the perspective of interests, this is a task he voluntarily undertook, and if handled properly, it will undoubtedly earn him a higher position and more abundant resources in Konoha. He can use this opportunity to further showcase his abilities, thereby gaining more trust and importance from the Third Hokage. Moreover, this task aligns with the mission given by his system. From an emotional standpoint, Genie simply cannot bear to see those children, only 11 or 12 years old, stepping onto the brutal battlefield too early. However, there are always two sides to a situation. If the training goes well, it will be a joy for everyone, but if it is handled poorly, the first name that might appear on the list of ninjas to be dispatched to the front lines could very well be Chinya Genie. Genie, is it still about that matter that Lord Third Hokage is looking for you? After Shinichi returned to his desk, Toyama came to him and asked. Hearing Toyama's voice, Shinichi pondered for a moment and slowly began to explain the situation. For Shinichi, what he lacked the most was a seasoned warrior with rich combat experience. After all, Shinichi had never been on the battlefield himself, and he truly did not know how to explain this aspect, nor how to prepare the children to face the life-and-death test unprepared. Shinichi, I happen to know someone who fits your requirements quite well, Toyama said with a slight frown. Thoughtfully, however, this person has a bit of an eccentric personality, so you'll need to try inviting him yourself. Hearing this, Genie showed a look of anticipation on his face and asked, Who is it? Please tell me. Fujiyama sighed softly and said slowly, This person is named Maruhoshi Kashin. He has experienced countless life and death battles on the battlefield and possesses extremely rich war experience. However, due to certain past experiences, his personality has become reclusive, and he rarely interacts with others. If you can successfully invite him, it will definitely be of great help to you. Senior Fujiyama, are you talking about that legendary lower ninja, Maruhoshi Kashin? Genie exclaimed involuntarily upon hearing Fujiyama's words. Genie's words made Tangshan sigh again. Gujie is indeed a lower ninja now, but his strength far surpasses that of an ordinary upper ninja. Genie naturally knows of this person's reputation. This person, like Might Guy, possesses the strength of a shadow, but only holds the rank of a chunin. Of course, unlike Might Guy, Gyuk has chosen not to advance, while Might Guy is unable to do so. Teacher Fujiyama, could you tell me more about this senior? Although Genie knew of this person, he was truly unclear about the reasons behind it. After all, Genie was just a middle school student when he watched Naruto, and many details had long become hazy. Seeing Genie's interested expression, Fujiyama slowly began to speak. This person, Gujie, during his youth, while carrying out a mission, was too eager for success and ended up giving incorrect commands, resulting in the unfortunate deaths of two close companions. This incident had a tremendous impact on Gujie. He fell into deep self-blame and pain. At this point, Fujiyama sighed deeply again and continued. He was also a stubborn person, resolutely making a vow to the second Hokage, declaring that he would only serve as a genin for the rest of his life to atone for his mistakes. After that, he appeared before everyone in the identity of a genin. After hearing Fujiyama's words, Genie couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. In his mind, the image of the once impetuous yet regretful Gujie seemed to emerge, along with the resolute look on Gujie's face when he made a solemn vow in front of the second Hokage. A surge of complex emotions suddenly welled up in Genie's heart. He felt deep sympathy for Gujie's predicament, while also being greatly impressed by Gujie's courage and sense of responsibility. After all, not everyone can steadfastly uphold their promises. In Konoha, The identity of a Jonin is quite significant, yet Gujie was willing to resolutely give up his chance for promotion due to his mistakes, which was truly moving. Jinny quickly asked, seeing how well Fujiyama understood Gujie, "What do you think I should do to invite Senior Gujie so that he would agree?" After hearing Jinny's words, a hint of complexity appeared in Fujiyama's eyes, and then he fell into deep thought. After a moment, Fujiyama got up and returned to his desk, beginning to write. Throughout the writing process, he kept revising and editing until the school bell rang, at which point he finally put down his pen. He handed the written paper to Jinny and said slowly, "You could try this yourself first. If it doesn't work out, just show him this. I believe you will give me some face." Fujiyama's tone carried a hint of uncertainty, along with a touch of expectation. Jinny took the note and looked at the slightly trembling fingers of Fujiyama, becoming even more curious about the story between the two. He could sense that there must be an unusual past between Fujiyama and Gujie, and that this past might be the key to unlocking Gujie's heart. Jinny carefully tucked the note away, casting a determined glance at Fujiyama, and said, "Teacher Fujiyama, I will do my best to invite Senior Gujie. If there's a chance, I would also like to learn about the story between you and Senior Gujie." Fujiyama was slightly taken aback, a hint of unnoticeable emotion flashing in his eyes. He then gently waved his hand and said, "Those are all things of the past. The most important thing now is your task. Go ahead, and I hope you succeed." Chapter 28. Uchiha Obito and Maruhoshi Gujie after school. Jinny hurriedly took Obito towards Gujie's house. "Teacher Jinny, where are we going now?" Obito asked Jinny with a puzzled expression, seeing that they were not heading to a familiar place. Jinny smiled mysteriously and replied, "Well, that's a secret for now." At this moment, Jinny had a clear goal in mind, to invite Maruhoshi Kogen to be a teacher in his training class. From Fujiyama, he learned that Kogen at this time was not the kind old man depicted in the original story. So Jinny decided to take Obito with him to give it a try. In Jinny's view, Obito before his dark transformation was simply a version of Naruto. Since Naruto could resolve Kogen's emotional issues, there was no reason Obito couldn't. The two moved quickly, and before long, they had left the center of Konoha and arrived at a secluded path. The surroundings were shaded by green trees, and a gentle breeze brought a hint of coolness. Just then, before Jinny could react, Obito was the first to spot an old man carrying a large pot on his back. Without hesitation, Obito ran up to him and said enthusiastically, "Grandpa, let me help you carry that." His clear voice echoed on the quiet path, like a warm ray of sunshine, instantly breaking the surrounding tranquility. Jinny looked at Obito's enthusiastic demeanor and felt a slight stir in his heart. Perhaps Obito could truly be the key to unlocking Gujie's heart. He quietly stood by, observing Gujie's reaction, hoping that this unexpected encounter could bring about an unforeseen turning point. The old man carrying a large pot was indeed Maruhoshi Gujie. He slightly raised his head, revealing a pair of deep and vigilant eyes. He looked at the passionate Obito and fell silent for a moment. Obito showed no signs of retreating due to Gujie's silence, still wearing a radiant smile as he said once more, "Grandpa, let me help you." Gujie let out a gentle sigh and slowly replied, "No need, little ghost." His voice was hoarse and deep, carrying a weariness that spoke of a life filled with hardships. Jinny pondered for a moment before stepping forward. He respectfully bowed to Gujie and said, "Senior Gujie, I have long admired your reputation. I am Chinya Jinny, and I have come here today to ask you for a favor." Gujie frowned and replied, "Speak plainly." Jinny took a deep breath and said sincerely, "Senior, I am preparing a graduation training class and hope to invite you to be their mentor. These children are about to face the harsh realities of war, and they need someone with rich experience like you to guide them." Gujie's eyes flickered slightly, but soon returned to indifference as he shook his head and said, "I have sworn to only be a bystander and will not participate in such matters." Jinny was not discouraged and continued, "Senior, I know you are punishing yourself because of past events, but these children need your help now. They're just like you were back then, full of vitality and courage, but lacking proper guidance. If you could pass on your experience to them, it would be a treasure for their whole lives." Gujie remained silent, seemingly contemplating Jinny's words. Obito, eager on the side, said, "Grandpa, Jinny-sensei is right. We really need your help." After a long while, Gujie slowly said, "Let me think about it." After saying that, he picked up the large pot and turned to leave. "Jinny-sensei, can I also participate in that graduation training class?" At this moment, Obito showed no signs of disappointment from being rejected. Instead, he enthusiastically inquired about the graduation class. You want to graduate early? You should plan to stay in school for the full 6 years first. Seeing Obito express such strong enthusiasm for graduation, Jinny said without hesitation, "Jinny-sensei, I think you really want Grandpa Gugia to participate in this graduation training class, right? If I succeed, can I join the graduation training class early?" Seeing Jinny refuse him so bluntly, Obito then brought up conditions with Jinny. Jinny saw Dato with a concerned expression and thought for a moment before saying, "Sure, as long as you succeed, not only can you participate, but Lin can too." "Yay, really? Teacher Jinny?" Dato exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Yes, you can all participate," Jinny replied with a smile. Although Dato felt that Jinny's tone was somewhat off, he was overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of participating in the graduation training and having Lin join as well, leaving no room to ponder the subtlety in Jinny's tone. He immediately turned and jogged to catch up with Gugia. As he ran, Dato was brainstorming ways to persuade Gugia to join the graduation training. Soon, he reached Gugia's side, panting as he said, "Grandpa, you should participate in the graduation training." His voice was filled with anticipation and sincerity, his gaze fixed on Gugia, hoping to see a hint of willingness on his face. Gugia frowned slightly, remaining silent and continuing to carry the large pot forward. Dato was undeterred. He quickened his pace to match Gugia's and continued, "Grandpa, are you tired? Do you want me to help you?" Gugia looked at Dato's hopeful eyes and felt a slight stir in his heart. He recalled his younger self, who was just like Dato, full of vigor and courage, filled with hope for the future. He remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, "Let me think about it." After saying this, he continued walking. Although Dato felt a bit disappointed, he kept following Gugia, brainstorming new persuasive methods. He occasionally glanced at Gugia, observing his expression changes, hoping to find a suitable moment to speak again. It seemed Gugia noticed Dato's persistence and sighed softly, but his steps did not falter. During the journey back to Gugia's house, Dato chattered endlessly, as if he had an infinite supply of words. Gugia listened quietly, occasionally nodding slightly, a hint of subtle warmth in his eyes. "You should go back, little guy. Let us pretend this never happened." Upon reaching the house, Gugia began to shoo Dato away. Hearing Gugia's words, Dato instantly felt dejected. The sparkle in his eyes dimmed, his smile vanished, replaced by a sense of frustration. Dato stood there in a daze, staring at Gugia, seemingly unable to believe what he had just heard. "Teacher Jinny, Grandpa has always disagreed. Why don't you invite someone else?" Rejected. Dato felt disheartened upon seeing Jinny's arrival. He drooped his head, his eyes filled with disappointment, as if all his previous enthusiasm and anticipation had been extinguished by Gugia's refusal. "Dato, are you defeated by this little setback? Aren't you supposed to become the Hokage?" Hearing Dato's dejected voice, Jinny frowned slightly, his expression turning serious. Jinny walked over to Obito and gently patted him on the shoulder. "On the road to becoming Hokage, you will encounter countless difficulties and challenges. If you give up so easily, you will never achieve your dreams." Obito looked up at Jinny, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. But the old man has always disagreed. "I really don't know what to do." Jinny smiled slightly and said, "Obito, don't lose heart. Senior Gugia has his own concerns, but we can't give up just because he rejected us. We need to keep trying and move him with our sincerity and perseverance." Obito bit his lip, and after thinking for a moment, a fighting spirit reignited in his eyes. "Teacher Jinny, you are right. I can't give up so easily. I need to keep working hard to get the old man to agree to join the graduation training class." Nodding slightly, "I encourage this is the Uchiha Obito I know. Let's work hard together, and I believe that Senior Kogai will eventually be moved by our sincerity." Chapter 29, Foot Cage Burgeony was not surprised to see that Obito was rejected. He knew that someone like Maruhoshi Kosuka, who had been struggling internally for a long time, could not be persuaded in a short period. Back then, Liu Bei also made 3 visits to Zhuge Liang's cottage before he was willing to come down the mountain to help, let alone him. Jinny looked at Obito's dejected expression, walked up to him, gently patted his shoulder, and said, "Obito, don't be discouraged. We still have a chance. Senior Guy's rejection this time doesn't mean it's forever." Obito raised his head, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, and asked, "Teacher Jinny, what should we do next?" Jinny smiled slightly and replied, "Let us go back first and think it over." Then, the two turned and left Gugia's home, setting off on the way back to Konoha. At this time, Jinny planned for the training class to be held on weekends. In Jinny's heart, those students in the graduating class were already considered reserves, but they had not yet graduated and still needed to attend classes. Because of this, Jinny had enough time to invite Gugia. After returning to the training ground, Obito couldn't help but boast. Mirror, Kai, little brother, you don't know, just now teacher Jinny took me to meet a powerful ninja. That person wanted to take me as a disciple, but do you know who my teacher is? It's a famous teacher, Jinny. How could I agree? I refused on the spot. Hee, Obito, are you sure? Upon hearing Obito's words, Hinata Mirror merely glanced at him indifferently. Hinata Mirror, what do you mean by that? You don't believe me? Obito, who had been animatedly recounting the story, instantly became angry upon hearing Hinata Mirror's words. Hinata Mirror casually shrugged and said, I never said I didn't believe you. Seeing Hinata Mirror's nonchalant demeanor, Obito immediately shouted, Are you trying to test my strength? All right, Obito, calm down first. I need to talk about something. Upon hearing Jinny's words, everyone stopped what they were doing and quietly waited for Jinny to speak. Seeing his disciple's obedient demeanor, Jinny nodded with satisfaction. Classmates, I need to announce something very important. Jinny's gaze slowly swept over everyone present. The third Hokage has asked me to conduct a graduation training class for the soon-to-graduate 5th and 6th grade students. The purpose of this training class is to help those students about to graduate learn more practical skills. Jinny looked around and then continued. After the next monthly exam, we will officially start the class, scheduled for the first weekend after the exam. I hope you all can participate. There's a lot to learn from it. After saying this, Jinny's gaze turned to Mike Guy. Guy, even though you have already graduated, I hope you can also attend. This training class will be very beneficial for you. Okay, teacher Jinny, I will attend the training session. Kai immediately stood up and responded loudly upon hearing his name. Teacher Jinny, didn't you say it was just for me and Lin? Why can everyone attend? Obito, feeling increasingly uneasy, exclaimed with wide eyes, filled with confusion. When Jinny heard Dato's complaints, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a gentle smile as he said, Dato, I believe I mentioned earlier that you and Rin could participate, but I didn't say it could only be the two of you. Damn it. Teacher Jinny actually dared to play with me. Dato muttered quietly upon hearing Jinny's explanation. Hearing Dato's mumbling, Hyuga-Q shot a sideways glance at him and silently distanced himself. Observing the small actions of those below, Jinny continued to smile slightly and said, During the training process, there won't only be you lower grade students. I will also recruit some outstanding students from other lower grade classes. I hope you won't disappoint me. The single-minded Dato had already forgotten that Jinny was playing with him and shouted loudly, Teacher Jinny, don't worry, I will definitely be the best student. Seeing Dato's confidence, Jinny couldn't help but laugh and said, It seems Dato is very confident. So let's make a bet. If you're the only one to achieve a top 10 score in this class, I will teach you a powerful ninjutsu. Jinny was surprised to hear himself say this, while the other disciples looked at Obito with envy. Jinny quickly added, Jisue, you guys too. You need to train hard as well. Jinny believes he is a good teacher and should never treat a student based on personal preferences. The other students, upon hearing this, exchanged glances with a hint of strange light in their eyes. Seeing that all the students, except for Obito, were warily looking at each other, Jinny shook his head helplessly. Obito, didn't you say that Rin is going out shopping with other classmates later? I think Kakashi is among them. After Jinny finished speaking, Hinata Kagami ran up to Obito and whispered, Damn that white-haired Kakashi. As expected, upon hearing Rin and Kakashi's names, Obito's demeanor immediately changed. Seeing Obito's reaction, Kagami nodded in satisfaction and then went off to train. Jinny, who was in the middle of training, frowned at this and looked up at the two, just about to say something, but upon seeing Kagami fiddling with his forehead protector, he couldn't help but sigh. Cage Bird, Chapter 30, Hidden Task, Mode Activated Ding. Congratulations to the host and disciples for forming a bond. A hidden task is about to be activated. Would you like to proceed? Hidden task? There is such a thing? The familiar electronic voice rang in Jinny's ears, instantly stirring his surprise and curiosity. Jinny narrowed his eyes slightly, starting to ponder this sudden situation. Hidden tasks often imply unknown challenges and opportunities. This made Jinny feel a mix of excitement and a bit of tension. He certainly didn't want to have a system that would self-destruct at the slightest failure to complete a task. Jinny took a deep breath and responded in his heart, Start hidden mission. With his decision, an electronic voice sounded again. Hidden mission activated. Task details will be gradually revealed. Please prepare, host. In an instant, Jinny felt as if his mind had exploded. A strong sense of discomfort made him furrow his brows. However, this feeling quickly receded like a tide. Jinny gently shook his head, tried to regain his clarity. He looked at the blue panel again and saw that in addition to the personal panel, there was also a task panel. Opening the task panel, it displayed only a series of main quests. Main Quest 1. Change the destiny of every disciple task success. Obtain the rebirth eye. Complete sage body task failure. None main quest 2. Help every disciple achieve their life dreams task success. Receive a chakra attribute essence for each completed disciple task failure. None main quest 3. Task success. Task failure. What on earth is the last quest? Jinny's gaze was fixed on the mysterious description of the third task on the system interface, filled with confusion and unease. After reading the first 2 main tasks, Jinny was able to understand their goals and directions. However, the third task was nothing but question marks, leaving him completely bewildered. After all, a task with completely unknown content is the most terrifying, full of uncertainty and risk. Jinny hates this uncertainty the most. He doesn't want to find himself in a predicament one day, unprepared to face sudden challenges. Just as Jinny was lost in thought, the system's electronic voice sounded again. The host doesn't need to worry too much. Once the host completes the first 2 main tasks, the third main task will be automatically activated. Jinny was slightly taken aback, then felt a bit relieved. Although the unknown task still made him uneasy, at least he had a clear direction. Teacher Jinny, how about we visit that old man every day after school from now on? After the training just ended, Obito couldn't wait to jog up to Jinny. Obito's eyes shone with eager light, looking at Jinny with anticipation. Hearing Obito's words, Jinny suggested, Obito, don't you already know the address of Senior Gugia? Why do you need me to accompany you? You can go by yourself or take Rin with you. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Upon hearing Jinny's suggestion, Obito had a look of realization. His eyes lit up instantly, as if he had discovered a new continent. Excitedly, Obito said, Teacher Jinny, you're absolutely right. This way, I have a reason to spend time alone with Rin. After saying that, images of him and Rin standing in front of Senior Gujia's house began to fill Obito's mind. Growing more excited, Obito hurriedly said goodbye to Jinny and quickly headed towards Rin's house. Teacher Jinny, I have something I want to ask you. Seeing that everyone else had already left, Hyuga Kagami slightly pursed his lips, a hint of determination in his eyes. He stood quietly, waiting for Jinny's response. Jinny looked at Hinata Kyoko and slightly nodded to indicate for him to continue. Hinata Kyoko took a deep breath and slowly said, Teacher Jinny, is there anything that can break the seal of the caged bird? Upon hearing Kyoko's words, Jinny was momentarily troubled. Naturally, he did not like the concept of the caged bird in the Hinata family. This kind of curse was like a heavy prison that trapped the branch family of Hinata, making them yearn to break free from its restraints at all times. Those who bore the caged bird curse were like birds in a cage, longing for the freedom of the sky, yet tightly bound by invisible shackles. Just as Jinny fell into contemplation, suddenly, a crisp electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the first main quest. Break the caged bird of disciple Hinata Kyoko and make him a true free bird. The appearance of this task was both unexpected and yet reasonable for Jinny. The caged bird curse was undoubtedly an extremely heavy shackle for Hinata Kyoko and the branch family. When he learned that breaking the caged bird was actually Kyoko's lifelong dream, Jinny looked at him with a gaze full of compassion. Among Jinny's disciples, Hinata Kyoko had always been relatively reserved. If he hadn't truly gained his trust, he probably wouldn't have spoken at all. Most of Jinny's other disciples have relatively lofty dreams, such as Obito aspiring to become Hokage and Shursui yearning for peace between the Uchiha and Konoha. However, Hinata Kagami's dream is simply to seek freedom. Once Jinny understood this, he naturally made every effort to support him. Jinny looked at Hinata Kai with an expectant gaze and slowly said, Kai, I currently know very little about breaking the curse of the caged bird. But don't worry, I will do my best to find a way. Let's work hard together. I believe that one day, we will be able to break this bondage. Hearing such straightforward words, Hinata Kai felt warmth in his heart. Before asking, he had already mentally prepared himself for rejection. As a member of the Hyuga branch family, inquiring about such matters would inevitably raise suspicions. Jinny's earlier statement meant he was willing to oppose the entire Hyuga family for his sake, which was deeply moving. Hinata Kai nodded heavily and said, Teacher Jinny, let's work hard together. I believe I will break this damn cage. Chapter 31. Jinny and Senju congratulations to the host for successfully persuading Hinata Kai, filling him with hope for the future. Task progress bar increased by 10. Reward. Mastery of the Yang Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Yang Attributa Chakra. Feeling the sudden surge of this memory in his mind, Jinny was momentarily stunned. Immediately, he attempted to use his incomplete sage body to manipulate this newly acquired power. As he focused his thoughts, A warm and vibrant chakra began to slowly flow within him. Jinny cautiously guided the chakra, gradually succeeding in materializing the yang attribute chakra in his hand. A soft glow appeared in his palm, radiating a warm aura. Jinny gazed at this magical scene, filled with amazement. Jinny clearly felt the powerful vitality contained in the yang attribute chakra, and at the same time, the figures of the Senju clan involuntarily appeared in his mind. Jinny was not clear about the criteria used by the Senju clan to identify its members. However, Jinny felt that after 2 enhancements of his bloodline, his chakra amount had significantly increased, and he might have reached the average level of a Senju clan member. However, after a brief flight of thoughts, Jinny's mind gradually calmed down. Jinny understands that in today's Konoha, it is no longer the era when the Senju clan dominated. The once glorious Senju clan now has only Tsunade as its last descendant, and she has left Konoha due to her hemophobia caused by the war. As time passes and the years change, the Senju clan has completely become a part of people's memories and history. Jinny gently clenched his fist, retracting the yang chakra back into his body. After sending Hinata Q home, Jinny prepared to head to the Konoha Ninja Technique Collection to select some jutsu. The Konoha Ninja Technique Collection is a place filled with mystery and majesty. It is located deep within Konoha Village, surrounded by strict security. Tall walls encircle the entire building, covered with various defensive barriers and alarm devices. At the entrance, a team of elite ninjas stands guard, their eyes sharp and always alert. As Jinny arrived at the entrance of the collection repository, he presented his identification and the approval slip given by the 3rd generation to the guards. After a careful inspection, the guards slowly opened the door, allowing Jinny to enter. Upon stepping into the repository, Jinny immediately felt a strong academic atmosphere. In the spacious hall, tall bookshelves were lined up, filled with various scrolls and books. These were the precious treasures accumulated by the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village over the generations, recording the secrets and insights of various ninjutsu techniques. Jinny slowly walked along the bookshelf, his gaze sweeping over the various scrolls. He saw many familiar ninjutsu names, such as Shadow Clone Technique, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, and Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. These are common ninjutsu in Konoha Village and are essential courses for many ninjas. However, Jinny was not satisfied with these conventional ninjutsu. He needed to find some techniques that were more unique and practical. Following the information he already knew, Jinny walked deeper into the collection room, where there was a special area for storing unique ninjutsu. The number of scrolls here was relatively small, but each recorded ninjutsu was extremely powerful. Jinny carefully picked up a scroll, and upon opening it, he found it recorded the Shadow Shuriken Technique. This ninjutsu is an A-rank technique that allows shurikens to split into multiple units, attacking the enemy from different angles, possessing strong lethality and an element of surprise. After taking the scroll of the Shadow Shuriken Technique, Jinny continued to search for other ninjutsu. Soon, he found the ninjutsu he was looking for, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. This ninjutsu requires powerful chakra control and precise manipulation of fire-type chakra transformation, enabling the summoning of a gigantic fire dragon that charges towards the enemy with tremendous momentum, delivering a devastating blow. Jinny brought the scrolls of Shadow Clone Technique and Fire Release Ninjutsu to the administrator of the collection library for registration. The administrator, an elderly ninja, looked at the scrolls in Jinny's hand and nodded slightly, saying, "Both of these ninjutsu have great potential, but mastering them is not easy. You will need to spend a lot of time and effort practicing to unleash their true power." Jinny nodded solemnly and said, "I understand. I will work hard to cultivate." After completing the registration, Jinny left the Konoha Ninjutsu collection. For Jinny, choosing these 2 ninjutsu scrolls was more for Obito and Shursui. After all, with the system by his side, no one knew what good things it would produce, so he naturally didn't need a specific fighting style. "Teacher Jinny?" Just as Jinny was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind him. Jinny stopped in his tracks and turned around, only to see a bird falconer running towards him. The falconer approached Jinny, slightly out of breath, and said, "Teacher Jinny, what are you doing here?" Jinny nodded slightly and said, "I came here to take care of some matters. Is there something going on?" The bird feeder, the hawk trainer, quickly replied, "Teacher Jinny, I just found some strange signs while looking for my family's messenger bird. Not far from here, there seem to be some unusual chakra fluctuations. I'm worried there might be potential danger, so I wanted to consult you on what to do." Jinny frowned slightly and, after thinking for a moment, said, "Don't panic yet. Can you describe the characteristics of those chakra fluctuations in detail? For example, their intensity, attributes, or if there's a specific direction. Niao Si Ingjiang, trying hard to recall, said, the chakra fluctuations are relatively weak, but they feel very subtle. I can't determine their attributes, nor did I notice any obvious direction. However, I always feel that something is off. Jinny nodded slightly and said, how about this? Take me to the place where you detected the chakra fluctuations. Let's go confirm the situation together, in case there really is some potential threat. Niao Xingjiang immediately replied, okay, teacher Jinny, please follow me. Then, Niao Xingjiang turned and led the way, with Jinny closely following behind. Niao Xingjiang walked briskly ahead, guiding the direction, while Jinny stayed closely behind without loosening his grip. They kept moving along the winding path, and the surrounding environment gradually quieted down. Wait! Jinny suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. The falconer walking in front immediately stopped upon hearing this. He turned around, his eyes filled with confusion and tension, and asked in a lowered voice, Master Jinny, what's wrong? Is there something going on? Jinny frowned slightly and made a shushing gesture, then focused his chakra, concentrating on sensing the direction not far away. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and a tense atmosphere spread. After a moment, he slowly said, I feel that the aura around us is a bit unusual. It seems like something is approaching. The expression on Bird Keeper's face instantly became serious. He instinctively took out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and scanned the surroundings warily. Every shadow around them and every subtle movement made his nerves tense. Let's hide first. After saying this, Jinny quickly led Bird Keeper to find a concealed spot to hide. The two moved quietly, trying to make no sound at all. After finding a relatively safe corner, they quietly lurked there, their breathing becoming extremely faint. Their eyes peered through the gaps, nervously observing the situation outside. Chapter 32. The Attacked Ninja Technique Repository. 1. The two waited quietly in the corner, and time seemed to stretch infinitely. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came. The soft footsteps made both Jinny and the Bird Keeper tense up. As the footsteps drew closer, a group of ninjas dressed in Sand Village attire appeared in their line of sight. Looking at this group of sand ninjas, Jinny couldn't help but recall the great defeat on the front lines. This group of sand ninjas must have slipped into the Land of Fire during that time, and now appeared at the edge of Kanagakur. Jinny thought to himself. The sand ninjas stopped not far from Jinny and Tori's falconer. A person who looked like the leader waved his hand, and immediately several sand ninjas dispersed to carefully search the surrounding environment. Jinny held his breath and quietly watched the group of ninjas carry out their search operation. Fortunately, after a thorough search, the sand ninjas did not find any trace of them. Then, the sand ninjas regrouped, silently waiting, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Time passed second by second, and the entire forest grew increasingly tranquil. At that moment, another set of footsteps approached. This time a group of rock ninjas appeared. The rock ninjas were well-equipped and exuded a fierce aura. The leader of the sand ninjas darkened his expression upon seeing the rock ninjas and said unhappily, You are too late. The leader of the rock ninjas frowned slightly and explained, We needed to prepare. After all, this operation cannot afford any mistakes. Hearing the rock ninja leader's explanation, the sand ninja leader's expression softened slightly, but his dissatisfaction remained evident as he snorted coldly, revealing his feelings. As the night deepened, the surrounding environment became increasingly quiet. Just at that moment of utter silence, a ninja bearing the Leaf Village symbol quietly appeared before the two groups of ninjas. The rock ninja leader saw the ninja and stepped forward to ask in a low voice, Is everything ready? The Leaf ninja looked expressionlessly at the two groups and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Seeing this, the rock ninja leader cautiously took out a strange stone from his bosom and solemnly handed it to the other, saying, This is the key item. Be sure to keep it safe. The Leaf ninja accepted the stone, and a flicker of barely noticeable light flashed in his eyes. Follow me, he said. After that, the Leaf ninja took the lead and walked ahead, and soon, the other ninjas followed suit. As soon as Jinny saw them leave, he touched the head of the bird-feeding falconer and whispered, You take a detour to report the situation here to the Hokage building, and I'll follow to take a look. After nodding, the bird-feeding falconer quickly turned and rushed towards the Hokage building. Who is it? The patrolling ninja captain heard a sound from afar and couldn't help but shout loudly. Bai Shiatong, upon hearing the shout, did not immediately reveal himself but paused slightly, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he slowly stepped out from the shadows, his pace steady and unhurried. Seeing Bai Shiryatong appear, the patrol captain showed a hint of confusion. Yadong, I remember today is not your patrol day. Why are you here? Bai Shiryatong, with an unchanged expression, calmly looked at the patrol captain, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and revealed a seemingly relaxed smile. Moya, the atmosphere in the village has been a bit tense lately. I felt uneasy and couldn't sleep, so I just came out for a stroll. I didn't expect to run into you patrolling. While speaking, he naturally walked towards the patrol team, casually playing with a kunai in his hand. As Bai Shiryatong gradually approached the patrol team, the members also cast their gazes towards him. Bai Shiryatong friendly nodded at them, as if he were just greeting familiar companions. His eyes seemed to casually scan the surroundings, but in reality, he was secretly observing everyone's positions and reactions. When he was only a few steps away from the patrol captain, Bai Shiryatong slightly paused, showing a hint of hesitation on his face, as if he had something to say but didn't know how to start. Seeing this, the patrol captain curiously asked, Yadong, do you have something to say? Bai Shiryatong sighed lightly and slowly said, Moya, I'm actually a bit worried about the situation in the village. I don't know if our defenses are strong enough. His tone was filled with concern, making one feel a touch of emotion for his care. Just as the patrol captain was about to comfort Bai Shiryatong suddenly narrowed his eyes, and the kunai in his hand swiftly slashed towards the patrol captain's neck. Due to the speed, the patrol captain had no time to react. Just as he was about to say something, he fell backward. At the same time, the leaders of the sand and rock ninjas, hidden in the shadows, launched a swift attack like leopards. They charged towards the patrol team with astonishing speed, their weapons gleaming with a cold light. The other ninja members of the patrol had not yet reacted when they were caught off guard by the fierce attacks from the two leaders. The sand ninja leader's shuriken flew out like lightning, accurately hitting several patrol ninjas' vital spots. The rock ninja leader unleashed a powerful ninjutsu, instantly releasing a strong impact that knocked the patrol ninjas off balance. With the tacit cooperation of the two leaders, the patrol members were quickly dealt with. Bai Shiryatong looked at the fallen patrol ninjas with an expression devoid of waves. After taking care of this patrol team, the group proceeded to eliminate several other patrol teams using the same method. Chapter 33. The Attacked Ninjutsu Collection Vault, Part 2. When Zhun Yi arrived at the scene, he happened to see several people engaged in a fierce battle with the last patrol team. Numerous corpses were lying haphazardly around, and the bloody scene caused a wave of panic in his heart. Zhun gaze was firmly fixed on the battlefield, quickly assessing the strength comparison between both sides in his mind. After observing earlier, Zhun judged that the two leaders' abilities were at least at the elite Jonin level. And besides the leaders, there were at least a dozen Jonin on the opposing side. Under such circumstances, Zhun naturally would not recklessly join the battle without preparation, as that would undoubtedly be an extremely dangerous move. Just as Zhun was pondering, the remaining patrol team was quickly dealt with. Bai Shiryatong, take them into the collection room. After eliminating the remaining Konoha ninjas, the rock ninja leader spoke to Bai Shiryatong in an authoritative tone. Hearing the firm tone, Bai Shiryatong frowned slightly, but still complied. You all move quickly. After saying this to the rock ninja leader, Bai Shiryatong hurriedly headed towards the location he had already chosen. The rock ninja leader, upon hearing this, exchanged glances with the sand ninja leader, and then waved to the prearranged ninjas. A few ninjas, seeing this, quickly followed in Bai Shiryatong's footsteps. As they watched the few leave, the rock ninja leader shouted loudly, Chicha, you take your team to clean up the battlefield, and the rest of you disperse. Stay highly alert. Soon, the ninjas on the field began to act. This is it. Bai Shiryatong stopped under an old tree, his eyes filled with determination and urgency. After carefully observing the surroundings, he took out the strange stone from his pocket. The stone emitted a mysterious glow, as if containing endless power. He slowly brought the stone closer to the heart of the tree and then gently waved it against the tree bark. As the stone moved, a strange energy wave spread out and subtle ripples appeared on the barrier, like a calm lake disturbed by a thrown stone, creating layers of ripples. Soon, a crack appeared on the barrier, rapidly spreading like a spider web. Bai Shiryatong looked at the crack, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he was the first to enter, moving as swiftly as a cheetah. The ninjas following him closely behind also kept up, their eyes filled with anticipation and greed. Zhun, who was observing from the shadows, was greatly surprised to see Bai Shiryatong and the others so easily breach the barrier that Konoha had set up with full force. Zhun knows that the Hidden Leaf Village inherited many precious legacies from its ally, the land of whirlpools, among which the barrier techniques of the leaf are derived from the land of whirlpools. In the past, when the land of whirlpools still existed, it was renowned in the ninja world for its exceptional sealing techniques and barrier jutsu. This shows just how immense the destructive power of that strange stone is against techniques like barriers. Could this be one of the 6 paths ninja tools that have never appeared in the manga? Genie was secretly speculating in his heart, various legends and records about ninja tools continuously emerging in his mind. If this really is a 6 paths ninja tool, then its power and value would be immeasurable. After all, anything related to the 6 paths is basically a good thing. Before Genie could think for too long, he saw Baishu Yekong and others already entering one after another through the crack in the barrier. As he watched them gradually disappear, a bold idea suddenly sprang up in Genie's mind. He took out the note given to him by the 3rd Hokage and held it tightly in his hand. Taking advantage of the gap, not yet fully closed, Genie quickly performed the invisibility technique, gathering all his chakra to the utmost, as if he had merged with the surrounding environment. Then, like a ghost, he rushed in instantly. Success! Feeling that no alarm had sounded inside the barrier. A wave of joy surged in Genie's heart. He knew his guess had succeeded. However, this joy didn't last long before Baishu Yekong said warily, "Everyone be careful. I always feel that something is not right." At this moment, Baishu Yekong's eyes were scanning the surroundings, filled with vigilance. Other ninjas, hearing Baishu Yekong's words, also raised their guard and nervously observed their surroundings. Genie, hidden in the dark, felt a tightening in his heart, all his chakra gathering in one place, ready to act at any moment. "Hurry up, faster!" Nyangsi Ingji was running rapidly down the street, his heart pounding violently as if it would leap out of his chest. Images of Genie's calm expression and the heavy responsibility entrusted to him constantly flashed in his mind, filling him with anxiety and unease. At this moment, he deeply regretted not working harder in his daily life. If he could be a little stronger, perhaps he wouldn't be so flustered at this critical moment. As he ran, his thoughts were in disarray. Nyangsi Ingji's legs moved as fast as the wind. The sound of the wind rushing past his ears was deafening. Sweat dripped continuously from his forehead, hitting the ground, but he didn't notice at all. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, which was to relay the message to Lord Hokage as soon as possible. Finally, the Hokage building appeared before his eyes. A glimmer of hope surged in Nyangsi Ingji's heart as he quickened his pace and dashed toward the Hokage building. However, when he arrived in front of the Hokage building, he was stunned by the scene before him. The entire Hokage building was bustling with people. Ninjas were hurrying about. At the entrance of the building, a group of ninjas was discussing something anxiously, their faces filled with seriousness. Some ninjas were holding scrolls, running quickly as if relaying important messages. Others were organizing weapons and equipment, preparing to set off at any moment. As he entered the building, ninjas hurriedly passed by, their footsteps echoing in the silent air, making people feel even more tense. The entire Hokage building was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, making it hard to breathe. Nyangsi Ingji stood in front of the Hokage building, watching the busy scene, his heart filled with anxiety. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, combining it with the information he was to report, Nyangsi Ingji knew that Konoha was in big trouble now. Taking a deep breath, Nyangsi Ingji mustered his courage and walked toward the Hokage's office. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he was stopped by a man wearing a dog-headed mask. "Kid, what are you doing? This is not a place you can just wander into," the dog-headed masked man said coldly and harshly. Nyangsi Ingji said eagerly, "I have important information to report to Lord Hokage. Please let me in." The dog-headed masked man sneered, mocking, "What important information can a little brat like you have? Don't mess around here. Hurry up and leave." Seeing this, Nyangsi Ingji gritted his teeth and tried to force his way past the dog-headed masked man's obstruction. However, the dog-headed masked man mercilessly pushed him to the ground. Nyangsi Ingji fell heavily to the ground, feeling a wave of pain in his body. But at this moment, the despair in his heart was far deeper than the physical pain. He stared blankly at this scene, his eyes filling with tears. He didn't understand why. Even though he had important information, no one believed him. He felt so useless, unable to even relay the message at this critical moment. Nyangsi Ingji slumped on the ground, watching the busy people in front of the Hokage building, his heart filled with despair. Chapter 34. Konoha Crisis, what are you still doing here? Didn't I tell you to hurry? Just as Genie was about to take action, a voice urging him came, stopping his movement. Hearing that familiar voice, Baishu Yekong looked over to Genie with confusion, then turned his gaze to the newcomer. "Dashi, why are you here?" Baishu Yekong asked Dashi, looking puzzled. You guys are too slow. The effect of my medicine won't last long. It can't keep the ninjas inside asleep for too long. We must act quickly and resolve this. The man named Dashi complained upon hearing Baishu Yekong's words. After hearing Dashi's words, Baishu Yekong glanced in a certain direction with a hint of confusion, then quickly followed behind Dashi as they left. The group, familiar with the internal structure of the storage room, swiftly moved through the passage like ghosts, silently approaching the critical node that maintained the barrier of Konoha's storage room. At this moment, the ninjas in the barrier team were fully focused on guarding the node, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Baishu Yekong looked at the distant ninjas and gestured to Dashi beside him. Seeing Dashi nod in response, the two of them quietly approached the barrier team like phantoms in the dark night. When they were close enough, Baishu Yekong's eyes sharpened, and he quickly formed hand seals, shouting, "Earth release, rock spike technique." The ground suddenly erupted with sharp rock spikes, piercing toward the unsuspecting ninjas of the barrier team. The barrier team ninjas were caught off guard by this sudden attack. Some were instantly pierced by the rock spikes and fell to the ground. However, some quick-reacting ninjas immediately jumped to dodge while preparing to counterattack. Dashi, seeing this, did not hesitate and formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon roared out from his mouth, rushing fiercely toward those ninjas who were still resisting. As the water dragon surged by, chaos ensued. The ninjas were thrown into disarray by the powerful current, struggling to stand. Wind release, great breakthrough. A strong gust of wind howled, blowing the ninjas who had been destabilized by the water dragon even further. They collided heavily against the walls, spitting out blood. With their coordinated efforts, the ninjas of the barrier team were quickly dealt with. Looking at the bodies strewn across the ground, there was no trace of pity in their expressions, only the determination to complete their mission. Then, they quickly arrived at the barrier node, ready to proceed with their next action. You must guard the entrance well. Absolutely no one can enter, Baishu Yekong said with a stern expression. A few ninjas, seeing the bodies on the ground, quickly nodded in agreement. I'll leave this to you. I'm going to check other places. Seeing that the matter here had come to an end, Oishi began to contemplate leaving. Shiraishi Yado casually glanced at Oishi and then nodded as if in agreement. After Oishi had left, Shiraishi Yado took out the strange stone from his pocket and carefully placed it on the boundary node. Instantly, a wave of strange energy radiated out, and the entire boundary began to shake violently. The once indestructible barrier now appeared as fragile as glass, with several cracks appearing. Shiraishi Yado looked at the boundary slowly shattering under the influence of the strange stone, unable to suppress a surge of intense excitement in his heart. However, just then, a furious shout rang out. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. In an instant, a massive fire dragon roared towards the strange stone, illuminating the surrounding darkness with its blazing flames. The excitement on Shiraishi Yada's face was instantly replaced by shock as he widened his eyes, staring blankly at the sudden fire dragon. The fire dragon moved with lightning speed, closing in on the strange stone in the blink of an eye. Instinctively wanting to protect the strange stone, Shiraishi Yado quickly performed his ninjutsu in an attempt to fend off the fire dragon's attack. But the power of the fire dragon was simply too immense. His ninjutsu seemed insignificant in front of it. Bang! The floating strange stone appeared to lose its tether like a kite, shaking violently. The mysterious light flickered under the impact of the fire dragon, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Soon, the energy-depleted, strange stone fell to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, the shattered boundary gradually stabilized, though it still bore several cracks, as if it could break apart again at any moment. Damn it, you will pay for what you have done. Shiraishi Yado roared in anger, witnessing his hard work go to waste. Don't you know that villains die from talking too much? Seeing that Shiraishi Yado did not attack him, but merely roared in anger, Shinichi couldn't help but mock him. Hearing Shinichi's taunt, Shiraishi Yada's eyes instantly ignited with fury. He glared at Shinichi and gritted his teeth, saying, "You despicable guy, I will make you pay a painful price." After saying that, Shiraishi Yado quickly formed hand seals, and a powerful wind blade shot towards Shinichi in an instant. Jinny's expression changed, his eyes narrowed, and he quickly sidestepped to avoid the attack. The wind blade grazed Jinny's body and struck the wall behind him, creating a loud noise. Hearing the loud sound from inside, the guarding ninjas outside rushed in quickly. When they burst into the barrier node, they happened to see the two people engaged in battle. Without a moment's hesitation, these ninjas immediately unleashed their own ninjutsu, and in an instant, A tide of various techniques surged toward Jinny. Jinny smiled slightly as he faced the ninjutsu coming from all directions and shouted, "Ming done." He slowly extended his arm, and a strange pattern appeared in the palm of his hand. The pattern resembled a mysterious vortex, emanating a powerful gravitational force. In an instant, all the incoming ninjutsu were drawn into his palm like moths to a flame. The scene was extremely shocking, as the light of the ninjutsu flickered in Jinny's palm, as if sealed in a peculiar space. Baisher Yeding's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted, "What kind of ninjutsu is this?" But Jinny paid no attention to their reactions and directly used the body flicker technique to disappear from spot. The air rippled slightly, and Jinny's figure vanished without a trace. When he reappeared, he was already hovering above everyone. Jinny stood tall with a cold gaze. He took a deep breath, drawing a large amount of chakra from within his body, and then shouted, "Fire style, great fire extinguishing." In an instant, a massive flame erupted from Jinny's mouth, surging like a raging sea of fire towards Baisher Yekong and the others. The flames spread widely, and the intense heat seemed to ignite the very air itself. Where the fire passed, the ground was scorched and cracked, emitting a sizzling sound. Baisher Yekong and the other ninjas looked in terror at this vast fire attack, desperately trying to evade it. Some ninjas used earth-style techniques to attempt to raise a dirt wall to block the flames. Others quickly performed body flicker technique to escape the area covered by the fire. However, Jinny's fire style, great fire extinguishing, was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering their efforts insignificant. The flames rapidly spread, instantly engulfing Baisher Yekong and the others. They struggled in agony within the fire, letting out piercing screams. As the flames gradually extinguished, Baisher Yekong and the ninjas suffered varying degrees of burns. They lay on the ground, their breaths weak. Jinny slowly landed on the ground, looking at the devastation before him, with not a trace of joy in his heart. "Little one, what happened?" Just as the bird feeder felt utterly helpless, a gentle voice rang in his ear. The bird feeder seemed to grasp at a lifeline like a drowning person, quickly raising his head, tears welling up in his eyes as he looked at the person before him. "The ninja art collection has been attacked, and Teacher Jinny is following those people. Please, you must go support Teacher Jinny." The bird feeder's voice was filled with urgency and a hint of crying. His eyes were full of hope, as if the person before him was his last hope. Bofeng Minato frowned slightly upon hearing this, his expression instantly becoming serious. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the bird feeder, confirming once again, "The Teacher Jinny you mentioned is Chinya Jinny, right? Are you sure the place that was attacked is the ninja art collection?" The bird feeder nodded vigorously. "Yes, my teacher is indeed named Chinya Jinny. I saw them heading towards the collection." Teacher Jinny followed them to stop them. "You must hurry to support him." Bofeng Minato's eyes became increasingly determined as he nodded slightly, saying in a deep voice, "All right, you wait here. I'll go support him right away." After saying this, he gently patted the bird feeder's shoulder to offer him some comfort. Then, Bofeng Minato straightened his body, his golden hair fluttering gently in the breeze. He quickly formed hand seals, and in an instant, a flash of light appeared, causing his figure to vanish from the spot, leaving only a gentle breeze behind. The bird feeder anxiously watched as Minato's back disappeared from view, silently praying that Jinny would be safe. Chapter 35. Minato, you're late again. In the forest near the ninja art collection, two boys quietly hid in a large tree, observing the surroundings. "Konoha is really beautiful," one of the boys exclaimed, gazing into the distance with genuine admiration. The other boy, Bufong, slightly raised his head, a complex expression in his eyes. "Indeed, this place is completely different from our sand ninja village. Look, the trees are lush, the air is fresh, and there is none of that dry, sandy atmosphere." The boys' eyes were filled with longing, wishing their village could be as beautiful as Konoha. "It will be. Once we win this war, we'll have everything," Bufong said with a hint of determination, as if victory was already within reach. However, a trace of subtle worry lurked deep within his gaze. The other boy seemed inspired by Bufeng's words, hope igniting in his eyes. "I really hope that day comes soon, so we won't have to endure the heat and sandstorms in the desert anymore." "What are you two whispering about? Don't you know this is Konoha's base?" Just then, a middle-aged man approached, scolding them sternly. "Captain, look over there." The middle-aged man was about to say more when the boy named Bufong urgently interjected. The man quickly turned to look in the direction the boy was pointing. He saw that the barrier enveloping the entire collection was slowly cracking, the fissures spreading like a spider's web. "We did it!" Some ninjas exclaimed excitedly, their voices filled with joy and exhilaration. The two leaders from different factions exchanged glances, both their eyes sparkling with excitement. But soon, their smiles vanished like fireworks. What is going on? Didn't you guarantee that nothing would go wrong? The Sand Ninja leader looked at the barrier, which was full of cracks but still standing, unable to contain his anger and confusion. The Rock Ninja leader, seeing that the barrier was not dissipating, gritted his teeth and resolutely said, "How about we all attack the barrier together?" Hearing this, the Sand Ninja leader exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you crazy? If we do that, how many of us will survive?" His expression seemed to reflect the most reckless action imaginable. "Are you going to give up on this mission?" The Rock Ninja leader said in a low voice, though it carried a heavy sense of pressure. The Sand Ninja leader was momentarily at a loss for words, slowly closing his eyes. After a moment, when he opened them again, his eyes were filled with determination, as if he had made a difficult decision. "Let us end this quickly." Upon hearing the Sand Ninja leader's agreement, the two immediately gathered the remaining ninjas to prepare, the air thick with a tense and resolute atmosphere. Earth release, rock cannon technique. The Rock ninjas quickly dispersed around the area, continuously spitting out chunks of earth. Those chunks gathered in the air, forming a massive flow of earth and stone, rushing towards the barrier like a surging tide. The Rock Ninja leader shouted, "Earth release, Earth Stone Dragon technique." In an instant, a gigantic stone dragon surged from the ground, clawing and roaring as it charged towards the barrier. Seeing their allies exerting all their strength, the Sand ninjas also unleashed their signature techniques. They chanted incantations and quickly formed hand seals. Powerful ninja techniques shining brightly as they struck towards the barrier. Inside the barrier, Jinny noticed that the ninjas were evenly distributed and came up with a brilliant idea. Jinny watched them continuously attack the barrier, quietly waiting for the right moment. Amidst the rounds of bombardment, a deafening roar suddenly erupted. The entire barrier instantly shattered like brilliant fireworks, with sparkling starlight cascading down like a dream. "We charge!" After a loud bang, as the barrier turned to dust, the leader of the Rock Ninjas shouted at the top of his lungs. His eyes sparkled with eagerness and greed. Just as the crowd on the ground was eager to rush into the vault like a tidal wave, Jinny, who had been waiting for the opportunity, slightly curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile. "Wind release, great wind break technique." Jinny quickly formed hand seals, slightly raising his hands. His fingers skillfully began to weave the seals, the movements flowing naturally like a stream. As the hand seals changed, the surrounding air seemed to sense the impending storm and began to tremble slightly. The moment the last hand seal was completed, a powerful storm roared out like an angry dragon, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. That immense force surged forth like a towering tsunami, unstoppable in its momentum. The many ninjas on the field had yet to react before they were instantly knocked to the ground by this overwhelming power. They were like helpless fallen leaves, swaying in the fierce wind. They didn't even have time to let out a cry before being caught off guard by this sudden attack. Some ninjas widened their eyes in terror, their faces filled with disbelief. Others groaned in pain, trying to struggle to their feet, but were firmly pinned to the ground by the raging wind. The entire battlefield was in chaos, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Seeing the howling wind approaching, the leader of the Rock Ninja village immediately used ninjutsu to swiftly burrow underground. As the storm gradually subsided, after a moment, the Rock Ninja leader slowly emerged from the ground. As soon as he appeared, he saw that most of the ninjas on the field had lost their lives, and he was instantly filled with rage, unable to hold back his furious roar. "You are dead," the Rock Ninja leader shouted angrily, then decisively used the shadow clone technique, instantly creating multiple figures, and then hurriedly fled in the opposite direction. Seeing the Rock Ninja leader escape, Jinny was momentarily at a loss. So shameless? However, regardless of the situation, Jinny's momentary daze just happened to give the Rock Ninja leader the opportunity to escape. Jinny watched the figure of the Rock Ninja leader disappearing into the distance, slightly furrowing his brow. However, considering that his chakra was already in a dangerous state, he chose not to focus on it any longer and turned his attention to the current situation. Then, Jinny proceeded to finish off the surviving ninjas with a kunai. After all, he didn't want to encounter any unexpected surprises. Upon seeing a middle-aged man whose body was almost completely cut by wind blades with not a single intact piece of skin, Jinny stopped his actions of finishing off the wounded. Jinny pushed open his body and indeed found two unconscious boys beneath him. Seeing the scene, Jinny felt a pang of sympathy. With his perception, He naturally knew they posed no threat to him. Jinny, are you okay? After Jinny finished tidying up, a yellow figure appeared in front of him. Chapter 36. The Disappearing Thousand Hands Kazama. Why are you late again? Hearing a familiar voice behind him, Jinny instinctively complained. What do you mean late again? Upon hearing Jinny's words, Wave-Wind Kakashi looked puzzled, his clear eyes filled with confusion. Jinny turned around and looked at Minato, letting out a slight sigh. I really didn't expect that with your flying Thunder God technique, your support speed would be this slow. Minato showed a hint of an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Jinny. I came as quickly as I could after receiving the news. What exactly happened over here? Jinny replied. With such a big commotion here, didn't you notice anything over there? Hearing Jinny's somewhat critical words, Minato felt a bit ashamed. Jinny, you don't know, but tonight, Konoha has been attacked in various places, especially the Hyuga clan. I've heard that a member of the main house was captured, and we don't know the specifics right now. Upon hearing this, Jinny instinctively furrowed his brow. In Jinny's memory, during the Third Shinobi World War, a Byakugan from the Hyuga clan was indeed lost. But wasn't it taken by the Mist Village? Suppressing the doubts in his heart for the time being, he then led Shuei men towards the collection room. Just as they arrived at the entrance of the collection room, they saw an old man standing at the door. Senior, Jun Yi respectfully addressed. Have those people outside been dealt with? The old man asked softly. Did you notice them the moment they entered the vault? Jun Yi did not answer immediately, but instead asked in return. Jinny's rhetorical question instantly made the atmosphere tense among the few people present. I noticed it even before you came in. Not only did I discover them, but I also found out that a descendant of the Senju clan can actually exhibit the bloodline limit of the underworld. Upon hearing the old ninja's words, Jinny and Minato exchanged strange glances. Minato looked at his former classmate Jinny, feeling a surge of complex emotions, suddenly finding him incredibly unfamiliar. He opened his mouth, hesitated, unsure of where to start asking questions. Senior, are you saying this to threaten me? Jinny furrowed his brows slightly, and the chakra within him began to slowly gather. Haha, little guy. My name is Senju Kawashima, also from the long-lost Senju clan. Upon hearing Jinny's words, Senju Kawashima burst into loud laughter. The lost Senju clan? Jinny and Minato exchanged astonished glances at Kawashima's words. Their eyes scanned Kawashima up and down, trying to find more clues from his expression. After the initial shock, Jinny put down his guard. After all, in Jinny's view, this elder who claimed to be from the Senju clan would not harm a junior, right? Elder, since you have revealed your identity, what do you need me to do? Jinny naturally wouldn't be naive enough to think that this old man could reveal his identity in front of him without paying any price. Senju Kawashima slightly narrowed his eyes. Sizing up Jinny, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You, as a junior, are quite interesting. Do I, an elder of the Senju clan, really need your help? His tone carried a hint of teasing, but his eyes revealed a subtle expectation. Jinny was not affected by Senju Kawashima's words. He quietly looked at Senju Kawashima, waiting for him to continue. Minato stood aside, not interrupting, knowing that it was best to let Jinny and Senju Kawashima communicate on their own at this moment. After a moment of silence, Senju Kawashima slowly spoke. Little guy, do you know why the Senju clan disappeared? Jinny shook his head. His understanding of the history of the Senju clan was limited to books. He only knew that the second Hokage disbanded the Senju. Looking at the old man's expression, he feared there were some events behind the scenes that he didn't understand. Seeing Jinny shake his head, Senju Kawashima sighed, a hint of desolation showing in his eyes. Back then, the second Hokage wanted to remove the Senju surname, and naturally, many clan members were unwilling. However, under the stubborn insistence of Senju Tobarama, the Senju clan ultimately disbanded. There were many reasons that prompted Senju Tobarama to do this. In my opinion, the most important one was that Senju Tobarama discovered that the bloodline of the Senju clan had developed problems. For some unknown time, almost no one in the new generation of the Senju clan possessed the clan's signature traits. Without those, could the Senju clan still be called Senju? Was it the only reason? After hearing Senju Kawashima's words, Jinny momentarily found it hard to believe. After all, even if the bloodline ability disappeared, it shouldn't lead to becoming a thing of the past, right? Naturally, that wasn't the case. If it were only that, the Senju clan could at least still exist in Konoha as a clan, even if we had changed our surname. Senju Kawashima slightly shook his head, and a flash of hatred suddenly appeared in his eyes. Seeing that Jinny still wanted to ask further, Senju Kawashima waved his hand and said, "Let's stop here for today. Kid, you can come to find me any time in the future." Noticing Senju Kawashima's demeanor, Jinny did not continue to press for answers and instead asked about something else. Senior. What about that enemy village ninja? What Jinny was talking about was naturally the ninja named Dashi. After Jinny dealt with by Shurya and others, he had looked for him. But after sensing the entire collection, he still couldn't find him. Senju Kawashima didn't continue to respond this time. Instead, he looked at Minato and said, "Blonde kid, I don't want Sarutobi Hiruzen to know about our conversation this time. Can you guarantee that?" Minato hesitated for a moment and then said firmly, "As long as you don't do anything harmful to Konoha in the future, I won't know anything." Senju Kawashima slightly nodded, his gaze returning to Jinny. "Kid, live well." After saying this, Senju Kawashima walked inside, and at the same time, a strange energy fluctuation appeared above the collection, quickly enveloping the entire collection. "This, Jinny, I really didn't expect you to be a descendant of Senju." Minato's words were filled with surprise and emotion. He stared closely at Jinny, his eyes revealing extremely complex emotions. "Minato, you might be mistaken. Not only am I a descendant of Senju, but I fear you are too. Otherwise, Senju Kawashima wouldn't have said so much in front of you." Jinny looked at Minato and said seriously, "Ah, this really." Hearing Jinny say this, Minato let out a helpless sigh. Jinny looked at the tightly closed door, remaining silent for a long time. Chapter 37, Aftermath. The Konoha Jonin Meeting. Hiruzen, I want to know how Sarutobi Danzo didn't notice so many enemy village ninjas infiltrated Konoha. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was roaring loudly at the Konoha Jonin meeting. It had been a whole night since the invasion by the enemy ninjas, and after handling the emergency situation, Konoha urgently convened the Jonin conference. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, sitting quietly in his seat with a grave expression. "Third Hokage, I hope you can give me an explanation. In this attack, we lost a member of the Hyuga clan," Hyuga Hizashi said, his voice low and filled with suppressed anger. "Third Hokage, your Umbu's performance in gathering intelligence is truly unsatisfactory. In my opinion, it will be better to place the Umbu under root. I can guarantee that such events as last night will never happen again." Danzo took the opportunity to stoke the fire. Seeing that Danzo was getting more and more excessive, Sarutobi Hiruzen slightly frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his gaze. "Danzo, the Umbu has its own independent system and responsibilities. How can it be casually placed under root? Moreover, Root's style of operation is too radical and not suitable for completely taking over the Umbu's work." Oof. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Danzo merely snorted coldly, then returned to his seat and slowly closed his eyes. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Danzo was so perceptive and nodded slightly in satisfaction. Just as he was about to speak, a voice of reprimand suddenly rang out. "Third Hokage, I demand an explanation from you. Why did you not notice anything last night? Do I have reason to doubt your capabilities?" A Uchiha clan Jonin couldn't help but loudly scold. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face instantly darkened, like a storm cloud. The ninjas surrounding the Uchiha clan instinctively shifted their chairs slightly, thinking to themselves, "I know you are very brave, but I didn't expect you to be so fierce." Uchiha Fyama, seeing the still proud Uchiha Tuka, suddenly turned gloomy. "That's enough, Uchiha. What happened last night did not cause much damage to Konoha. Don't go too far." Nara Shikamaru said sternly. "Not much damage. If it weren't for our Uchiha clan's timely response and strong resistance, Konoha would have been in ruins by now." Uchiha Tuka said angrily, ready to continue. "Enough." Before Uchiha Tuka could finish, Uchiha Fyama loudly stopped him. His face was dark as if water could drip from it, his eyes revealing a hint of severity. "Tuka, do not be disrespectful. This is a Jonin meeting, not a place for your recklessness." Uchiha Tuka gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling but still closed his mouth. He glared fiercely at the third Hokage and his faction's ninjas before sitting down. The meeting room fell into silence, the atmosphere tense enough to take one's breath away. Sarutobi Hiruzen's dark expression focused tightly on the Uchiha clan's ninjas, but after a while, his expression returned to calm. "Everyone, this incident is indeed my negligence." Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly began, his voice steady and powerful. "However, we cannot blame each other for this. Instead, we should think of ways together to strengthen Konoha's defense system to prevent similar incidents from happening again." Everyone remained silent, quietly pondering the third Hokage's words. After a moment, Mito Kazuma was the first to break the silence. "What the third Hokage said is very true. Now we should unite and face external threats together. As for internal conflicts, we can resolve them slowly in the future." Uchiha Fyama glanced at Tuka and sighed slightly. He stood up and said solemnly, "Third Hokage, Our Uchiha clan is willing to join hands with everyone and do our utmost to protect Konoha, although the other Uchiha ninjas still had doubts in their hearts. Seeing Fyama's attitude, they all nodded in support. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at everyone's reactions and nodded slightly, his eyes showing a look of relief, but then his face became serious. I now announce the removal of Sarutobi Danzo from all positions. As for the position of Jonin team leader, it will be taken over by Minato Namikaze. As soon as this was said, the meeting room was in an uproar. Everyone's gaze turned to Minato Namikaze, some surprised, some confused, and some expectant. Minato Namikaze was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting to have anything to do with it. But he quickly regained his composure, stood up, and respectfully bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thank you for your trust, third Hokage. I will do my best and not disappoint everyone's expectations. Minato Namikaze's voice was firm and powerful, his eyes revealing confidence and responsibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Very good. Minato deserves such praise as the main force in repelling the enemy this time. At the same time, I ordered Jonin Minato Namikaze to thoroughly investigate this incident and find out the truth behind it to give everyone an explanation. Third Hokage, hearing this, Minato Namikaze looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion. I remember my report was not like this. Seeing Minato's puzzled gaze, Sarutobi Hiruzen first looked apologetically at Genie, then continued. In light of the significant contributions made by Chiba Genie during this incident, I hereby promote him to the position of Deputy Director of the Ninja Academy and grant him a Jonin examination. Hearing his arrangement, Genie breathed a sigh of relief. The main credit goes to Minato, which was the result of Genie and Sarutobi Hiruzen's discussion. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't have arranged it this way, even if he were shameless. Genie noticed the emotions of Watergate and turned to give him a reassuring glance. Genie slightly lowered his head and respectfully said, "Thank you, Lord Third." As Genie stood up, the ninjas in the meeting turned their gaze towards him. Their eyes reflected various emotions: admiration, curiosity, confusion, and certainly disdain. Seeing Genie's respectful demeanor, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction. All right, now that we have acknowledged those who made significant contributions to this incident, let's continue discussing the aftermath of this event. Chapter 38, I'm sorry, Minato Chiba Genie. What do you mean by this? As soon as the meeting ended, Namikaze Minato loudly questioned. His eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief, his brows tightly furrowed, and his face was entirely puzzled by Genie's actions. The ninjas who had not yet left were surprised to see the usually gentle Minato so furious, and they all paused in their tracks. They looked at Minato and Genie with astonishment, filled with intense curiosity. It was rare to see the usually refined Minato so angry, which stirred their gossiping instincts. Genie noticed that everyone's gaze was focused on him, so he hurriedly pulled Watergate and quickly walked toward the secluded area. He didn't want to make it to tomorrow's Konoha Entertainment headlines. Genie quickly dragged Shuemin to a secluded place, and along the way, Shuemin's emotions remained unsettled, only allowing Genie to pull him forward. The remaining ninjas watched the hurried departure of the two, their curiosity growing stronger, with some female ninjas showing a strange expression as they looked at them. Upon reaching a quiet corner, Genie stopped, releasing his grip on Shuemin. Shuemin furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Genie, quietly waiting for an explanation. Shuemin, don't be angry for now. Think about it carefully. If others knew I had such strength, they would probably assign me to tedious tasks right away, rather than let me stay peacefully in Konoha to teach. Of course, I'm not saying those tasks are bad, but I simply prefer teaching and nurturing in Konoha. After hearing Genie's words, Shuemin's brow remained tightly knitted. He shook his head slightly and said, Genie, I don't understand. With such strength, why do you choose to hide it? Moreover, giving me the main credit this time is unfair to you. Genie let out a gentle sigh, looking seriously at Shuemin, and slowly said, Shuemin, do you really want to see a group of children who are still confused about basic right and wrong, thrown into one meaningless war after another? Do you truly believe that it is meaningful for these children to go to the battlefield? Seeing Shuemin fall into silence, Genie continued speaking to himself. On my first day of class, I found that many students didn't even know who the founder of Konoha was. They only knew the third Hokage, but not Konoha. I think this is extremely unreasonable, and I want to change this situation. Shuemin remained silent, his eyes revealing complex emotions. Genie's words struck him like a heavy hammer, plunging him into deep contemplation. Shuemin, let's leave it at that. I know you're doing this for my sake. But isn't this the most perfect result? After speaking, Jinny walked over to Shuaimin, patted him on the shoulder, and then left the place. The most perfect result? Shuaimin murmured to himself. His gaze followed the direction in which Jinny had departed, and an indescribable feeling surged in his heart. It's really hard to fool honest people. In a place unseen by Shuaimin, Jinny took a deep breath. Jinny's face revealed a complex expression, mixed with a hint of relief, yet accompanied by an indescribable sense of guilt. For Jinny, the main reason for such behavior was undoubtedly the desire not to draw too much attention. In Konoha, an ordinary ninja without any background could best survive by maintaining a seemingly mediocre status. I'm sorry, Minato. Jinny silently murmured in his heart. Do we fail? Inside the Sand Village's headquarters, Chiyo tightly gripped the letter in her hand, involuntarily letting out a sigh, her eyes reflecting extremely complex emotions. The previous successful raid undoubtedly injected a powerful and uplifting force into the Sand Village, making the ninjas of sand feel as though they could see the dawn of victory blooming before them. They had cheered and celebrated exuberantly, their morale soaring like a surging tide, as victory seemed to be right in front of them, within reach. However, Chiyo knew very well that this victory was merely a fleeting moment. Having lived since the establishment of the Sand Village, Chiyo understood the powerful replenishing ability of Konoha. Although this raid had achieved significant results, as long as Konoha was given enough time, they would eventually retaliate. After careful deliberation, Chiyo decided to initiate the Konoha collection plan. Furthermore, she allied with the Iwagakure, with whom she had a long-standing feud, to jointly plan the operation. However, she never expected that the progress of the plan would be far from smooth, and the entire elite team ended up perishing at the hands of Konoha. The only gain was a single Byakugan. This heavy blow plunged Chiyo into deep contemplation and worry. Minato Namikaze? Truly deserving of the title Cradle of Genius. She never expected that after losing Shikakanara, they would have an even more powerful Minato Namikaze. Chiyo looked at the name on the letter in her hand, sighed deeply again, her eyes filled with complex and unfathomable emotions. Just as Chiyo was lost in thought, the tense flap was suddenly lifted, and Iwasaki rushed into Chiyo's camp. Sister, another transport team was attacked. If we don't find a way to stop this, we'll be in trouble. Iwasaki's face was filled with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hearing her brother's voice, Chiyo quickly retracted her pessimistic mindset, her gaze instantly becoming resolute. She slightly furrowed her brows and said in a deep voice, "Has Iwagakure deployed troops?" Iwasaki showed a troubled expression upon hearing this, momentarily unsure of how to respond. That fool Inoki, how could he still have the mind to provoke those mindless cloud ninjas at this time? Even if they deploy troops, it probably won't be many. After hearing Iwasaki's words, Chiyo took a deep breath, her mind racing. After a moment, she decisively said, "Contact the Mist Village." Upon hearing this, Iwasaki hesitated. Sister, the Mist Village is far overseas, and I've heard they've recently created something called the Blood Mist. They don't seem easy to deal with, Iwasaki said worriedly. Chiyo slightly narrowed her eyes, her tone firm as she said, "Don't worry, they will be interested. Send someone with the Byakugan, we just seized to Mist Village. We must show them our sincerity." Iwasaki naturally felt reluctant upon hearing this. Just as he was about to argue, he was sternly reprimanded by Chiyo. "Awesome. The situation in Sand is extremely difficult. We must do everything we can to find allies. The Mist Village may not be easy to deal with, but their desire for Konoha cannot be underestimated. This is our only chance right now, and there's no room for doubt." Chiyo's gaze was sharp, her words carrying an undeniable authority. Iwasaki had no choice but to go off to handle the matter reluctantly. Watching Iwasaki's departing figure, Chiyo secretly pondered. Chapter 39. Rasengan Teacher Jinny, are you okay? I'm so worried about you. As soon as Jinny stepped out of the Hokage building, he saw a small figure rushing towards him, a voice tinged with tears echoing in the air. Zhen Yi's heart warmed, and she gently crouched down to wipe away the tears on the bird trainer's face. "Bird trainer, look, the teacher is perfectly fine, so don't cry." Hearing Zhen Yi's words, the bird trainer sniffed, trying hard to stop crying, and looked at Zhen Yi with big watery eyes. "Teacher, I was so scared, afraid something would happen to you." The bird trainer's voice still trembled slightly. Zhen Yi smiled and patted the bird trainer's head. "Bird trainer, see? The teacher is not only fine, but also received a reward." Zhen Yi comforted the bird feeder while taking out the newly issued appointment letter from his pocket. The bird feeder looked at the appointment letter with curiosity, filled with admiration. "Teacher, you are so amazing," he exclaimed. "Haha, since you know the teacher is so amazing, why would the teacher still encounter danger?" He said lightly, trying to ease the bird feeder's worries. The bird feeder tilted his head, thought for a moment, and then said seriously, "Although the teacher is very powerful, the outside world is also very dangerous." Jean was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, and then smiled as he patted the falconer's head. "Falconer, you should hurry home, or your parents will worry." The falconer bit his lip, seeming a bit reluctant. "Teacher, please take care of yourself." Jean nodded slightly and smiled at the bird handler. "Don't worry, the teacher will help. Hurry back now." Only then did the bird handler turn around, glancing back 3 times as he walked towards home. As the figure of the bird handler gradually faded away, Jean-Yi's expression instantly became serious. Last night, Jean-Yi had learned about the bird handler's ordeal and naturally understood what had happened to the child. After grasping the full situation, Jean-Yi immediately sought out Sarutobi Heisen, hoping he would punish that dog-headed man severely. However, to Jean-Yi's deep disappointment, Sarutobi Heisen merely scolded him a little symbolically and then ignored the incident. Because of this, Jean-Yi became even more determined to have Minato take away his fruits. Faced with Sarutobi Heisen's attitude, Jean-Yi casually made a few dismissive remarks and left directly. As for that dog-headed man, Jean-Yi had long since sentenced him to death in his heart, and at this moment, he naturally would not pay any more attention to such a person. After Jean-Yi returned home, his thoughts gradually drifted back to the battle from last night. Strictly speaking, it was Jean-Yi's first battle since his arrival in this world. In that fight, he hardly used any techniques, relying purely on his massive chakra reserves to perform large-scale ninjutsu to defeat his enemies. This method of combat allowed Jean-Yi to gain an advantage when facing ninjas of the same level or similar strength. However, once he encountered enemies faster than himself or top-tier taijutsu masters, he would immediately find himself in great trouble with no countermeasures. Imagining those speed-type ninjas, whose movements were ghostly fast, or the taijutsu masters who perfectly combined strength and skill, Jean-Yi couldn't help but furrow his brows. For him, it was unacceptable to have such flaws, especially since his future opponents would not be ordinary ninjas. They could be powerful adversaries like Uchiha Madara, or even members of the Tsutsuki clan. The Rasengan? Thinking of future enemies, Jean-Yi's thoughts naturally turned to Naruto's iconic ninjutsu. Speaking of the Rasengan, Jean-Yi only knew that it was a powerful energy sphere formed by continuously compressing massive amounts of chakra and then spinning it rapidly. This process required precise control and guidance of the chakra to keep it in a stable spinning state in the palm of his hand. However, despite understanding the principle, Jean-Yi found himself in a predicament because he had no idea how to execute it in practice. Jean-Yi tried for a while and found that with his current abilities, he couldn't succeed at all. In his palm, the chakra could never stabilize its rotation. It either dissipated in an instant or lost control and scattered everywhere. Jean-Yi sighed helplessly, feeling a surge of frustration. After the failure, he couldn't help but think of Minato. Should he go visit Minato? But soon, Jean-Yi dismissed that option from his mind. Minato, who had just been promoted, would probably be busy in the office for a long time. Chapter 40. The 8 Gates Technique. Teacher Jean-Yi, do you really want to learn my 8 Gates technique? My guy looked at Jean-Yi in disbelief. After a day of recovery work in Konoha, the Konoha daily enthusiastically praised the hero Namikaze Minato and also mentioned Chiba Jean-Yi's name. As someone who had long been taking on D-rank missions, Might Guy naturally received this information right away. In Might Guy's impression, Jean-Yi was a hero who could face multiple Jonin and even solo several of them. Yet he wanted to learn his ninjutsu. Yes, senior guy, I want to enhance my taijutsu training, so I'd like to ask you about it. After practicing the Rasengan at home for a whole day, Jean-Yi found that with his current ability, he simply couldn't develop the A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan. So, he naturally turned his attention to the 8 Gates technique. Teacher Jean-Yi, you can't say that. After all, you are so strong. And it's my honor that you want to train in my ninjutsu. However, I think with your strength, there is no need to practice this at all. Seeing Might Guy's humble demeanor, Jean-Yi felt quite helpless. Long ago, Jean-Yi had realized that Might Guy had no idea how strong he really was. Or rather, he didn't realize that he, as a Chunin, was completely different from other Chunin. Senior guy, you might have some misconceptions about the 8 Gates technique. It is a very powerful technique. If I had to rate it, it would be at least an S-rank ninjutsu. Teacher Jean-Yi, you can't just say that. How can my 8 Gates technique be considered S-rank ninjutsu? Might Guy shook his head repeatedly. Jean-Yi looked at Might Guy with a serious expression and said earnestly, Senior guy, everything I say comes from the heart. Once the 8 gates technique is activated, the power it unleashes is truly astonishing. This technique has limitless potential and absolutely deserves the rating of S-class ninjutsu. Might guy still harbored doubts and stammered, but I'm just a chunin. This ninjutsu has never been regarded so highly by anyone. Jinny said solemnly, Senior Dai, strength is not solely determined by ninja rank. Your 8 gates of Duanjia technique can unleash unimaginable power at critical moments. Hearing Jinny's words, Might Dai felt a surge of excitement in his heart. But soon his emotions fell again. In his view, Jinny's statement was likely an exaggeration to spare his feelings. I'm very grateful to Teacher Jinny for taking care of me and Kai. Since you value this ninjutsu so much, I will definitely do my best to teach it to you. However, please don't speak like this in the future, as this is not a time of youthful passion. Looking at Might Dai, who was talking to himself, Jinny fell into silence, unsure how to respond. After a moment of thought, Jinny said, Thank you, Senior Dai. I will study the 8 gates of Duanjia with all my heart. As for making Might Dai believe in his high praise for the 8 gates of Duanjia, Jinny felt that it was not an easy task. After all, he didn't want to waste his efforts, as he still wanted to live for many more years. He knew that for someone like Might Dai, who had a stubborn personality, only presenting solid facts could possibly make him believe. Trying to convince him with mere words was harder than climbing to the sky. With that time, it would be better spent calculating how much chakra Kakashi actually had. Teacher Jinny, the principle of the 8 gates of Duanjia that I practice lies in unlocking the chakra points that bind the human body, thus temporarily gaining immense power. The 8 gates are open, rest, life, injury, do, view, shock, and death. Each gate open grants multiple times the chakra, but it also places a greater burden on the body. Might Dai looked at Jinny and continued with a serious expression. Teacher Jinny, although the 8 gates of Duanjia can grant multiple times the chakra, the risks are extremely high. The more gates that are opened, the greater the damage to the body. A slight mistake can even endanger one's life. Therefore, one must be especially cautious when practicing and using it. Jun nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a contemplative expression. Senior Dai, I will know when to stop. If I can't hold on any longer, I will appropriately give up. Hearing Jun's words, Might Dai nodded in satisfaction. 8th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. The first gate, open, open. Might Dai shouted in a low voice, and the aura around him instantly changed. A powerful chakra surged from his body, and the surrounding air seemed to tremble under this force. Teacher Jinny, this is the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, which primarily corresponds to the head region of the body, Might Dai said slowly, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. Although opening the first gate no longer inflicted any damage on Might Dai's body, if he maintained this state for teaching, he would revert to his normal form after a short while. Teacher Jinny, try to practice on your own first. If you really can't understand later, come and ask me, Might Dai said, then quietly stood to the side, giving Jinny enough space to try and explore. Jinny nodded slightly, slowly closed his eyes, and began to feel the flow of chakra within his body. He concentrated fully on controlling the chakra to move towards his brain, trying to find the key to unlocking the first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. However, things were far from easy. At first, Jinny fell into great difficulties. How could this be possible? Jinny was filled with shock. He could clearly feel the violent turmoil of chakra within him, which was completely unexpected. With his control over his own chakra, Jinny began to attempt to unblock it, starting from a strand of chakra. At that moment, he seemed to be in darkness, groping for an unknown path. Every surge of chakra felt like an elusive spirit, sometimes so chaotic that it was hard to control, and at other times so silent that he didn't know where to start. Jinny worked hard to keep himself calm, fully focused on guiding the restless chakra. He could feel beads of sweat gradually forming on his forehead, and his mind was becoming increasingly exhausted under the high tension. Jinny continuously adjusted his breathing, trying to find a balance so that the chakra could flow orderly under his control. As time passed slowly, Jinny gradually discovered some patterns. He found that when his mind completely calmed down, the turbulence of the chakra would also slightly weaken. Therefore, he began to try using meditation techniques, allowing his thoughts to be as still as a calm lake, without a ripple. Jinny slowly let his mind empty, trying to forget everything. Unconsciously, Jinny seemed to return to his original era, a place without war, filled with tranquility and peace. However, just as Jinny was completely immersed in it, the entire world seemed to be swallowed by a vast ocean. Jinny suddenly opened his eyes and gasped for breath. Chapter 41. Jinny's Disciples. Teacher Jinny, congratulations. You have met the requirements to practice the 8 gates of Duanjia. Upon hearing what Mike Guy said, Zheni, with an expression of disbelief, replied, Senior Guy, I only practiced for a little while, and I already qualify to train? Mike Guy looked at Zheni and smiled as he explained, Teacher Zheni, you may not know, but it has already been 2 days since we last met. During this time, many people have come to find you. Zhen Yi was suddenly startled. He had not expected that so much time had passed. Just a moment ago, he was immersed in his training, feeling as if only a brief moment had gone by. Mike Dai noticed that Zhen Yi was still in a daze, so he continued, The 8 gates of Duanjia technique is most difficult to master, especially the first gate, which is connected to the brain. You must understand that the brain is the most vulnerable part of the human body, and opening this door that connects to it is naturally extremely difficult. The most crucial point is, Teacher Zhen Yi, you are the only one who has opened this channel through your own control over chakra. As Mike Dai spoke, he closely observed Zheni, as if he were admiring a rare treasure. Zheni gradually came to his senses from his daze and asked with confusion, Could it be that Senior Dai and Kai didn't practice like I do? Haha, Teacher Zheni, Kai and I are certainly not like that. We naturally opened our first door during our training process, not through deliberate practice to unlock it, Mike Dai said with a smile. Hearing Mike Dai's words, Zheni looked at him speechlessly, secretly sighing, I didn't expect this thick-browed guy to be a liar too. Congratulations, host. You have autonomously learned the first door and received the reward. Wind breathing technique from the Demon Slayer world? Is this demon system really this humane? Zheni exclaimed in disbelief upon seeing the reward. Just as Zheni was immersed in delight, Mike Dai's voice came through. Teacher Zheni, wake up quickly. Your students are still waiting for you outside. If you don't go out soon, they might just barge in. Upon hearing this, Zheni vanished in an instant, and his voice echoed in the air. Senior Dai, I'll come to consult you later. Zheni felt a bit nostalgic for his students. After all, those who have experienced life and death probably want to see their closest people first. At this moment, in a corner of the Death Forest, 2 figures swiftly darted through the trees like phantoms. Ji Shui noticed Kai closely pursuing him and glanced back, a barely noticeable smirk flashing in his eyes. Ji Shui, you need to be careful. After greeting, Kai suddenly increased his speed. In an instant, Kai approached Ji Shui like a bolt of lightning, delivering a fierce kick to Ji Shui's chin. Ji Shui had no time to react further and was lifted into the air by the force of the kick. Immediately, Kai showed no mercy, following up with kick after kick, each one powerful and precise, sending Ji Shui higher and higher off the ground, reaching over 10 meters. Flower Lotus, Kai shouted, his voice echoing through the forest. He suddenly grabbed Ji Shui tightly, and they spun in the air like 2 high-speed top spinners, their figures rapidly rotating with an unstoppable momentum, crashing headfirst toward the ground. The wind howled past their ears, and the surrounding leaves were blown away by the air currents they created. At that moment, Kai's eyes burned with the flames of battle, filled with determination. They're really going all out. Not far away, Obito watched this thrilling scene, feeling a wave of doubt in his heart. Kai, you're going to lose. Hearing Hinata Q's calm words, Obito looked at him in disbelief and asked in surprise, What did you say? Idiot. Hinata Q scolded Obito before ignoring him. Focusing intently on the 2 fighters, Obito's gaze fell on Hinata Q's eyes, and in that moment, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. But soon, a proud expression crossed Obito's face as if he thought of something. Just as Kai and Ji Shui were about to crash to the ground, a glimmer flashed in Ji Shui's eyes. The Ji Shui Kai was holding suddenly turned into a piece of wood, and upon seeing this, Kai's heart sank. He immediately realized that he had fallen for Ji Shui's substitution and body flicker techniques. Just as Kai was about to adjust his stance, a subtle wave appeared in the air above him. In an instant, Ji Shui appeared silently like a phantom. Konoha's instant wind, Ji Shui shouted, gathering chakra rapidly at his feet, kicking heavily toward Kai like an arrow released from a bow. At that critical moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew towards the 2 from a distance. The fierce wind howled, shaking the surrounding trees violently, and leaves were swept into the air. Both Kai and Ji Shui were affected by this sudden wind release ninjutsu, forcing them to halt their movements. After stabilizing themselves, they looked towards the direction from which the wind was coming. Ji Shui Kai, you really haven't cherished your bodies at all during my absence. Zheni slowly walked out from the forest. Zheni's eyes carried a hint of reproach. Ji Shui and Kai both showed a slightly awkward expression upon hearing Zheni's words. Ji Shui lowered his head slightly and said, Teacher, I'm sorry, we were just sparring. Kai scratched his head and chuckled. Teacher Genie, we're doing this to improve our strength. Teacher Genie, I missed you so much. In the distance, Abito spotted Genie and immediately shouted excitedly. He quickly ran over to Genie, his face beaming with joy. Abito reached Genie's side and said excitedly, Teacher Genie, you're finally back. We've all been worried about you during this time. Teacher, standing quietly beside Abito was Hinata Kagami, who remained silent. Genie looked at his disciples with a warm smile and said, I see it's getting late. Let's take a break today. I'll go home and make something for you to eat. Yay! Dato jumped up excitedly. Teacher Genie, I want to eat the hairy crabs and braised pork you made last time. Idiot, it's this late. How could there still be shops selling those things? Hyuga Kagami frowned slightly and mercilessly retorted. Upon hearing this, Dato's excitement instantly deflated, and he pouted, saying, Then what should I do? I just want to eat. Genie watched the interaction between the two disciples and couldn't help but smile. Chapter 42, Climbing Trees and Treading Water, Part 1. Dato felt quite troubled. After dinner, the group didn't rush to return, but began to practice in Genie's backyard. Watching his fellow disciples, Dato was surprised to find that he seemed unable to beat anyone. At that moment, Hinata Kagami was engaged in an intense hand-to-hand combat with Kai, and Dato's expression instantly became complicated. Dato could clearly feel that Hinata Kagami, with his Byakugan activated, had made significant improvements in every aspect, and now he was able to match Kai using the family's gentle fist technique. Then, he glanced over at Shizuka, who was holding a pile of wood, practicing the transformation of fire attribute chakra, and his mindset became unbalanced. After pondering for a moment, Dato looked at Genie with a pitiful expression. Teacher Genie, I also want to practice transformation. Genie looked at Abito's pitiful eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly rising. Abito, mastering chakra nature transformation is much more difficult than mastering a single ninjutsu. It's not as simple as just adding pure fire chakra to your chakra for ninjutsu practice. Chakra nature transformation not only tests the user's control over chakra, but also requires the user to remember the characteristics of that particular attribute. Are you sure you can stick with it? Listening to Teacher Genie's words, a hint of hesitation flashed in Abito's eyes, but soon that hesitation was replaced by determination. He straightened his chest and said loudly, Teacher Genie, I can endure. I don't want to fall behind everyone anymore. I want to become stronger too. Very good, Abito. I really appreciate that. Now go climb a tree and show me. I'll climb a tree. Teacher Genie, did you say that wrong? Seeing Abito's surprised expression, Genie smiled slightly. Since you think my method is wrong, why don't you go ask Shui for advice? However, despite Genie's beaming smile, Abito inexplicably felt a chilling aura emanating from him. But Abito quickly realized this strange thought and hurriedly shook off those negative ideas from his mind. Teacher Genie is clearly so gentle and sunny. How could he possibly be eerie? It must be that I ate too much for dinner, causing me to have hallucinations. Teacher Genie, as long as I climb that tree, can you teach me about property changes? Dato asked eagerly. Genie looked at Dato's nervous yet eager expression, and his smile became even brighter. Dato, as long as you climb that tree according to my request, I will teach you the nature transformation. However, don't underestimate this challenge. Before Genie could finish speaking, Dato excitedly ran towards the tall tree. Genie really was something. He could start training right now, but insisted on this extra step. Dato muttered to himself while scratching his head helplessly. To Dato, climbing a tree was an extremely simple task. Why did it need to be assessed? When Dato hurried to the bottom of the tree, he looked up and saw Genie already standing steadily on top of the tree, arms crossed, slightly bowing his head to look at him. Dato, your speed is really too slow. Upon hearing this, Dato lifted his head to look at Genie on the tree. A confident smile appeared on his face as he loudly said, Genie-sensei, just watch me. It's just tree climbing. I can finish this battle in no time. Seeing Dato roll up his sleeves, ready to climb the tree, Genie shook his head helplessly. He looked at Dato and said, Dato, you need to understand. The tree climbing I'm talking about is not ordinary tree climbing. As soon as he finished speaking, Genie instantly appeared in front of Dato. Then, he steadily concentrated chakra under his feet. He slowly lifted his foot, stepping onto the trunk as if it were flat ground, and began to walk vertically up the tree step by step. Genie's posture was upright, and his steps were steady, making him look as if he were walking normally on flat ground, without any signs of abnormality. Dato's eyes widened in shock as he watched Genie's every move. Genie continued to ascend and soon hung upside down from a tree. Genie paused for a moment, then turned over and lightly returned to the ground. This is tree climbing. By controlling your chakra well, You can move as freely as if walking on flat ground in any environment. Jinny looked at Obito and said seriously, "It's your turn, Obito." Coming back to his senses, Obito straightened his chest and responded loudly, "Teacher Jinny, this kind of training is a piece of cake for me. After all, I'm a genius recognized even by Kakashi." After saying this, Obito took a deep breath to calm himself, then carefully gathered chakra at the soles of his feet. With a determined look at the big tree, he confidently took a step forward. "I'm going up," Obito shouted and began to climb up with all his might. At first, Obito's progress was quite smooth. He moved steadily on the trunk using the chakra at his feet. However, after a while, Obito felt that controlling the chakra was becoming strenuous. With a thud, he fell towards the ground. Just as he was about to make intimate contact with the ground, Jinny lightly jumped and caught Obito. After setting Obito down, Jinny continued, "Obito, this tree climbing tests your control and endurance of chakra. You need to think this through." Hearing Jinny's words, Obito's face showed a hint of shame. He bit his lip, determination shining in his eyes. "Teacher Jinny, I understand. I will definitely think it through and improve my control and endurance of chakra." After saying this, Obito walked back to the big tree, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and tried to calm himself down. He began to recall the process of his previous climb, analyzing the reasons for his failure. Moments later, Obito opened his eyes and carefully gathered chakra at the soles of his feet again. "I'm going up," Obito shouted once more and began to climb up with all his might again. This time, he was more focused, trying to feel the flow of chakra and control it better. However, after a short while, he still felt that controlling the chakra was becoming difficult, and his body began to sway. "No, I can't give up," Obito shouted in his heart. He gritted his teeth and persevered. But in the end, he still failed and fell from the tree again. Jinny watched as Obito failed time and again, yet did not speak to stop him. Obito kept trying, failing repeatedly, but he never gave up. Time passed second by second, and the sky gradually darkened, but Obito continued to practice hard. The gentle night breeze blew by, and Obito, exhausted, sat on the ground, his clothes soaked with sweat. He looked at the big tree, filled with unwillingness. Chapter 43, Climbing Trees and Treading Water, Part 2. Obito, are you facing some difficulties? Another Jinny slowly approached from a distance. Seeing Obito in such a low mood, Jinny couldn't help but ask. Jinny turned his gaze to the shadow clone beside him, then formed hand seals, causing the shadow clone to instantly dissipate. In an instant, a flood of memories surged in. "Teacher Jinny, I'm so stupid. I haven't learned anything after all this time. Am I not suited to be a ninja?" Obito drooped his head, his voice filled with frustration. Jinny slightly crouched down to meet Obito's gaze, his eyes filled with encouragement. "Obito, why would you think like that? Everyone encounters difficulties while learning. It doesn't mean you're not suited to be a ninja. You need to believe in yourself. As long as you persevere, you will overcome these challenges." "Teacher Jinny, but I've really tried very hard. Why is it still not working?" "That's because, Obito, you're not trying hard enough. Do you know how long it took Shui to practice climbing trees?" Obito slightly raised his head, a look of confusion on his face. "Shui practiced for 3 whole days, while you have only spent a few hours so far." "Really? Teacher Jinny?" Upon hearing Jinny's words, Obito's voice instantly rose. "Of course it's true, Obito. So, you're still not putting in enough effort. Only when you work hard enough can you achieve success." Seeing that Obito seemed to want to ask more, Jinny quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to provide any more definitive answers. "Obito, let me share a little trick for climbing trees with you. When you're climbing, don't get too caught up in whether you'll succeed. Keep a calm mindset." Obito nodded thoughtfully at Jinny's words. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions. Then, Obito walked toward the big tree again, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. Standing in front of the tree, he recalled Jinny's teachings. He stopped worrying about whether he could succeed and focused on each action at the moment. Obito carefully gathered his chakra at the soles of his feet and steadily stepped onto the trunk. At first, Obito's progress was still slow, but he showed no signs of impatience. He climbed step by step, feeling the flow of chakra beneath his feet. As time passed, Obito gradually found his rhythm, and his movements became smoother and smoother. However, just as Obito was about to reach a certain height, he felt the chakra become unstable again. But this time, Obito didn't panic. He calmly adjusted his breathing, striving to control the flow of chakra. After some effort, Obito finally managed to overcome the difficulty. So he continued to climb higher, getting closer to his goal. "Uchiha Obito!" Hearing the shout, Obito instantly panicked, and with a misstep, he fell from a height. However, He quickly used his control to jump between the trees, finally landing steadily on the ground. "Hinata Kagami, you bastard, I'm going to fight you." As soon as he landed, Obito was filled with rage. All right. Kagami, you really went too far this time. Hurry up and apologize to Obito and let this matter pass." Seeing the two about to cause a scene again, Jinny hurriedly intervened. Hearing Jinny's words, Hinata Kagami didn't immediately apologize. Instead, he leaned in to whisper something in Obito's ear. At first, Obito resisted a bit, but after hearing what Hinata Kagami said, before long, the two were shoulder to shoulder, looking close. Obito's face was beaming with a smile, as if the earlier conflict had never happened. Watching them act like good buddies, Jinny chose to ignore them. "Obito, you just failed. Try again." After hearing Jinny's words, Obito's smile gradually faded. He first looked at the big tree, then at Jinny, and took a deep breath, nodding seriously. "Okay, Teacher Jinny, I'll try again." Obito slowly walked up to the big tree, closed his eyes, and worked to adjust his state. "I'm going for it," Obito shouted, once again gathering chakra precisely at the soles of his feet, then exerting himself to climb the tree. At first, Obito climbed slowly, but as he continually adjusted and adapted, his speed increased until he was almost flying. Finally, Obito successfully reached the top of the big tree. "I did it," Obito shouted, his face breaking into a brilliant smile. "Good job, Obito, you've completed the tree climbing. Keep practicing tomorrow." Hearing Jinny's words, Obito's smile instantly disappeared, and he could only silently complain in his heart. The next day, when Jinny walked into the office, he immediately noticed many teachers giving him strange looks. Jinny slightly furrowed his brows, filled with confusion, and then joked with a smile. "What is going on, everyone? Is it because I've made some achievements that no one recognizes me anymore?" At that moment, Tingshan stepped forward with excitement written all over his face, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Jinny, you have greatly brought honor to our teaching profession this time. You've made us proud. Look, people used to say we were just here to pass the time, but now let us see if they dare to say that again." Upon hearing Tingshan's words, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. They displayed expressions of admiration and joy, surrounding Jinny and greeting him warmly. "Teacher Jinny, you are amazing. Jinny, you set an example for us." Various praises echoed, and Jinny, feeling a bit shy, scratched his head and smiled in response to everyone's enthusiasm. "I appreciate all the compliments, but please don't see me differently just because I've achieved something. We are all educators, working hard to nurture the next generation. What I've done is merely fulfilling my duty. I believe that every teacher in our profession has their own shining points and value. We should learn from each other, make progress together, and work hand in hand for our students and our educational cause." Jinny's words were sincere and firm, causing the teachers present to nod in agreement. And the atmosphere in the office became more lively. After a while, with the ringing of the class bell, the teachers in the office gradually left. At this moment, the office became much quieter, leaving only Jinny and Fujiyama. Jinny looked at Tingshan and said gratefully, "I really want to thank you, Senior Tingshan. If it weren't for you, I would have become quite estranged from everyone." Upon hearing Jinny's words, Tingshan immediately burst into hearty laughter. "You little rascal." Chapter 44. The eve of the monthly exam, Jinny chatted with Fengshan for a while before starting to work on his lesson plans. After this incident, Jinny realized that his teaching pace was still a bit slow. If the situation continued to develop this way, it wouldn't be long before the third generation would have to force some students to graduate. After class, Jinny quickly arrived at his first-year Class 3 classroom. The students were excited to see Jinny. Even Yamazhong Ling tightly hugged Jinny and wouldn't let go until Jinny persuaded her to release him. "All right, students, before we start class, I need to talk to you about some things." Upon hearing Jinny speak, everyone quickly sat down in their seats. In a few days, it will be the monthly exam. If our class's overall scores can rank among the top 10 in the school, I will give you a generous reward. Hearing Jinny's words, most of the students exchanged glances with their desk mates, hinting at a sense of competition. Seeing everyone competing with each other, Jinny nodded in satisfaction. Jinny now hopes that the students below can maintain this enthusiasm and learn more. Time flies like an arrow. And after Jinny finished teaching some content about the three bodies technique, the crisp sound of the class-ending bell suddenly rang out. "All right, class, today's lesson ends here. Everyone should review the content that will be tested during this time." After Jinny finished speaking, he began to organize his belongings and prepare to leave. After Shinichi left, Inuzuka Hana immediately started shouting loudly. While shaking Yamashiro Rei violently, she accused, "Yamashiro Rei, you are really too much." Despite being shaken uncomfortably by Inuzuka Hana, Yamashiro Rei felt herself tightly surrounded by happiness. Wasn't it just a hug from teacher Shinichi? Why was she so happy about it? Seeing the two at the front desk, Kamizuki Izumi said disdainfully. However, what puzzled him was that his good buddy, for some reason, did not stand up to support him this time, but instead looked at Yamashiro Rei with envy. In the classroom of class 3 to 4, sunlight streamed through the windows onto the desks, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere of studying. Noera Rin looked at Obito, who was sleeping with his head on the desk not far away. Her eyes filled with worry. She gently bit her lip and finally couldn't hold back, walking over to Obito's side, whispering, "Obito, the monthly exam is coming up in a few days. Are you confident about the theory exam?" Obito was momentarily taken aback by her words, but quickly replied with confidence. "Rin, don't worry. I've made great progress with special training during this time. I will definitely pass this monthly exam." Rin looked at him with skepticism and said, "Really? Don't lie to me." Obito's gaze was firm as he nodded. "Of course it's true. Even if you don't believe me, you should trust teacher Shinichi." Hearing this, Rin felt somewhat relieved. In her impression, Shinichi had always been responsible. Since Obito had undergone special training with teacher Shinichi, he might really have made significant progress. She gently nodded and said, "All right, then I look forward to your good results. But you mustn't get arrogant just because you made a little progress." Obito grinned, showing a bright smile, and said, "Don't worry, Rin. I will keep working hard. This time, I want everyone to see me in a new light." After Rin left, Obito immediately felt flustered. Although Shinichi had assigned him and Hyuga Kagami a lot of practice papers, and his theoretical level had indeed improved, his scores in the simulations were barely passing. Now, boasting in front of Rin made Obito feel anxious. He fidgeted in his seat, his mind in a chaotic whirl. If he failed the monthly exam, how would he face Rin? Would she be extremely disappointed in him? The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. He clenched his teeth and silently vowed, "No, I absolutely cannot let this happen. Kagami, do you still remember the promise you made me last time? I need you to do that now." After pondering for a while, Obito said. Hyuga Kagami, still a bit confused, widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "You need to confess now? But your chances of success are really low right now." Upon hearing Kagami's words, Obito's face instantly flushed. "Why you?" Obito stuttered, "What are you talking about, Kagami? I just want you to help me prepare for the monthly exam, so I can achieve good results." Obito's eyes flickered as if trying to hide his true feelings. Seeing Obito's expression, Kagami understood, but didn't point it out. Instead, he shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, since you insist on fulfilling that promise, I'll help you this time." Obito's face still had a hint of redness as he asked Kagami eagerly, "Kagami, please tell me what I should do to pass the theory exam?" Kagami rolled his eyes at Obito's eagerness and said, "Idiot, the answer is to go find teacher Shinichi. You want to pass the exam, yet you come to ask me, someone who barely scrapes by. Do you think that's appropriate?" Seeing that Obito was about to say something, Kagami quickly interrupted him. "Okay, I've told you the method. Now we're even." After speaking, he lay down on the desk and fell asleep. Once he saw that Kagami was already asleep, Obito, who had a lot to say, felt like he was hitting a pillow and could only sigh helplessly. "You bastard, Kagami." Obito muttered quietly, feeling frustrated. "Your words are practically meaningless. Do you think I'm stupid?" After cursing Kagami in his heart, Obito obediently sat quietly in his seat. What should he do? As Obito pondered, he ended up dozing off at his desk. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. In his dream, he saw himself achieving excellent results in the monthly exam, and Rin smiled brightly at him. However, just as he was immersed in joy, a loud noise startled him awake. Shinichi-sensei? Chapter 45. Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change. What should one do when they wake up in class and see their homeroom teacher as the first person? Obito felt utterly disheartened. He had been working hard to improve his grades, yet he got caught sleeping by his homeroom teacher. "Teacher Shinichi, I really didn't mean to sleep in your class. I just dozed off unintentionally," Obito explained incoherently. Just as Obito was thinking about how to continue justifying his sleeping behavior, a clear bell rang. Class has started. "Obito, what's wrong?" Hearing Shinichi's question and seeing the surrounding classmates trying to stifle their laughter, Obito's face instantly turned beet red, and he quickly shrank his head under the desk. "Ha ha ha." Some students couldn't help but burst into laughter. All right, everyone stop laughing at Obito." Jinny's words made most people stop laughing, although holding back laughter was quite uncomfortable. As the laughter gradually subsided, Jinny returned to the podium to start the class. "In a few days, you all know what day it is. I hope you can achieve the results you deserve. At the same time, I also hope that the passing rate for our class in this exam can be raised to over 80%. Teacher Jenny, that's too difficult. Especially since there are definitely some people in our class who won't pass, some students complained. Well, this student may have some misunderstanding. The teacher's ultimate goal is not an 80% passing rate, but for all the students in our class to graduate from the college with excellent results. As soon as Jenny's request was made, the classroom erupted in a commotion. Students whispered to each other, showing expressions of difficulty. Dato slowly poked his head out from under the desk, looking completely confused. The pressure to pass was already high, and hearing that the ultimate goal was to graduate from the Ninja Academy with excellent grades made Dato feel as if he were still dreaming. This Jenny teacher is asking too much. Even Lin, who is usually a top student, couldn't help but complain this time. Looking at the worried faces of the students below, Jenny straightened his face and said seriously, I know this is challenging, but I believe that each of you has potential. As long as you work hard, you can achieve it. And my current requirement is just to ensure that your class has a passing rate of 80%. Then Jenny turned his gaze to Hinata Kagami and Dato. Hinata Kagami, do you have confidence? As soon as Jenny's voice fell, Jing quickly stood up from his seat and responded in a loud voice. Teacher Jenny, I firmly believe that with your careful guidance, I will surely graduate from the Ninja Academy with excellent results. What about you, Uchiha Obito? Originally relieved that his name had not been called, Obito became flustered upon hearing Jenny mention him. Teacher Jenny, I, Uchiha Obito, asked you to face my question. It was the first time Obito had heard Jenny speak to him with such intensity, and he was startled, quickly standing up to respond loudly. Yes, Teacher Jenny. I firmly believe I can graduate from the academy with excellent results. Very good. Even students like Obito and Jing, who are at the bottom of the class, have confidence. I believe everyone present should not be outdone by them, right? Upon hearing Teacher Jenny's words, various emotions surged in the hearts of the other students. Some students who usually performed well showed signs of dissatisfaction, thinking to themselves, if Obito and Jing, one at the bottom and the other not at the top, have confidence, how can we be outdone? Meanwhile, those with average grades began to secretly compete, determining that they must work harder to not fall behind in this challenge. Additionally, some students who were originally not very confident were inspired by Obito and Jing, igniting their fighting spirit. They felt that if the bottom students could have such determination, they could not back down either. Jenny looked at the crowd and saw expressions of determination, unwillingness to give up, and fighting spirit on their faces, which made him very happy. As long as these students could maintain this state and keep working hard, they would surely achieve a satisfactory result. After all, the efficiency of passive learning and active learning is vastly different. After class, Jenny was the first to return to his office. As soon as he returned, he heard a series of crisp mechanical sounds. Congratulations, host, for igniting the students' fighting spirit. You have received the reward. Mastery of Wind Attribute Chakra Transformation, Chakra 100. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a side teaching task. Class 4 of Year 3, students of Class 3 of Year 1 graduate from the Ninja Academy with excellent results. Complete the task to receive rewards. Mastery of Water Breathing, Mastery of Water Attribute Chakra Transformation, Advanced Bloodline Purification Agent. Teaching Side Task 1. Achieve an 80 pass rate for Class 4 of Year 3 in this month's exam. Complete the task to receive the reward. Mastery of Wind Breathing. Teaching Side Task 2. Achieve an 80 pass rate for Class 3 of Year 1 in this month's exam. Complete the task to receive the reward. Mastery of Earth Attribute Chakra Transformation. Are the rewards so generous? Seeing the tasks and rewards this time, Jenny was somewhat surprised. After silently reciting to claim the rewards, a surge of vast knowledge of wind attribute chakra rushed into Jenny's mind like a tidal wave. Feeling this wonderful sensation, Jenny couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Is this the wind? At this moment, Jenny felt as if he were in a brand new and marvelous world. The once obscure and difficult to understand wind release ninjutsu became clear and vivid in his consciousness, like lively paintings. He seemed to be able to see the light and flowing movement of the wind with his own eyes, truly feeling the powerful force of the wind. Jenny slowly extended his hand and began to carefully compress the chakra in his palm. He focused intently, feeling the surging and changing of the chakra with great care. Through his relentless efforts, the chakra gradually began to flow, as if it had a life of its own, full of vitality. Slowly, a solid little sphere began to take shape in his palm. Soon after, the small sphere emitted a faint glow, which was the power of wind attribute chakra condensed together. However, before Jenny could immerse himself in joy, There was a loud bang, and the small sphere instantly vanished into thin air. Chapter 46. The story between Maruxing Gujia and Fujiyama. Unexpectedly, it had failed again. Jinny's face was filled with regret as he shook his head slightly, then seemed to brush the matter aside from his mind. After being busy in the office for a while, Jinny arrived at Ishikawa's office door. He gently knocked on the door and, upon hearing a please come in from inside, slowly pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing that the visitor was Jinny, Ishikawa felt a bit puzzled, but still stood up to greet him immediately. With a gentle smile on his face, he asked, "Teacher Jinny, is there something you need?" Jinny slightly nodded, his gaze calm as water, staring at Ishikawa, and slowly said, "Director Ishikawa, I am here for the training class." After all, it would be too late to prepare for this matter after the monthly exam. Ishikawa did not casually interrupt, but quietly listened. Seeing Ishikawa's demeanor, Jinny pondered for a moment and then continued, "Director Ishikawa, I suggest that in addition to the 5th and 6th grades, we can also select some student from the lower grades based on their rankings in this exam to participate in the training." Hearing that Jinny wanted to add more people to the training class, Ishikawa felt his scalp tingle. Managing a few hundred students in class was already troublesome enough, and now Jinny wanted to continue adding more. This would put considerable pressure on both the teaching staff and logistics. Seeing Jinny getting more and more enthusiastic, Ishikawa couldn't help but interrupt. "Teacher Jinny, have you considered the issue of teachers? After all, since you left the Hokage office last time, it seems you haven't discussed this matter with me. Or, Teacher Jinny, have you thought about how many teachers our school needs to assign to you for this training class, as well as formulating a related plan?" Jinny listened to Ishikawa's words, his expression calm as water, his back slightly straightened, and he spoke steadily. "Director Ishikawa, I completely understand your concerns. But rest assured, I do not need the school to provide a venue. I only need a few teachers to assist me. Moreover, I have already communicated with these teachers, and there is no need for the school to mediate. What I hope for is that the school can properly notify about the training class, and additionally, provide me with a few ninjas with rich combat experience, along with a bit of activity funding." Upon hearing this, Ishikawa was first taken aback, and then a wave of joy surged in his heart. Such a good deal, with the matter not requiring his handling and no responsibility on his shoulders. If successful, he could also gain some credit. A smile instantly filled Ishikawa's face, and he readily agreed without hesitation, while waving his hand to directly allocate 5 million Ryo for activity funds. "Teacher Jinny, you can rest assured. The school will definitely cooperate fully with your work. I will arrange the notification immediately, and I will also select ninjas with rich combat experience and send them to you as soon as possible," Ishikawa said earnestly. Jinny nodded sincerely and said, "Thank you, Director Ishikawa. I firmly believe that with the school's support, this training program will surely achieve great success. Teacher Jinny is too modest. The main credit goes to you. The school is just playing a role in facilitating things." After communicating well with Ishikawa, Jinny left the office. Jinny first contacted the teachers who had already agreed to participate in the training, carefully confirming their schedules and teaching content once again. The teachers were enthusiastic about the training class and expressed their commitment to give their all. Seeing their agreement, Jinny then sent a shadow clone to teach the students and headed straight to Maruhoshi Kokai's house. Upon arriving at Maruhoshi Kokai's home, he found the door tightly closed. Was there no one home, or were they intentionally avoiding him? However, Jinny quickly dismissed his assumptions, as he himself didn't know he would be inviting Maruhoshi Kokai today, let alone Kokai himself. With this thought, Jinny slipped the letter from Fujiyama into the house. But soon after some contemplation, he took out pen and paper and wrote an invitation for Fujiyama to meet on the balcony of the Ninja Academy the next day. The next morning, Jinny woke up early, tidied himself up a bit, and headed straight to the school balcony. In Jinny's mind, he was certain that Kokai would agree to his request today. After all, during his last invitation, Jinny had clearly noticed that Maruhoshi Kokai was already interested, and with Obito and Rin's constant teasing, he probably wouldn't need to exert too much effort to achieve his goal today. With hopeful anticipation, Jinny walked briskly to the school balcony. The morning breeze gently brushed past, bringing a touch of coolness and tranquility. The sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a soft glow over the entire campus. Jinny quietly stood on the balcony, overlooking the laughter and play of the children below, and her heart couldn't help but feel at peace. Time passed quietly, and a familiar figure appeared at the entrance of the balcony. Jinny hurriedly stepped forward, a joyful smile on his face, and said, "Senior Gyuk, I'm very glad you could come." Maruhoshi Gyuk slightly nodded, his gaze falling on Jinny, and said in a flat tone, You can speak about the matter now. Although Murahoshi Gyuk's words seemed a bit stiff, Jin didn't think much of it and said seriously, Senior Gyuk, I am now formally inviting you to join the Konoha training class. Murahoshi Gyuk remained silent for a while and then refused, saying, I am just an ordinary genin. I'm not suited for this kind of thing. His words left the two on the balcony in silence. After a long time, Jin looked at Murahoshi Gyuk and earnestly said, Senior Gyuk, can you really bear to watch those students enter the battlefield unprepared? Murahoshi Gyuk turned his head and slowly spoke. What does it matter if I bear it or not? What does it matter? What do you mean by cannot do anything? As long as you teach them some basic survival rules for the battlefield, it can at least greatly improve these children's survival rate, Jin said anxiously. Jin had initially wanted to continue explaining the benefits of sharing his experiences, but he heard Murahoshi Gyuk say, What does it have to do with me? Hearing this, Jin instantly felt disappointed. Jin liked this old man quite a bit while watching anime, not only because of his strength, but also because of his humble and easygoing demeanor, as well as his resilient character. However, now, faced with the life and death of his students, he was so cold. Since that's the case, then I will take my leave, Senior Gyuk. Jin spoke these words with an unusually cold tone. After saying that, he left the balcony without hesitation. Why hurt a young person's heart? Not long after Jin left, a figure slowly appeared before Murahoshi Gyuk. Fujiyama. I have long said that I will be an ordinary lower ninja from now on. How can a lower ninja have the qualifications to participate in such matters? Murahoshi Gyuk did not respond to Fujiyama's words, but instead retorted. His gaze looked into the distance, as if reminiscing about something, or perhaps avoiding something. Fujiyama glared angrily and shouted, The third Hokage was right. You have completely lost the will of fire. You are not worthy of being a Konoha ninja. Murahoshi Gyuk's body trembled slightly, and a look of pain crossed his face. He slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Fujiyama, speaking in a low voice. Will of fire? What is that? In this long time, I have experienced too much life and death and seen too many tragedies. I just want to live out my miserable life in peace. Fujiyama's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with anger and disappointment. Murahoshi Gyuk, you were once a hero of Konoha, sacrificing yourself for the village. But now, you have become so weak, so selfish. Those students need your help. They're the future of Konoha. How can you bear to watch them walk towards death? Murahoshi Gyuk remained silent, just standing there quietly like a silent statue. Fujiyama continued, Do you remember what my brother once said to you? Where there are leaves dancing, the fire will burn. The will of fire is to protect the village, protect comrades, and fight for justice. Your current behavior completely goes against his oath. I really want to know how you can face him when you fall into endless hell. Fujiyama's gaze fixed on Murahoshi Gyuk, as if trying to dig out his inner weakness and avoidance. I've said enough. I tell you to shut up. Gyuk suddenly exploded, his voice booming in the air like thunder. Enough. Don't use this so-called will of fire to blame me. Murahoshi Gyuk's eyes were bloodshot. Pain and anger intertwined on his face. Who can understand the pain I have experienced? Struggling on the edge of life and death time and time again. Watching comrades fall one by one, those tragic scenes haunt me like nightmares. I have had enough of war, enough of sacrifice. I just want to seek peace in the remaining days of my life. Is that wrong? His body trembled slightly, and his hands clenched into fists. Fujiyama looked at the nearly out-of-control Murahoshi Gyuk, a complex emotion surging in his heart. There was anger, disappointment, and a hint of pity. He remained silent for a long time, and finally, he just sighed softly. Gyuk, perhaps you have your difficulties, but you cannot keep avoiding it. I hope you can find your former self soon. After saying that, Fujiyama slowly turned around and walked away with heavy steps. The wind gently blew by, leaving Murahoshi Gyuk standing alone there, still shrouded in pain and confusion. Chapter 47. The Coming of the Monthly Exam. After Jin left the balcony, he tried hard to calm the negative emotions in his heart, smiling as he walked towards Class 3 of Year 1. Unlike usual, the classroom was unusually quiet, with no noise at all, even though it was not yet time for class. Jin nodded in satisfaction and then returned to his office. Jin did not repeatedly emphasize the matter as he did with the students of Class 4 in Year 3. He has been teaching Class 3 in Year 1 since the beginning of the school year, and he is very familiar with the situation of this class. As the Deputy Director of Education, Jin naturally reviewed the exam paper in advance. The students in Class 3 of Year 1 have found the mock exam papers, they usually do, to be much more difficult than this month's exam paper. And the passing rate for each mock exam has never been below 90. Jin doesn't believe that Class 3 can give him a big surprise under such circumstances. The entire school spends the days leading up to the monthly exam in a tense atmosphere. During these days, Jenny's life is basically a simple routine between school and home. The only noteworthy thing is that Jenny occasionally attended a few classes from other classes, which made him the most popular male teacher on the ranking list. In a corner of the death forest, Obito, didn't you say you wanted Rin to see you in a new light? Why are you so timid now? Are you afraid to confront me head-on? Hinata Q's mouth was saying provocative words, but he was carefully navigating through the forest. His vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, aware that every shadow could hide unknown dangers. Swish, swish, swish. Several shurikens flew toward Hinata Q at tricky angles. Seeing this, the corners of Hinata Q's mouth slightly rose. You've taken the bait. Byakugan, activate. Hinata Q's eyes instantly turned pure white, and everything around him became incredibly clear in his vision. He easily tracked the trajectory of the shurikens flying toward him, slightly tilted his body, and cleverly dodged the attack. Obito, is that all you've got? Don't let me down too much. Hinata Q's voice echoed in the forest, carrying a hint of provocation and expectation. Not far away, Obito was hiding behind a large tree, feeling a surge of defiance upon hearing Hinata Q's words. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Humph, Hinata Q, don't get too cocky. I will make you see me in a new light." Obito quietly observed Hinata Q's movements, contemplating his next action. Seeing Hinata Q slowly entering his attack range, Obito immediately sprang into action. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Obito jumped down from the tree, quickly forming hand seals, and unleashed a large fireball toward Hinata Q. Hinata Q sensed the approaching danger. His expression hardened. In the Byakugan's view, the blazing flames charged at him like a ferocious beast. He quickly assessed the situation and retreated like lightning. Obito, you have some skill, but it's still not enough. Hinata Q calmly said as he dodged the flames. Obito, undeterred by Hinata Q evading his attack, quickly formed hand seals again, preparing for the next round of assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. Obito shouted, and a massive fireball erupted from his mouth, heading straight for Hinata Q. Hinata Q frowned, realizing he couldn't keep dodging. He quickly formed hand seals and shouted, reversal. A powerful chakra formed a high-speed rotating defensive circle around him, and the great fireball collided with it, instantly being deflected. Obito, your attacks are too weak. Now it's my turn. A sharp glint flashed in Hinata Q's eyes. He suddenly dashed toward Obito like a ghost. Gentle fist technique, 8 trigrams, 48 palms. Hinata Q's hands moved like dancing butterflies, striking swiftly and precisely. Each palm contained powerful chakra, as if capable of penetrating everything. The wind from his strikes howled, stirring the air into a vortex. Obito was shocked. He had never seen such a fierce attack. He desperately tried to evade, but Hinata Q's speed was simply too fast. The palm shadows came crashing down like a storm, leaving Obito barely able to defend himself. Bang, bang, bang. Each palm struck Obito with a dull thud. He felt as if his body were being hit by countless heavy hammers, pain radiating throughout him. His chakra began to destabilize, and his body gradually lost control. Hinata Q's relentless assault continued, filled with determination and confidence, as if telling Obito this was his true strength. Leaf Hurricane. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind Hinata Q, startling him as he quickly turned around. He saw Obito appearing behind him, having inexplicably gotten there. When did he? Shadow Clone technique? Hinata Q's face was filled with disbelief. He could never have imagined someone could evade his Byakugan. In his mind, the Obito in front of him was the real one. But regardless, Obito's figure rushed in like a whirlwind, moving at astonishing speed. His legs carried immense power, as if they could shatter everything. Hinata Q quickly raised his arm to block, but Obito's attack was too powerful, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Obito pressed the advantage, launching another Leaf Hurricane. Hinata Q steadied himself, his expression becoming more serious. Obito, you truly haven't disappointed me, Hinata Q said, but I won't easily concede. Hinata Q unleashed the 48 palms again, engaging in a fierce battle against Obito's Leaf Hurricane. In the forest, palm shadows and leg shadows intertwined, the clash of chakra and power causing the surrounding trees to tremble. All right, you can stop now. Jenny flashed into the midst of their battle like a bolt of lightning. Both felt a powerful force rush toward them, like an invisible gale sweeping past, and they involuntarily staggered backward. After stepping back several times, Obito and Hinata Q finally steadied themselves. Teacher Jenny, The two shouted as they regained their footing. Today's practice was a bit more insightful, but not much, Zheny said, arms crossed, slightly raising his chin. His gaze a mix of sternness and a hint of satisfaction. Hearing Zheny's evaluation, both took on a listening posture. Chapter 48. The theory exam begins. Zheny's gaze drifted back and forth between the two, noticing their vastly different reactions. Hinata Kagami slightly lowered his head, as if pondering something, while Obito sat up straight, his expression serious. Seeing their demeanor, Zheny had already formed a thought in his mind. Kagami, have you realized that in this battle, you have lost the caution you once had? Upon hearing Zheny's words, Hinata Kagami was first taken aback, then slowly raised his head, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He began to recall every detail of the battle, and as his memories deepened, his complexion grew increasingly pale. Zheny squinted slightly and continued, "It seems you've already thought of something. Perhaps it's the pride that quietly grew within you after awakening your Byakugan. Or maybe it's the sense of superiority that comes from learning the heavenly return technique, which only the main family can master, that has led you to lose yourself." Hinata Kai's eyes flickered uncertainly, deeply affected by Zheny's words. He had to admit that after gaining such powerful abilities, he had indeed become arrogant. In battle, he no longer analyzed the situation as cautiously as before, but instead charged recklessly with his own strength. "Teacher, Hinata Kai hesitated, unsure of how to express his current feelings. Zheny sighed deeply and said earnestly, "Mirror, there are many strange ninjas in this world, each possessing unique abilities. Not to mention myself, even strong figures like the Hokage can lose their lives because of a single kunai. In this unpredictable ninja world, one must never let their guard down. You possess great power, which is your advantage, but it can also become your weakness. If you cannot remain vigilant and treat every opponent with caution, one day, you will pay a heavy price for your arrogance." Although Zheny primarily spoke these words to Hinata Mirror, he was also warning himself. Ever since he gained the system, or perhaps after effortlessly defeating those ninjas last time, Zheny had clearly felt a change in his mindset. Hinata Mirror listened quietly to Zheny's teachings, filled with guilt and regret. Then, Hinata Mirror said seriously, "Teacher, I understand my mistakes. From now on, I will work hard to correct my shortcomings and regain that sense of caution." Jin looked at Hinata Kyoko, his eyes showing a sense of relief. "Very good, Kyoko. I hope you can remember this lesson and continue to grow." Zheny's gaze then turned to Dato, and there was a hint of appreciation in his expression. "Dato, your performance today was quite good. Both the combination of transformation jutsu and shadow clone technique at the beginning, as well as your control over timing, were excellent." Hee. Hearing Zheny's praise, Dato grinned foolishly. Looking at the grinning Dato and the silent Hinata Kagami, Zheny continued, "I am very satisfied with the results of your training over the past month. Your combat abilities have improved a lot, and I hope you can maintain this state in the days to come." Before the two could feel happy, Zheny added, "However, I am worried about your theoretical scores. You need to review well when you go back today to prepare for tomorrow's monthly exam. If you fail the theoretical test tomorrow, I will take some extreme measures against you." Hearing Zheny's warning, the two exchanged glances and saw a hint of fear in each other's eyes. "Izumi, I'm so nervous," said Gongzi Tai, who was sitting in his seat, looking very anxious. Upon hearing Gongzi Tai's words, Shingetsu Izumi first glanced around before speaking softly, "Ziddy, I'm also very nervous. Look at my hand." As she spoke, Shingetsu Izumi slowly raised her left hand, which was trembling slightly. "Haven't we done mock exams before? What's there to be nervous about?" In front of them, Inuzuka Hana, hearing the two whispering, couldn't help but turn around, slightly furrowing her brows, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. "You two big men, why are you so timid? It's just an exam." Gongzi Tai awkwardly scratched his head and said with a, "Inuzuka Hana, you don't understand. This exam is too important. If we don't do well, I heard they might change teachers. Do you really want Zheny-sensei to teach another class?" Shingetsu Izumi quickly nodded in agreement. "Yeah, Inuzuka Hana. This exam is related to Zheny-sensei. How can we not be nervous?" Hearing their explanation, Inuzuka Hana became a bit nervous as well. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by her best friend. Our class has Shirshue. How could there be a teacher change?" Upon hearing the name, Shirshue, the three fell into silence. After all, since the start of the school year, whether in theoretical exams or practical exams, Shirshue had always been first. The most crucial point was that they knew this first place only meant the highest rank in this class, and did not imply that Shirshue's abilities were limited to this. Just as Zheny passed by the door, he heard his students discussing and couldn't help but say, "Students, this is not the time to discuss these things. At the same time, I believe you can achieve excellent results. After saying those words, Jenny walked steadily towards class 5 to 5. The proctor was decided by drawing lots, and Jenny happened to draw class 5 to 5. When he pushed the door open and entered the classroom, the previously noisy classroom instantly fell silent. In the classes that Jenny has been teaching these days, there happens to be the 5th class of the 5th year, and because of this, the students in this class hold Jenny in high regard. It is worth mentioning that this class has 2 future famous members of the 4th Hokage's bodyguard team, Nara Shikamaru and Yamanaka Ino. Teacher Jenny. After Jenny arrived at the podium, the students in the front row greeted him one by one, to which Jenny responded with a smile. After a while, another invigilator entered the classroom, and the two exchanged slight nods. Jenny then began to open the exam paper bags, reminding the students of the exam precautions as he did so. His gentle voice echoed in the classroom, helping the students focus more intently on preparing for this important exam. Under the joint supervision of Jenny and another invigilator, the students of class 5 to 5 completed the exam smoothly. Teacher Jenny, the practical exam is tomorrow. I heard that your class's Uchiha Shursui has extraordinary talent? Asked the teacher, named Haruki Kazuki cautiously as they returned to the office. Jenny understood Haruki's subtle intentions. In the Ninja Academy, overall scores are usually calculated based on a 60 to 40 split between practical and theoretical assessments. As fellow first-grade teachers, it was natural for him to want to learn about the outstanding students in other classes. Teacher Haruki, every student in my class is exceptionally gifted. You shouldn't focus on just one student. Hearing Jenny's vague response, Haruki could only smile helplessly and decided not to pursue the topic further. The day of the theoretical exam quickly passed, and the practical exam was about to begin. Chapter 49. The surprising class 1 to 3. The rules for the practical exam were quite simple. Students from each grade would engage in battles at designated training grounds. Taking class 1 to 3, led by Jenny, as an example, they would battle in training grounds numbered 1 to 8. The rules for a battle were that odd-numbered students would face off against other odd-numbered students. For example, number 1 against number 3, number 5 against number 7, and so on. At this moment, in training ground number 6, Jenny was drawing numbers for the students. Shursui, what number are you? Shursui turned around to see that the person asking was his deskmate, Akidu Shoyuda. In the class, most students called Akidu Shoyuda Akidu the Fat, a nickname he naturally disliked but didn't argue against. What pleased him was that his deskmate Uchiha Shursui not only didn't call him Akidu the Fat, but was also exceptionally gentle, much like the younger version of Teacher Jenny. I'm number 23. Upon hearing Shursui's number, Akidu Shoyuda excitedly shouted, Shursui, I'm number 21. I'm your first opponent. The students nearby, hearing that someone else's first opponent was Shursui and that he was so happy about it, looked at Akidu Shoyuda with surprise. Shursui looked at the excited Akidu Shoyuda and smiled gently. It seems we really are fated, Shoyuda. Shoyuda nodded vigorously, his eyes shining with anticipation. Yes, Shursui. I will definitely perform well and not let you down. He clenched his fists, secretly cheering himself on. With Jenny's command, the students entered their respective exam venues. Shursui and Akidu Shoyuda also walked towards their exam venue together. Along the way, Akidu Shoyuda nervously chattered away, while Shursui listened quietly, occasionally responding to reassure Shoyuda. Training Ground 6. The third match is about to begin. Please prepare candidate number 5, Kamizuki Izumi, and candidate number 7, Uchiha I. Jenny shouted as the second match was nearing its end. Uchiha I will definitely win. He is a genius from the Uchiha clan. Those who knew Uchiha I asserted that it would be a battle without suspense. I think so too. How could a commoner possibly defeat a genius from the Uchiha clan? At our age, only Uchiha Shursui and Hinata Yuichi can compete with Uchiha I. Some people nodded in agreement. Did you hear that? I'm a genius from the Uchiha clan. So you might as well admit defeat now. Otherwise, when we start fighting, I can't guarantee you won't get hurt. Hearing the discussions from the students below, Uchiha I became even prouder, his chin slightly raised. I know you are strong, but I won't give up. I hope you can take this match seriously. Kamizuki Izumi, of course, also heard the discussions from the audience, his expression becoming increasingly serious, his eyes revealing determination. Seeing Kamizuki Izumi's attitude, Uchiha I nodded in satisfaction and prepared himself for an attack, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. Begin. With Jenny's command, the battle instantly commenced. Uchiha I threw several wooden shuriken towards Kamizuki Izumi without hesitation, the shuriken rapidly shooting towards him. Kamizuki Izumi dodged Uchiha Ai's attacks while observing his movements. Seeing that his shuriken attacks were easily evaded by Kamizuki Izumi, Uchiha Ai's smug expression quickly faded, replaced by a hint of tension. Gritting his teeth, he quickly formed hand signs, preparing to unleash a technique. At that moment, Kamizuki Izumi keenly noticed that Uchiha Ai had stopped attacking and was leisurely forming hand signs in place. A fleeting expression of uncontainable joy crossed his face. Kamizuki Izumi swiftly charged towards Uchiha Ai, leaping into the air nearby to deliver a beautiful spinning kick. Just as Uchiha Ai finished forming his signs and was about to unleash a fire technique, a large foot suddenly appeared before him. With a muffled thud, Kamizuki Izumi's foot landed heavily on Uchiha Ai's face. Uchiha Ai's head jerked to the side as if struck hard, and his body stumbled backward uncontrollably. A small fireball shot uncontrollably from his mouth, tracing a shocking arc in the air. Uchiha Ai's body then flew out like a broken scarecrow, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The audience, who had initially been certain that Uchiha Ai would win, now wore expressions of disbelief. They widened their eyes and gaped, as if frozen in place. They couldn't believe that the so-called genius Uchiha Ai was in such a pitiful state in this battle. The previously lively cheers abruptly ceased, replaced by a heavy silence, with only the sound of the audience's labored breathing echoing in the air. The winner is Kamizuki Izumi. Please prepare candidates 6 and 8. Jinny's voice rang out again, breaking the brief silence. I really didn't expect this. Uchiha Ai actually lost. Those so-called genius nobles seem to be just like that. The student who first praised Uchiha Ai began to speak again. A wave of derogatory remarks once again came from the mouths of those who were skilled in flattery. As soon as Jinny heard these words, he couldn't help but gently shake his head, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. Then, Jinny turned to gaze at Kamizuki Izumi. The battle ended extremely quickly, and Kamizuki Izumi showed no signs of fatigue, looking particularly spirited. Seeing Jinny looking at him, Kamizuki Izumi even put on a proud expression. Noticing Kamizuki Izumi's little gesture, Jinny gave him a thumbs up from a distance before urging the two of them to leave the venue quickly. In the office, the tense calculation of the final candidates list had just been completed. A crisp and melodious praise floated into Jinny's ears. Koizumi Nanako stood by the bright window, sunlight pouring down on her, making her smile particularly radiant. Her eyes sparkled with envy and anticipation. Jinny-sensei, your students are truly outstanding and astonishing. Look at this list of 48 finalists. More than 30 of them are from your class. For Nanako, although she was not the homeroom teacher of Class 3, as a subject teacher, she felt a sense of pride and comfort seeing her class achieve such excellent results. After all, in a ninja academy, competition is everywhere, and class honor is closely linked to the teacher's reputation. I think the upcoming finals will probably just be an internal competition among your class, Jinny, Tanaka said with a hint of teasing. As soon as these words were spoken, the teachers in the office nodded in agreement, showing expressions of recognition. Faced with the praise from multiple teachers, Jinny could only smile helplessly and did not say any modest words. Meanwhile, Haruki Kaze, who was checking the list, couldn't help but sigh inwardly when he looked at Jinny. So what he said was true. Reflecting on his previous doubts about Jinny, now seeing this shocking result, he felt a surge of emotion. Chapter 50, The Counterattack of Uchiha Bido, Part 1. Time quickly arrived at the second day of the practical exam. On the path to the Ninja Academy, Akimichi shouting followed Uchiha Shursui like a little tail, continuously chattering. Shursui, you are really amazing. That Hyuga Yuichi and Uchiha Izumi, who are famous like you, didn't even make it to the finals. Only you did. His eyes sparkled with admiration, and his face flushed with excitement. Upon hearing Akimichi's shouting's flattery, Shursui felt a bit helpless. His performance in the battles wasn't outstanding, whether against Akimichi's shouting or other opponents. Shursui had only narrowly won with a slight advantage. Because of Shursui's performance, many first-year students were already dissatisfied with the so-called 3 grade geniuses. Why are the recognized geniuses in other grades so brilliant, but when it comes to us, they are so underwhelming? Shursui, good morning. How did you know I made it to the finals? Abido rushed over, his face beaming with uncontainable pride, his eyes shining as he couldn't help but brag to Shursui. Upon seeing Abido arrive, Shursui smiled and said, Congratulations, Abido. Abido grinned and confidently waved his hand. Shursui, just watch. This time I'm going to be the first in our grade. After saying that, he clenched his fist tightly as if he had already grasped the championship trophy in his hand. Then you have to work hard, Obito. For the confident Obito, Shursui felt a bit envious. He too wished to be carefree like Obito, but Shursui knew clearly that his personality and dreams made it impossible for him to become such a ninja. As Obito's figure gradually faded away, his little follower Akimichi, shouting, suddenly popped out, chattering nonstop like a cheerful little bird. Meanwhile, just as Obito arrived at the training ground, he saw Rin walking slowly from inside, the gentle breeze lightly lifting her hair. Obito, you mustn't be careless. The students who made it to the finals are all the best from each class, Rin said with a slight frown, her eyes filled with concern and worry. Obito stood there quietly listening, a silly smile occasionally appearing on his face, as if the confident demeanor he had just displayed had temporarily been tucked away, replaced by the unique obedience and docility he showed in front of Rin. Rin, Obito's strength is quite impressive now. You don't need to worry so much. Hinata Kagami, who was nearby, couldn't help but interrupt as he saw the two of them like this. Upon hearing Hinata Kagami's words, Obito couldn't help but let out a cold humph, seemingly expressing his strong dissatisfaction. Seeing that the two were about to argue, Rin hurriedly stepped between them and pushed Obito toward the training ground. Obito, good luck. Obito, I can't believe you made it to the finals too. On the way into the training ground, Obito saw many familiar faces one after another. Some of them smiled and expressed their congratulations, their eyes filled with anticipation and encouragement, as if saying, Obito, good luck. You can do it. While others mocked him coldly, with disdainful smiles on their faces, saying sarcastically, him? He actually made it to the finals. What an unbelievable thing. Facing these different attitudes, Obito responded warmly to everyone. He knew that no matter how others viewed him, he had to firmly uphold his beliefs and give his all for his goals. When Obito entered the competition arena, the noisy crowd and tense atmosphere hit him. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure and hurried over. Jin-sensei, why are you here today? Obito's voice was filled with surprise. Of course, I'm here to watch your match. After all, today is your final, Jin replied with a smile, his eyes full of trust. He patted Obito on the shoulder and continued, I believe you will definitely perform at your best. Don't be nervous, just treat it like your usual training. Obito wanted to say a few more words to Jin, but the loudspeaker in the training ground suddenly sounded urgently. Candidate number 9, Uchiha Obito, please quickly enter the competition arena. Candidate number 9, please quickly enter the competition arena. Upon hearing the announcement, Obito hurriedly said, Jin-sensei, I have to go. Then, he rushed toward the competition arena. When Obito arrived at his competition area, he saw a boy dressed in the standard attire of the Aburame clan standing in the arena. The Aburame clan boy had a calm expression, his eyes sharp and cool. He slightly nodded, signaling a greeting. Obito also solemnly nodded back, a strong fighting spirit surging in his heart. The battle was about to begin. Obito launched the first attack, his body moving like lightning as he quickly charged toward his opponent. The Aburame clan boy remained calm, forming hand seals with his hands, instantly summoning a swarm of tiny insects. The insects surged toward Obito like a black cloud. Seeing this, Obito quickly halted, forming hand seals with both hands to unleash a fire technique. A blazing fire surged toward the insects, causing them to fall one by one under the flame-scorching heat. The Aburame clan boy was not flustered. He formed seals again, and more insects poured out from his body. Some of these insects were as hard as iron. Some moved extremely fast, and some were venomous. While dodging the attacks of the insects, Obito raced to think of countermeasures in his mind. He knew he couldn't remain passive like this, and had to find a flaw in his opponent. Suddenly, Obito had a flash of inspiration. Fire style, fireball jutsu, Obito shouted, and a surging flame erupted from his mouth, rushing towards the swarm of aggressive bugs. The sudden fire jutsu caught the bugs off guard, and many struggled and twisted in the searing flames, quickly burned to death, the smell of charred flesh wafting through the air. For a moment, the bug's offensive slowed down as if hit by a heavy blow. In the distance, the oil girl boy remained calm as water, his expression showing no signs of disturbance. He quickly formed hand seals and commanded more bugs to attack Obito again. Earth style, sand dust jutsu. In the gap between the bugs attacking like a dark cloud, Obito slammed his hands onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble and dust to surge up from below. In an instant, dust filled the air, shrouding the entire area around Obito in thick sand. The oil girl boy's line of sight was obstructed, and he could only sense Obito's location through the bugs. But Obito moved quickly, making it difficult for the bugs to accurately track him. Taking advantage of the dust cover, Obito quietly circled behind the oil girl boy. He gathered chakra in his palm, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Just as he was about to approach the oil girl boy, a keen bug sensed his presence and alerted the oil girl boy. The oil girl boy quickly turned around and simultaneously commanded a group of poisonous bugs to fly towards Obito. Obito was startled but did not back down. He leaped into the air and executed a wind jutsu, sending a strong gust towards the bugs, altering their flight direction. Then, using the reaction force of the wind jutsu, Obito rapidly dove towards the oil girl boy. The oil girl boy crossed his arms in front of his chest, summoning a thick layer of bug armor to block Obito's attack. Obito's fist slammed heavily against the bug armor, producing a muffled sound. Although the bug armor blocked some of Obito's power, the impact still forced the oil girl boy to step back a few paces. Chapter 51. The Counterattack of Uchiha Obito. Part 2. Obito did not give his opponent a chance to catch his breath and immediately launched a series of attacks. He quickly formed hand seals, creating a muddy area on the ground in an attempt to limit the oil girl boy's movements. The oil girl boy's feet sank into the mud, making his actions sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Obito unleashed another fire jutsu, this time with even more ferocity, sweeping towards the oil girl boy. The oil girl boy struggled to control the bugs to fend off the flames, but the fire was too intense, and the remaining bugs were charred as soon as they got close. Seeing that the bugs could not stop the fire, the oil girl boy shouted without hesitation, "I concede." The moment the oil girl boy's words of concession rang out, the proctor's ears perked up slightly, and then, like lightning, he dashed out, using a body flicker technique to reach the boy's side. Without hesitation, he scooped up the boy and then vanished like a shadow. In the blink of an eye, they appeared outside the competition area. At this moment, the onlookers were filled with shock and confusion. "Is this really the underachiever I used to know?" Someone murmured. Everyone exchanged glances, seeing the same disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. Witnessing Obito's spectacular battle, their minds were in turmoil, and their previous impressions of Obito were completely overturned. The once underachiever now shone brilliantly in the arena, and this huge transformation was hard for them to accept. They could only stare blankly in the direction where Obito had been, replaying the incredible battle scene in their minds. Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Obito's lips curled up slightly, and he even raised his head slightly to gaze into the distance. Just as he was about to strike a pose and show off, the proctor's loud voice rang out. "Uchiha Obito, please leave quickly. Students who are to take the exam should hurry to prepare for the competition." Upon hearing this, Obito's face instantly fell, his mouth pouting as if he could hang an oil bottle on it. "Why is my moment of glory so short?" He grumbled quietly, reluctantly shuffling his body down the stage like a little monkey that hadn't gotten its banana. At this time, Rin on the audience stand side and said, "Teacher Genie, I never expected Obito to become so powerful." Rin was naturally very familiar with Obito. Last year, Obito couldn't even defeat the genius oil girl, let alone make it to the finals. Yet, in just a month, Obito had already been able to defeat someone he once could only look up to. "Teacher Genie, I want to—" Rin hesitated. Genie noticed Lin's unusual behavior and couldn't help but ask Lin, "What's wrong? What happened?" Genie thought for a moment and added, "You can talk to the teacher about anything." Looking at Genie's smiling face, Lin's previously tense emotions calmed down a lot. "Teacher Genie, I also want to join your training." After saying this, Lin nervously looked at Genie. Hearing Lin's request, Genie was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, "No problem, Lin." In fact, Genie had wanted to bring Lin into the training team for a long time. Even if Lin hadn't mentioned it, he would have brought it up himself. A long time ago, Genie had realized that as long as Lin wasn't around, Obito would never take the initiative to learn anything. Upon hearing Genie's response, Lin's face instantly blossomed with a smile as radiant as the warm spring sun. That smile seemed capable of melting ice and snow, her bright eyes curving into crescent shapes. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing neat white teeth, and her cheeks flushed with a light rosy hue, as charming as blooming peach blossoms. Seeing Lin smile, Genie finally understood why Obito was so obsessed with her. During their student days, it was hard to believe that anyone wouldn't develop feelings for a girl like her. "Teacher Genie, I really didn't expect that your student Uchiha Obito could achieve such excellent results. I remember he was at the bottom of the class last semester. How come he—" Tanaka suddenly stopped speaking halfway and looked at Genie. Tanaka cautiously observed the surrounding environment, then lowered his voice and said, "Teacher Genie, you don't really have a jutsu that can directly stuff knowledge into people's heads, do you?" Hearing Tanaka's words, Genie looked at him in surprise. Under Genie's gaze, Tanaka's face unconsciously turned red, and his eyes began to wander. What are you two secretly discussing here? Fujiyama, who had just entered the office, couldn't help but ask upon seeing the two whispering. And no, it's nothing. Teacher Genie, I'll take my leave now. Watching the flustered Tanaka leave, Fujiyama questioned with a puzzled expression, what is up with that kid Tanaka today? He is so reckless. Hearing Fujiyama's words, Genie couldn't help but smile wryly. Seeing Genie's reaction, Fujiyama stopped questioning the matter and switched to other topics. Genie, you've really made quite a splash this time. Just look at this report card. Saying this, Fujiyama handed the report card to Genie. Genie took the report card with a calm expression, showing no signs of surprise. Seeing Genie's nonchalant demeanor, Fujiyama couldn't help but exclaim, "It seems I really am getting old." When Fujiyama first saw the report card, he was filled with shock. The passing rate for Class 3 to 1 was 100, and for Class 3 to 4 it was 85. Although these were just theoretical scores for Fujiyama, who had dedicated his life to the Ninja Academy, this was undoubtedly a historic achievement. Senior Fujiyama, in my opinion, this figure is just normal. After thinking for a moment, Genie continued, I even think that the graduation standards of the Ninja Academy should be based on regular performance, rather than the so-called graduation exam. Upon hearing Genie's words, Fujiyama fell silent. He knew very well that there were unreasonable aspects to the graduation assessment, but what could he do? For a moment, the office was silent. Chapter 52. The Battle of the Hyuga Clan Hyuga Kagami, right? I expect you to show your full strength. On the stage, the two boys stood facing each other, their eyes resembling those afflicted with cataracts. That was the unique eye color of the Hyuga clan. As soon as the words left the mouth of the boy opposite him, Hyuga Kagami instinctively clenched his fists. Hyuga too noticed Kagami's movement and looked at him with a mocking expression, his eyes filled with disdain and provocation. As a prestigious clan in Konoha, the Hyuga clan held an important position in the village. They possessed the unique bloodline limit Byakugan, which allowed them to perceive enemies from a distance and see through the human body's chakra network. With this bloodline, they became excellent scouts on the battlefield. Because of the uniqueness of Byakugan, it was regarded as one of the 3 great ocular jutsu in the ninja world. However, unlike the Uchiha clan Sharingan, Byakugan could be activated with just a bit of practice, and more importantly, it had a weaker resistance to others, allowing others to use it with some training. This unique bloodline made the Hyuga clan a coveted group during the Warring States period. After going through a painful experience, the ancestors of the Hyuga clan developed a powerful sealing technique called caged bird to protect their clan members. However, as time passed, this sealing technique, which was meant to protect the clan, became a tool for enslaving them. Now, the main family protects Konoha, while the branch families protect the main family. This has become the current motto of the Hyuga clan. Because of this uniqueness, the Hyuga clan is referred to as the most stubborn family. There is even a tacit consensus in Konoha that members of the branch family cannot hold the position of Hokage. How can someone whose fate is controlled by others lead an organization? Seeing Hyuga 2's attitude, the proctor instinctively frowned. After thinking for a moment, he said loudly, candidates must not make any actions unrelated to the exam, or will be considered withdrawal. Hyuga 2 was about to get angry, but upon encountering the proctor's cold gaze, he could only snort in frustration. As a member of the Hyuga main family, he naturally understood that the proctor for the finals were either special jounin or jounin, and it was best not to offend them. Noticing Hyuga 2's attitude, the proctor paid no heed. The match begins. With a command, Hyuga 2 launched the first attack like a beast released from a cage. His figure rushed towards Hyuga Kagami, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly from his powerful steps. His eyes were fierce, and every movement was filled with strength and speed. His fists, accompanied by a sharp wind, aimed directly at Kagami's face, as if he wanted to defeat his opponent in one blow. Hyuga Kagami quickly dodged to the side, feeling a sense of alertness in his heart. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Seeing that Hyuga Kagami had avoided the attack, Hyuga 2 closed in again with rapid speed. Launching a fierce offensive. The punches came at Kagami like a storm, each one precisely targeting his chakra points, seemingly intending to completely disrupt his chakra network. Realizing he could no longer evade, Hyuga Kagami decided not to retreat and resolutely engaged in a counterattack. 8 trigrams, 48 palms. The two exchanged blows, their techniques clashing with an incessant sound. However, because Hyuga 2 had 16 more palms than Hyuga Kagami during the exchange, Kagami gradually fell into a disadvantage and suffered frequent setbacks. Hyuga 2's punches came at him like a torrential storm, Although Kagami tried hard to defend, he still found it difficult to cope fully. He began to sustain injuries, his clothes torn by the force, revealing several bloodstains. Hyuga too looked at the increasingly disadvantaged Hyuga Kagami and couldn't help but smirk coldly. As Kagami's injuries multiplied, the situation grew more critical. However, his gaze remained resolute. With no thought of giving up, Hyuga too, seeing Kagami's predicament, felt confident of victory, pride evident in his demeanor. During the attack, his movements grew somewhat careless and no longer as meticulous as before. At that moment, Hyuga Kagami keenly caught a flaw in Hyuga two's attack. He seized the opportunity without hesitation, activating Byakugan to accurately predict two's movements. Then, he unleashed the Leaf Whirlwind, darting through the air like lightning. Hyuga two had no time to react before being struck by Kagami and crashing heavily to the ground. The arena fell into a dead silence, and after a moment, a wave of astonishment erupted. Could this be yet another underdog's comeback? After witnessing Obito's battle, no one would underestimate those who had made it to the finals based solely on their own strength. Hyuga Kagami stood there breathing heavily, the wounds on his body still throbbing with pain. Hyuga too quickly got back on his feet, looking at his disheveled self, and felt a surge of anger ignite within him. He roared, activating Byakugan again, unleashing 8 trigrams, 64 palms, gentle step twin lion fists, and other techniques in rapid succession, attacking Hyuga Kagami like a fierce storm. Facing Hyuga two's frenzied assault, Kagami could only retreat step by step. He struggled to evade two's attacks, but the force was overwhelming, and he gradually felt outmatched. However, Hyuga Kagami knew he could not be defeated like this. Gritting his teeth, he focused, attempting to find a flaw in two's assault. Under Hyuga two's relentless barrage, Kagami continually adjusted his position and rhythm. His eyes were fixed on every movement of Hyuga two, silently calculating his attack patterns. Finally, during one of Hyuga two's attacks, he discovered a tiny opening. Wind release, wind cutter. Hyuga Kagami seized the opportunity without hesitation, sending a flurry of wind blades toward Hyuga two's vital points. The wind howled, and the blades sliced through the air with a sharp momentum. Hyuga two, momentarily stunned by the incoming wind blades, quickly regained his senses and began to dodge. His figure moved swiftly like a ghost, weaving between the gaps of the wind blades. However, there were simply too many blades, and he still ended up with several shallow cuts across his body, after narrowly avoiding the barrage of wind blades. Before Hyuga two could feel triumphant, he heard a loud shout. Leaf Gale! Hyuga Kagami's figure charged in like lightning, carrying immense power. A heavy impact resonated as Hyuga two was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but his body felt as if it had fallen apart. Lacking any strength, the arena fell silent once more, everyone shocked by this sudden reversal. Hyuga Kagami stood there, breathing heavily, but his eyes were filled with determination. He knew that he had finally won this hard-fought battle. Hinata To lay on the ground, his face full of unwillingness. He never expected to lose to someone from the branch family. His heart was filled with anger and humiliation, but there was nothing he could do. He could only watch helplessly as Hinata Kagami stood on the stage of victory, accepting the cheers and praises of the crowd. Hinata Kagami looked at Hinata To on the ground, slightly raised his head to look at the proctor. The proctor, seeing Hinata Kagami looking at him, smiled slightly and announced loudly, "The winner is Hinata Kagami." Chapter 53. Danzo and Root. The result of this match was indeed surprising. In the office, a third-grade homeroom teacher sighed. Yes, who would have thought that the final contenders for the championship would be 2 underachievers? Another teacher echoed. The original homeroom teacher cautiously observed the surroundings and then whispered, "Have you heard of Chiba Shinichi? I heard he has a technique that can directly implant knowledge into a person's brain." Really? How could such a strange technique exist? The teacher said with an incredulous expression. Heh, that just shows your ignorance. I once heard from Senior that there are even techniques to bring the dead back to life. So how could this technique not exist? Seeing the homeroom teacher's firm expression, the teacher couldn't help but hesitate. After all, the 2 classes led by Shinichi had remarkably good results. In this world, most people would first suspect this was due to a technique rather than other reasons when faced with such a situation. This was indeed the case. Fujiyama, who had just passed by, couldn't help but smile bitterly upon hearing the conversation between the 2 teachers. This was already the umpteenth rumor he had heard on his way to the office. Since the theoretical exam results were announced, it had stirred quite a wave throughout the Ninja Academy. And today's practical exam, where first-year and third-year students competed for the top spot. surprisingly had students from Shinichi's class, which only fueled the rumors further. Fujiyama, Lord Danzo, is looking for you. After a busy time in the office, Fujiyama saw Ishikawa walk in. Director Ishikawa, what does Lord Danzo want with me? Fujiyama raised his head, voicing his confusion. He was naturally quite familiar with Danzo. He was a disciple of the second Hokage, known as the Shadow of Konoha, and one of the current leaders of Konoha. Hearing Fujiyama's question, Ishikawa clenched his teeth and said, there have been some issues at our school recently, and Lord Danzo wants to understand some matters. I hope you can answer seriously. After saying this, Ishikawa hurriedly left the office. Watching Ishikawa's departing figure, Fujiyama's expression instantly became serious. As an old member of Konoha, he knew very well who Danzo was. If the level of hatred that ninjas from enemy villages held for Danzo was 100, then the level of hatred from their own village's ninjas might reach 120. After tidying up his desk, Fujiyama immediately left. He didn't want to be caught by Danzo at the root base due to a misstep at the entrance. Pushing open the office door, he saw a ninja wearing a fox mask standing quietly by the side. The fox mask was very unique, quite different from the common Umbu masks, engraved with special symbols that emitted a dark aura like mysterious runes. The color of the mask was a deep dark red, as if stained from the underworld, giving off a chilling and eerie feeling. The foxman slightly tilted his head, his gaze sweeping over Fujiyama like a cold lightning bolt before quickly retracting. And then he vanished like a ghost. Seeing this, Fujiyama's heart tightened, and he hurriedly took a step forward to chase after him. The two moved quickly, and before long, they reached a secluded corner of the forest from the academy. After passing through several sharp gazes, Fujiyama finally saw Shimura Danzo. Lord Advisor, Fujiyama respectfully called out. It's you. Fujiyama. It has been a long time since we last met. Danzo slowly turned around and spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Yes, Lord Advisor. Since the end of the Second War, I have been teaching at the academy, and now, time has quietly passed, yet we have not seen each other for several years. Fujiyama slightly lowered his head, his tone filled with nostalgia for the past. Hearing Fujiyama's words, Danzo fell silent for a moment, his weathered face showing little emotional fluctuation. After a moment, he continued, Fujiyama, how has your time at the academy been? Are you interested in joining Root? Although Danzo's words were bland, they seemed to carry an invisible pressure. Hearing Danzo's words, Fujiyama was momentarily taken aback, waves of turmoil rising in his heart. He knew well the mystery and danger of Root. It was an organization filled with darkness and secrets. After a brief contemplation, Fujiyama firmly replied, Thank you for your kind offer, Lord Advisor, but I prefer to stay at the academy. The life at the academy, though plain, allows me to feel a sense of tranquility and hope. I wish to continue teaching students here and cultivate the future ninjas of Konoha. As Fujiyama's words fell, the atmosphere in the forest instantly became tense. The air seemed to solidify, creating a sense of oppression. After a long while, Danzo slowly said, In that case, you may leave. Danzo's voice was still hoarse, but carried an undeniable authority. Hearing Danzo's words, Fujiyama said nothing and immediately turned to leave. His footsteps were hurried, as if eager to escape this pressure-filled place. Not long after Fujiyama left, the foxman quietly approached Danzo's side. He stood tall, and his gaze beneath the mask was cold. Lord Danzo, do you need me to? The foxman's words were left unfinished, but the implication was clear. Hearing this, Danzo slightly squinted his remaining eye, a complex expression flashing through his murky gaze. Danzo slowly replied, Ryoma, Konoha is currently in a state of turmoil. I do not want to provoke any dissatisfaction from Hizashi due to this small matter, which could affect our larger plans. Otherwise, as he spoke the last part, a hint of ruthlessness could be detected in Danzo's voice. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Yamanaka Ryoma fell silent. He knew Danzo's character well. Once a decision was made, it was very difficult to change. Yamanaka Ryoma stood quietly, waiting for Danzo's next instructions. Since Fujiyama is not usable, then let us look for someone else. I hope this person will not refuse like Fujiyama. Tawanzo's words were filled with a strong sense of threat. Yumen Ryoma slightly nodded, and then his figure flickered like a ghost, instantly disappearing into the forest. Seeing Yumen Ryoma leave, Tawanzo murmured to himself, Everything is for Konoha. After saying this, he slowly closed his only remaining eye again. At this moment, the forest returned to its previous tranquility, as if nothing had happened. However, the air was still filled with a tense and uneasy atmosphere, as if it were telling that what had just occurred was not an illusion. but a real undercurrent flowing beneath the surface. Chapter 54. The first place competition. Fujiyama panted heavily after returning to the office. His hands trembled slightly as they rested on the desk, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, and his eyes still reflected the shock from the tense scene he had just experienced. The recent rejection had taken immense courage for Fujiyama. "Senior Fujiyama, what's wrong with you?" Jinny, who had just entered the office, asked in surprise upon seeing Fujiyama's state. Seeing Jinny, Fujiyama tried to calm his rapid breathing, slowly straightened up, shook his head slightly, and said with "It's nothing, just experienced something a bit tense." Not wanting to press further, Jinny changed the subject instead. "Senior Fujiyama, do you know any ninjas with rich war experience?" Senior Gujia can't participate in the training due to some circumstances. Jinny was explaining to Gujia when a strange expression flashed across Teshin's face, but it disappeared in an instant. He then returned to his desk, picked up a pen, wrote down a few names, handed them to Jinny, and left the office. Jing didn't expect that in the end. "We will be competing for first place in the grade." Dato's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at Hinata Jing and said. Hinata Jing was momentarily stunned, and after a moment, a smile tugged at his lips as he replied, "Dato, I never thought this day would come. In my heart, I have always been the one at the back." His gaze became slightly distant, as if he was immersed in the gloomy memories of the past. After a moment, Hinata Jing raised his eyes, which now shone with a bit more light, and slowly said, "Since fate has brought me to this point, I will do my utmost to draw a flawless and perfect conclusion to this destiny." Upon hearing Jing's words, Dato's mouth instantly curved up, and then he burst into laughter, saying, "You better be careful. I won't show you any mercy." Hearing their conversation, the invigilator couldn't help but feel speechless and loudly said, "Enough of the nonsense. The exam officially begins." As soon as the invigilator's words fell, both of them rushed toward each other at an incredible speed. Hinata Jing's eyes focused, and he instantly activated his Byakugan. Under the insight of the Byakugan, Dato's movements seemed to slow down countless times. He calmly analyzed Dato's attack trajectory, searching for the best moment to respond. Dato quickly formed hand seals, chanting incantations. With the completion of the last hand seal, a powerful chakra fluctuation emanated from him. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball roared toward Hinata Jing. Hinata Jing sidestepped and easily dodged the great fireball. He moved quickly, instantly closing the distance with Dato. Dato remained unfazed, immediately switching tactics and forming hand seals again. Earth release, Yellow Springs Swamp. A large expanse of swamp appeared beneath Hinata Jing's feet. He stopped, slightly frowning. Then, after several jumps, he managed to land on solid ground. Just as he felt relieved, Dato charged toward him, ready to engage in close combat. Seeing Dato daring to fight him at close range, Hinata Jing couldn't help but feel excited. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 48 palms. Hinata Jing shouted, his hands striking like lightning. Fists packed with immense power. The two exchanged blows, the wind from their fists intertwining with chakra. Although Dato struggled a bit while dodging Hinata Jing's attacks, he repeatedly turned danger into safety with his agile movements and tenacious will. Hinata Jing's 8 trigrams palms formed an impenetrable net, yet he could never completely trap Dato. Seeing that this wasn't working, Dato jumped back to widen the attack distance. Earth release, sand dust technique. Dato unleashed the sand dust technique, and, in an instant, swirling sand and dust surged like a roaring tide, quickly shrouding the entire area in thick dust. Hinata Jing squinted his eyes, activating his Byakugan without hesitation, the pure white pupils glowing as he tried to penetrate the annoying sand and dust interference, his vision sharp as a sword, attempting to accurately capture Dato's position amidst the chaos. In the midst of the swirling dust, Dato's figure appeared like a ghost, carrying a fierce wind, rapidly charging toward Hinata Jing like a bolt of black lightning. Upon seeing this, Hinata Jing remained calm, seemingly casually waving his hand, and Dato suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke and vanished. Immediately after, several kunai flew out from the dust like meteors, slicing through the air with sharp whistles. Hinata Jing easily dodged this wave of attacks with a few jumps. Leaf Hurricane! A loud shout suddenly rang out. Dato charged toward him like a runaway horse. And just as Hinata Jing was about to counterattack, Dato vanished in a puff of white smoke, followed by a gust of wind rushing past him. At the moment Dato disappeared, Hinata Jing was not particularly surprised. When Dato launched a surprise attack from behind, A smile of confidence appeared on Hinata Jing's face. He quickly turned around, activating his Byakugan, observing every subtle movement of Dato. Dato, holding a kunai, revealed a hint of pride in his eyes, as if victory was already in his grasp. However, he was unaware that Hinata Jing had already seen through his scheme. Dato, your little tricks won't fool me, Hinata Jing said softly, his tone laced with mild sarcasm. Dato was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Hinata Jing to react so quickly, but he showed no signs of retreat, instead charging forward like a brave warrior, trying to turn the tide at the last moment. Hinata Jing sidestepped like a nimble fish, effortlessly avoiding Dato's attack. He seized Dato's arm with ease, as if he were a mighty warrior, and with a powerful throw, Dato crashed to the ground like a falling star, producing a dull thud. He struggled to get up, but his body seemed unresponsive. Hinata Jing slowly walked over to Dato, looking down at him. I never fall in the same place twice. Hinata Jing's voice was calm, yet firm as iron. Dato looked at Hinata Jing, his eyes filled with unwillingness, but also mixed with a hint of admiration. At that moment, the Invigilator approached with steady steps. He looked at Dato on the ground and the composed Hinata Jing beside him, feeling a surge of emotions. These two boys, once regarded as the bottom of the class, had presented such a spectacular battle. In this match, Hinata Jing wins, the Invigilator announced loudly. The exam room erupted in warm applause, thunderous and unending, as the students were genuinely happy for Hinata Jing's victory. Hinata Jing slightly bowed to express his gratitude. Dato slowly stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He walked up to Hinata Jing and extended his hand. Congratulations, Jing. You are indeed strong. Hinata Jing shook Dato's hand, smiling as he said, You're not bad either, Dato. If I hadn't been prepared, the outcome of this match might have been very different. The two exchanged smiles, their fighting spirit still burning fiercely in their eyes, as if they could ignite the world around them. Chapter 55. The death of Inoue is dead. It was a surprise attack by the Sand Ninja. He bravely sacrificed himself to protect his former students within the camp. When this painful news reached class 3 to 4, the classroom was instantly enveloped in a deathly silence. Even Dato and Jing, who had achieved excellent results, stood frozen in place, their smiles frozen in an instant. A gentle breeze brushed by, as if whispering sorrow. The leaves outside rustled, seemingly mourning Inoue's departure. When Jinny arrived at the classroom, he saw the students' faces filled with sadness, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of helplessness in his heart. Jinny opened his mouth as if to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He could have uttered those grand-sounding words, like mentioning the noble will of fire, wrapping pain in grand ideals, and using passionate rhetoric to dispel the gloom. However, Jinny did not act this way. In Jinny's eyes, this world is filled with cruelty and reality. Death is a common occurrence for the people in this world. These students are about to head to a battlefield filled with smoke and bloodshed. They must touch the cold outline of death early, feeling its weight and ruthlessness. Only in this way can they face the moment of life and death in the future with more resolve and less cowardice, with more calmness and less panic. Thus, Jinny sat quietly on the podium, watching the students below until the bell rang, and he silently left. Congratulations, host, for completing teaching side quests 1 and 2, and receiving rewards. Mastery of wind breathing and mastery of earth attribute chakra transformation. Would you like to accept? A mechanical voice buzzed, but Jinny seemed to be oblivious, showing no intention of responding. At this moment, his mind was completely occupied by another matter. Along with the news of Inoue's death, there also came Inoue's body. Jinny arrived at the place where the bodies of the frontline ninjas were stored, only to see the families of the ninjas crowded at the entrance, eagerly hoping to see their loved ones for the last time. Witnessing this heart-wrenching scene, Jinny stood silently for a while before quietly leaving. The entire Konoha was immersed in a somber atmosphere, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, the weather was overcast, and the Konoha cemetery was packed with people, yet the entire area was eerily silent. A large number of fallen ninjas were buried one by one here, and some family members had already lost the ability to cry. After the last ninja's body was laid to rest in the grave, some people began to leave one after another. Jinny brought the students of class 4 to the grave of Jing Shang. Looking at the photo of Jing Shang on the grave, Jinny let out a slight sigh, placed a flower beside the grave, and then quietly stood by, watching the students silently. Some emotional students were covering their faces and crying, while others showed a resilient expression. Today, I will teach you some practical and simple ninjutsu, such as binding technique, shadow, shuriken technique, and void/slash technique. The binding technique is a relatively basic D-rank ninjutsu. It is not complicated to operate, yet it is very practical and can be highly effective in escaping or restraining enemies. In team battles, if you master this ninjutsu, whether assisting teammates or coordinating with other ninjutsu, you can achieve more efficient tactical cooperation. After explaining these, Jinny immediately created multiple shadow clones to personally teach the students. Teacher Jinny, this binding technique has many similarities with the secret techniques of our Nara clan, Nara Yuen said after pondering for a moment. That's right. The binding technique was developed by the second Hokage based on the shadow secret techniques of the Nara clan. Jinny thought for a moment and then said, my suggestion is that you can contemplate the characteristics of this technique and develop your own unique binding technique based on it. As Jinny spoke, images of the kanji binding technique from the anime character Oil Woman Ryoma and Jiraiya's Toad Mouth binding technique flashed through his mind. Especially the kanji binding technique. If Nara Ovals could develop a similar ninjutsu, with his clever mind, he would surely be able to use some tactics to their fullest. Hearing Jinny's words, Nara Ovals nodded thoughtfully. Does anyone else have any questions? Jinny scanned the room, noticing that no one else was asking questions. He prepared to start the formal lesson. The binding technique is a ninjutsu where the practitioner uses their own chakra as a medium to create energy ropes or similar binding tools with binding power. Jinny explained patiently. Perhaps the passing of Inoue had a significant impact on these students, as they were all studying particularly hard. In less than a single class, a student had already successfully learned this ninjutsu, while some were still struggling with how to change chakra into a simple form. Faced with the significant differences among students, Jinny divided the students of Class 3 into several small groups. The faster learners were placed in Group A, where they could continue to delve deeper into the subsequent content. Those at a medium level formed Group B, generally able to change chakra into a different form, but lacking in proficiency. Group C consisted of students with very poor chakra control, and this group had the fewest members. Jinny was somewhat reassured to see that Hinata, Mirror, and Rin were in Group A, while Obito was in Group B, working hard to improve. Observing Torikawa Eagle Craftsman struggling in Group C, Jinny furrowed his brows slightly and allocated some attention to him. Torikawa Eagle Craftsman, assigned to Group C, was currently under immense pressure. Although he had never been at the top of the class, he was usually at a medium level. Being placed in what was viewed as the worst group made him increasingly anxious. Everyone knows that when a person is extremely nervous, their efficiency drops significantly. This was true for Eagle Craftsman. The more nervous he became, the worse his chakra control was. Seeing this, Jinny walked over to Eagle Craftsman. Eagle Craftsman, when controlling chakra for form changes, don't let your thoughts be distracted by other things. Don't worry about what others think. Just focus on doing your own thing. Jinny understood Eagle Craftsman's situation well. He had also experienced failures in exams due to nervousness back in the 21st century. I see class is almost over. Why don't you take a break? We'll continue to work hard tomorrow, okay? Eagle Craftsman slowly lifted his head, his gaze landing on Jinny. He saw a gentle smile on Jinny's face, a smile as warm as the spring sun, showing no hint of disdain for being in the worst group. This expression inexplicably calmed Eagle Craftsman's previously anxious heart. Teacher Jinny, I want to try again. Sensing Eagle Craftsman's determined attitude, Jinny nodded and continued to observe the other students. As the final class bell rang, most of Group C had already advanced to Group B, and the remaining few had grasped the trick. They would likely advance to Group B after some more practice. Chapter 56. Obito's Persuasion on a Quiet Path. Obito was animatedly talking to Rin, his footsteps light as if he were about to jump. Rin, you might not know, but the senior I'm introducing you to today is a super strong ninja. Even Teacher Jinny came to visit in person. Rin tilted her head slightly, her soft hair flowing gently in the breeze. She nodded occasionally, her clear eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. The more Obito spoke, the more excited he became, unconsciously quickening his pace. Old man, I'm here again. This time I brought my friend to see you. Upon seeing the shadow of the house from a distance, Obito called out loudly, his voice echoing through the woods. When the two arrived inside the house, they saw Marahoshi Kyukiai casually lying in the yard. Surrounding him were scattered wine bottles, leaning in all directions, some still containing a little dregs of wine sloshing at the bottom, reflecting broken rays of light. The air was thick with a strong, pungent smell of alcohol mixed with the odor of decaying old wood from the yard. Rin frowned slightly, but remained silent. Obito was used to it. He jogged over to Kyukiai, squatted down, and gently shook his arm. Old man, I brought a friend to see you. Maruhoshi Kyukiai slowly opened his eyes, a hint of drunken haze in his gaze. Upon seeing Obito, he broke into a smile. "Ah, it's you, Obito." His gaze then fell on Rin, and he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Hello, old man," Rin said politely, bowing. Kyukiai sat up, scratched his messy hair, and let out a burp. Obito began recounting recent amusing events at school, while Rin quietly listened, occasionally chuckling at Obito's exaggerated expressions. "Old man, the training class is starting tomorrow. Did you agree to Teacher Geni's request?" Upon hearing Obito's words, Kyukiai paused his drinking for a moment, did not respond, and continued sipping his wine. Seeing Kyukiai's demeanor, Obito was not disappointed, but continued to express himself. "Old man, did you know? Our former homeroom teacher sacrificed himself. I heard it was to protect his former students." When talking about these things, Obito lost his usual liveliness and became downcast. Hearing Obito's words, Kyukiai's wine jug hung in the air, halting his drinking. He had also been present at the recent ceremony, but he had only taken a distant glance before turning away. Obito did not notice Kyukiai's actions and continued speaking. "I've recently noticed that Teacher Geni has been very busy. Sometimes I have a hard time finding him. I heard he's been running around looking for ninjas with battlefield experience for the training class. But you know, the front lines are tense right now. Under such circumstances, how could experienced ninjas stay safely in Konoha?" Obito frowned slightly, his eyes filled with doubt and contemplation. "Aren't there some ninjas who have been injured and retired? You could suggest that your Teacher Geni look for them." Kyukiai's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Hey, Senior Kyukiai, you are also a ninja who went to the battlefield. How could you ask such a naive question?" Hearing Obito's contemptuous words, Kyukiai was momentarily taken aback. He then raised his hand and gave Obito a light tap on the head. "Humph." Hearing Kyukiai's cold huff, Obito showed a face of grievance. Seeing Obito's expression, Kyukiai's thoughts involuntarily drifted into the river of memories. In the world of ninjas, getting injured was a common occurrence. When suffering minor injuries, medical ninjas on the battlefield will provide timely treatment. However, once the injuries reach a level that requires returning to the rear for treatment, the situation is often extremely dire. Either the body has suffered severe damage and is nearly incapacitated, or life is in jeopardy, on the brink of death. Maruhoshi Kyukiai thought of those past events and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He then groped beside him and pulled out a bottle of new wine. With a slight exertion of his fingers, he easily popped the cap off the bottle and took a hearty swig. As the strong liquor flowed down his throat, a spicy sensation spread, and his thoughts galloped like wild horses through the years gone by. Memories of comrades who once fought alongside him began to surface in his mind, recalling their beautiful moments of being alive and then the harshness of death. From the seemingly divine second Hokage of his childhood to the dignified third Hokage of today, and to the recently met Shinichi, along with the lively Obito. Finally, all these figures converged like a trickle of water, slowly coalescing into the image of a conversation with Fujiyama on the balcony. Gradually, Kyukiai slowly closed his eyes. After a long time, he finally opened them and said slowly, "I want to know about that training class." Upon hearing this, Obito's face lit up with joy. He completely ignored the smell of alcohol on Kyukiai and quickly walked over to him, saying excitedly, "Grandpa, you finally asked the right person. I am the direct disciple of Teacher Shinichi, and there's nothing about Teacher Shinichi that I don't know." With his hands on his hips and his chin slightly raised, Obito wore a proud expression. "Get to the point." Kyukiai, seeing Obito rambling on, felt a few black lines appear on his forehead, and his brows furrowed tightly into a shape. He helplessly raised his voice. Obito first chuckled, then began to tell Kyukiai everything he knew. After listening to Obito, Kyukiai nodded slightly and then said, "Have Chiba Shinichi come to see me tomorrow," before lying down to sleep. Soon, the sound of snoring filled the air. Hearing the snoring, Obito hurriedly pulled Rin out of the room. "Obito, is this the super strong senior you were talking about?" Rin couldn't help but ask after leaving the house. Hearing Rin's question, Obito felt a bit embarrassed but still stubbornly replied, "Rin, haven't you read about strong people in novels? Aren't they all like this? Such strong individuals, while a bit eccentric, are definitely very, very powerful." As Obito spoke with increasing confidence, his voice unconsciously grew louder. Seeing Obito's confident demeanor, Noera Rin suppressed her doubts and nodded. However, upon seeing Rin's agreement, Obito felt a bit nervous. Chapter 57. Obito's Happy Day, watching Obito standing there in a daze. Rin reached out and gently waved in front of his eyes, smiling as she said, "Obito, don't just stand there like a wooden post. We need to go tell Teacher Shinichi the good news. Oh, all right. We need to tell Teacher Shinichi right away. Obito came back to his senses and hurriedly replied. At that moment, Obito felt somewhat guilty. Although he claimed to Rin that Marahoshi Kokiai was a great master, he couldn't actually be sure of Kokiai's true strength. His confident demeanor was merely a boy's attempt to attract the attention of a girl he liked. When the two arrived at the training location, they only saw Might Guy doing frog jumps alone. Guy, hasn't Teacher Shinichi come yet? Obito asked in surprise. 989, 990. Guy didn't answer immediately, continuing his exercises until he counted to 1,000 before stopping. Teacher Shinichi is training those two in the woods. You can go there now if you're looking for them. After saying this, Guy resumed his frog jumps. Obito, can you really improve so quickly because of all this hard work? Rin asked, surprised by Guy's efforts. Obito's expression first became a bit awkward, then turned serious. Yes, Rin, I've been training hard like this the whole time you were gone. Obito, since you say that, then go practice treading water now. I remember you could only last 3 minutes at most. Today, let us aim for 5 minutes. Before Obito could fully enjoy Rin's admiring gaze, a voice floated over from a distance. Hearing Shinichi's voice, Obito instantly panicked. According to his original expectations for the day, he only needed to break the 3-minute mark, but now the task had suddenly increased several times, making him frown in dismay. Teacher Shinichi, isn't this too difficult? As soon as Shinichi appeared before the two, Obito rushed over to protest. Jinny did not answer immediately, but instead looked at Lin, not far away. Lin, you'll supervise Obito today. If he doesn't complete the task, make him write 10 exam papers. Upon hearing Jinny's words, Lin obediently nodded. Seeing that Jinny had actually assigned Lin to supervise him and was also punishing him with 10 exam papers, Obito immediately became unhappy. Teacher Jinny, this is too much. Isn't it? There's no way I can finish this. Hearing Obito's complaint, Jinny said loudly, Kai, after you finish this set of training, do another set of frog jumps and 1 set of push-ups. Tomorrow I will teach you a powerful physical technique. Before my guy could wait for Jinny to finish speaking, he responded loudly, Okay, Teacher Jinny. Hearing Kai's response, Jinny crossed his arms and smiled at Obito. Feeling Jinny's smile and seeing Lin's expectant gaze, Obito gritted his teeth and said, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Hearing this, Jinny nodded in satisfaction and gestured with his eyes for Obito to hurry up and train. Seeing Jinny's demeanor, Obito could only shrug and slowly go to the riverbank to practice treading water. Teacher Jinny, Senior Gyuk wants you to find him tomorrow. He said he wants to know about some training class matters. Lin noticed that Obito had completely forgotten about his task and took the initiative to mention this, then ran to catch up with Obito. Hearing what Lin said, Jinny was slightly taken aback. He never expected that despite his earnest persuasion in presenting Fujiyama's letter, he couldn't change Gyuk's mind, while Obito managed to do it with just words. Although he was puzzled by the power of words, Gyuk's agreement made Jinny feel much more at ease. Who knows how many ninjas Jinny had searched for in the past few days to find a suitable one. Arriving at the riverside, Obito looked at Lin not far away, gritted his teeth, and began to gather chakra under his feet, slowly walking towards the river surface. Lin, how advanced is your medical skill now? After observing the disciple's training status, Jinny approached Lin. Hearing Jinny's question, Lin respectfully replied, Teacher Jinny, I haven't learned any medical ninjutsu yet. Just some basic knowledge. Jinny was not surprised to hear that Lin had only learned a little. As a commoner girl, Yuen Lin naturally couldn't learn anything profound. And the medical techniques she learned in the original work, like the healing technique and chakra scalpel, were probably obtained with Minato's help. Lin, do you want to be purely a medical ninja, or do you want to become a powerful medical ninja like Tsunade? Upon hearing Jinny's suggestion, Lin felt a bit conflicted. Becoming a powerful female ninja like Tsunade is such a desirable goal. That legendary figure, saving lives on the battlefield, exuding a commanding presence. Who wouldn't want to be that kind of existence? However, as a rational girl, Lin clearly understood that this was no easy task. It required countless efforts and enough talent and opportunities. Seeing Lin caught in her thoughts, Jinny did not rush her, but instead gave her ample time. He also knew that such an important decision shouldn't be made hastily and needed Lin to think it through carefully. Before Lin could respond, Obito shouted excitedly from his side. Lin, did you see that? I did it. Obito's voice echoed in the air, filled with joy and pride. His excited demeanor was as if he had accomplished a monumental feat. Hearing Obito's voice, Jinny was somewhat puzzled. He clearly remembered that Obito had been stuck at the 3-minute mark for several days. How did he break through as soon as Lin arrived? Could this be the power of love? Ginny silently mused, but did not show it on his face. Although Ginny was confused by this, he didn't mind adding some difficulty for Abito. Water style, water column technique. Ginny let out a low shout, and a huge column of water burst forth from the surface of the lake. The water column soared into the sky like a roaring dragon, splashing everywhere. Dato was startled by this sudden attack, and the joy on his face was instantly replaced by tension. Suddenly, the calm surface of the lake was churned into raging waves by this powerful water column. The lake water, like an enraged beast, kept surging and rising in massive waves. Dato steadied himself, hurriedly adjusting his state to prepare for this unexpected challenge. However, the tension in his heart still caused his movements to be somewhat frantic. Under the impact of the water column, he struggled to maintain his balance, but accidentally lost control. With a splash, Dato fell into the river, becoming a drenched chicken. Chapter 58, The Underrated Konoha Chunin. Ginny was not sure how others would feel under the gaze of hundreds of people, but he was certain that if it were when he had just crossed over, he would have been so nervous that he couldn't speak. However, at this moment, Ginny felt somewhat excited, as his system was unique. Hello everyone, I am Chinya Ginny, currently holding the position of Special Jonin. If you have any questions, you can ask them now. Ginny introduced himself with a slight smile. Teacher Ginny, I want to know if you really have a jutsu that can directly stuff knowledge into people's brains? As soon as the opportunity to ask questions arose, a student immediately asked the most crucial question. Hearing someone voice their most concerned question, most students stared at Ginny intently, especially some of the underperforming students, who were so excited they nearly shouted out loud. Seeing the reactions of the students below, Ginny smiled slightly and said, "This student, I can confidently tell you that I do not possess such a jutsu." Upon hearing Ginny's words, most students felt disheartened. Only the underperforming students continued to look at Ginny with determined eyes. Ginny was not surprised to see the expressions of the crowd shift from anticipation to disappointment. However, why did a group of people become even more excited? Although Ginny was filled with confusion, he continued, "While I do not have that jutsu, I believe that the knowledge you learn yourself is obviously more important than having it stuffed into your heads." Without waiting for the students to respond, Ginny continued, "Since today is the first day of class, I need to go over some important notes. The rules are very simple. There is only one. You must unconditionally obey during class. If any student cannot accept this, you may leave now." After Ginny finished speaking, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. However, not a single person chose to leave first. Perhaps feeling that being the first to leave would be embarrassing or wanting to see what the much talked about Ginny was really like. 5 minutes later, seeing that no one had left, Ginny nodded in satisfaction and said, "Since everyone is willing to stay, let us begin the class. I want to ask everyone, how many of you have learned to climb trees and walk on water?" Hearing Ginny's question, most people looked around, with only a few slowly raising their hands. At this moment, Abito felt somewhat confused. He wanted to raise his hand, but thinking of yesterday's experience, he could only lower it. "Abito, aren't you raising your hand?" Hinata Kagami asked with some confusion upon seeing Abito in a daze. "Me? But I haven't learned to walk on water," Abito replied foolishly, prompting Kagami to facepalm and say nothing more. Seeing Kagami's reaction, Abito hurriedly raised his hand high. With no one else raising their hands, Ginny nodded at Marahoshi Kokiai beside him and then quietly took a step back. "I am Marahoshi Kokiai, a genin. The students who just raised their hands, come with me." Kokiai's distinctive hoarse voice rang out. Upon hearing that he was a genin, the students who had just raised their hands suddenly became dissatisfied. Several self-proclaimed geniuses even shouted, "What qualifications do you, a genin, have to teach us? You probably aren't even our match." Facing the students' outcry, Ginny showed no reaction, merely observing the situation calmly. Perhaps Ginny's inaction fueled their arrogance, as their expressions became even more disdainful. Seeing their annoying expressions, Kokiai stopped his next move and simply watched them quietly. Noticing Kokiai's calm gaze, a few talented students instinctively took a step back, but soon felt ashamed, especially when they saw the odd looks from some classmates. Their anger grew even stronger. "Teacher Ginny, I don't think a genin has the ability to teach us." One genius, realizing the situation was untenable, turned his gaze to Ginny. Seeing everyone's attention shift to him, Ginny thought for a moment and said, "If any student is unconvinced, you may challenge him. If you succeed, you won't have to follow my rules." Hearing this, several geniuses were eager to try, looking at Kokiai as if he were their prey. "Kokiai-sensei, let me see your skills first." A student from the Uchiha clan stood up proudly. Though his words were polite, his face couldn't hide his disdain. Upon seeing a student openly challenge him, Kokiai remained calm, showing no signs of being affected. He simply slowly opened his palm and lightly waved 2 fingers. Seeing this, the Uchiha boy's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he drew several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, launching them at Kokiai from an unusual angle. Kokiai merely tilted his body slightly and easily dodged. Damn it! The Uchiha boy cursed internally, seeing his usual surprise attack effortlessly avoided. He then increased his speed, running while quickly forming hand seals. Seeing the Uchiha boy's actions, Kokiai merely watched quietly, making no movements. Once the final seal was completed, the Uchiha boy felt a slight joy in his heart, mocking internally. No wonder he's the most useless genin. He's been easily forced into a corner by me. Fire style, fireball jutsu, he shouted, and a small fireball erupted from his mouth, rushing toward Kokiai like a cannonball. As the fireball engulfed Kokiai, the Uchiha boy shouted, "I won. What happened to him?" Obito asked in confusion as he saw his fellow clansmen yelling. He must have fallen under a Jinjutsu, but when did he get caught? Kagami casually explained, while trying to recall the battle scene in his mind. Kokiai-sensei drew his sword. He fell under the Jinjutsu when he drew it. Shizun said with a serious expression, "That can't be. I didn't see him draw his sword." Obito vigorously tried to recall, but couldn't remember, and couldn't help but retort, "No, Obito, he drew it. It was just too fast for us to react." Kagami, who was trying to remember, suddenly understood upon hearing Shizun's explanation. Although the voices of the few were quiet, they were clear to the surrounding ninjas. Somehow, Shizun's explanation quickly spread among the students. At this time, the students below looked at Kokiai with strange eyes, now mixed with a hint of respect. Not far away, Jinny observed the students change and felt unsurprised. After all, in this world, strength was what mattered most. Chapter 59. The use of chakra. When did our Konoha have such a powerful genin? One student, having witnessed Kokiai's strength, said with a puzzled heart, "Not only that, I heard the name Maruhoshi Kokiai a long time ago. They say he's been a genin for ages." Originally hesitant about whether to draw his sword, Obito was suddenly excited upon hearing these people's words. "Rin, look, I told you that the old man is a very powerful ninja," Obito said, puffing out his cheeks as if he possessed such great strength himself. Rin, hearing Obito's slightly excited words, revealed a gentle smile and remained silent. Seeing the smile on Rin's face, Obito seemed even more thrilled, chattering nonstop. "All right, class. Everyone quiet down for a moment." As soon as Jinny noticed that the students' discussion was gradually drifting off topic, he promptly intervened. It seemed that the strength just demonstrated by Wushin Gyuk had shocked the students on the scene, causing everyone to stop talking and turn their attention to Jinny. Facing hundreds of different gazes, Jinny showed no signs of nervousness and calmly looked back at them. Once the students quieted down, Jinny continued, "I asked the students who just raised their hands to follow Teacher Wushin, while those who did not raise their hands should stay quiet and remain where they are." After saying this, Jinny turned his gaze to Wushin Gyuk. Wushin Gyuk still appeared as if he had just woken up. Hearing Jinny's words, he lazily waved his hand, signaling some people to follow him, and then walked to the side. The students who raised their hands hurriedly followed without any hesitation. "Teacher Jinny, can Wushin-senpai really do it?" Tanaka asked with some concern. Although he had witnessed Gyuk's strength, being powerful did not necessarily mean he would be able to teach students. He had seen too many strong ninjas who struggled to teach even a basic ninjutsu. Before Jinny could respond to Tanaka's words, Fujiyama spoke up first. "Tanaka, you can rest assured. Although Gyuk looks lazy, he will definitely take his commitments seriously." Hearing Fujiyama's words, Tanaka relaxed slightly, but his eyes still occasionally glanced toward the direction Gyuk and the others had left. Sensing Tanaka's nervousness, Jinny chose not to say anything further. He believed that after some time, Tanaka would naturally change his mind. "Teacher Jinny, what do we need to do now?" a student asked, feeling anxious as Wushin Gyuk took some people away while they were still waiting quietly. Hearing the student's slightly anxious words, Jinny smiled and replied, "Since everyone is so eager, I won't waste any more words. Now, let's officially start the class." Jinny had gained an in-depth understanding of the students' learning progress a long time ago. Most of the students had initially mastered some variations of their chakra attributes, such as fire attribute chakra becoming hotter and lightning attribute chakra becoming swifter. A small number of students were already proficient in using ninjutsu, able to control their chakra to perform some simple tasks, such as using water attribute chakra to condense into small water balls. As for the body flicker technique and throwing ninja tools. Those are the most basic requirements for graduating from the Ninja Academy. Chakra is the foundation of all ninjutsu, and many students have been refining their chakra since childhood. But do they truly understand chakra? When Jinny's words fell, most people looked puzzled. Isn't chakra just chakra? How else can one become familiar with it? Jin looked at the students' reactions and smiled slightly, then said, Chakra is by no means just a simple form of energy. It contains the immense potential and infinite possibilities of each of us. First, let's explore the nature of chakra changes. I believe everyone is aware that fire attribute chakra can burn intensely, while lightning attribute chakra is as swift as lightning. However, this is merely the most superficial understanding. To truly delve into the nature of chakra changes, we must sincerely feel its flow within our bodies and personally experience their unique and extraordinary qualities. The students listened intently, as if a new door had been opened for them. Jinny continued, For example, when you use fire-release jutsu, it's not just about unleashing flames. You also need to learn to control the temperature, range, and direction of the fire. This requires a more precise understanding of the properties of fire-type chakra. Similarly, lightning-type chakra can be used to enhance speed and attack power, but knowing how to use it appropriately in battle is also an art. Now, let's talk about the transformation of chakra. Have you ever thought about why some jutsu can condense into sharp blades while others can turn into solid shields? This is the mystery of transformation. By controlling the form of chakra, we can create a variety of jutsu effects. Jinny explained while gesturing with his hands. Upon hearing Jinny's words, most of the students showed expressions of confusion mixed with understanding. When Jinny saw the somewhat confused expressions of the students below, he smiled slightly and continued, Students, the reason I teach this is to let you know that the path of a ninja is not simply about learning a few ninjutsu. Chakra is the source of our power. Only by deeply exploring and mastering it can you forge your own legendary chapter. Each type of chakra has its unique aspects, and we should be adept at discovering and utilizing these characteristics. When you can skillfully control the nature and form changes of chakra, you will find that your strength will undergo a qualitative leap. In future battles, you may encounter various enemies, some extremely powerful and others cunning and versatile. But as long as you have a sufficient understanding and application ability of chakra, you will often find ways to deal with them. The students listened quietly, and Jinny's words were like a spark, igniting the flames in their hearts. Then, Teacher Jinny, how can we skillfully control the nature and changes of chakra? A student asked. Upon hearing the student's inquiry, Jinny smiled and said, Before we hope to master the nature and changes of chakra, we need to have a thorough understanding and control of chakra. After that, we can gradually harness the nature and form changes of chakra through practice. Jinny then added, According to the relentless exploration of our ancestors in Konoha, climbing trees and walking on water are the best ways to master chakra. After listening to Jinny's explanation, the students below finally showed expressions of realization. Among the students leaving with Maruhoshi Gukei, there were both high achievers and some with average grades. Some of the high-achieving students were initially puzzled as to why those with lower grades could follow the more powerful Maruhoshi Gukei to study while they remained here. Now, after hearing Jinny's explanation, these students finally understood. Chapter 60. The bullied first-year students. As soon as Jinny finished speaking, the students exchanged glances, and after a moment, a few bold and impatient students rushed towards the edge of the forest, attempting to climb the trees. Their actions acted as a signal, prompting many other students to follow suit. Perhaps it was because Jinny did not demonstrate, but at first, many students appeared a bit at a loss. Unsure of where to start, gradually resorting to using both hands and feet, Jinny watched as hundreds of students rushed to climb the trees like wild horses, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, some of the teachers beside him wore knowing smiles, while others couldn't help but burst out laughing. The slower students, upon reaching the edge of the forest, stood frozen in place, their faces filled with shock and helplessness as they saw a dense crowd of people not far into the woods. Teacher Jinny, are they going too far? Shinyu Yuyun said, looking utterly bewildered, with a hint of grievance in her tone. Jinny looked at Shinyu Yuyun, then glanced around at the equally bewildered people nearby, feeling somewhat amused in his heart, with a wry smile on his face. Since all the first-year classrooms were on the same floor, and Jinny had also taught other first-year students, he recognized most of their faces. Looking around, he saw that the crowd was mostly made up of first-year students, with only a few from other grades. Seeing the chaotic yet lively scene in the forest, Jinny lost the interest in continuing to watch the commotion. After Jinny communicated with the teachers, he created a dozen shadow clones. Those shadow clones, like agile messengers, quickly dispersed among the students. "Everyone, stop what you're doing and look at me," Jinny shouted loudly after the shadow clones reached their locations. Most people, upon hearing Jinny's voice, stopped their actions and quietly looked at him. When Jinny saw a few people still climbing the tree on their own, he shook his head and stopped paying attention to them. Climbing a tree isn't done like that. Jifeng showed them a demonstration. Hearing Jinny's words, Moonlight Jifeng was a bit surprised. He never expected Jinny to call his name. Although surprised, Jifeng's movements were not careless at all. He first concentrated chakra on his feet, and then walked towards a nearby tree. In the blink of an eye, Moonlight Jifeng was standing steadily on the tree trunk, and then he walked step by step to the top. After reaching the top of the tree, Jifeng suddenly appeared at the bottom of the big tree. "That's amazing," a student exclaimed. "Wasn't Uchiha Shursui just leaving with Teacher Gujia? Who is this?" Jinny ignored the whispers of some students and said loudly, "This is how to climb a tree. Climbing a tree means using chakra to control your body, gathering it at the soles of your feet so that your whole body can adhere to the tree. Not like you all, using your hands and feet like a gecko, climbing chaotically." Upon hearing Jinny's words, most of the students lowered their heads in shame. They were indeed deeply attracted by what Jinny was explaining, with their minds full of thoughts about quickly learning the techniques of climbing trees and walking on water, so they could ask Jinny for further skills. That's why they had rushed over to start climbing trees. Seeing most of the students with their heads down, Jinny felt quite helpless. He wasn't sure if this was how students always reacted when they made mistakes, but he clearly remembered that he wasn't like this during his student days. Feeling the students' attitudes, Jinny lost the desire to lecture them, sighed, and began to divide the students into groups. The students from grades 1 to 4 totaled only about 50 or 60, so they were naturally grouped together. As for the larger number of 5th and 6th graders, Jinny roughly grouped them in one area, with each group also having about 50 or 60 students. After grouping them, Jinny designated corresponding areas for each group of students to avoid any conflicts over a single tree later on. Then, Jinny created a corresponding number of shadow clones to start teaching these students. The teachers were responsible for one or more groups each. Seeing that the scene was finally no longer chaotic, Jinny breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt immense respect in his heart for those people who could command tens or hundreds of thousands in battle. "Ziddy, this tree climbing is really too difficult," Shen Weiyun said gloomily after falling from the tree once again. Hearing Shan Weiyun's complaint, Gang Ziddy also felt helpless. He thought the difficulty of climbing the tree was absurd, seemingly a task that students of their age could not accomplish. Just as Gang Ziddy was about to say a few comforting words, a cheerful shout rang out. "Hua hua! Hua hua, I did it!" At that moment, Yoshiro Ray was hanging upside down from a branch, excitedly shouting, "Ah, Ray, that's amazing!" Inazuka Hana, who was resting under a tree, widened her eyes in surprise. Hearing Inazuka Hana's astonished words, Yamashiro Ray shouted even more excitedly. Gang Ziddy heard their conversation, opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Then, he ran to a tree and started practicing climbing again. Shen Weiyun, who had originally planned to rest for a while, first looked at Yamashiro Ray, who had already come down from the tree, and then at Gang Ziddy, who was working hard to climb the tree. Gritting his teeth, he got up from the ground and continued to engage in the challenge of climbing the tree. In Shan Weiyun's view, if he saw someone older than him learn to climb the tree, he wouldn't think much of it. However, when he saw a student from the same grade succeed, he would feel a sense of competition. But if he saw his rival learn to climb the tree while he himself had not, it would be more painful for him than death. Not far away, Jinny saw Yamashiro Ray successfully climb the tree and nodded in satisfaction. Among the training, besides Jishui, only 5 students from class 1 to 3 had come, and now 1 had succeeded, which made Jinny quite happy. In Jinny's view, the students from grades 1 and 2 who came here were merely filling numbers. It would be better if they could learn, but it didn't matter if they couldn't. Jinny also doesn't really believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen would send a group of students who can't even throw shuriken accurately to the battlefield. Jinny then inspected the entire group, and, seeing that everything was on track, headed towards Maruhoshi Koji. He wasn't too worried about the group, led by Maruhoshi Koji. After all, on the first day, all the students in the training class learned how to climb trees and wade through water. It was just that the methods used by the students that were more unique. Chapter 61. Sarutobi Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai in a quiet corner of the forest. The calm river surface was crowded with students. Some students occasionally looked down at their feet with a serious expression. Others glanced around, their eyes filled with vigilance. Suddenly, a surging water dragon rushed out from nowhere and pounced towards a certain area. The students not in that area let out a sigh of relief, their faces showing signs of gratitude, whereas the students in that area instantly felt like they were facing a great danger and a tense atmosphere spread. However, before the other students could recover from their relief, the river surface in their area began to flow rapidly, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. In an instant, many students were caught off guard and sank to the bottom of the river, leaving only ripples on the surface, as if recounting the thrilling events that had just occurred. That guy Maruhoshi Koji is too much, Sarutobi Asuma said displeased as he swam to the riverbank, especially after he saw Yuhi Kurinai sink to the bottom. His expression of dissatisfaction grew even stronger. Perhaps Asuma's voice caught Maruhoshi Koji's attention, as the river surface in that area suddenly surged with even more violent waves. Just as Sarutobi Asuma was about to continue speaking, he heard a loud crash, and he was violently slammed into the water by the fierce waves. Initially, as Asuma complained, the others couldn't help but feel a bit of schadenfreude. In a ninja academy, who wouldn't treat Asuma with great respect? It was said that even the usually upright Director Yumino would greet Asuma warmly. However, at this moment, seeing Maruhoshi Koji show no mercy toward Asuma, many students who originally harbored resentment could only shut their mouths in fear. If the son of the third Hokage faced such treatment, why did they have to express their dissatisfaction? Asuma struggled to raise his head out of the water, his wet hair sticking to his face, making him look particularly disheveled. He glared in the direction of Koji, but didn't dare to speak again. Some classmates whispered among themselves, while others looked on with amusement. Yuhi Kurinai, watching Asuma from the river, felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. She then climbed ashore and quietly said to Sarutobi Asuma, "Asuma, don't be impulsive. Teacher Koji is doing this for our own good." Asuma wiped his face and still felt angry. "Kurinai, look at what he has done to you. This is too much." Hearing Asuma not talk about his own situation, but rather defend her, Kurinai felt a slight warmth in her heart and smiled faintly. "It's okay. This is also a form of training. We can't always grow in a comfortable environment, can we?" Though Asuma still felt somewhat dissatisfied after hearing Kurinai's words, he gradually calmed down. Even though he was the son of the third Hokage, he wasn't unreasonable. At this point, Koji saw that things had gotten a bit out of hand and slowly walked towards the two. His gaze was calm and deep, making it hard to fathom his thoughts. "Sarutobi Asuma, the son of the third Hokage, if you wish to withdraw from training, you may leave now," Koji said expressionlessly. Asuma, whose anger had somewhat diminished, was instantly consumed by rage upon hearing Maruhoshi Koji's words. "What do you mean by that, Maruhoshi Koji?" Asuma's eyes widened in anger, ready to continue questioning, but he felt Kurinai gently tugging at his sleeve. Instantly, Asuma felt a lump in his throat and fell silent, turning his head away. Maruhoshi Koji looked at the now silent Sarutobi Asuma, his gaze sweeping between Asuma and Kurinai, but he said nothing and simply raised his hands, tossing both of them back into the river. "What are you looking at? Did you learn how to wade through water?" Koji suddenly shouted loudly. Hearing this unexpected outburst, the onlookers who had been watching in amusement suddenly panicked and jumped into the water like dumplings. "Senior Koji, I didn't expect you to treat Asuma this way," Jin said. Maruhoshi Koji rebutted. "Should I treat him like you all and pamper him?" After thinking for a moment, he continued. "It's because of people like you that a good student develops such a character." A series of unfiltered words came out of Maruhoshi Koji's mouth. Hearing this, Jin's expression changed. He opened his mouth, but found he had nothing to say and could only use the body flicker technique to distance himself from Maruhoshi Koji. Seeing Jin leave quickly, a smile appeared on Maruhoshi Koji's face. Although he agreed to Jin's request, he still cared about some things he had said to Tengen in the past. Now that he had found a loophole in Jin's words, he naturally needed to take revenge properly. As Jin moved away from Maruhoshi Koji, he silently observed the students. Shizune and Hinata were naturally not to be mentioned. No matter how Koji stirred the river surface, the two could stand firmly on the water. What surprised Jin was that Noera Rin quickly became proficient after initially struggling. It should be noted that Rin had never received professional training and relied entirely on her strong controllability. As for Might Guy and Obito, they were somewhat lacking. Jin had no objections to Gai's shortcomings. This Guy could only stand in the same team as Shizune and the others by relying on his control over his body. As for chakra control, what was that? Looking at the satisfactory students ahead, and then at Obito, who was resting on the bank, Jin found himself at a loss for words. "Rin, you're amazing," Obito said in an exaggerated tone. Although he knew what kind of personality Obito had, Rin couldn't help but laugh. Ahem. Originally, Obito wanted to say something when he saw Rin smile, but a sudden cough interrupted them. They turned to see Jinny approaching. Teacher Jinny? Hearing Obito's slightly panicked words, Jinny smiled slightly and asked, Obito, how long can you hold on now? Hearing Jinny's words, Obito showed a slightly awkward smile. During this hour, Obito had naturally not been practicing diligently, mostly just staring blankly at Rin Noera. Marahoshi Kogen, seeing that Obito could rank among the top students, didn't say anything. Looking at the awkward smile on Obito's face, Jinny waved his hand, creating a gust of wind. With a splash, a large wave was stirred up by the riverbank. Seeing Obito's miserable state, Jinny's slightly uncomfortable mood improved a lot. Of course, Jinny would never admit that seeing Obito's face unconsciously reminded him of the scene when Kogen scolded him. As a righteous ninja school teacher, Jinny had a strict professional ethics. Chapter 62. Kushina. It's over. I really have become unnecessary. As the day's training came to an end, Jinny was just about to take a short break when a crisp mechanical sound suddenly rang in his ears. Jinny was slightly taken aback, and then a wave of indescribable anticipation surged in his heart. Congratulations, host. For the first time, teaching hundreds of students, you have received a critical reward. Mastery of the 8 gates of Duinjia, Raijin, Chidori, mastery of lightning attribute chakra nature transformation, and an increase of 1,000 chakra. Seeing this generous reward, Jinny was filled with astonishment. Jinny clicked the word receive on the blue panel without any hesitation. In an instant, a massive flow of information surged into his mind, and the knowledge of 8 gates Duinjia and thunder release spread out in his consciousness. Jinny was immersed in this torrent of knowledge, carefully grasping the secrets within. After a moment, Jinny opened his eyes, a confident light flashing in them. Through his calculations, he was certain that with his current abilities, he could already open the 5th door, Dumin. Moreover, with a bit more training, he even had hopes of reaching the 6th door, Jingmin. One astonishing progress. Reflecting on the hardened days spent studying the 8 doors of Duinjia under Maite Dai, Jinny felt a surge of emotions. If it weren't for this experience, he would probably only be able to open the 4th door, Shangmin, at most. As for the subsequent doors, Dumin and Jingmin, he couldn't imagine how much time and energy it would take to unlock them. The art of the 8 doors of Duinjia, Shangmin, Dumin opening. In an instant, Jinny opened the 2 doors. In that moment, he was surrounded by a massive amount of red chakra, and a powerful force surged within him. Clenching his fists slightly and feeling the overwhelming power within, Jinny finally understood why opening the final death door required the price of death. Even when opening the 5th door, Jinny could clearly feel a slight discomfort in his body. It's important to note that Jinny possesses the strongest physique in this world. Although it is not complete, it is still quite astonishing. It is likely that even if Senju Hashirama, who has a complete sage body, opened the death door, he would suffer significant damage to his body, even if he did not die. After Jinny received such a generous reward, he didn't care about his physical exhaustion and hurried to the vegetable market. After arriving in this world, Jinny developed a not-so-good habit of indulging in large meals whenever something made him happy. However, to his surprise, he ran into an acquaintance at the market. Kushina, what are you doing here? Jinny greeted enthusiastically. Oh, Jinny, Minato just came back from the front to rest for a while, and I thought I'd treat him to some of my latest research dishes. Upon hearing new dishes, Jinny first looked at Kushina in surprise, then fell silent. He silently mourned for Minato. While Kushina's regular cooking was decent, her experimental dishes were another story. Ironically, Kushina was very passionate about researching new recipes, much like Minato was about giving them strange names. Seeing Jinny's silence, Kushina warmly invited, Jinny, why don't you come to my house to celebrate? We didn't get to have a proper gathering last time when Minato suddenly left. With her bright red hair flowing like flames and a sincere smile on her face, she radiated warmth like the sun. Jinny initially wanted to refuse her invitation, but thinking of Hinata's caged bird, he nodded slightly in agreement. After all, Kushina was the only member of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha now, and she might possess some unexpected sealing techniques. After shopping for groceries with Kushina, the two walked side by side towards home. Kushina moved with a light step, like a cheerful little bird, while Jinny followed steadily beside her. Minato, I'm back. As soon as she opened the door, Kushina called out loudly. Her voice was crisp and vibrant. Seeing Kushina's bold demeanor, Jinny couldn't help but smile slightly. To him, it seemed that this version of Kushina was her truest self. Hearing Kushina's voice, Minato leisurely walked out from the room. He was tall and slender, with golden hair shining in the sunlight. Upon seeing Ginny at the door, Minato was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. But he quickly smiled and nodded. "Ginny, how'd you two meet?" Minato asked with some confusion. As the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina's movements were naturally restricted, especially after Konoha had been attacked recently, so Minato was curious. "We ran into each other while buying groceries," Ginny explained with a gentle and calm smile. All right. You two, stop dawdling here. I still have to make the new dishes," Kushina said with her hands on her hips, slightly frowning and looking impatient. Hearing her words, both Ginny and Minato's expressions changed. Ginny hurriedly said, "Why don't you all try my cooking?" "That doesn't sound good," Juxinai said somewhat unwillingly, her small mouth pouting slightly. "Making her look very cute. Let Ginny give it a try, and if it doesn't taste good, how about you show your skills?" Minato quickly said when he saw Juxinai looking a bit displeased. His eyes were gentle, filled with affection for Juxinai. Looking at Ginny, and then at Minato, Juxinai suddenly felt a bit unnecessary. She then walked into the room sulkily, and as she passed by Minato, she said in a sour tone, "Just let your Ginny cook." Although Minato didn't understand why Juxinai was suddenly angry, he still gave Ginny an apologetic glance before running into the room to comfort Juxinai. Seeing the hurried Minato, Ginny sighed inwardly and then picked up the ingredients that Juxinai had placed on the floor and slowly walked toward the kitchen. Ginny considered that he might be cooking later while shopping for groceries, so he bought some ingredients he was most familiar with. Ginny first tidied up the kitchen and then began to cook methodically. A faint aroma of cooking filled the kitchen, and Ginny's focused expression seemed as if he were creating a work of art. "Ginny, this is too lavish, isn't it? I've never seen so many dishes," said Watergate, who had just come out of the room, a bit surprised, occasionally glancing at the unfamiliar new dishes. Seeing Watergate's hesitant expression, Ginny smiled and picked up some chopsticks to serve him a large shrimp. When Watergate saw Ginny's action, he opened his mouth and took a bite. The moment he bit into it, Watergate was instantly stunned, and after a few more bites, he finished the shrimp. "Ginny, your cooking is too delicious," Watergate said in disbelief, his eyes filled with admiration. Seeing Watergate's shocked expression, Ginny couldn't help but feel proud. Can the thousands of years of culinary culture be compared to the small fire country? Just then, Kushina, who had just walked out of the room, saw Ginny serving dishes to Watergate. At that moment, she had only one thought: "I'm really unnecessary now." Chapter 63. Sealing Technique in front of the dining table. A variety of delicious dishes were spread out. Kushina sat at the table, her utensils slightly paused in her hand. Although the food before her emitted an enticing aroma, she couldn't feel happy at all. A hint of sorrow flickered in her eyes, as if she harbored unspeakable thoughts in her heart. In contrast, Watergate beside her was thoroughly enjoying the meal, savoring every bite. From time to time, Watergate would exclaim, "So delicious." Ginny quietly watched this scene, feeling somewhat puzzled. His gaze moved back and forth between the blissful Minato and the gloomy Kushina. Then, Ginny smiled faintly and asked gently, "Kushina, is my cooking not good?" Upon hearing this, Kushina's frustration seemed to ignite all at once. She suddenly stood up, her red hair flowing in the air like a burning flame. I can't stand it," Kushina shouted loudly, her voice filled with helplessness and impatience. Immediately after, there were two muffled thuds. Both Minato and Ginny felt a sharp pain on their heads. The two looked at Kushina in confusion, completely unable to understand why she reacted so intensely. Although Kushina, coming back to her senses, felt a bit regretful, she still huffed coldly. For a moment, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the dining table. Cough, cough. A series of coughs broke the awkward tension in the air. Ginny first broke the deadlock with a cough, then continued, "Kushina, I came this time to ask for your help." Ginny's words eased the atmosphere considerably. "Ginny, feel free to say what's on your mind." Before Gyo-Xin could speak, Mizuno interjected. Gyo-Xin beside him also nodded in agreement, as if what had just happened had never occurred. "Mizuno, Gyo-Xin, I'm here this time to learn sealing technique from you," Ginny said with a calm expression. "Sure." "Ginny, so what questions do you have right now? I can help clarify them for you," Gyo-Xin said confidently. Hearing Gyo-Xin's words, Ginny responded with slight embarrassment, "I currently know nothing at all." Ginny's words made Kushina pause for a moment. A novice, who knows nothing, comes to ask her, the only surviving member of the Uzumaki clan in Konoha, about sealing techniques? Is her time really that worthless? Well, maybe it really is. Various thoughts flashed through Kushina's mind, And after considering, she suggested, Jini, a while ago, Mikoto also wanted to learn sealing techniques, and she borrowed some basic books from home. If you're starting from scratch, it would be best to borrow some beginner books from the library to check out. Jini nodded after hearing that. Then, the few of them stopped discussing the topic and warmly enjoyed their dinner. After leaving the two's home, Jini headed straight to the library. Since it was already evening, there weren't many people in the library. As soon as he walked through the library's main entrance, he heard a shout. Teacher Jini, what are you doing at the library so late? Jini turned his head when he heard someone calling him. It was Irika. I'm here to look up some information. What are you doing here so late? Irika scratched his head and replied, Teacher Jini, isn't today the day for Kakashi and the others to attend training? I figured I had nothing else to do, so I came to the library to learn about some ninjutsu. I didn't expect to run into you so late. Hearing Irika's words, Jini felt a wave of emotion. He truly hadn't expected Irika to be so diligent. From Irika's earlier words, Jini could clearly sense his deep yearning to participate in the training class. Irika, if you're interested, you can come to the training tomorrow too. Upon hearing Jini's words, Irika instantly became excited. Teacher Jini, can I really go? Seeing Irika's happy expression, Jini also felt a bit pleased. As for whether this would be unfair to other students, Jini had some doubts in his mind, but looking at Irika's eager eyes, he decided not to think too much about it for now. After all, giving an opportunity to a motivated student is also part of the meaning of education. After patting Irika's head, Jini headed straight for the area with the sealing technique books. Perhaps because this area wasn't frequented by many people, the books were somewhat disorganized, and there seemed to be more dust here than in other places. Jini carefully weaved through the bookshelves, his gaze meticulously scanning the covers of the old books. After finding the cover of the book he wanted, he casually found a place to sit down. At first, Jini thought that sealing techniques were no different from ninjutsu. Both involve controlling the chakra within one's body and using special hand seals to produce different effects. However, after studying carefully, he realized that sealing techniques were far more complex than he had imagined. Although sealing techniques are a type of ninjutsu, they are fundamentally different from conventional ninjutsu. When performing conventional ninjutsu, even if there are mistakes in the hand seals or inaccuracies in chakra control, the ninja themselves usually do not suffer harm. But sealing techniques are quite different. Both the hand seals and chakra control require precise calculations. If there is an error, the result could be a failed jutsu at best, or at worst, it could lead to irreparable severe consequences. Subsequently, Jini began to read about the development of sealing techniques. Irika, you haven't gone back yet? Jini stayed until the library staff urged him to leave, and to his surprise, Irika was still there. Teacher Jini, I wanted to finish this book before leaving, but I didn't realize time passed so quickly. Seemingly afraid that Jini might misunderstand, Irika added, the library's books cannot be borrowed by children. Hearing Irika's words, Jini felt a bit speechless. The world of Hokage is indeed puzzling in some aspects. They allow a group of children under 10 to go to the battlefield. Yet they do not let these children drink alcohol, enter casinos, or do other things. Looking at the already dark night, Jini said to Irika, come on, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Upon hearing the word late-night snack, Irika instinctively swallowed, but still refused, saying, Teacher Jini, I think I'm not hungry. Hearing Irika's words, Jini smiled slightly and said, then why are you still holding your stomach, Irika? Seeing Irika's face turn slightly red, Jini continued, do you really want to be so polite with Teacher Jini? With Jini saying this, Irika no longer hesitated and quickly followed in Jini's footsteps. Chapter 64. Irika and Mizuki the two strolled leisurely through the streets of Konoha, and it was now late at night. Aside from a few special shops that still had their lights on, most shops had closed for the day. As Jini pondered what to eat, he suddenly felt Irika tugging at the corner of his shirt. Following Irika's gaze, he saw that not far away was the Ichiraku ramen shop. Do you want to eat this? At this moment, Irika no longer hesitated and quickly nodded. Seeing Irika nod, Jini took a big step towards the Ichiraku ramen shop. Uncle Ichiraku, please give me a bowl of miso chashu ramen. As soon as Irika entered, he shouted loudly. Jini was slightly surprised. After silently ordering a bowl of ramen, he casually found a seat to sit down. Jini-sensei, this ramen is the best I've ever had, Irika said excitedly. Sensing Irika's enthusiasm, Jini nodded in agreement. Irika, why are you so happy today? Ichiraku raised his head upon hearing the familiar voice, a warm smile appearing on his face. Hee, Uncle Ichiraku, today is my favorite Jini-sensei's company, so of course I'm very happy. Irika replied cheerfully, his eyes filled with pride. Hearing Irika's words, Ichiraku smiled and nodded. Then, squinting his eyes, he greeted Jini. Welcome, Jini-sensei. It seems you are very important to Irika to make him this happy. Ginny smiled slightly and responded, Boss Yael, you're too kind. Irika is a very lovely child. In a quiet night, the shop was filled with a warm and cozy atmosphere. Please enjoy. In no time, Yael brought 2 bowls of ramen to the 2 of them. They didn't speak anymore, just quietly gazing at the steaming ramen in front of them, the rich aroma spreading instantly. Irika eagerly picked up the chopsticks, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ginny smiled as he watched Irika eat ramen. On a certain road leading to the Forest of Death, Moonlight Wind saw Irika and, with a surprised expression, asked, Irika, how did you get here? Irika looked at Moonlight Wind's bewildered face, raised his chin, and said excitedly, Hey, I was specially recruited by Teacher Ginny. It's completely different from you guys. Upon hearing this, Moonlight Wind did not have any particularly strong feelings and merely nodded in agreement. After that, the 2 of them set off together toward the Forest of Death. Not far from them, a white-haired boy felt an uncontrollable discomfort rise in his heart upon hearing Irika's words. He thought about how much effort he had put in and how many connections he had leveraged to be able to enter this training. Yet now, an ordinary kid could so easily join the training class. As his anger grew stronger, Shuemu's thoughts became tangled, and he couldn't figure out what he was thinking. After a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Irika, what we learned yesterday and today is climbing trees. So watch closely. With that, Moonlight Wind demonstrated climbing a tree in front of Irika. Wow, Wind, you're amazing. Irika couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Moonlight Wind's performance. Irika, pay close attention to how I climb the tree. Just then, Kimizuki Izumo, who had just arrived next to them, saw Irika looking at Moonlight Wind with admiration, and a sense of pride surged within him. He first gathered chakra at the soles of his feet, and then quickly climbed up the tree. Although the process was a bit bumpy, he eventually reached the top successfully. Irika, how about that? Kamizuki Izumo boasted from the top of the tree. However, what he didn't expect was that Irika was currently whispering to Moonlight Wind and didn't pay any attention to him at all. Damn it! Seeing himself being ignored, Kamizuki Izumo could only helplessly vent his anger. Why do you care so much? Irika is no longer your competitor. After Kamizuki Izumo climbed down the tree, Gongzi Tai asked in confusion. Initially, Gongzi Tai could understand Kamizuki Izumo's desire to surpass Irika, but later he realized that Irika was merely outstanding in theoretical scores. His practical skills were not terrible, but he was only at a mid to lower level in the class and could not be compared to the upper-tier Kamizuki Izumo. Hearing Gongzi Tai's words, Kamizuki Izumo just looked up at the sky, admiring the drifting white clouds. Seeing Kamizuki Izumo's expression, Gongzi Tai couldn't help but roll his eyes, but said nothing. Very good. Now many of you can complete the tree climbing training. Although the process is a bit forced, I firmly believe that as long as you persist, everyone present will be able to master chakra well. Ginny had just finished exercising and came to the lower grade group area, watching the students' performances and couldn't help but sigh. Hearing Ginny's words, the students who had already learned puffed out their chests as if to show off, while those who had not yet learned looked a bit downcast. Teacher Ginny, I would like to ask, why are there unrelated people on the field today? Just as Ginny was marveling at how easily the children could be influenced, he suddenly heard a loud voice. Ginny turned to look and saw that the speaking boy had messy white hair, a medium build, and his slender eyes occasionally sparkled with a mischievous light. Upon hearing his words, Ginny felt no discomfort. Instead, he patiently explained, I suggested allowing younger students to join this training class to help you learn more. However, due to various reasons, only a few outstanding students can participate in this training class. Ginny paused for a moment and then continued. Irika is someone I specially invited. Last night, I went to the library and stayed there until very late. When I was about to leave, I found Irika still studying there. His actions reminded me of my original intention, so I invited Irika to join the training class. If you really feel it's unfair, you can report me to Lord Hokage. After Ginny finished speaking, the children who were originally dissatisfied with Irika's line-cutting behavior suddenly looked at him with friendly eyes. Mizuki saw that Ginny had resolved most of the students' grievances with just a few words, and he didn't push further. Instead, he became more low-key. No wonder you managed to survive the Third Shinobi World War, and even did quite well afterward, with a beautiful girlfriend. Watching Mizuki retreat, Ginny couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was not dissatisfied with Mizuki's actions. Ultimately, this situation was a result of his own abuse of power, and Mizuki's actions helped Ginny resolve many unnecessary troubles in advance. Chapter 65. Sarutobi Hiruzen's request, Teacher Jini. Upon hearing Jini take responsibility for him, Irika's cheeks instantly flushed red, tears shimmering in his eyes, filled with emotion. He bit his lip tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of gratitude that was hard to express. Irika knew that being able to attend this training class was an incredibly lucky opportunity. Just as Irika was lost in thought, a hand gently patted his shoulder. Irika turned to see Suki no Kaze looking determined and slowly saying, "Irika, it seems we must work even harder from now on." Irika looked at Suki no Kaze and nodded firmly. At that moment, Koizumi Nanako's voice thundered. "What are you all still doing here? Have you learned to climb trees yet?" Hearing Koizumi Nanako's scolding, the surrounding students scattered like birds and beasts, rushing to the training ground to start practicing tree climbing. For Jini, most students felt admiration. He always guided them with patience and wisdom. In contrast, they felt more fear towards Koizumi Nanako. After all, Koizumi Nanako didn't reason with them. If something happened, she would really take action. Seeing the students obediently starting to practice tree climbing, Jini silently gave Koizumi Nanako a thumbs up. Koizumi Nanako slightly lifted her chin, a hint of pride in her eyes. "Teacher Jini, Lord Hokage requests your presence." While Jini was inspecting other areas, a member of the Umbu, wearing a monkey mask, approached him. Jini slightly nodded upon hearing this. Then, he created several shadow clones and instructed them to teach the students. After that, Jini followed the Umbu member to the Hokage building. Once the two arrived at the Hokage building, the Umbu member wearing the monkey mask silently left. As Jini arrived in front of the Hokage's office, the ANBU member standing at the door silently pushed it open. "Jini, you're here." Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was busy with work, slightly raised his head and looked at Jini. Jini respectfully bowed and said, "Lord Hokage, may I ask what you need from me?" Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly, pointed to the chair beside him, and said, "Please have a seat. Let's talk slowly." Jini sat down as instructed, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen's guidance. "Jini, how is the training class progressing?" Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's inquiry, Jini, "Hokage-sama, currently we are using a tiered teaching approach, grouping students based on their specific situations. At this stage, we are mainly teaching students how to climb trees to improve their chakra control. After that, we will formally teach ninjutsu." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. "Good. Your teaching method is quite creative and has shown significant results. I believe that under your guidance, these students will surely become excellent ninjas." Jini humbly said, "Hokage-sama, you flatter me. I'm just doing my best to cultivate more outstanding talents for Konoha." Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was quite satisfied with his achievements, Jini immediately proposed, "Hokage-sama, I have a request. Would it be possible to allow those outstanding students to go to the ninjutsu library to learn ninjutsu? This way, it can inspire their enthusiasm for learning and help them grow and progress faster." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not answer immediately. Instead, he smoked his pipe and fell into deep thought. After a while, he slowly said, "Your request is very reasonable. Those students who perform well should indeed receive more opportunities and resources. I agree to your request." Jini felt a surge of joy in his heart and quickly said, "Thank you, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and replied, "No need to thank me. This is for the future of Konoha." After discussing the main business, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression became more relaxed. He looked at Jini and said, "Jini, I have a personal matter to discuss. If you are unwilling, I will not force you." Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Jini remained silent and listened quietly. Seeing Jini's reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen also fell silent and began to smoke. For a moment, the entire Hokage office was filled with smoke. After a long silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally said, "I hope you can find time to teach my son Asuma. Although Asuma has some talent, he still needs more training and guidance. I believe in your abilities. You can make him an excellent ninja." Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Jini felt some resistance in his heart, but didn't know how to refuse. So he could only remain silent in response. Seeing Jini's silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say anything further and simply continued to smoke. For a time, the entire office fell into silence. After a long while, when Jini noticed that Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of letting him leave, he finally said, "Hokage-sama, you know I've been quite busy lately. I can only spare half a day each week to teach Asuma. Also, I can't guarantee that I can make him into what you expect. After all, everyone's growth requires time and opportunity." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded upon hearing Jini's words and said, "I understand. I just hope you can give him the right guidance so he can avoid some detours. Then, the two engaged in an in-depth discussion about Asuma Sarutobi. Afterward, Jinny requested to leave. After leaving the Hokage building, Jinny headed toward the Forest of Death. On the way, he didn't pay much attention to the task Sarutobi Hiruzen had assigned him. He regarded teaching Asuma Sarutobi as just a regular student. After leaving the Hokage building, Jinny walked straight toward the Forest of Death. Throughout the journey, Jinny's thoughts did not linger too much on the task assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In his heart, he did not feel any particular pressure regarding teaching Asuma Sarutobi. Jinny only regards Asuma as an ordinary student and does not treat him differently because of his identity as the son of the Hokage. Jinny has always believed that everyone on the path of learning should be treated equally, taught with the same standards and attitudes, so that they can truly help students grow. Chapter 66, Itachi's Highlight Moment. A corner of the Forest of Death. Iruka is gritting his teeth, try hard to maintain balance on the tree. His forehead is covered in sweat, and his eyes reveal stubbornness and perseverance. Iruka, why don't you take a break? You can't keep this up. Your body won't handle it. Yuke said, looking at Iruka, who was determined to persist, with a worried expression. At first, Yuke said those words to Iruka just to make him feel a bit better and not be so hard on himself. But he never expected Iruka to be so desperate. Iruka seemed not to hear Yuke's words and gathered chakra in his feet again, trying hard to stand on the tree. However, just a few seconds later, he fell from the tree again due to exhaustion. This kid, Nanako Koizumi, watched Iruka's condition, feeling a surge of worry in her heart. She was about to go over and persuade him, but saw Jinny shake his head slightly at her, indicating that he had his own plans. Seeing that Jinny had already noticed this, Koizumi decided not to interfere and turned her attention to other students. Is this kid really that weak? Mizuki, who had just fallen from a tree, couldn't help but laugh at Iruka's failure in his heart. At first, he thought Iruka was impressive enough to be accepted into the program, but he didn't expect Iruka to be so useless. Iruka, you really need to take a break. Seeing Iruka fall again, Yuke's could no longer hold back and rushed up. Seeing Yuke's in front of him, Iruka's face showed a look of unwillingness. But in the end, he did not insist further and could only quietly step aside to rest. Seeing Iruka resting nearby, Yuke's sighed in relief. Then he began to think to himself, sigh, Iruka's foundation is too weak. He really isn't suitable for this training class. Looking at Iruka, who was resting, Koizumi couldn't help but complain, this kid is too stubborn, clearly. His strength is insufficient, yet he tries so hard. Hearing Koizumi's complaint, Jinny appeared calm and did not have any particular feelings. He had long anticipated Iruka's current situation. Unlike Naruto, Iruka simply had too little chakra in his body, and his control ability was too weak to manage the adhesion between his chakra and the large tree. Jinny letting Iruka participate in this training is just like allowing those lower grade students. It's okay if they learn well, and it's also fine if they don't. At this moment, a gentle breeze rustles through the death forest, and the leaves whisper softly. Jinny walked over to Iruka and said softly, Iruka, don't worry. Everyone's growth has its own rhythm, and you've worked very hard. Iruka looked up at Jinny, his eyes shining with determination. I won't give up, teacher. With a slight nod, he turned around to continue observing the training of other students. By the tranquil riverside, Obito looked troubled as he gazed at the calm water surface, feeling a strong aversion to the continuous water treading training. Unable to hold back, he muttered softly, practicing this all the time is really boring. His words resonated with the surrounding students, who nodded in agreement. Obito, why don't you go discuss it with Teacher K. Kai? Suggested a student familiar with Obito. Yeah, Obito, didn't you say that Senior K. Kai wanted to take you as a disciple? You wouldn't be bragging, would you? Upon hearing these words, Obito immediately became displeased. He straightened his back and said, how could that be bragging? The old man really appreciates me. However, despite saying this, Obito felt a bit anxious inside. Based on his understanding of K. Kai, it was very likely that he would send him back to where he came from. Moreover, in the end, he might even receive some special treatment. After struggling with his thoughts for a while, Obito ultimately decided to muster his courage to seek out Senior K. Kai. He took a deep breath and walked in the direction where K. Kai was. Along the way, his heart raced, unsure of how K. Kai would respond. When Obito finally stood before Senior K. Kai, he acted coyly, saying, old man, please don't make us continue with the water treading training. Upon hearing Obito's words, K. Kai did not respond verbally, but merely glanced at Obito with a faint look. The gaze seemed to contain endless sorrow and authority, making it difficult for anyone to defy him easily. Feeling K. Kai's indifferent gaze, Obito couldn't help but shrink back. He had intended to say some softening words, but didn't know how to start. Just then, a soft voice rang out. Okay. Obito was momentarily taken aback, standing frozen in place. After a moment, he finally snapped out of it, his eyes widening in disbelief as he asked, "What? Old man, what did you say?" He could hardly believe his ears. He had expected a stern refusal from Keikai, but instead received such an unexpected response. Keikai looked at Obito's astonished expression and shook his head slightly, his face still lacking much expression. He slowly said, "Since you don't want to continue with the water treading training, then let's change to another method. But remember, no matter what kind of training it is, it's all to make you stronger so that you can survive in this dangerous ninja world." Obito stared blankly at Keikai, a complex emotion surging within him. But soon he was filled with joy. He couldn't wait to run back to his classmates and boast loudly, "Ha!" The old man agreed that we don't have to do water treading training anymore. I told you the old man really appreciates me. The students who had been hoping to see Obito make a fool of himself now cast envious glances his way. Obito became increasingly proud and began to brag endlessly about his special status in Senior Keikai's eyes. "Senior Keikai, are we going to move on to the next step now?" A gentle breeze blew by as Shinichi appeared beside Maruhoshi Keikai. This time, Keikai didn't say anything else, but patiently explained, "Based on yesterday's training and my recent observations, they are ready to move on to the next stage of training." But then Keikai added, "You went to such great lengths to invite me over. Didn't you want to proceed to the next step of training?" Hearing Keikai's words, Shinichi fell silent. He agreed with Keikai. Given their tight schedule, they truly didn't have time to master the basics. As for those still learning to climb trees, Jinny didn't rush them. Had they not learned to walk and were already preparing to run? Senior Gyuk. Then let's proceed according to your plan. If there's anything needed during training, feel free to let me know. Upon hearing Jinny's words, Maruhoshi Gyuk was slightly taken aback, but didn't hold back, immediately listing a bunch of items. Jinny could only open his mouth in response to Gyuk's list, ultimately saying nothing. He began to ponder in his heart about the quickest ways to make money in the ninja world. Seeing Jinny in a predicament, Maruhoshi Gyuk chose not to disturb him and quietly watched the cheering students. Chapter 67. The decision made by Noara Rin at noon. In a corner of the Death Forest in Konoha. At this moment, Obito looked at his classmates with a proud expression on his face. "Obito, I really didn't expect you to actually do it." A classmate, who had initially harbored doubts, looked at Obito with a face full of astonishment and spoke. Hee. Hearing this, Obito beamed with a brilliant smile, looking quite pleased as he gazed at his classmates, as if silently boasting about his achievements. For a moment, most of the classmates gathered around Obito, chatting excitedly. Just then a calm voice called out, "Everyone, assemble immediately." The crowd's heart tightened, and they quickly stopped their discussions, rushing toward the source of the voice. There stood Maruhoshi Gyuk, looking lazy, with sunlight casting down on him, but not adding a bit of vitality. He slightly drooped his eyelids, casually with his hands in his pockets, saying nothing, as if indifferent to everything. Seeing Gyuk's demeanor, the students couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. They quickly lined up in an orderly fashion, not daring to breathe, resembling a group of soldiers waiting for inspection. After Gyuk slowly scanned the crowd, he said flatly, "Just now, classmate Obito suggested that we proceed to the next training." I agreed. His voice wasn't loud, but the students present heard him clearly. Upon hearing Gyuk's words, the students didn't react much, as this was something they already knew. Seeing the students' lack of reaction, Gyuk continued, "In the next training session, I will take you to personally experience a real battlefield." This statement exploded like a bomb among the students. They exchanged glances, panic evident in their eyes. A real battlefield? How dangerous could that be? One classmate muttered softly, "I'm a bit scared." Another classmate tightly bit their lip. Maruhoshi Gyuk looked at the somewhat panicked students and said disappointedly, "Is this all the courage you have? Although a real battlefield is dangerous, it is also an essential path for your growth. If you don't even have the courage to face danger, how can you become an excellent ninja?" His words struck the students' hearts like a heavy hammer. The students fell silent, deep in thought. Upon hearing Gyuk's words, most of the students lowered their heads in shame, feeling embarrassed for their cowardice. As soon as Jun heard these words, he wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Jinny was very clear in his heart that Maruhoshi Kosuka said these words to give some students the courage to face the impending crisis. From a rational perspective, Jinny understood this reasoning, but emotionally he was constantly driven to refute it. "I will give you a week to think about this matter. If anyone wants to withdraw, you can leave now." As soon as these words were spoken, the students below fell into silence. A A few minutes passed quietly, and seeing that no one was leaving, Maruhoshi Kosuke nodded slightly with satisfaction. Very good. None of you chose to withdraw. Now, you will continue with the water treading practice. Next Saturday, I will lead you to experience the true journey of life that a ninja should undergo. After saying this, Maruhoshi Kosuke instantly disappeared from spot. Looking at the departing Maruhoshi Kosuke and then at the dejected students, Jinny felt mixed emotions. Teacher Jinny, do we need to explain this to the students in advance? Tanaka said softly as he walked up to Jinny. Upon hearing Tanaka's words, Jinny shook his head, since Kosuke-senpai does not want to tell these students. Let's go along with his idea. Jinny could not immediately determine whether Maruhoshi Kosuke's training method was good or bad. This method could certainly alert the students, putting immense psychological pressure on them, prompting them to train harder this week to better cope with the battlefield next week. However, it could also cause some students to collapse under excessive pressure, especially when they finally learn the truth, which might leave them with significant psychological scars. All right, students, don't just stand there in a daze. Even if we really have to go to the battlefield, shouldn't we be working hard to train, instead of standing here, pondering some random thoughts? Seeing the students standing still for a long time, Jinny frowned slightly and couldn't help but speak up. I'm going to become the Hokage. How could I be defeated by some minor setbacks? Upon hearing Jinny's words, Obito immediately shouted loudly. Some students, inspired by Obito's bold declaration, felt a surge of motivation and snapped back to reality. Even before Jinny could speak again, they actively engaged in additional training. Phew, that was really exhausting. When all the shadow clones returned, Jinny couldn't help but let out a sigh. Jinny could clearly feel that at the moment the shadow clone returned, his brain felt like it was about to explode. Before Jinny had a moment to rest, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations, host, you have completed a lecture. Evaluation, excellent. Reward, water release. Water, severing wave, water body technique. Could the system rewards vary from person to person? Seeing that they were all water release techniques, Jinny immediately thought of that old guy Maruhoshi Kashin. After all, he learned water release techniques from the second Hokage. Just as Jinny thought about lying down to rest for a while to give his weary body a moment of relaxation, Naira Rin's voice rang in his ear. Teacher Jinny, I made up my mind. I don't just want to be a medical ninja, I also want to become a powerful ninja. Rin's eyes sparkled with determination, containing aspirations and desires for the future. Jinny suppressed his fatigue, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and said, Very well, Lin, I respect your choice. You can focus on practicing this medical ninjutsu for now. After saying that, Jinny gathered an energy blade in the shape of a knife in his hand. Is this a medical ninjutsu? A chakra scalpel? Lin said with some surprise, her eyes filled with curiosity and excitement as she looked at the energy blade in Jinny's hand. Yes, Lin, this chakra scalpel is a special medical ninjutsu. It can not only precisely cut and stitch wounds during treatment, but can also be used as a powerful weapon in battle. As long as you practice diligently, you will surely master its essence, Jinny explained. A powerful weapon? Lin asked with some confusion. That's right, it is a powerful weapon. Lin, since you have some understanding of medical ninjutsu, you must know that when you attack an opponent with this energy blade, targeting which part will cause the most damage. Jinny continued. Hearing Jinny's words, Lin was slightly surprised. She never expected that Jinny would want her to use medical ninjutsu offensively. Seeing Lin's astonished expression, Jinny said seriously, Lin, you possess strong chakra control abilities, which is your advantage. In battle, we cannot be limited to traditional combat methods. We should make good use of our strengths. Medical ninjutsu is not only for healing. It can also become our secret weapon to defeat the enemy. Chapter 68. The Legacy of the Senju Clan. Looking at Lin, who was lost in thought, Jinny did not disturb her. His approach to training Yohara Lin was similar to how he trained Sakura. Lin and Sakura shared many similarities, but in comparison, Lin's talent was even more outstanding. At less than 13 years old, Lin was already able to self-learn some powerful medical ninjutsu. It seems I need to find that old man, Kawashima. Jinny thought to himself. If he wanted Lin to have a certain level of self-defense capability, simply having the chakra scalpel was clearly not enough. Naturally, Jinny turned his attention to the Senju clan. Aside from the brute strength that Lin needed, he was also somewhat interested in the more powerful medical ninjutsu that came afterward. At that moment, Lin lifted her head, her eyes shining with determination. Teacher Jinny, I understand now. I will work hard to practice medical ninjutsu and make myself stronger. I will not let you down. Jinny looked at Lin, nodded slightly, and then began to explain some problems that might be encountered when practicing the chakra surgical knife. The next day, after finishing his morning class, Jinny headed straight to the ninjutsu archive. After the last incident, the guards at the ninjutsu archive were clearly more stringent. After undergoing multiple searches, Jinny was finally allowed to enter the collection room. What a rare visitor. How did you manage to come here? Senju Kawashima, who was leisurely lying at the entrance of the collection room, said with some surprise. Let me guess, you didn't come here to ask me for something, did you? Initially, when Jinny heard the first sentence, he thought about rekindling old feelings with Senju Kawashima, but upon hearing the latter part, the warmth in his heart instantly vanished. Jinny slightly frowned and looked at Senju Kawashima, saying, Kawashima-senpai, you are somewhat underestimating my intentions. Can I simply come to see you? Senju Kawashima raised an eyebrow, showing a look of disbelief. Although they hadn't known each other for long, he was sure that this guy wouldn't come to him for no reason. People don't visit without a purpose. So what do you want from me? Jinny sighed helplessly, knowing he couldn't hide anything from this shrewd old man, and said directly, Senior, to be honest, I have come here with a request. Chinsho Chuandao sat up straight, looking at Jinny with great interest. Oh, let's hear it. Senior, I want to learn some ninjutsu. Upon hearing Jinny's words, Chinsho Chuandao lay back down again. Have you learned the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique and the Great Fire Dragon Technique? Chinsho Chuandao asked. Hearing this, Jinny couldn't help but show an embarrassed expression, as he had not learned either of those ninjutsu. He had taught the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique to Shuei, but Obito had difficulty controlling chakra at that time, so he didn't teach him the Great Fire Dragon Technique. Seeing Jinny's demeanor, Chinsho Chuandao snorted coldly. Kid, do you not know the principle of biting off more than you can chew? Senior, the ninjutsu I want to learn this time is not for myself. You also know my strength for me. Learning more ninjutsu now is not as beneficial as specializing in one or two techniques. I actually came here for my student, Jinny patiently explained. Upon hearing Jinny's explanation, Chuandao's expression improved a bit, but he still showed no intention of responding to Jinny. Senior, I came to see the training methods for great strength. Is that all? Seeing Chuandao's expression as if he wanted everything to be laid out, Jinny stopped hesitating and stated his request. After a moment of silence, Chinsho Chuandao said, Kid, as long as you agree to one thing, I can give you not only what you just mentioned, but I can also hand over the entire Chinsho clan's legacy to you. Chinsho Chuandao's words made Jinny fall into deep thought. Chuandao did not urge him, simply watching Jinny quietly. After a long time, Jinny finally said, Senior, what does that matter? It's a very simple matter. After we pass away, I want you to become the new head of the Chinsho clan. The head of the Chinsho clan? Sensing the shock in Jinny's voice, Chinsho Chuandao felt quite helpless. If it weren't for the fact that the current Chinsho clan had very few members left, how could someone like you, who doesn't even know how many generations have passed, be in line for it? That's right, it's the position of the head of the Chinsho clan. If you are willing, you are now a candidate for the head of the Chinsho clan, Chinsho Chuandao said eagerly. Hearing Chinsho Chuandao's urgent words, Jinny felt a bit puzzled and asked, Doesn't Senior worry that after you pass away, I will squander the remaining Chinsho legacy? Chinsho Chuandao first coughed strategically a few times, then awkwardly said, The wealth accumulated by the Chinsho clan over hundreds of years has already been mostly spent during the construction of Konoha. Now, there are only some ninjutsu scrolls and a few pieces of real estate left. Hearing Chinsho Chuandao reveal the details of the Chinsho clan's legacy, Jinny looked at him in surprise. Feeling Jinny's gaze, Chinsho Chuandao did not avoid it, staring straight back at him. In their eye contact, Jinny was the first to back down, and then said, Senior, I want to ask, how many clan members does the Chinsho clan have now? 5. Senior, how many did you say? Why are you shouting so loudly? Are you afraid others can't hear? Hearing Jinny's loud exclamation, Chinsho Chuandao reprimanded. Senior, do these 5 include Lord Gangsho and me? Jinny ignored Chinsho Chuandao's words and continued to ask. Chinsho Chuandao did not directly answer Jinny's question, but instead angrily shouted, Are you still going to be the clan head or not? If not, then get lost. Jinny was a bit speechless because of the suddenly irritable Senju Kawashima, but he also felt a sense of relief in his heart. If the Senju clan still had several hundred members, Jinny would never take on the position of clan leader. Now, having heard that apart from Tsunade and Kawashima, there were only 2 others left, Jinny speculated that the remaining people were probably of similar age to Senju Kawashima. Isn't this essentially a completely disbanded family? After a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, Jinny said firmly, Senior, I accept. Chapter 69. Candidate for Clan Leader Senior, I accept. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jinny keenly noticed that Senju Kawashima's body began to tremble slightly. Good, good. Senju Kawashima repeatedly exclaimed good, and as he spoke, tears began to flow uncontrollably down his face. He raised his hand to wipe away his tears and said joyfully, Kid, from now on, you are the candidate for the clan leader of the Senju clan. After saying this, Senju Kawashima obviously breathed a sigh of relief, and he seemed to have aged several years younger. Jinny can also understand Senju Chwanjima's reaction at this moment. The Senju family clearly now only has a crumbling shell left, and the people inside are powerless to repair it. They can only hope that an outsider can act as a craftsman to patch things up. Jinny's appearance just happens to provide them with such an opportunity. It's likely that since the last encounter with Jinny, the Senju clan has already been plotting this plan. All right, kid, you don't need to overthink it. Before we old folks pass away, you can act according to your own will. We won't interfere. Naturally, before we die, I won't hand over the Senju clan to you. Jinny remained silent, quietly listening. Seeing that Jinny did not speak, Chinsho Chuan Dao nodded in satisfaction. Wait here, I will go get what you want right now. As soon as the words were spoken, Chinsho Chuan Dao instantly disappeared from Jinny's sight. Jinny stood quietly in place, his gaze fixed on the direction in which Senju Kawashima had disappeared, his mind swirling with thoughts. The identity of the clan leader of the Senju clan felt somewhat inexplicable to Jinny. However, having already agreed to Senju Kawashima's request, Jinny naturally wanted to do something. Even if he couldn't restore the Senju clan to its peak, he couldn't allow it to continue to hide away in this collection room, as it was now. Just a few seconds later, Senju Kawashima reappeared in front of Jinny, accompanied by two other elderly men who stood quietly beside him. One of the elderly men, with white hair and a beard, asked, Are you the descendant who has awakened the physique of our Senju clan? Yes, senior. I am the one who has awakened the physique of the Senju clan. Jinny looked at the old man's wrinkled face and respectfully replied, Good, good, good. The old man kept saying good repeatedly, not knowing how many times he had said it, until another elder spoke, and then he stopped. I am Senju Makujo, and this is Senju Hikari. We have existed since the founding of Konoha, Senju Makujo said slowly. I hope that after you become the head of the Senju clan, you won't be too eager to change anything. The reason we have survived until now is purely because we chose not to meddle in others' affairs. I bring this up not to express any other intentions, but to help you understand that only by living a long life can one hope to achieve all their goals. Jinny showed a look of surprise, while Senju Makamura felt no embarrassment at all. Instead, he continued, I have lived from the Warring States period until now and have witnessed too many changes in the world. It is precisely because I have lived long that I can understand many things. Look at Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama from back in the day, how extraordinary they were. But what about now? They've turned to dust. So, first and foremost, you need to live well, and then consider other matters. Upon hearing this, Jinny nodded thoughtfully in agreement. Jinny, don't listen to this old man's ramblings. He's just lived a long time, and his mind is a bit unclear. He's talking nonsense, Senju Kawashima retorted, disagreeing. Oof. Senju Makamura snorted coldly, but did not argue further. What he had just said was merely to remind the young man not to be impatient. Now that his purpose was achieved, he naturally wouldn't waste words with Senju Kawashima. All right, at your age, arguing in front of the younger generation is quite inappropriate, Senju Hikari said. Senju Hikari's words made both of them quiet down, but their expressions clearly showed that they did not agree with each other's viewpoints. You've been arguing your whole lives, and now you're still bickering in front of the younger generation. I feel embarrassed for you both, Senju Hikari said helplessly, seeing that the two were on the verge of arguing again. Senju Kawashima ignored Senju Hikari and instead said to Jinny, You've seen the people here. It's time for this kid to leave, right? Yes, you should leave now. As he spoke, Senju Makamura threw a few scrolls into Jinny's hands. After receiving the scrolls, Jinny understood that the two wanted him to leave. He bid farewell to everyone and then turned to leave. Jinny had not walked far when he heard a loud rebuttal, mixed with the sounds of some ninjutsu clashes. In a corner of the Death Forest, Mirror, I didn't expect to surpass you in this theoretical exam. You're not so great either. Obito looked at Hinata Mirror with a proud expression. Oof. Hinata Mirror coldly snorted and turned his head away, unwilling to look at the smug Obito. Hee. Seeing Hinata Mirror turn away, Obito smiled broadly. Then, Obito's big face suddenly appeared right in front of Hinata Mirror. Not backing down, Hinata Mirror responded without hesitation. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 38 palms. Obito didn't expect Hinata Mirror to react this way, and hurriedly tried to dodge. But the distance was too close for him to react in time, and he was struck directly in the face. Obito felt a sharp pain in his cheek and was involuntarily sent flying backward, landing heavily on the ground. He clumsily got up, covering his beaten face. His eyes filled with disbelief. "Mirror, you actually attacked me for this," Obito said with a grievance. Hinata Mirror crossed his arms and looked at Obito, speechlessly. "Your appearance is just too punchable. I couldn't help it." After saying that, Hinata Mirror shrugged, indicating that he had no choice. Seeing Hinata Mirror's indifferent expression, Obito didn't waste words and quickly formed hand seals with both hands. "Fire style, Phoenix fire technique," Obito shouted angrily, instantly spitting out several flames, rapidly attacking Hinata Mirror from multiple angles. Has he really reached this level? Hinata Mirror couldn't help but exclaim as he saw the trajectory of the flame attack. However, "I'm not standing still either. Byakugan, activate." Hinata Mirror instantly activated his Byakugan, clearly seeing all the chakra fluctuations around him. His figure moved like a specter, effortlessly weaving through the flames of Obito's Phoenix fire technique, easily dodging each flame attack. Seeing Hinata Mirror easily evade his attacks, Obito smirked slightly and softly shouted, "Explosion." What? Just as Hinata Mirror, who had narrowly avoided the fireball attack, was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he sensed the chakra inside the flames quickly compressing. "Heavenly Spin." Hinata Mirror shouted lowly, not having time to think, quickly using Heavenly Spin to try to resist the sudden explosion. However, the speed of the fireball explosion was simply too fast. Hinata Mirror couldn't fully execute Heavenly Spin in time, and there was a loud bang. The enormous explosion startled other students in the Death Forest, who hurried toward the direction of the two. Chapter 70. All right, Teacher Genie. What a mess. Genie, who had been secretly observing, felt the moment before the explosion and instantly vanished from his spot. Am I going to die? At the moment before the explosion occurred, a flash of fear crossed Hinata Mirror's mind. After an unknown amount of time, Hinata Mirror slowly opened his eyes, and what met his gaze was Genie's serious face. Hinata Mirror moved slightly, feeling waves of pain throughout his body. He opened his mouth to say something, but found his throat incredibly dry. When Genie saw Hinata, Kai awake. His brows furrowed even tighter. He gently placed Kai on the ground, and then turned to Obito, sternly rebuking, "You two are really too reckless. You haven't even mastered the techniques yet, and you're daring to use them around your companions. You really have some guts." At the moment when Genie saw the explosion occur, a wave of panic surged in his heart. After all, detonating charms could kill people, let alone such a powerful explosion. Obito slowly lowered his head, filled with guilt. He truly hadn't expected the explosion's power to be so great. If Hinata Kagami were to encounter any mishap because of this, he felt he would live a lifetime in regret. Seeing Obito caught in turmoil and Hinata Kagami silent beside him, Genie sighed slightly and said, "How about this? You two will first solve 200 math problems, then write a 1,000-word reflection, and this matter will be over." Teacher Genie, no way. Upon hearing Genie's words, Obito immediately stopped hesitating and began to complain. "What do you think?" Genie shot a sidelong glance at Obito. Sigh. Seeing Genie's expression, Obito started to groan. "Obito, you really went too far this time. I'll personally supervise you." After Genie stopped lecturing, Noera Rin also began to scold him. Hearing Rin's words, Obito felt as if the sky had fallen and could only look at Sure Sui with a bitter expression, hoping he could help persuade Genie. Feeling Obito's gaze, Sure Sui could only helplessly shrug, indicating that he was also powerless. "Obito, this is the passionate youth. If it were me, I would willingly write 2,000 words of reflection and solve 500 math problems." Might Guy exclaimed loudly upon seeing the number of problems was so few. "Guy, even you too?" Obito felt a sharp pain in his heart upon hearing Guy's words, cautiously glancing at Genie, fearful that Genie would increase the number of problems and the length of the reflection after hearing Guy. Oh no! Seeing Genie stroking his chin and deep in thought, Obito's heart skipped a beat. He had long noticed that Genie would unconsciously stroke his chin when lost in thought. However, Genie's next words surprised him greatly. "Guy, how about you also do 200 math problems?" Initially, Genie had not considered Might Guy's theoretical knowledge, but upon hearing his words, he began to ponder. Teacher Genie, I don't need to take any tests right now. What is the use of studying this? Besides, I have missions to execute every day. Where would I find the time?" Might Guy attempted to dismiss Genie's idea by claiming to be very busy. He wasn't foolish, He could hardly understand math problems at school, and doing them now would only cause him trouble. Hearing Guy's words, Jinny's resolve only grew stronger. Although Jinny was unclear about how Kai graduated from the Ninja Academy, it was hard to believe that with Kai's intelligence, Might Guy's theoretical grades would be outstanding. All right, it's settled then. 200 math problems for Kai, and 200 math problems and a 1,000-word reflection for Obito and Q. Upon hearing Jinny's undeniable words, Might Guy felt as if the sky had fallen, even stopping his push-up motion. Huh. Hearing that Might Guy also had to do problems, Obito burst into laughter. Obito, you haven't even finished your class assignments, and you're still in the mood to play here? Originally a bit excited, Obito's mood immediately plummeted after hearing Jinny's words, and he hurriedly ran to his backpack, took out his textbook, and began to focus on the problems. Q silently came to Obito's side and started working on the problems as well. Seeing the two of them so conscientious, Jinny turned his gaze to Might Guy. Might Guy noticed Jinny's gaze and felt a bit flustered at first. Teacher Jinny, I don't have a textbook either, Might Guy said with a face full of grievance. Cough, cough, in that case you can go and exercise. Okay, Teacher Jinny, Might Guy replied loudly, as if afraid Jinny couldn't hear him, and then he ran off to start exercising. Lin, this is a method for training super strength. You can take a look at it first, Jinny said to Noera Lin. Teacher Jinny, is this the super strength of Lord Tsunade? Noera Lin asked excitedly. As a fan of Tsunade, she of course knew all about Tsunade's ninjutsu. Yes, this is the ninjutsu that Lord Tsunade practices, Jinny replied with a smile. Although Noera Lin felt excited, she did not reach out to take the scroll. As a top student, Noera Lin naturally knew that such ninjutsu shouldn't be easily learned by outsiders. Teacher Jinny, I'm not your disciple yet. I can't learn this ninjutsu, Lin said, somewhat conflicted. Well, Lin, don't you know that by joining this training, you become my disciple? Jinny asked, somewhat puzzled. That's right, Lin, as long as you join this training. You are Teacher Jinny's disciple. Obito, who was doing homework, said loudly. Lin looked at Obito, then at Q and Shui, and found that they all nodded in agreement. Okay, teacher. Lin came to Jinny's side, bent over, and said respectfully. Seeing Lin continuously bowing, Jinny helped her up and said helplessly, Lin, you and Obito should just call me Teacher Jinny like them. I'm not used to being called anything else. Hearing Jinny's words, Lin smiled slightly and said, Okay, Teacher Jinny. Chapter 71. Shunshin Shui, don't waste time here. Hurry up and train, Jinny said, shaking the super strength scroll in his hand. Okay, Teacher Jinny. Seeing this, Lin reached out to take the scroll and then ran to Obito's side to read it carefully. Obito, this is from Teacher Jinny, Lin said with a smile. Lin, Teacher Jinny is really great. Obito looked at Lin with envy. Although Obito had already learned many ninjutsu from Jinny, which man wouldn't want to possess powerful and stylish techniques? Sure, Sui, this is for you. When you've trained enough, pass it on to Obito, Jinny said, taking out the training scroll for the Great Dragon Fire and handing it to Shui. Shui, who was practicing the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, did not take it but instead asked in confusion, Okay, teacher, but I want to ask, can the body flicker technique be as real and fake as the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique? Jinny looked at Shui in surprise. He didn't expect that training in the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique would lead Shui to think of this. Neither the anime nor the manga mentioned that Shui could learn this ninjutsu, and now that he had practiced it, he could relate it to his future signature move. It must be said that talent is indeed an elusive thing. Shui, your idea is very good, but have you thought about how to realize it? Jinny asked. Hearing Jinny's words, Shui fell into deep thought. When practicing the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, he only considered whether he could learn it, but he had no concrete ideas on how to practice it. Seeing Shui thinking, Jinny didn't disturb him and just quietly watched. Teacher Jinny, can I practice this first? Obito, who had been observing from the sidelines, saw that Shui had not taken the scroll and jogged over to ask. Obito, have you finished writing your self-reflection? Jinny said with a big smile. Obito's face instantly drooped, ready to go back and do his homework. Here you go, Obito. Seeing Obito's expression, Jinny chuckled and threw the scroll over. Teacher Jinny, I really love you. The simple-minded Obito didn't feel angry at Jinny teasing him. Instead, he looked at Jinny with a happy face. He then jogged back to show off to Rin and Q. Watching Obito show off, Jinny smiled slightly. For Jinny, giving the powerful fire technique to Shui was simply because Shui learned ninjutsu too quickly. He could master most ninjutsu after just a few hours of practice. Even for this relatively strong B-rank fire ninjutsu, Jinny believed that Jishui could master it in just a few days without needing the ninjutsu scroll. This was without pushing Jishui. If he were to urge him, Jinny was confident that Jishui could return the ninjutsu scroll to him in about a day. Teacher, is it about speed? Jishui raised his head and asked. Jishui, think carefully. If during a battle, your body flicker technique is extremely fast, can it achieve the kind of effect you desire? Combining reality and illusion? Jinny countered. Can it be achieved? Jishui murmured softly. Jishui stood quietly in place, his brain operating at high speed, constantly simulating various battle scenarios. He imagined himself in the midst of intense combat, using the body flicker technique. He pondered whether if his speed was fast enough, he could achieve the desired effect. If my body flicker technique is fast enough, will the enemy struggle to discern my true position? Jishui muttered to himself. He seemed to see his figure rapidly flashing on the battlefield, leaving behind a series of blurred afterimages that made it impossible for the enemy to grasp. However, was mere speed enough? Jishui fell into deep thought again. After thinking for a long time, Jishui frowned and said, to achieve the illusion of reality with the body flicker technique, relying solely on speed might not be enough. If the speed is too fast to achieve it, how can we solve this? Realizing that simply being too fast wouldn't work, a look of confusion appeared on Jishui's face. Jishui, how did you discover this problem? Jinny noticed that Jishui was caught in a loop and quietly reminded him. Was it through the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique? Hearing Jinny's reminder, Jishui began to recall the characteristics of this ninjutsu. Jinny quietly watched Jishui, his face filled with astonishment. Although he knew Jishui was a genius, he never expected him to be this extraordinary. Is it real or illusion? The real is the illusion, and the illusion is the real. But how exactly can one achieve this? Various possibilities surged in Jishui's mind. He furrowed his brows tightly, concentrating deeply, as if everything around him had vanished. However, no matter how hard he tried to think, he seemed unable to find that critical breakthrough point. Jishui felt a bit frustrated. He bit his lip, unwilling to give up so easily. In the midst of intense unwillingness, Jishui suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He instinctively covered his eyes, only to find that the world before him began to change. The originally clear scene became blurred, replaced by a strange red light. Soon, Jishui joyfully noticed that everything around him became exceptionally clear, and the chakra within him surged dramatically. Jishui opened his eyes in shock. A small Sharingan appeared prominently in his gaze. He could hardly believe the change in his eyes, filled with a complex mix of confusion and surprise. Is this the Sharingan? Jishui murmured softly. He never imagined he would awaken the Sharingan at this moment. The Sharingan, yes, it's the Sharingan. Suddenly, Jishui became incoherent, lost in thought. After a long time, Jishui finally calmed down and said to Jinny, Teacher, I think we can incorporate some Jinjutsu into the body flicker technique, creating an illusion for the enemy, thus achieving the effect of reality and illusion. Jishui lifted his head, excitement shining in his eyes. Seeing Jishui's exuberant expression, Jinny couldn't help but applaud. Jinny looked at Jishui with deep satisfaction, feeling a sense of pride filling his heart. Jinny is not clear at what age Jishui discovered this point in the original work, but he is sure that Jishui must have advanced it by several years compared to the original. Yes, Jishui, your idea is correct, but it's not worth you becoming proud. Can you think of it, but can you do it? Jinny first affirmed Jishui's guess, then countered with a question. Hearing Jinny's words, Jishui gradually calmed down from his excitement. Jishui is very certain of one thing. This method is as difficult as climbing to the sky. When pondering on his own, the speed must reach its peak, and there can't be any mistakes. Now, with the added use of illusions to interfere with the enemy, the difficulty is even more imaginable. Chapter 72, Hinata Kagami. Where's my guy? Seeing Jishui gradually calm down, Jinny nodded in satisfaction. If Jishui were his partner, Jinny would have no hesitation in saying some exaggerated words to affirm Jishui's genius act. But unfortunately, Jinny is Jishui's teacher, his guide, and must be responsible for his future life, naturally not allowing him to develop a prideful mindset. Jishui, did you open your eyes? Obito said in disbelief. Hearing Obito's words, Kagami, who was doing homework, and Rin, who was training, also looked up, staring at Jishui in disbelief. As top students, Rin and Kagami from the Hyuga clan are very aware of how incredible it is to awaken the Sharingan at this age. Originally calm Jishui, upon hearing Obito's words, broke into a smile again. Obito rushed to Jishui's side, his face filled with envy. Initially, he had just glanced casually while doing homework, but he didn't expect his little brother to inadvertently awaken the Sharingan. Thinking about when he would be able to open his eyes, Obito's gaze toward Jishui could hardly hide his envy. Obito, I believe you will also open your eyes soon, maybe even awakening the two-Tomo Sharingan right away, Jishui said, looking at Obito, who seemed eager to pry out his own eyeballs. Hearing Jishui's words, Obito felt a little better inside, but the envy in his eyes still couldn't be concealed. Jishui, congratulations. Just as Obito was conversing with Jishui, Rin and Kagami also came to Jishui's side. Seeing that everyone had noticed Jishui's awakening of the Sharingan, Jinni said solemnly, Obito, Rin, Kagami, I hope you can keep this secret and not tell anyone. Can you do that? Hearing Jinni's exceptionally serious expression, Kagami and Rin understood that if this matter got out, it would cause huge trouble, and they nodded, indicating that they would definitely not speak carelessly. Obito noticed that everyone's gaze was focused on him. Although he didn't know what was happening, he still said loudly, Don't worry, Teacher Jinni, I swear by my future dream of becoming Hokage that I will definitely not speak out of turn. Hearing Obito's words, Jinni nodded in satisfaction. As for the other two, Jinni was not too worried. However, he really couldn't let go of Obito. Since Obito swore by his dream, Jinni no longer worried that he would accidentally spill the beans. Alright, since today is such a joyful occasion, I'll treat everyone to a big meal. Jinni said happily to everyone. Yay! So, does that mean I don't have to write a reflection, Teacher Jinni? Obito said with anticipation, looking at the eagerly anticipating Obito, who kept glancing at Hinata Kagami beside him. Jinni smiled and said, Since you all are unwilling, let us extend the homework deadline to the weekend. Although they couldn't skip it directly, Obito was still delighted. He secretly thought to himself, not having to do homework now is equivalent to having no homework. So doesn't that mean I have no homework? The more he thought about it, the happier he became, and he accidentally laughed out loud. Idiot, are you that happy? Hinata Kagami, although a bit confused, didn't say much since it was Obito, and just kept up with the pace of the group. Teacher Jinni, what do you think we should eat? The now relaxed Obito asked Jinni. What do you think? Do you want to eat barbecue? Or would you prefer me to cook for you? Jinni replied. Hearing Jinni mention cooking, Obito's eyes instantly lit up. Obito, Teacher Jinni has been teaching all day. Don't trouble him anymore. Rin, upon seeing Obito's expression, immediately understood what he was thinking and gently tugged at Obito's sleeve. Rin's words made Obito fall into a dilemma. I really want to eat the food that Teacher Jinni cooks. But will it tire him out? Teacher Jinni, let us go to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. I haven't eaten there much. Can we go try it? Hinata Kagami suggested. Let us go. Let us go. Teacher Jinni, let us eat barbecue. Rin urged as she pushed Obito along. Seeing the students care so much about him, Jinni didn't want to disappoint their good intentions. So he took them to the Akimichi barbecue restaurant. Teacher Jinni, I'm so full. After a hearty meal, Obito laid back in his chair and said, Obito, you only know how to eat. Look at guy, he is still training, Hinata Kagami said, then suddenly fell silent, turning to Jinni to ask, Teacher Jinni, where did guy go? Hearing Kagami's question, everyone froze in place. Even Jinni's face flashed with a hint of astonishment. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Death Forest, Might Guy looked at the empty training ground, his face full of confusion. Chapter 73. Akimichi Little Ding in Math Class Ninja School, Class 3. The rising sun casts its glow, enveloping the math teacher who is giving a lesson. This problem is actually very simple. We first operate like this, then proceed like that, and this equation will be solved effortlessly. The teacher passionately explains the formulas and exercises at the podium, his voice loud and his gestures varied. However, the students below are all drowsy, some resting their heads on their desks, others looking dazed, seemingly completely isolated from this vibrant classroom. Jishui, I really wanted to snow. If it snows, we can build snowmen and have snowball fights together. Feeling that he couldn't understand the lesson at all, Akimichi Little Ding simply stopped listening and began whispering with his deskmate. Snow. I heard Teacher Jinni mention that in the northwest of our fire country, there's a country that snows all year round. I think it's called the Land of Snow. Seeing that the teacher was talking about things he had already mastered, Jishui responded to Akimichi Little Ding's words. Jishui, I also heard that there's a country that worships priestesses there. This world is so big. I really want to see it. Akimichi Little Ding said, full of yearning. Little Ding, the world is so big. What do you want to see? Do you want to see the people that are displaced by war? Or the malnourished people? Upon hearing Jishui's words, Akimichi Little Ding didn't know how to respond. But soon, A kimchi little Ding's eyes became determined. Jishui, I want to see different landscapes and experience different cultures. I don't want to just stay in this small ninja school, looking at the same books and listening to the same classes. I want to explore this world and discover the unknown beauty. Xiao Dao Xiao Ding, is your course this boring? Is that why you shouted out your dreams so loudly? The math teacher on the podium stopped the lesson, looking furious. No, it's not like that, teacher. Although your class is indeed a bit dull, I still enjoy listening. Xiao Dao Xiao Ding replied. As soon as he finished speaking, some students hurriedly covered their mouths, fearing their laughter would be noticed by the math teacher. However, they did not realize that this act of covering their ears only further enraged the teacher on the podium. The math teacher's face instantly darkened, and he roared, Xiao Dao Xiao Ding, you immediately go stand in the corridor. Hearing the teacher's words, Xiao Dao Xiao Ding could only silently stand up, lowering his head as he walked to the classroom door. Seeing Xiao Dao Xiao Ding's back, Jishui pondered for a moment and also stood up to walk towards the classroom door. The classmates in the class showed surprised expressions at Jishui's actions. Jishui, what are you doing? The math teacher on the podium couldn't help but ask. He didn't even realize that he had a completely different attitude towards Jishui and Xiao Dao Xiao Ding. Teacher Xiao Kong, I also spoke during class just now, so you can't just punish Xiao Ding alone. In that case, you can go stand outside too. Xiao Kong wanted to say something like realizing one's mistake to make him sit back down, but seeing the curious gazes of the students below, he could only say this. Subsequently, Jishui walked outside the classroom. Jishui, I swear from now on, you can eat my snacks as you please. Xiao Ding said while taking out an unopened pack of cookies from his chest and handing it to Jishui. Jishui pushed the cookies that were handed to him back. Xiao Ding, you should eat it yourself. I don't really like cookies. Xiao Dao Xiao Ding opened the cookies and said while eating, Oh, I remember now. Jishui, you said you like to eat tricolor balls when you introduced yourself, right? Jishui replied softly and then ignored Xiao Dao Xiao Ding, focusing on perfecting the theory he proposed yesterday in his mind. Seeing that Jishui was deep in thought, Xiao Dao Xiao Ding didn't disturb him and quietly ate his cookies. Hey, Jishui, Xiao Ding, what did you do to annoy teacher Xiao Kong? Zhen Yi walked over. Woo-woo, teacher Zhen Yi, I really didn't speak because I found teacher Xiao Kang's class boring. Xiao Dao Xiao Ding hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Zhen Yi could guess what had happened and said, Since you two have been punished to stand, then come with me. The two didn't ask any questions and silently followed Zhen Yi. After arriving at the office, Zhen Yi took out 2 math mock exam papers from a drawer and handed them to the two. These are 2 math mock papers. Try doing them. Teacher Zhen Yi, no way. Looking at the exam papers in his hand, Xiao Dao Xiao Ding was full of disbelief. He thought that Zhen Yi would scold them for being called over, but he never expected that Zhen Yi would hand them 2 math papers right away. Xiao Dao Xiao Ding looked at the exam paper with a bitter face, while Jishui had already started reading the questions calmly. Zhen Yi smiled slightly at the two's completely different reactions and turned to busy himself with his work. The office quieted down. Only the occasional sound of paper rustling could be heard. Xiao Dao Xiao Ding frowned at the questions on the exam paper, feeling like the numbers and symbols were a group of mischievous little sprites dancing around in front of him, making him completely confused. He secretly glanced at Jishui, only to see Jishui focused, his pen quickly writing on the paper as if the exam paper posed no difficulty for him. Hey Jishui, how are you so good? I can't solve any of these questions, Xiao Dao Xiao Ding complained softly. Jishui slightly raised his head, glanced at Xiao Ding, and quietly said, Pay attention to the questions. Actually, many of them are concepts that teacher Xiao Kong has taught. Xiao Ding sighed helplessly and steeled himself to start trying to answer. However, before long, he got stuck on a difficult problem and couldn't think of a way to solve it. He scratched his head and began to look around, hoping to find some inspiration. Time passed quickly, and soon the bell rang to signal the end of class. Hey Xiao Ding, Jishui, what are you doing in the office? Koyu and Nana walked into the office, surprised to see them. As she approached the two, she pinched Xiao Dao Xiao Ding's chubby face. Teacher Nana, could you please not pinch my face anymore? Xiao Dao Xiao Ding said with a helpless expression. Koyu and Nana said nothing, just shot Xiao Dao Xiao Ding a glare, as if expressing something. Seeing Koyu and Nana like this, Xiao Dao Xiao Ding could only silently turn his head and start working on the exam paper. Watching Xiao Dao Xiao Ding's demeanor, Koyu and Nana nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 74. Wind Release. Void/Technique Teacher Zhen Yi. What did those two do to deserve being tortured with math papers? Koyu and Nana asked Zhen Yi as she approached him. Well, you'll be able to ask teacher Xiao Kong about it later. Zhen Yi smiled slightly, not immediately revealing the reason. As soon as Jinny finished speaking, Xiaokong pushed open the office door and walked in. Teacher Jinny, Teacher Naiko, are you looking for me? Xiaokong asked with a puzzled expression. Xiaoquan Naiko didn't say anything, just glanced slightly to the side. Following her gaze, Xiaokong saw Qiudao shouting and Ji Shui working on math worksheets. Xiaokong stared at their papers for a moment and then spoke up, Qiudao shouting, didn't I teach this concept a long time ago? Why can't you do it now? Qiudao shouting, who was already nervous because of Xiaokong's arrival, immediately trembled his hand holding the pen upon hearing Xiaokong's somewhat stern words. All right, Teacher Xiaokong. It's recess time now, so let's not talk about this. Xiaoquan Naiko couldn't help but complain. Math class is already relatively dull, and with you being so strict, how can the students understand? Hearing this, Xiaokong immediately became displeased and retorted, how can you say math class is dull? Math is an incredibly great subject, and it's full of fun to learn. After saying this, he even reached up to comb his few remaining hairs to the other side. Seeing Xiaokong's appearance, Xiaoquan Naiko couldn't help but chuckle and said, Teacher Xiaokong, how did your blind date go a while ago? Upon hearing Xiaoquan Naiko mention the blind date, a look of confusion flashed across Xiaokong's face. He complained, Teacher Jinny, tell me, is money really that important? The girl had so many demands as soon as she saw me. The most critical part is that when I countered just once, she went straight to the front desk to pay and left. As he spoke, a hint of grievance appeared on Xiaokong's face. Ha! Upon hearing Xiaokong's words, Xiaoquan Naiko burst into laughter. Teacher Xiaokong, is there a possibility that because of your appearance, she made so many demands to make you back off? Appearance? No way. Xiaokong said with disbelief on his face. I look so standard. How could there be a problem? Jinny patted the laughing Naoko Koizumi, who was bent over with laughter, and slowly said, Teacher Xiaokong, I think this kind of thing needs both parties to be satisfied. Since the other party is not interested in us, let us just let it go and completely wrap it up from our life script. Upon hearing Jinny's words, Xiaokong showed a face full of agreement and said, Jinny is right. My mom introduced me to a blind date this weekend. I heard she even opened her own flower shop, which is just my ideal type. As she spoke, a hint of satisfaction appeared on Xiaokong's face. At this moment, the atmosphere in the office was relaxed and humorous, with a few people sharing snippets of fun stories in the small space, as if time had slowed down at that moment. Meanwhile, Akidu Kodai and Shi Shui listened to the teacher's conversation while quietly chatting among themselves. Shi Shui, I never expected that the usually serious teacher Xiaokong would have such a funny side. Doesn't she always have a stern face? Akidu Kodai's chubby face was full of confusion at this moment. Maybe this is the adult world. Shi Shui finally replied after thinking for a long time. Akidu Kodai nodded in agreement, while also praying in his heart to grow up quickly so he wouldn't have to do math problems anymore. Shi Shui, Kodai, you two take the test papers back to the classroom and do them. Just hand them in to me tomorrow. Seeing that the next class was about to start, Jinny instructed the two to return to the classroom. Yes, you two hurry back. The next class is mine, and if you're late, I'll make you both come here to write math test papers. Naoko Koizumi joked. Originally slow-moving Akidu Kodai immediately ran off upon hearing this. He was also mumbling softly, Damn Teacher Naoko. At this moment, in training ground number 8, after successfully performing the binding technique, Tsubasa Hashikage excitedly approached Jinny and happily asked, Teacher Jinny, can I learn new ninjutsu now? Seeing the expectant look in Tsubasa's eyes, Jinny nodded in agreement. Jinny pondered for a moment and then said, Eagle Craftsman, since you have awakened the wind attribute, let's start learning this ninjutsu. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinny focused his attention. He slightly turned his body to face the open area of the training ground. One hand seal after another, Jinny's hand signs changed slowly and orderly. As the hand seals continued to change, the air around Jinny seemed to undergo subtle shifts, and an invisible pressure gradually began to coalesce. Then, Jinny suddenly thrust both hands forward, and a powerful airflow instantly appeared in his palms. Immediately, the airflow was shot out from his palms. This airflow was like an invisible blade, roaring forward, raising the dust on the ground and forming a spectacular dust belt. The speed of the airflow was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it struck a massive rock in the distance. With a loud bang, the rock shattered, and debris flew everywhere. Bird and Eagle Craftsman stared wide-eyed, looking at this scene in shock. Jinny slowly retracted his hands, looking at the shocked expression of Niao Si Ingjiang, and smiled slightly, saying, This is the technique of Zhang Kong Bo, belonging to D-level ninjutsu. Although it is just the most basic D-level ninjutsu, if you can master it skillfully. it can still unleash considerable power. Niao Xiying Jiang witnessed the great power of this ninjutsu being performed by Zheni and nodded vigorously. Teacher Zheni, I also want to learn this ninjutsu. When Zheni was demonstrating the ninjutsu, many students were closely watching him. At this moment, when they heard that Zheni was going to teach this ninjutsu to Niao Xiying Jiang, they all clamored to learn it. Have you all mastered the ninjutsu you are currently practicing? If you haven't learned it, then learning more ninjutsu now would be in vain. Seeing the crowd in an uproar, Zheni couldn't help but scold them. Upon hearing Zheni's words, most of the students silently lowered their heads. After all, after they successfully learned the binding technique, Zheni taught each of them a D-level ninjutsu based on their respective attributes. Just now, it was only because Zheni made a bit of noise while demonstrating the ninjutsu that these students rushed to him. As for those who had not yet learned the binding technique, they were currently in a corner, diligently studying, completely unaffected by the situation here. Chapter 75. The first A-level mission, a suspected cult organization, has appeared within the borders of the land of Soup, urgently requiring a ninja to investigate. Eliminate foreign ninjas infiltrating the capital of the land of Fire. Escort the second prince of the land of Harmony back to the land of Harmony. Zheni carefully flipped through a few pages of the task book, and his gaze immediately fixed firmly on the task related to Wano country. The reason why Zheni values this task is simple. The reward is astonishingly generous. In Konoha, the reward for an A-rank task typically ranges from 150,000 to 1,000,000 Rio. However, in most cases, the actual payout for such tasks is around 300,000 Rio. Yet, the task from the Land of Water has a staggering reward of up to 1,000,000 Rio. Such a situation, which can be considered the maximum limit for A-rank task rewards, is generally not something many are willing to take on. After all, faced with such a task, people might feel it would be more practical to take on an S-rank task instead. This is because high-reward A-rank tasks often imply that their difficulty and risk may approach or even equal that of S-rank tasks. A slight misstep could lead to extremely dangerous situations, even threatening one's life. However, for Zheni, this is the most suitable task. Firstly, the task duration is short. Secondly, there shouldn't be too many complications afterward. Most importantly, Zheni currently doesn't have enough money to meet the demands set by Wu Xingyuk. Therefore, he naturally wants to refuse a task that pays quickly. I'll choose this task. Zheni pointed at the mission related to Wano country and spoke to the staff. Upon hearing Zheni's words, the staff first respectfully bowed and then quietly began to register. After a moment, the staff slowly said, as a CH-Nin, given that this is your first time choosing an A-level mission, the system has automatically matched you with a CH-Nin team. May I ask if you can accept this? How will the mission rewards be settled? Zheni asked with a slight frown. As a CH-Nin, for this mission, you will receive 80% of the reward, while the CH-Nin team will receive 20%. Hearing this, Zheni's expression relaxed considerably. After all, he had chosen this mission for the substantial rewards, and the sudden appearance of a team wanting to share the rewards was hard to accept if their share was too large. When does the mission start? Zheni continued to inquire. You can choose the time yourself, whether it's the mission team or the Prince of Wano country. They are all prepared to set off at any time. Upon hearing this, Zheni nodded in satisfaction and said, then you must notify them immediately to gather at the Konoha gate in half an hour. Anyone who is late will automatically be considered to have given up the mission. Afterwards, Zheni went to Ishikawa's office to request a few days off and then headed straight to the Konoha gate, quietly standing there waiting. As for his students, Zheni had already informed them during class yesterday. In less than 10 minutes, a familiar figure appeared in Zheni's line of sight. Kakashi? Zheni exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Teacher Zheni. I'm also part of the team you chose. Kakashi Hatake replied respectfully and seriously. Zheni couldn't help but feel a bit surprised to encounter Kakashi this time. However, he didn't say much. After all, their relationship was not very close yet. Moreover, Kakashi was currently in a state of extreme stubbornness, so he naturally wouldn't speak recklessly. In less than a moment, the other two members of the mission team arrived together. They greeted Zheni first and then rested in a corner, completely ignoring Kakashi. Kakashi, in turn, did not pay attention to the situation and simply stood quietly in place. Half an hour later, Zheni still had not seen the Prince of Wano country. Faced with this situation, Zheni couldn't help but frown. Zheni is extremely annoyed by tardiness without reason. If one encounters unexpected situations on the way, it can be understood, but he truly dislikes those who are obviously late on purpose. After another half an hour, a carriage slowly approached, followed by several ninjas wearing unknown forehead protectors. Just as Jinny was about to say something, a ninja quickly approached him from behind. You must be the Jonin Jinny. We sincerely apologize for the delay, and we are willing to add an extra 300,000 Ryo to this payment. Jinny, who was initially quite displeased, paused his steps to reprimand upon hearing this. Noticing Jinny's silence, the unnamed Jonin smiled slightly and said, Jonin Chiba, my name is Ishida Koichi, a Jonin from the land of harmony. I look forward to your guidance on this journey. Looking at the 200,000 Ryo banknote, Jinny reached out to take it and smiled slightly, saying of course. After the two parties had communicated, the carriage slowly drove out of the Becomea gate. The carriage sped down the road, its wheels rolling forward and kicking up clouds of dust. Jinny and Kakashi stood at the front, constantly observing their surroundings, while the other two ninjas in the team ran closely behind the cart. From day to night, everyone remained in a state of travel. Faced with such an inconvenient mode of transportation, Jinny couldn't help but reminisce about the high-speed trains of his previous life. Fortunately, they were all ninjas, possessing physical abilities and speeds beyond ordinary people. Otherwise, Jinny couldn't imagine how far they could travel in a day using normal means. Teacher Jinny, there have been no signs of other ninja activity within a few kilometers ahead. Should we take a short break here? Kakashi said as he quickly approached Jinny from a distance while passing through a forest. Jinny looked at the others, who were showing signs of fatigue after a whole day of travel, and nodded slightly, agreeing to rest here. Kakashi, go inform the people from the land of water. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and you three take the second half. Hearing Jinny's instructions, Kakashi nodded, then in a flash, vanished from Jinny's sight. In a quiet forest, Jinny sat on a thick tree branch, sipping the tea he had brought from Konoha. Before Jinny could relax for a moment, a series of footsteps approached. Chiba Jonin, would you like to have something to eat? The prince bought a lot of delicious food in Konoha, if you need it. Ishida Koizumi stepped out from the distant bushes. Jinny didn't respond. He just took out his prepared food and waved it in front of Ishida Koji. For ninjas on a mission, Konoha has strict regulations. They're not allowed to eat anything other than the food pills they prepared themselves during missions, except in special circumstances. These strict rules were established by Konoha's predecessors with their lives. Seeing Jinny's action, Ishida Koji showed no embarrassment at being rejected. He smiled slightly and left the spot. Chapter 76. The Strange Caravan. This Ishida Koji is a bit strange. Watching Ishida Koji's departing figure, Jinny began to doubt in his heart. As a prince's bodyguard, being able to remain unperturbed in the face of powerful nation ninjas is quite a novel thing. In the ninja world, there is a clear division among ninjas into two categories, those from the 5 great nations and others. Generally, when small nation ninjas face the aggressive upper ninjas from great nations, they often feel intimidated. However, Jinny did not sense any tension from Ishida Koji when facing him, which was very peculiar. Teacher Jinny, this team is a bit strange. Kakashi approached Jinny calmly after Ishida Koji left. Faced with Kakashi's sudden appearance, Jinny was not surprised at all, but asked, what makes you think so? Teacher Jinny, from the departure until now, we haven't seen the prince at all. Moreover, considering he could be half an hour late, it's clear that this prince is not a rule-abiding person. More importantly, during our break, not a single bodyguard was guarding the carriage. Instead, they all gathered around that upper ninja named Koji. Kakashi analyzed calmly. Kakashi, your analysis is excellent. Jinny couldn't help but praise him. From now on, I'm assigning you a secret mission. I need you to keep an eye on the prince's safety inside the carriage at all times. As soon as the carriage enters the land of harmony, we will withdraw immediately. Hearing Jinny's words, Kakashi nodded in agreement. Clearly, he also shared Jinny's views. No matter how strange this team was, as long as they successfully completed their mission, they would leave at once. After all, in this complex and ever-changing situation, having a clear goal and acting decisively is crucial. They just needed to focus on their task, ensure the prince's safety at a specific stage, and then retreat safely. As for what happens afterward, that was not their concern. Teacher Jinny, their SA situation. Kakashi, who was about to leave, immediately became alert. At the same time, he took out a shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, adopting a defensive posture. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the dark night, several shurikens flew through the air like lightning, filling the atmosphere with tension. Kakashi tightly gripped the shuriken, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Jinny immediately entered a state of alert, fully focused on sensing the movements around him. Kakashi, you go protect the prince first. I'll handle things here. Jinny said to Kakashi as he sensed several chakra signatures rushing towards them from afar. Upon hearing this, Kakashi quickly stowed away his kunai and vanished from the spot. This kid, watching Kakashi leave without hesitation, Jinny couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Although this behavior was the most correct in a world that valued bonds, leaving without hesitation like this would surely lead to complaint from his teammates. Kakashi moved like a phantom through the night, racing towards the prince. The wind howled past his ears, and his gaze grew increasingly resolute. Who is it? While on the move, Kakashi suddenly sensed a flicker of chakra from a tree in the distance. Without hesitation, he threw a few kunai and quickly formed hand seals. Doton no jutsu. A few ninja dogs burst forth from the ground, speeding towards the tree. The leaves rustled, whispering the mysteries of the night, and a shadow leaped down from the tree like a specter, instantly disappearing into the thick darkness, as if it had never existed. Kakashi furrowed his brow, immediately halting his advance, his eyes revealing a vigilant gleam as he cautiously surveyed every corner around him. Katan, Hkan no jutsu. A loud shout rang out, and flames roared forth like a rampaging beast. Katan, Hokage Rindan. Following that, another fire technique, swirling with power, swept in as if to engulf everything. Efton, Ditopa. At the same time, the force of wind joined this assault, as multiple ninjutsu surged towards Kakashi. The flames, aided by the wind, grew increasingly powerful, like a raging sea of fire, threatening to consume Kakashi entirely. Doton, Dori Heki. Kakashi shouted softly, showing no signs of panic, his hands swiftly forming seals like agile birds. With a loud bang, the massive wave of fire, accompanied by intense heat and powerful impact, collided violently with the towering earthen wall that had suddenly appeared in front of Kakashi. For a moment, fire and dust intertwined, and the force of the collision spread outward, as if wanting to tear the very space apart. As the heat wave and smoke gradually dissipated, Kakashi's gaze grew sharper. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Kakashi remained alert, sensing the movements around him, his nerves stretched to their limits. Just then, a faint sound of wind cutting through the air rang out, and several shurikens flew towards Kakashi like lightning. Kakashi's figure flickered as he agilely evaded the shuriken attacks. However, these shurikens seemed to have a life of their own, constantly changing trajectories in the air, relentlessly pursuing him. Hold and piho, Mia Trex. Kakashi snorted coldly, swiftly swinging his kunai to knock down the incoming shurikens one by one. But just as he knocked down the last shuriken, a shadow quietly emerged from behind him. The shadow held a sharp short knife, lunging fiercely towards Kakashi's back. Kakashi's heart tightened. His combat instincts prompted an immediate reaction. He slightly tilted his body, evading the lethal strike, while simultaneously thrusting his kunai back towards the shadow. The shadow reacted quickly, leaping back to avoid Kakashi's counterattack. Suiton, Suid no Jutsu. Just as Kakashi was about to deal with the shadow further, a gigantic water dragon charged towards him. The water dragon, with its bared fangs and claws, emanated a chilling aura, its massive body shimmering in the moonlight, as if it were a giant beast awakened from the deep sea. Where it passed, the air seemed to be drenched in its overwhelming moisture, bringing a wave of damp, cool wind. Kakashi's expression hardened. He couldn't afford to be careless against the surging water dragon. He quickly shifted his stance, retreating like lightning while rapidly forming hand seals. Katan, Ji Keiki no Jutsu. Kakashi shouted softly, quickly condensing fire chakra, and in an instant, a massive fireball appeared before him. Then, the gigantic fireball surged forward like a wild horse, roaring towards the water dragon. The fireball and water dragon collided midair, erupting in a thunderous explosion. Flames and water light intertwined, creating a dazzling yet dangerous display. The intense heat clashed with the icy water vapor, merging to produce a vast amount of mist that instantly enveloped the area in a haze. Chapter 77. A massive conspiracy taking advantage of the brief chaos. Kakashi quickly locked onto the position of the shadow that had released the Suiton, Sewer no Jutsu. His figure flickered like a specter. He closed in, gripping his kunai tightly, a glint of cold light flashing. Seeing Kakashi approach so swiftly, the shadow's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, but soon regained composure, horizontally positioning the short knife to prepare for Kakashi's attack. Kakashi instantly appeared before the shadow, thrusting his kunai fiercely, the speed akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. The shadow hurriedly raised the knife to block, producing a crisp sound as sparks flew. Kakashi immediately executed a side spin, delivering a powerful kick to the Shadow's abdomen, causing the Shadow to cry out in pain and fly backward. But before the Shadow could stabilize, Kakashi used the body flicker technique to appear beside the Shadow in the blink of an eye. He swung his kunai. A flash of cold light, and a faint wound appeared on the Shadow's neck, blood slowly seeping out. Just then, the Shadow opened its mouth to say something. But blood froth began to bubble at the corner of its mouth, continuously spilling out. Then, the figure uncontrollably fell straight from a tree, hitting the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn, how is this kid so strong? Watching his teammate get dealt with so easily, the remaining ninja couldn't help but curse under his breath. Fear flashed in his eyes. What had originally seemed like an easy task had turned out to be so troublesome. Everyone, if you don't make a move now, there will be no chance to act later. Genie slowly spoke, his voice echoing in the silent and slightly eerie forest, as if awakening the hidden crisis beneath the tranquility. Not far away, several ninja figures stood atop a large tree. Boss, should we make our move early? A burly ninja leaned closer to the leader, speaking in a low voice. His gaze was a mix of urgency and hesitation. Are you stupid? Our mission is just to hold this leaf drone in here. Since this ninja hasn't made a move yet, we should hold our position and wait for the battle over there to conclude, the leader said, somewhat exasperated. But, boss, wouldn't that be a bit dishonorable? After all, they paid us quite a bit, the burly man said, looking conflicted at his leader. Before the leader could finish, a massive wind blade surged towards them. Not good. Quickly dodge. The leader shouted loudly and then quickly dodged without hesitation. In an instant, everyone scattered and fled like startled birds. Genie stood silently in place, his gaze cold as he watched the fleeing ninjas. After the wind blades passed, the dust slowly settled, and the forest returned to a moment of silence. Let's go together and take him down. The leader, regaining his composure, shouted. The others immediately dispersed, surrounding Genie in the middle, and then began to unleash their ninjutsu. In an instant, various ninjutsu glowed brightly. Fire release unleashed blazing flames. Wind release howled with fierce gusts, and earth release formed heavy barriers, all converging towards Genie. Genie remained calm and showed no signs of fear in his eyes. In the face of the attacks from several people, Genie did not use any ninjutsu, but instead instantly opened the 3 gates. The 8 gates, opening gate, rest gate, and life gate. As Genie opened the 3 gates, a faint glow of chakra surrounded his body, and his speed and strength instantly increased. Genie moved like a ghost through the dense barrage of ninjutsu attacks, skillfully evading each strike. At times, he would leap high using the currents of wind release, and, at others, he would utilize the barriers of earth release as points of leverage to move quickly. Just as the others were astonished by Genie's agile dodges, he formed hand seals once again. Wind release, air slash. He conjured a surging stream of air in both hands and charged towards one of the opponents. The person's eyes widened in terror, wanting to dodge, but it was already too late. The powerful airflow instantly pierced through him, and with a scream, he collapsed to the ground. The others, seeing their companion eliminated in an instant, were greatly shocked. But they quickly steadied themselves and continued to launch more intense attacks at Genie. He was not afraid at all, continuing to weave through their attacks. His movements were as quick as lightning, and each strike he delivered dealt significant damage to his opponents. Is this all they've got? Seeing that the ninjas surrounding him had such strength, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Based on the current progress of the mission, there was definitely something strange about it. This didn't resemble a task of escorting a prince back to his country at all. A strong sense of helplessness surged within Genie, and he faintly felt as if he had fallen into a huge conspiracy. Everyone, please speak. Looking at the people sprawled on the ground in disarray, Genie smiled slightly and said, Master, we are just an ordinary bounty team. If you don't mind, just let us go. Tamura, who had been lying there pretending to be dead, came over to Genie with a beaming smile. Stop talking nonsense, and honestly tell me what you know, and you can leave, Genie said calmly. Hearing Genie's words, Tamura let out a sigh of relief, ran over to the burly man, and kicked him with his foot, saying, Dajwang, stop pretending and quickly tell this master how you received this mission. Huh? Are you still pretending to be dead? Seeing that the burly man did not get up, Tamura couldn't help but become furious. Tamura rolled up his sleeves, ready to grab Dajwang's ear. However, Dajwang suddenly sprang up, throwing several shurikens like shooting stars at Tamura and the ninja lying on the ground, then dashed away without looking back. At that moment, seeing the sharp shuriken about to pierce his head, Tamura's pupils dilated instantly, his face filled with disbelief. Just then, a gust of wind brushed by, and the shuriken barely grazed past Tamura's head. Phew, phew. Tamura realized he had narrowly escaped death, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. But soon, he got up abruptly and desperately chased after the direction Dezhuang had fled. All right, if you don't want to lose your life, don't chase after him, Zheni said after sighing at the sudden turn of events, then slowly continued. Chapter 78. The insightful Tamura Zheni's words seemed to drain all the strength from Tamura, who instantly collapsed to the ground, a look of confusion in his eyes. The other surviving ninjas also stared blankly into the distance. Ninjas like you, who would do anything for money, actually care about emotions? Zheni showed a hint of surprise. My money. Tamura completely ignored Zheni and fell into madness, starting to shout loudly. Tamura's madness seemed to resonate with the others, and the other ninjas also fell in a frenzy. Seeing their appearance, Zheni couldn't help but be stunned. But soon, he regained his composure and mocked. All right, stop dawdling. If you don't answer my question soon, then you can all go down to accompany the dead. Zheni said this with a tone full of coldness. Zheni's words brought everyone present back to their senses, and for a moment, the surroundings fell into a brief silence. Ahem, my lord. This task was taken on by that guy, and we haven't even seen the client. How can we possibly know so clearly? Tamura Nin said as he jogged to a stop not far from Zheni. Although losing money was painful, Tamura Nin didn't want to lose the opportunity of staying alive just because he couldn't control his emotions. Think carefully. Zheni ignored Tamura Nin's words and simply said lightly. Watching Zheni play with the shuriken, Tamura Nin instinctively touched his neck and shouted angrily. You guys stop embarrassing yourselves. Think hard about any unusual behavior from that guy recently. Tamura Nin's words brought several ninjas back to their senses, and they began to recall. My lord, I've noticed that Dezhuang has been often lost in thought lately. At night when he sleeps, he even calls out his wife's and children's names. A small-framed man seemed to have thought of something and cautiously approached Zheni to say. Zheni pondered for a moment after hearing this and asked, Oh, so this so-called Dezhuang is a person from the land of harmony? Zheni's words drew everyone's attention to the small ninja. Under the gaze of the crowd, the petite ninja couldn't help but swallow hard, stuttering as he spoke. Why yes, my lord. He is indeed from the land of waves. As soon as he finished speaking, the small ninja seemed to lose all strength, collapsing directly onto the ground, instantly raising a cloud of dust. Zheni, with his keen perception, had already sensed that the people present were not lying. He gently waved his sleeve and brought forward a lump of pitch-black substance, speaking softly. If you eat this, you will be able to leave afterward. The village elder, looking at the indistinct black object in his hand, mustered his courage to ask, Sir, may I ask what this is? Well, once you eat it, you will naturally know. Zheni replied, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. The village elder wanted to ask more questions, but upon seeing Zheni's smiling face, he steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and suddenly swallowed the black lump in one go. Zheni looked at the situation with satisfaction and then slowly turned his gaze to the other ninjas. Seeing Zheni's gaze sweeping over them, the other ninjas dared not hesitate and swallowed their rice balls in unison. Noticing that no one was trying to outsmart him, Zheni began to form hand seals rapidly. Boss, I feel like something is sucking the chakra out of my body. One ninja shouted in panic. Soon, the other ninjas also began to panic and shout. What are we going to do? The leader of the Tamura village just glanced at Zheni and instantly felt the chakra in his body rapidly depleting, turning pale with fear, knowing very well that if his chakra was exhausted, he would surely be doomed. Seeing the frantic reactions of the other ninjas, Zheni nodded in satisfaction again. You don't need to worry too much. As long as I don't continue forming seals, you won't be in any danger. When the time comes, just help me with a few tasks, and once everything is settled, I will give you the antidote. Of course, my lord, whatever you ask of us. Even if it's to go to hell, we will not hesitate. The leader of Tamura hurriedly ran to a spot just a few meters away from Zheni and shouted loudly. All right, I always keep my promises. You can leave now. Zheni said calmly, having seen through the leader's thoughts. Hearing this, the leader of Tamura felt a huge weight lift from his heart and quickly ran back to his subordinates, kicking each of them, and soon, several of them left in disarray before Zheni. After the group had traveled several kilometers in an unknown direction, a uniquely looking ninja approached the leader of Tamura, worriedly saying, Boss, do we really have to help him with tasks from now on? The other ninjas around also revealed sullen expressions upon hearing this. One ninja suggested, Boss, why don't we simply leave this place? I don't believe that person can find us again. Although the other ninjas did not speak, their eyes showed that they strongly agreed with this idea. Upon hearing this, the leader of Tamura stopped walking, turned around to look at everyone, and helplessly said, "You guys, can't you notice that something has been added to our bodies?" This remark made the first ninja who spoke instantly close his mouth and hurriedly stop to check his own condition. The other ninjas, seeing this, also stopped and began to examine their own situations. "Boss, it's true. I feel like there's something strange inside me." One ninja exclaimed in panic. Yes. I noticed it's still slowly consuming my chakra." Another ninja seemed to have made a new discovery and shouted in surprise. In an instant, the whole group fell into inexplicable panic. Looking at his subordinates, the leader of Tamura felt utterly exhausted and inexplicably missed Zhuang. "All right, stop overthinking. The Lord probably already knows everything we just said. From now on, let us just live our lives honestly. When that Lord needs us, we will complete the tasks he assigns. We can only hope that he keeps his promise and gives us the antidote." After saying this, the leader of Tamura no longer paid attention to the others. His words left the ninjas present exchanging glances, and for a moment, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 79. If he is not anxious, why should I be? Seeing the shadow fall dead from his powerful strike, Kakashi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In a situation where one person attacked from the front while another lay in ambush from behind, even Kakashi felt a fleeting moment of confusion. Fortunately, the ninja had not seized the crucial moment to strike, resulting in his death from Kakashi's attack. Just as Kakashi was about to continue attacking the remaining shadows, he was astonished to find that the shadow had completely vanished without a trace. Helplessly, Kakashi stood still, his expression cold and vigilant as he scanned his surroundings. The surrounding area was silent, and the stillness seemed to freeze the air, with a tense atmosphere tightly wrapping around him. As time passed quietly, Kakashi noticed that the enemy showed no signs of action or attack despite the passing time, and he gradually became anxious. For Kakashi at this moment, the importance of the mission outweighed everything else. As a support team member, he found himself stuck here, and his anxiety was evident. Kakashi threw several shurikens in various directions. They flew through the air, leaving behind sharp glints, and then struck trees and rocks, creating a series of crisp sounds. He hoped to draw out the enemy in this way, or at least disrupt their prearranged plans. Should I move? The shadow was conflicted. He carefully observed the surrounding movements, attempting to determine Kakashi's exact location. After a moment, the ninja could no longer hold back and suddenly charged out from the shadows. He tightly gripped his ninja blade, his eyes filled with vigilance and determination. He knew that this white-haired kid was no ordinary Chunin, but he could not retreat, for retreat meant only death. Seeing the enemy had revealed himself, Kakashi quickly adjusted his stance, focusing entirely on preparing for the impending fierce battle. The two then engaged in a thrilling and intense clash in the woods, their figures intertwining as blades flashed continuously. Kakashi relied on his agile movements and rich combat experience, skillfully dodging the enemy's attacks while constantly searching for an optimal opportunity to counterattack. The ninja, unwilling to back down, exerted all his strength, tried to defeat Kakashi in one fell swoop. Each of his attacks was sharp and fierce, carrying a deadly threat. After an intense exchange, the two quickly distanced themselves. At this moment, they were not eager to attack each other again, but instead watched each other with vigilant expressions. "You brat die." The shadow seemed to sense an opportunity and suddenly shouted, then charged toward Kakashi like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing the ninja rushing toward him, Kakashi dared not let his guard down and hurriedly swung his shuriken to block. "Move, kid, you're still too young." Seeing Kakashi standing still without moving, the shadow couldn't help but boast. Just as the two were about to collide, the shadow couldn't help but shout. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens shot towards Kakashi from behind, and just as they were about to pierce his body, the shadow behind them appeared increasingly smug. Youth does not equate to lack of experience. A voice, reminiscent of a demon whispering in one's ear, suddenly echoed in the shadow's ear. Immediately after, a kunai pierced straight through the shadow's body. The shadow looked on in disbelief at the scene before him, his eyes wide open as he murmured in incredulity. When did this happen? Just as the shadow still retained some awareness, he saw the shurikens had already penetrated Kakashi's body, and in that instant, Kakashi collapsed entirely, transforming into a puddle of yellow mud. With a muffled thud, the shadow hadn't even finished speaking before his entire body fell straight down. Kakashi looked at the fallen enemy and finally let out a long sigh of relief. Although this battle had been incredibly difficult, he had ultimately succeeded in achieving victory. You did well, Kakashi. Just as Kakashi was about to take a moment to rest, he heard a voice ringing in his ear. Kakashi did not feel relaxed at the mention of his name. Instead, he tightened his grip on the kunai and warily looked in the direction of the voice. Upon seeing a familiar figure appear before him, Kakashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi, that battle was fantastic, said Shinichi, who had come to Kakashi's side, praising him. After Shinichi and the others left, he quickly rushed towards the direction of the team. Upon sensing the situation here, he saw Kakashi thrusting a kunai towards the vital points of shadowy figure. Kakashi did not feel joy from Shinichi's praise. Instead, he said, "Teacher Shinichi, you should go rescue the Prince of the Land of Waves first. I need to recover." Although Kakashi at this moment had not yet been burdened by the future drawbacks of the Sharingan, the pressure he was experiencing from this intense battle was still immense for his young self. Hearing Kakashi's words, a slight smile appeared on Shinichi's face as he said, "No rush. I've noticed something quite interesting here." Although Kakashi felt puzzled by Shinichi's statement, he decided not to dwell on thoughts of mission failure since Shinichi was the main person responsible for this task. After all, if Shinichi wasn't anxious, why should he be? Chapter 80. Synergy in a corner of the forest. At this moment, the forest was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The originally lush trees were now toppled, and some were even engulfed in flames. The ground was pockmarked with large craters caused by various ninjutsu, leaving a scene of devastation. A ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector moved swiftly, narrowly dodging a flurry of shurikens. Frowning, he couldn't help but mutter, "Damn, why hasn't Kakashi returned yet?" The ninja beside him glanced over and reminded, "Stop talking, conserve your energy. Maybe Jainin Chiba is already on his way." As soon as he finished speaking, several kunai shot towards them like arrows, glinting coldly in the dark night, the chilling aura seeming to penetrate their skin. The two ninjas rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the kunai attack, and quickly reached a group of ninjas nearby. At this moment, a ninja wearing a forehead protector from the Land of Waves spoke up. "Hey kid, when will your Jainin from Konoha arrive for backup?" The two remained silent, gripping their kunai tightly, vigilantly watching the group of ninjas attacking them. "Everyone, I understand your rules. If you retreat now, I am willing to pay 3 times the price and can represent the Land of Waves to not hold you accountable for this matter." The Jainin from the Land of Waves exclaimed. Hearing this, the attacking ninjas instinctively looked towards one direction, quietly waiting for orders. Just then, a voice urged from not far away, "Hurry up and deal with them. Don't delay." This urging voice created an eerie silence on the battlefield. "Go!" shouted the leader of the opposing ninjas. At the leader's command, several ninjas sprang into action. Fire style, great fireball technique. At this critical moment, a powerful flame instantly illuminated the dark forest. The raging fire pounced upon the enemies like a fierce beast, the intense heat making the air seem to ignite. Damn! Why is this fire style so powerful? Watching the surging flames, some ninjas were filled with fear and shock. They scattered, trying to escape the terrifying fire. Amidst the dazzling flames, 2 figures slowly approached. "That's so cool." The female ninja from the Land of Waves stared intently at the 2 figures on the battlefield. It must be said, they were indeed very impressive. The Jainin from the Land of Waves said calmly. His words made the female ninja fall silent for a moment, but her excitement only intensified. "Jainin Tamura, is the prince all right?" Shinichi said with a slightly joking tone, watching the ninjas fleeing in panic from the fire attack. The Jainin from the Land of Waves squinted one eye. "The prince is safe for now. As long as the prince is safe, that's good. Since my task is to escort the prince safely to the Land of Waves after this crisis, may I ask to meet the prince to confirm his safety?" Shinichi said softly with a faint smile. Hearing this seemingly mundane statement, coupled with the occasional cries of pain from around them, the Jainin from the Land of Waves fell silent. "How dare you speak to Lord Tamura like that?" A ninja from the Land of Waves noticed that Shinichi's tone, although calm, carried a strong sense of pressure and couldn't help but shout loudly. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere, which had slightly relaxed due to the arrival of Shinichi and Kakashi, instantly turned tense again. "Enough. You lot. Jainin Chiba just wants to meet the prince. How can you be so rude?" The Jainin from the Land of Waves said with a face full of anger, sternly chiding his subordinates. As soon as he said this, the ninjas were instantly terrified and hurriedly bowed to Shinichi in apology. Seeing his subordinates like this, Jainin Ishikawa nodded in satisfaction. "Jainin Chiba, shouldn't we handle other matters first and then discuss meeting the prince?" Janine Ishikawa said sincerely. Jini looked at his sincere expression, then glanced at the other ninjas who were frightened and anxious due to the reprimand from the village elder. He smiled slightly and replied, "Sure." After saying that, Jini turned his head to look at Kakashi. Upon seeing Jini's gaze, Kakashi immediately drew his ninja sword and charged towards the fleeing ninjas like a fierce tiger. Jini was not slow either, quickly forming hand seals with both hands. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A powerful gust of wind howled out, coordinating with Kakashi's attack towards the enemy. The ninjas, already in disarray from the fire release technique, became even more chaotic. Kakashi moved through the enemy ranks like a phantom, his ninja blade glinting with cold light. Each swing sent splashes of blood flying. His movements were clean and swift, making it difficult for the enemies to defend themselves. With precise control of his ninjutsu, Jini continuously knocked the approaching enemies off balance or used wind blades to break through their defenses. The two worked in perfect harmony, and before long, more than half of the attacking ninjas were dead or injured. The remaining few ninjas, sensing the dire situation, exchanged glances and foolishly attempted to combine their strength to perform a large-scale ninjutsu for a final struggle. They formed a circle, chanting incantations, and chakra began to gather around them. A dying struggle. Kakashi scoffed, his figure flashing as he instantly appeared above their encirclement. Lightning release, lightning bolt. Accompanied by Kakashi's deep shout, dark clouds gathered above the ninjas, and then bolts of lightning, exuding a terrifying aura, struck directly at the charging ninjas. At the same time, Jini formed seals again, earth release, earth flow wall. A thick earthen wall suddenly rose on the other side of the enemies, completely sealing off their escape route. The immense power of the lightning instantly broke through the enemy's defenses, and with a series of booming sounds and dazzling light, the resisting ninjas were blown apart, completely losing their fighting capability. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the forest returned to a semblance of silence, with only the occasional groans of the wounded breaking the stillness. Kakashi sheathed his sword and stood, looking at Jini, giving a slight nod. Jini looked at the show-off Kakashi and said with a smile, "This is our first collaboration, and it's so perfect. It seems we have quite the tacit understanding." Ishikawa, Shinobi, stepped forward, deeply bowing to the two of them. "Thank you, Jonin Chiba, and this esteemed person for your assistance. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Jini waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Can we meet the prince now? After all, we need to confirm whether the mission was completed successfully." Ishikawa nodded quickly. "Of course. Please follow me." Chapter 81. The Prince Tamura first instructed his subordinates a few words, then led Jini and the others deeper into the forest. "Chinya Shinobi, I didn't expect someone as young as you to be so strong." Tamura, who was leading the way, praised Jini while guiding the group. "Not at all. My strength is just average in Konoha. There are many ninjas who are much stronger than me." Jini humbly replied with a face full of modesty. Listening to Jini's nonsensical talk, Kakashi instinctively pulled up the mask on his face. It's no wonder he's from the first ninja village. There are so many powerful shinobi like Jini in Konoha. I wonder when a ninja as formidable as Jini will emerge from the land of water. Tamura couldn't help but show a look of deep emotion. With you guys, it seems unlikely to happen in your lifetime." Kakashi listened to their conversation, pondering to himself. For Kakashi, Jini's strength truly surprised him. Initially, he thought a special Jonin like Jini would have strength similar to his own. However, Jini's actual performance completely shocked him. After all, Kakashi had been part of multiple teams and had never encountered a ninja as strong as Jini. "Everyone, the prince is just ahead. But having so many people go together would surely be inappropriate. How about we let Jonin Chiba go alone?" Although Tamura spoke Jini's name, his gaze was directed towards the members of Kakashi's team. Upon hearing this, the members of Kakashi's team stopped in their tracks and turned their attention to Jini. "You all stay here. I'll be back soon." Jini was still somewhat curious about the mysterious prince of the land of water. Hearing Tamura say this, he decided to have Kakashi and the others wait in place. Kakashi also wanted to see what the prince looked like, wondering if he was dressed in white and as handsome as described in the illustrations. But since Jini had already said so, he jumped up onto a large tree and began to meditate with his eyes closed. The other two teammates nodded at Jini. Then their figures flickered and disappeared from everyone's sight. "Is it okay now, Jonin Tamura? Please go ahead, Jonin Jini." Seeing that the other Konoha ninjas were so considerate, Tamura immediately adopted a respectful posture. Witnessing Tamura's demeanor, Jini smiled slightly and then walked forward without hesitation. The forest grew increasingly silent, and the atmosphere around became more mysterious. Finally, in a quiet clearing, Jinny spotted a carriage, surrounded by several guarding ninjas. Jonin Chiba, His Highness the Prince, is inside the carriage. Please wait here for a moment. With that, Tamura quickly walked to the side of the carriage, moving carefully. Jinny looked at the few guarding ninjas and saw them staring at him with tense expressions, as if he might launch an attack at any moment. Jinny casually found a wooden stump to sit on, quietly waiting. You're Chiba's Jonin, right? I've heard some things about you from Tamura's Jonin. It's really good to have you here this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what would happen next. When Jinny looked up, he saw a man dressed in quite luxurious clothing, appearing refined and elegant. The tone of his speech was even more like a refreshing spring breeze. Seeing him, he couldn't help but think of the gentleman of ancient Huaxia. Jinny was slightly surprised, but still smiled and responded, Your Highness, you are too kind. Protecting you is just part of my duty. Jinny's words surprised the prince slightly. The prince then looked at the ninja Tamura and said, Tamura, since senior ninja, Jinny has nothing more to discuss. Let him leave. After saying this, the prince no longer paid attention to Jinny and walked straight towards the carriage. Jinny was not angry at the prince's actions. Chiba Jonin, since the prince has already seen you, can we leave now? Tamura looked away from the prince and at Jinny. Although Tamura appeared polite, his tone conveyed an unmistakable sense of insistence. Chiba Jonin, as long as we pass through the land of medicine, we will reach the border of the land of harmony. I really appreciate your help during this time. Once we arrive in the land of harmony, I will definitely treat you well. After resting for a night in the forest, the entire team switched to a forced march mode to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, traveling nonstop for a whole day and night. As they were about to return to their own country, Tamura's tone unconsciously carried a hint of cheerfulness. Taijima Jonin, you are too polite. There's no need for any hospitality. Once I escort you to the land of harmony, I will have to return, especially since the entire ninja world is not very peaceful right now. Jinny Jonin, are you really sure that you don't need me to treat you well? Tamura said, revealing an unspoken understanding between men with a knowing expression. Seeing Tamura's expressive face, Jinny smiled slightly and replied, Thank you for your kind offer, but I think they want to get to Konoha quickly. Chiba Jonin, that's really a pity. You should know that our country's entertainment industry is renowned throughout the ninja world. Tamura said with a look of regret on his face. If there is another opportunity next time, I'll definitely have to experience it. Jinny laughed, trying to brush off the matter. He was not like Jiraiya or Sarutobi Hiruzen, unable to resist such temptations. The journey continued without conversation, and the entire team did not encounter any new crises from the land of medicine to the land of harmony. Jinny Jonin, since you want to return early, I want to ask for more. I hope that when you come to the land of harmony next time, you must come find me, and I will treat you well. Jinny smiled and nodded, replying, All right, Tamura Jonin. If there's an opportunity to come back to the land of harmony in the future, I will definitely trouble you. After saying this, he gestured to Kakashi's team in the group, and everyone understood, quickly preparing to return. Seeing this, Tamura Jonin did not hold them back any longer and turned to the people of the land of harmony behind him, shouting loudly, Everyone, we are about to return to our homeland, so let's give it our all and rush through this last stretch. In an instant, the morale in the group soared, and everyone quickened their pace towards the border of the land of harmony. Jinny and Kakashi parted ways with the team of Tion Village, embarking on the journey back to Konoha Village. Along the way, everyone remained silent, each lost in their own experiences from this trip. Chapter 82. The Young Ninjas Ninjutsu Competition. This time, it was indeed easier. After parting ways with the team from the Land of Water, Jinny let out a sigh of relief. That team was truly peculiar, filled with an eerie atmosphere. Whether it was the attitude of the others in the team towards the leader of Tion Village or the attack incident, everything revealed something unusual. Although Jinny was very confident in his own strength, he had no desire to get involved in such strange matters, hoping only to stay as far away from them as possible. Jinny-sensei, aren't you going to rest a bit in the Land of Water? I heard it's known as the paradise for men. Haru Shanshu couldn't help but speak up. You little brat, thinking about such things at a young age. Do your parents know? Jinny instinctively criticized upon seeing the eager look in Haru Shanshu's eyes. Jinny-sensei, my parents had me when they were 16. They have no right to control this matter. Haru Shanshu smiled proudly. Bang, bang, you little brat, not learning anything good at such a young age. Who was your homeroom teacher in ninja school? Are you thinking of going back to retake some classes? That hurts. Haru Shanshu hugged his head and began to wail. Jinny-sensei, You're too harsh. Little brat, stop pretending. From now on, you could just call me Genie-sensei. The title Genie-senpai feels weird. Hee hee. Haru Shanshu chuckled and stopped speaking. In Konoha, at the venue for the young ninjas ninjutsu competition, sunlight poured down on the bustling arena, and the stands were filled with people, the cheers and discussions blending into a lively atmosphere. Lin, watch closely. I'm definitely going to win the championship this time. When Genie-sensei comes back, I'll show him the championship trophy. He'll all be so happy, Obito said, full of confidence, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Today, Konoha's annual Young Ninjas Ninjutsu competition was being held as scheduled, and the ever-enthusiastic Obito Wooden team missed this chance to showcase himself. On the day of the competition, he quickly dragged Kakashi and Lin to the venue. Along the way, Obito talked nonstop about his determination to win the championship, as if the trophy was already in his hands. However, to his surprise, Kakashi revealed that he had a fiancée and refused to participate in the competition, opting to go out with her instead. Obito, filled with curiosity, asked Kakashi about it, but received a glare from Hyuga Kakashi, leaving Obito feeling a bit sad and neglected. Obito, is it because Kakashi won the championship last year that you want to win this time to prove yourself? Lin smiled at Obito, teasingly. How could that be, Lin? I would never participate in this competition just because of Kakashi, Obito exclaimed, flailing his arms, eager to explain but unsure of where to start. The competition is about to start. I'll go up first. Obito hurriedly found an excuse and ran towards the arena. Please welcome our ninjutsu genius, Uchiha Obito, to the stage. The host, holding a microphone, announced passionately, as the genius of the Uchiha clan, let us see the wonderful ninjutsu he brings us. Obito walked onto the stage confidently, enjoying the attention of the crowd. Hey everyone, I'm Uchiha Obito, and next I'll perform a B-rank ninjutsu, fire dragon technique. Please give me your guidance. Obito's voice was loud and confident. B-rank ninjutsu? How could a student still in ninja school perform a B-rank ninjutsu? Some competitors looked on in disbelief. To you, it may seem unbelievable, but for them, it's probably just childish play. A nearby ninja scoffed, but his eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Obito. Obito ignored the crowd's comments, standing quietly in place, taking a deep breath. The fire dragon technique was still a bit challenging for him. He had only learned it for a few days, but in order to secure the championship, he was willing to take the risk. The rules of the competition were simple. Students on stage perform ninjutsu, and judges score them. Without any special performances, there was a high chance of missing the championship. Fire release, fire dragon technique. Obito shouted, quickly forming hand signs with his hands. He concentrated on gathering chakra within him, carefully controlling the shape of the flames. At that moment, Obito's eyes were filled with focus and determination, as if the whole world consisted only of him and the ninjutsu he was about to perform. Obito closed his eyes, the speed of his hand signs increasing. The air around him seemed to be stirred up. Gradually, a scorching aura began to spread around him. Suddenly, Obito opened his eyes wide, a gleam flashing in them. He opened his mouth and expelled flames, a massive fire dragon roaring out from his mouth. The fire dragon, with claws bared and engulfed in raging flames, seemed ready to devour the entire arena. The audience was stunned by this spectacular sight, and the entire venue fell silent for a moment. Then, a deafening cheer and applause erupted. The fire dragon soared and danced around the arena, scorching the air wherever it went. This must be the first place in this competition. A judge couldn't help but exclaim. I agree. The judges were deeply impressed by Obito's performance, whispering to each other, praising his fire dragon technique. Obito stood in the center of the arena, panting heavily, yet his eyes were filled with pride and satisfaction. Obito, you can step down now. The next contestant is about to come on stage. Noticing Obito's intoxicated expression, the host said. Obito chuckled and jumped, appearing next to Lin. Obito, I never expected you to master this technique after just a few days of learning. That's amazing. Lin's voice reached him, and Obito gave a silly smile, scratching his head from time to time. Afterward, Obito stayed at the sidelines, intently watching the contestants perform ninjutsu, occasionally commenting on some of their techniques. However, sometimes his remarks were too harsh, leading some students to challenge him to a physical fight. With Lin's patient persuasion, it ultimately ended with Obito sincerely apologizing. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the moment of unveiling the champion of the 28th Konoha Young Ninjas Ninjutsu competition. So, let us guess who the champion is this time. The host directed the topic to the audience. Uchiha Obito! Uchiha Obito! Suddenly, the audience shouted in unison. The cheers surged like a tide, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. The host smiled and raised his hand to signal for quiet, then solemnly announced, "After intense competition, the champion of this Konoha Young Ninjas Ninjutsu competition is Uchiha Bito. Let us give him a warm round of applause." The applause thundered, and under the gaze of the crowd, Obito walked onto the stage with a surprised expression, excitement shining in his eyes. He took the trophy, bowed deeply to the audience, his heart filled with pride and emotion. Chapter 83. The golden scroll. The sun slowly set, the soft glow of dusk gently falling on Rin and Obito. At this moment, Obito lay quietly on a bench in the park, his hands clasped behind his head. A gentle breeze brushed against his hair, and a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. Rin looked at Obito, lying on the bench, her eyes full of tenderness and relief. "Obito, congratulations. You fulfilled your little wish from last year." Obito slightly opened his eyes, looking at Rin, who was so close, a smile spreading across his lips. "Yeah, I really didn't expect to achieve it." His voice carried a hint of emotion. At this time last year, Obito could hardly imagine that within just a year, he would transform from being seen as the underachiever to becoming the so-called genius of the Uchiha clan. Now, the dream he once had come true. His gaze slowly shifted to Rin beside him, then to the trophy next to him. Such a life was once a scene he dared not even dream of. And all this change was due to the arrival of Teacher Genie. "Huh, where's the trophy?" Seeing the trophy had disappeared, Obito suddenly panicked. This was proof he had to show to Kakashi. How could it just vanish without a reason? "Rin, where did our trophy go? Did you put it somewhere?" After scanning the area, Obito found no trophy nearby and looked at Rin with confusion. "Isn't it there? But we just placed it there, didn't we?" Rin was also puzzled. She had just glanced at it a moment ago, not expecting it to vanish in an instant. Just as the two were filled with confusion, two figures slowly approached them. Seeing the handsome appearance of the two, especially the messy white hair flying wildly in the wind, Obito couldn't help but complain, "That annoying white-haired kid. Why does he have to look so cool when he comes back?" The two came to Obito's side. "Obito, is this the trophy you won today?" Genie had a smile on his face as he gently shook the shining golden trophy in his hand, the dazzling light seemingly telling the story of Obito's glory. Obito suddenly jumped up from his chair and quickly walked to Genie's side. "Genie-sensei, you're finally back. You have no idea how hard it's been for me these past few days." Obito complained softly, trying to snatch the trophy from Genie's hand. "Haha, Kakashi, this is the trophy from the Young Ninja Tournament, and you don't have one." After successfully grabbing his trophy, Obito burst into laughter. He clearly remembered that Kakashi's prize for winning last year was a golden kunai. "You, the underachiever, actually managed to win this championship. That is quite impressive." Although Kakashi's memory of the competition was a bit hazy, he continued to play along with Obito's words. Having just completed an A-rank mission, Kakashi didn't mind teasing Obito. Not only did I win the Young Ninja Tournament, but I almost got first place in the practical assessment too." Obito huffed, then proudly added, "Only second place? Isn't first place supposed to be easy to get?" Kakashi asked, somewhat surprised. Kakashi's pretentious comment instantly broke Obito's defense. "You evil white-haired brat. You're just too infuriating." Kakashi was indeed surprised that Obito managed to get second place. He thought Obito's practical skills were decent, but he never expected him to reach the level of second place in the practical assessment. He then turned his gaze to Genie, who was smiling. Genie glanced at Kakashi, who smiled and nodded slightly. Lin looked at Kakashi, who had an air of nonchalance, and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Obito, congratulations on winning the championship in this competition. Tonight, I'll make a sumptuous meal to celebrate," Genie suggested, observing the reactions of the group. "Yay, Teacher Genie. I've been tired of the dumplings my grandma makes lately, so it's just in time to change things up." The setting sun stretched their shadows long, as if sketching a beautiful picture of their youthful days. The golden light bathed them, wrapping them in a warm glow. Obito tightly hugged the trophy, his face filled with joy and pride. Lin stood beside him, smiling as she watched them, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Kakashi crossed his arms, a slight smile at the corners of his mouth. Although he teased Obito, he was also genuinely happy for him. Genie looked at the vibrant young boys and girls, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. In the twilight glow, their figures seemed to freeze into eternity, becoming the most beautiful memories of youth. "Teacher Genie, you're back. Teacher Genie, were you tired while carrying out your mission?" As soon as Genie walked into the office, he saw some teachers gathering around, their faces full of concern. Genie smiled and waved his hand, reassuring everyone not to worry, saying he wasn't tired and everything was going smoothly. while responding to his colleagues' greetings. He walked to his desk. On the table were piles of documents and students' assignments. He sighed softly, realizing that he wouldn't have any leisure time after returning. After finishing a batch of assignments at his office desk, Jenny looked up and saw a figure appear in front of him. Senior Gujia, here are the current expenses. This should be enough for your next teaching. Jenny took out 5 million and placed it in front of Gujia. I heard you recently took an A-level mission, and there are many twists and turns along the way. Are you really willing to give me the money you earned so hard? Maruhoshi Gujia did not take the money from the table, but instead asked, Senior Gujia, that's not right. Money is meant to be spent. Since it needs to be spent, why not spend it in a more meaningful way? Jenny said earnestly. However, in reality, Jenny felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, this was money he had worked hard to earn, and giving it away so suddenly, no matter how beautifully he spoke, felt a bit awkward in his heart. But when he thought about how without this money, the subsequent training could not proceed, what was the point of starting this training class? Jenny had previously sought out Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding this matter, but Sarutobi Hiruzen refused him, citing financial difficulties during wartime. Regardless of your motivations for this action, on behalf of those students, I extend my sincere gratitude to you. After receiving the money, Maruhoshi Kogitsu expressed heartfelt appreciation for Jenny's generous gesture and then said, I must take my leave now, as I need to find some old acquaintances to ask for help. Seeing Maruhoshi Kogitsu leave, Jenny got busy again. The few days of absence had left him with a mountain of work. Chapter 84. Lin and Ray Lin. Are we really going to the battlefield later? Obito asked, showing no signs of fear, but rather filled with excitement. At that moment, Obito was quite interested in the battlefield that Maruhoshi Kogitsu mentioned, as life at the Ninja Academy was rather boring for him. If it weren't for Jenny and Lin at the Ninja Academy, Obito would have probably applied for early graduation long ago. Obito, we probably shouldn't go. Although many in our group have reached the rank of genin, it's still a battlefield. Lin's expression was somewhat serious. Her neighbor's son had died on the battlefield, making her quite resistant to the idea. While they were talking, they had unknowingly arrived at the training location. Kai, why are you here so early today? Don't you usually arrive at the very last moment? Obito walked up to Kai, slightly surprised. Hi. A clear voice rang out as a head popped up behind Hyuga Kai, the lively appearance catching everyone's attention. Obito, hello. I'm Hyuga Ray, Kai's fiancé. Fiancé? You're Kai's fiancé? Obito looked at the playful and cute Hyuga Ray, his eyes widening in surprise as he exclaimed. Hello, Iemnin Kropka. We are Kai's classmates. Yawara Lin's face lit up with joy. It was her first time calling someone else Lin, and a wonderful feeling surged within her. Lin. She is Ray, as in, not the in your name. Hyuga Kai noticed that Lin seemed to misunderstand and quickly explained. Lin showed a look of realization, but her gaze towards Ray remained filled with joy. Then, she hurried to stand behind Hyuga Kai, pulling Ray over to start a quiet conversation. Kai, you rascal. Why did you bring your fiancé along? Obito looked at Hyuga Kai with a hint of envy in his eyes. He thought to himself that it would be great if his family could also have a fiancé, especially if that fiancé were Lin. That would be a dream come true. Hyuga Kai noticed Obito's envious gaze and sighed. Obito, don't envy me. Once you two get together, you'll know how troublesome it can be. Kai couldn't help but tease Obito, seeing the envy in his eyes. If Lin and I get together, then I. Obito began to say, but broke into a silly smile. You're hopeless. Kai shook his head helplessly at Obito, who was lost in his fantasies. Kogetsu-senpai, can you now reveal the truth? You and T really intend to send these students to the battlefield, would you? At this moment, Teacher Tanaka was filled with anxiety, genuinely worried that Maruhoshi Kogetsu would send students to the battlefield to let them experience the harshness of war early on. Other teachers were also staring at Kogetsu anxiously. As teachers, they absolutely did not want these students to enter the battlefield. Moreover, some of these teachers were the homeroom teachers of 5th and 6th grade students. As their homeroom teachers, they had watched the children grow up, and they would never want to send them to the battlefield themselves. Seeing the increasingly dissatisfied looks from the teachers, Maruhoshi Kogetsu also felt a bit uncomfortable. Rest assured, everyone, what I said last time was just to keep these students alert. I would never actually send them to the battlefield. Teacher Jenny and I have set up a highly realistic simulated battlefield in a forest not far from Konoha Village, and I've invited some old friends to act as enemies. Some teachers let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and the atmosphere immediately relaxed a lot. Maruhoshi Kogetsu also wiped away non-existent sweat. He had indeed felt a bit anxious just now. If he really sent this batch of students to the battlefield, especially if he were the one to do it, some teachers would probably break down on the spot. At that point, thanks to these teachers' connections, his reputation in Konoha would likely be ruined. Alright, everyone, now I will explain the rules for the next training exercise. Upon hearing Fujiyama's words, everyone quieted down and listened attentively. Everyone, the rules are quite simple. You will need to divide the more than 40 students into groups of 3. I will give you some scrolls. As long as they can protect their group scroll in that area, it will count as a success. If they can pass this assessment, they will have the opportunity to choose a jutsu below B rank from the Konoha Ninjutsu collection, and the group with the best performance will be able to choose a B rank jutsu. Fujiyama's words sparked a heated discussion among some teachers. A highly realistic simulated battlefield? Does that area not only have ninja obstacles, but also various traps? In that case, how can we ensure there are no casualties during this assessment? When this was mentioned, some teachers fell silent, but did not suggest canceling the traps. Although this was a highly realistic simulated battlefield, for teachers with war experience, this was completely child's play. Alright, everyone, I know you're worried about the student's safety. But if even the traps are fake, what meaning does this assessment have? Jinny's words echoed in the ears of the teachers, helping those entangled in their thoughts to relax. As students born in a time of war, they will inevitably face the real battlefield. If they shrink back from such minor difficulties, it will be better to let such students stay at the Ninja Academy until the war ends. Then Jinny said, since no one has any objections, come up to collect the supplies for each group. One teacher, after receiving the supplies for a group, couldn't help but ask Teacher Jinny, the quantity of these soldier rations seems off, right? Another teacher chimed in, yeah, Teacher Jinny, the supplies here are clearly only enough for one group of students to last a day. Before Jinny could explain, Kogetsu interjected, everyone, we are conducting a highly realistic simulated battlefield, not a child's game. How can some of you, who are retired from the battlefield, ask such naive questions? Some teachers expressed dissatisfaction in their gazes towards Maruhoshi Kogetsu upon hearing this, but they did not voice any objections. Are we ninjas supposed to just sit and wait without supplies? Even the dullest person knows to do everything possible to seize resources when supplies are limited. They are first and foremost ninjas, and only then are they students. Our job as teachers is to help these students grow into qualified ninjas. I do not wish to hear any more foolish questions from any teachers. The teachers fell silent after hearing Maruhoshi K-suk's words, and one by one, they left the spot and walked towards the students. The Super Simulation Battlefield Assessment has begun. Chapter 85, Advice. Tanaka-sensei, that guy Maruhoshi K-suk is really going too far. To slander us like this. We have cultivated many ninjas for Konoha, yet he completely negates all our efforts with just one foolish question. A homeroom teacher said indignantly, do we not know the dangers of the battlefield? But these children are the ones we have nurtured since they were so small. Is it wrong for us to care about them? The teacher became increasingly agitated, and tears began to flow unconsciously. He also admitted that after stepping down from the battlefield, he could no longer adapt to the current battlefield, but that did not justify Maruhoshi K-suk's ridicule. Some teachers nearby also had gloomy expressions, clearly hurt by what Maruhoshi K-suk had just said. For a veteran teacher who has worked in the classroom for many years, such words had evidently struck a nerve. Fujiyama gently patted the homeroom teacher's shoulder and comforted him. I understand your feelings. This kind of denial is indeed hard to bear. But we cannot let these emotions affect the bigger picture. Maruhoshi K-suk is surely just lacking consideration, rather than having any malice towards us. Ueda wiped away his tears and forced a smile. Sigh, I know, but I really can't help it. His words make me furious. Fujiyama pondered for a moment and then said earnestly, perhaps we can have a good talk with Maruhoshi and help him understand our good intentions. However, given the current situation, I believe his approach is actually more suitable for the students now. After all, Ueda-sensei surely wouldn't want his students to lose their lives over a small explosive tag, right? Everyone fell silent, lost in thought. Lin, I told you we would definitely be in the same group. Obito exclaimed excitedly as he was grouped with Noara Rin. To be in the same group as Rin, Obito had signed many unequal treaties with Shinichi, and now that the results were out, he naturally wanted to show off. Rin's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. Obito-kun, I'm going to find my teammates first, so I'll see you later. Shizumi's teammate was a well-behaved Uchiha clan member specifically arranged for him by Shinichi. With such a friendship and Shizumi's high intelligence, he would surely be able to pull him into his team. Kai's teammates were the same as in the original story, still consisting of Hibi and Shiranui Ginma. Hibi looked at Might Guy, who had a mushroom haircut, and instinctively thought of his father, Might Due. Since another perennial genin, Maruhoshi K. Suk, showcased his powerful abilities. Many began to question Might Dewey's strength. Moreover, Might Dewey's daily training intensity was immense. Anyone paying attention could easily deduce that his strength was certainly not that of an ordinary genin. Even if he didn't have Maruhoshi K. Suk's strength, he would likely be much stronger than some special nin who promoted through unique means. Rin, during this assessment, you have to keep an eye on this brainless guy, or I really don't want to see him as a corpse the next time we meet, Hyuga Kagami said as he walked up to the two. After speaking, without waiting for Obito's response, he quickly moved to his teammates. Hey Rin, did you hear that? That guy Kagami, who was my underling last time, is actually worrying about my safety. He should worry about himself more, Obito muttered softly as he watched Kagami's departing figure. Rin ignored Obito's words and instead looked at the last teammate. Nara Shikamaru, I think you should take the lead this time. Nara Shikamaru nodded upon hearing this, indicating he was willing to take on the task. In Konoha, if a small team has a member from the Nara clan, the captain is usually from their ranks, which has become common knowledge among Konoha ninjas. After all, who doesn't know that the Nara family is smart? Uchiha Obito, Noera Rin, Nara Shikamaru. Follow me. After preparing, a teacher came to their side. After calling out their names, he quickly walked in an unknown direction. The three exchanged glances and then followed him. After some time, the three followed the teacher out of Konoha and stopped in a remote forest. This is your final assessment site. There are a dozen enemies inside, and your task is to safely survive for 3 days while they search for you. Upon hearing this, the three immediately became tense. Even Obito, who had been clamoring to go to the battlefield, felt a little fear upon hearing they would truly face enemies. More importantly, this forest is filled with traps. I don't want you to lose your lives over an explosive tag, so you must remain vigilant at all times. The three exchanged glances, their footsteps becoming lighter, fearing that they might accidentally step on explosive tag and end up dying in a miserable fashion. You have this awareness, which is good. I hope you can maintain it, the teacher said, then took out a scroll and a bag from his pocket and tossed them to Nara Shikamaru. If you encounter danger, immediately destroy this scroll, and someone will come to support you. But this also means you have failed the assessment. Excuse me, senior, I want to ask. Since we need to live here for 3 days, why are we only given 1 day's worth of supplies? Shikamaru said as he checked the scroll and bag he received. Before they arrived, a teacher had confiscated all supplies except for ninja tools under the pretense of the assessment. Because this is also part of the assessment. The teacher chuckled and continued, you need to protect the scroll well, because if you lose it, it will count as failing the assessment. And this is also your only way to contact us. Good luck. When the three came back to their senses from the teacher's words, they found that the teacher had already disappeared. Chapter 86. Uchiha and Sunset Red. The tranquil forest appeared exceptionally serene under the sunlight. Nara Shikamaru cautiously hid the scroll, glanced at Obito and Rin beside him, and whispered, it seems that supplies are a big issue. We need to find some fruits or a water source. And then we can hide in one place and quietly wait for 3 days to pass. Then we can automatically advance. In truth, Shikamaru's mind was filled with doubts. He could understand that there would be sacrifices in battle, but to place a group of students who hadn't even graduated from the ninja school in a dangerous area already set up by a dozen ninjas, wasn't that sending them to their deaths? Although Shikamaru had some guesses, he still chose to proceed with the most cautious approach. Obito raised his head and shouted, isn't this just forcing us to hide? It's completely meaningless. All right, Obito, you should say less. Your loud voice might attract the enemy's attention. Rin looked at Obito sternly. Obito immediately covered his mouth, expressing his opinion while casting a slightly apologetic glance at the two. In a corner of the forest, two Uchiha boys were conversing. Uchiha Fei Xiong scoffed and laughed loudly, saying, Homen, just look at the cautious expressions of the people we've encountered along the way. If someone didn't know any better, they might think it's extremely dangerous. Homen simply responded lightly with a, indicating his agreement. Seeing that Uchiha Homen merely acknowledged him with a casual response, Uchiha Fei Xiong didn't react much. He sighed, saying, you've really changed a bit because of that incident. If it were before that, you definitely wouldn't have reacted this way. Upon hearing that incident mentioned, Homen involuntarily shuddered, but quickly regained his calm, reaching up to touch his own eyes. That incident was both a shame and a stroke of luck for him. If it hadn't been for the overwhelming sense of shame that prompted him to awaken his eyes after that event, perhaps he would have genuinely considered giving up being a ninja after experiencing it. Homen had always felt proud, just like his father, who had awakened his Sharingan with 3 Tomo. In his mind, the Uchiha clan was inherently superior. However, Maruhoshi Kogen had given him a profound lesson. A mere lowly genin had defeated him in such a humiliating manner. This incident made his proud character retract significantly, while also igniting a strong desire for power within him. That Yima, right? Go observe the surroundings for a bit. Huamin and I need to discuss something. Fei Xiang instructed. The boy named Yimu heard this, and, without asking further, leaped up to a large tree to carefully observe the situation in the distance. Huamin, Iyus Chikit. And the supplies up there aren't enough for us to last 3 days. Should we proactively look for the enemy or search for some living supplies? The boy inquired. Just as Huamin was about to respond, his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Watch out." A kunai shot toward them like lightning. The two Uchiha boys quickly dodged to the sides, and the kunai thudded into the ground where they had just stood. Huamin's expression hardened, and he thought to himself, "It seems this assessment is tougher than expected. The enemy has already started to act." Yimu, perched on the tree, anxiously scanned the surroundings, searching for the direction the kunai had come from. They knew that from now on, they had to remain vigilant at all times, as even a moment's carelessness could lead to danger. After thinking for a moment, Huamin said, "Let's not act rashly. Let's observe the situation first, and see if this kunai came by chance or if someone is deliberately attacking us." Yimu nodded and continued to focus intently on the surroundings. They waited quietly, with a tense atmosphere enveloping the forest. After a while, having not noticed any other abnormal situations, Huamin and Fei Xiang exchanged puzzled glances. Could it really have been just a coincidence? But they dared not lower their guard and continued to carefully watch for any movements around them. Huamin, I think. Uchiha Fei Xiang had just begun to speak when a piece of ninja equipment pierced through Uchiha Huamin's body. Yu. Uchiha Fei Xiang's face was filled with terror as he sat down on the ground, looking at the owner of the ninja tool in disbelief. Seeing Uchiha Fei Xiang's pathetic reaction, Sunset Makoto shook his head, quickly forming hand seals to break the illusion, then delivered a swift strike to knock Uchiha Fei Xiang unconscious. Who exactly are you? Just as Uchiha Huamin regained consciousness, he tightly gripped the kunai, his one Tomo Sharingan glaring fiercely. Not bad, kid. You actually managed to break my illusion, but that's about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Sunset Makoto formed hand seals again. With the change in his gestures, the power of the illusion descended upon Huamin once more. Uchiha Huamin fought with all his might to resist, but he found himself utterly powerless against this overwhelming illusion. His consciousness gradually blurred, as if he were sinking into endless darkness. In this critical moment, countless images flashed through Huamin's mind. His past pride, the humiliation of being defeated by Maruhoshi Kogen, and his yearning for the future. Just as he felt he was on the verge of waking up, Uchiha Huamin suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, followed by a wave of dizziness, and then he fainted. Looking at the unconscious Uchiha Huamin on the ground, Sunset Makoto showed a hint of surprise. He took out a scroll from Huamin's arms, opened it, and quietly waited. Gazing at Uchiha Huamin on the ground, Sunset Makoto couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly a youth of the Uchiha clan." It wasn't that Sunset Makoto was boasting. He had confidence in calling himself one of the most proficient illusionists in Konoha, apart from the Uchiha clan. Yet, even such a ninja almost fell victim when facing a student who hadn't even graduated from the Ninja Academy. Soon, a figure appeared on the scene, and after exchanging slight nods, Sunset Makoto vanished from the spot. As the only Nin in this assessment, Sunset Makoto just wanted to finish quickly so he could go home and spend time with his daughter. Bang! An explosion sounded, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Dato, who had stepped on a detonating tag again, suddenly turned pale. If it hadn't been for his quick reflexes and the presence of a medical ninja, like Rin and the team, they would have likely had to use the scroll directly. Dato, didn't I tell you to be more careful? How did you step on again? Nara Oval said, somewhat speechless. I don't know. Clearly, you and Rin just walked through here without any issues, but the moment I stepped here, this accident happened. Dato's words led Nara Ovals to a bout of frustration. He realized that since teaming up with Dato and Rin, his once proud brain was simply not enough anymore. Dato, just stay alert and walk where Rin and I have gone. I hope you won't encounter any more problems like this. Nara Oval said helplessly. Originally, their team's configuration was excellent, with Dato in the front, himself controlling, and Rin providing support, making it a quite suitable team formation. However, he hadn't expected someone like Dato to come along and directly disrupt his arrangements for the group. Thinking of this, Nara Ovals could only sigh in resignation. Hearing Nara Ovals sigh, Dato awkwardly scratched his head, while Rin looked at Dato with a smile. In the depths of the forest, where the three were unaware, a pair of eyes was watching them, seemingly with ulterior motives. Chapter 87. The shocking Might Guy in a dense forest. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the layers of branches and leaves, scattering like golden threads and weaving mottled shadows on the ground. The originally serene environment was suddenly shattered by a series of passionate shouts. The shouts seemed to carry endless power, echoing through the forest and startling a flock of birds that flapped their wings and flew away. Konoha's dynamic entry. Might Guy seized a perfect opportunity and flew forward without hesitation. He moved like lightning, delivering a beautiful spinning kick towards the masked man. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew through, and the leaves rustled, as if whispering about the fierce battle that was about to unfold. The masked man had already gained a preliminary understanding of Might Guy's abilities from their previous skirmish and knew that he could not engage in close combat with him. In a flash, he pushed back Ebisu and Shinobi Jinjin, and with a few nimble jumps, he instantly disappeared from Might Guy's attack range. "Guy, I'm afraid we won't be able to walk out of here alive this time," Shinobi Jinjin said breathlessly, his voice tinged with helplessness. The air around them seemed to grow heavier with his words. "Heh, it will be nice to visit that place before dying, but it's a pity," Ebisu said with a slightly lewd smile, but there was also a hint of bitterness hidden in it. At that moment, a bird, startled by the sounds of battle, flapped its wings and flew away, as if trying to escape this dangerous battlefield. Might Guy did not respond to the two, silently taking out bandages and slowly wrapping them around his slightly trembling hands, his eyes scanning the surroundings with the vigilance of a hawk. "You two go ahead. I'll hold the rear." Guy's tone was low and firm. "What? Might Guy, although I, Shinobi Jinjin, may not be strong, I would never abandon my comrades at a critical moment," Shinobi Jinjin said, somewhat agitated, but still lowered his voice. "I have a way to escape. But if you two are here..." At his words, Ebisu and Shinobi Jinjin fell silent, and for a moment, no one responded to Guy. The forest was silent, only occasionally interrupted by the sound of leaves falling and their tense breathing. "Guy, be careful." Seeing Might Guy's gaze grow even more determined, and knowing his strength was evident to everyone, they exchanged glances and nodded slightly. After a brief exchange of looks, Shinobi Jinjin suddenly shouted, spitting out the sunbon he had been holding in his mouth. "Ninja tool, sunbon rain." Dozens of sunbon shot towards a single point like a violent storm, attacking from tricky angles. The sunbon glinted in the sunlight, resembling the blades of the Grim Reaper. "Damn it, when did these brats notice?" The masked man showed a look of panic as he faced the incoming sunbon, but years of battle experience quickly calmed him down. As the sunbon were about to hit his position, the masked man wielded his kunai, skillfully knocking down each sunbon aimed at him. The sound of kunai clashing with sunbon echoed through the forest, breaking the silence. However, after knocking down all the sunbon, a powerful attack was already heading toward him. The masked man instinctively controlled his body to dodge to the side. Seeing that the masked man had evaded his attack, Might Guy did not hesitate at all. As soon as he landed, he turned around and delivered a beautiful spinning kick towards the masked man again. The masked man had no chance to dodge at this point, and could only engage in close combat with Might Guy. In an instant, fierce attacks that landed with a thud echoed in the forest, each impact causing the surrounding air to tremble. "Let's escape first. We can't help Guy here, and we might even become a burden to him. We should trust Guy," Ebisu urged, worried that Shinobi Jinjin would change his mind. Shinobi Jinjin ignored Ebisu and took a deep look at the two in the intense battle before turning around and running off into the distance without hesitation. Seeing Shinobi Jinjin leave, Ebisu let out a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that Shinobi Jinjin might suddenly refuse to leave. Looking back at the battlefield, Ebisu hurriedly chased after Shinobi Jinjin. After Might Guy once again punched the masked man back, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "Open the first gate, the second gate. The third gate, open," Might Guy shouted, instantly opening the third gate. In an instant, a faint chakra fluctuation began to surface on his body, as if a mysterious power was surging. "D!" Guy roared, his voice booming like thunder in the forest, filled with endless determination and dominance. How is this possible? The masked man was filled with shock as he felt Might Guy's drastically increased power after fully opening the third gate. He gripped his kunai tightly, his muscles rapidly contracting. Konoha Hurricane. Might Guy instantly appeared behind the masked man and kicked him into the air, just as the masked man tried to dodge in midair. He saw a green figure appear above him. Bang! The masked man crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After hitting the ground, the masked man began to cough incessantly. Doof! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Is Might Guy's strength really this terrifying? In a cool, shaded area at the forest's exit, the teacher responsible for observing Might Guy's team looked on in disbelief. The teacher naturally recognized Might Guy. After all, it was hard not to know such a unique ninja. Years ago, Might Guy graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7, which surprised many. Everyone had thought he was at the bottom of the class, yet he managed to graduate early. Now, Might Guy's strength once again shocked him, and he deeply despised whoever had labeled Might Guy as the bottom of the class. Is this still considered the bottom of the class? Then am I not even below that? Genie, I never expected Might Guy's strength to grow to this extent in such a short time. It's truly incredible, the teacher said with a sense of amazement as Genie approached him. It should be noted that those acting as enemies were all elite Ch-Nin ninjas, and this group of ninjas had crawled out from the pile of dead bodies. The fact that Might Guy could push them to such a point genuinely shocked him. Upon hearing their discussion, other teachers gathered around Genie, all looking at Might Guy in the crystal ball. This is just unbelievable, one teacher exclaimed, listening to their words. Genie smiled slightly, remaining silent, but keeping his gaze fixed on the crystal ball showing Shursue's team. Chapter 88. Cooperation. Hibiki felt a bit ashamed at this moment. Being placed on a team with 2 Uchiha, he felt extremely displeased. After all, who didn't know that most of the Uchiha clan members were arrogant? Once the 3 of them gathered, Hibiki remained silent, quietly watching the 2 boys converse. Hibiki was familiar with Uchiha Shursui, who was referred to as the second Kakashi. He scoffed at this title, having once had the fortune of witnessing Kakashi's battle, which is a terrifying scene for Hibiki, who had just learned the body flicker technique. To him, that figure resembled a god. Now, these people were trying to label another ordinary genius as a god, which only intensified Hibiki's dissatisfaction with Shursui. Hibiki-senpai, how about you become the team leader this time? Shursui said respectfully as he approached Hibiki. Although Hibiki was somewhat surprised by Uchiha Shursue's attitude, he looked at the 2 boys dressed in the Uchiha clan's distinctive attire and said, "You 2 can choose the team leader. I won't participate." After finishing his words, Hibiki crossed his arms and fell silent. Sensing Hibiki's attitude, Shursui bowed to him and then approached Uchiha Senju, and the 2 began to converse quietly. Seeing the way he acted, Shursui still treated him with respect, which made Hibiki feel a bit ashamed, especially since Shursui was only a first-year student while he was a 6th-year senior. Just as Hibiki wanted to say something, he saw Shursui turn around and give him a slight smile. "Shursui, I say, you shouldn't give that guy a good face. Since he doesn't want to get along, we naturally don't need to treat him well," Uchiha Senju complained. Although he didn't look down on other ninjas like most Uchiha, he was still very proud inside. Shursui ignored Senju's complaints, only smiling slightly before organizing the supplies he had just received. After he finished tidying up the supplies, Shursui paused for a moment and quickly disappeared. "Hibiki, do you think Kai can escape smoothly? Should we use the scroll?" Noa Argenta was anxiously pacing back and forth. Since he said he has the ability to escape, I think we should trust Kai. Although Hibiki said this, there was a hint of panic in his eyes. He looked at the scroll in his hand, deeply conflicted. "The Kai you were talking about, is it Might Guy?" Just as the 2 were troubled, a somewhat childish voice rang out. The 2 became alert at the sudden voice. "You don't have to worry, I am Uchiha Shursui." Shursui instantly appeared in front of them. In the past, seeing Uchiha clothing would make them feel annoyed. But at that moment, the 2 felt as if they had seen a savior and quickly rushed to Shursue's side. "Uchiha Shursui, who is your teammate? We urgently need your help right now," Noa Argenta asked directly, not caring about anything else. "My teammates are Uchiha Senju and Mori no Hibiki." Although Shursui didn't understand why they were asking this, he quickly replied without feeling surprised. "What happened?" Upon hearing Shursue's words, Hibiki immediately laid out the entire situation. "Are you saying that Senior Kai is currently fighting against a ninja who is at least of elite Chunin level to buy you time?" Shursui, who was originally prepared to provide support, couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing Hibiki's account. "Yes, Shursui, although this request is shameless. I still hope you can gather your team, so we can go rescue Might Guy together," Noa Argenta said firmly, even though he felt a bit embarrassed saying it. "Hibiki, what are you doing here?" Just as Noa Argenta finished speaking, Uchiha Senju and Mori no Hibiki rushed over. Seeing classmates, Hibiki felt a bit excited and quickly approached them to talk quietly. Upon hearing Hibiki's request, Hibiki felt a bit troubled and glanced at Shursui, his eyes revealing a hint of pleading. Seeing Hibiki's gaze, Hibiki was quite surprised. He didn't expect that such a young Shursui would be the squad leader. Although he had heard of Shursue's reputation, he thought he was too young for that. "Everyone, you really don't need to worry. I am quite familiar with Senior Kai's strength. Although I can't solve the opponent, I can still manage to escape from their pursuit. Shursui said to comfort everyone as their gazes focused on him. After hearing Shursui's words, Noera Jinta and Hibiki exchanged glances and said simultaneously, "We still hope to go rescue Might Guy together." Seeing that they misunderstood his meaning, Shursui didn't explain, but instead said, "Since that's the case, let's set off." Shursui's words eased the tension among the three, and after giving Shursui a grateful look, they prepared to head towards the battle. "Hey, Shursui, what are you doing here?" Just as they were about to set off, a familiar voice rang in their ears. "Kai, are you okay?" Noera Jinta rushed to Kai's side, carefully examining his body. However, to his surprise, Might Guy had no injuries at all. Seeing Noera Jinta's bewildered expression, Kai explained, "The ninja was too careless and got injured by me. Once he realized, he fled immediately." Kai felt a bit embarrassed. He had been ready to forcibly open the fourth gate and fight desperately, but he didn't expect that the masked man would be so useless, and he solved it just by opening the third gate. "It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine." Hibiki didn't care about the enemy's situation and mumbled a few words as he saw Kai come to his side. "Everyone, let's leave here first. We've been here for a while, and the enemy might have noticed us." Uchiha Senju, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Okay, since Might Guy has returned by himself, let's disperse." Hibiki also felt that the place was no longer safe and agreed with Uchiha Senju's suggestion. Just as the two teams were about to part ways, Shursui suddenly said, "Everyone, it seems our rules don't restrict teaming up between groups. Since that's the case, why not team up? This way, if we encounter enemies, we won't have to avoid them, and we can even counterattack." Shursui's suggestion made everyone present fall into deep thought. Naturally, no one there was foolish, and after a little thought, they felt it was a very good proposal. Since there was no objection, why not unite? Chapter 89. Nara Elliptical Team Obito. Do you think it's still possible for us to separate now? Upon hearing this, Obito instinctively raised his hand to cover his face. What had just happened was too embarrassing, leaving him completely speechless. He never expected that while walking on the path that Rin had taken, he would trigger an explosive tag. This was simply unbelievable. The most crucial part was that he had just assured the two that he would never step on one again. But as soon as he finished speaking, he accidentally stepped on another explosive tag. At this moment, Obito didn't say anything more. After all, even he doubted whether he possessed the explosive tag Holy Body. "Oh no, Obito, please don't move, or how can I bandage you?" Rin complained softly, unsure if she was complaining about Obito's movements or something else. Obito forced a smile and obediently stayed still. Watching Rin and Obito, Nara Elliptical suddenly missed the Eagle Craftsman. With the Eagle Craftsman, he was his only one. Here, he found it difficult to fit into this team no matter what. Originally planning to wait a while before setting off, Nara Elliptical's expression suddenly became serious. Who's over there?" In the silent forest, the alert question shattered the original tranquility. On the other side of the forest, Shinkuro Akatsuki had intended to silently deal with the team led by Obito as he had done last time. However, to his astonishment, this seemingly inconspicuous team was able to keenly detect his presence. This sudden situation caused him to pause slightly, a hint of surprise quietly blooming in his heart. The gentle breeze rustled through the leaves. Shinkuro Akatsuki's figure appeared silently before Obito and the others like a ghost. "Who are you and what do you want?" At this moment, Obito, Nara Shikamaru, and Rin quickly shielded Rin behind them, forming a tight protective circle. Nara Shikamaru widened his eyes, staring directly at Shinkuro Akatsuki, and shouted loudly. "That's a good question." Shinkuro Akatsuki was about to respond when Obito suddenly shouted, "Fire release! Great fireball, jutsu!" Obito shouted loudly, quickly forming hand seals. In an instant, a massive fireball erupted from Obito's mouth, roaring toward Shinkuro Akatsuki like a falling meteor, radiating intense heat. As the fireball passed, the air seemed to ignite, creating waves of distorted heat. Seeing this, Shinkuro Akatsuki instinctively tried to dodge, but just as he moved, he was shocked to find his entire body stiffened, unable to move, as if bound by an invisible force. "Shadow, binding jutsu? But do you really think you can defeat me like this? That only shows how naive you are." He snorted coldly, and then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he instantly activated a Jinjutsu. Jinjutsu. Magical tree binding kill. As his voice fell, the surroundings transformed in an instant. The once tranquil forest floor began to tremble violently, and countless thick branches erupted from the ground like awakening beasts. They twisted and coiled, resembling giant pythons with claws bared, rapidly ensnaring Obito and the others. Obito's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he tightly protected Rin behind him, shouting, "Shikamaru, think of a way." Nara Shikamaru's brow furrowed, his mind racing, revealing a hint of seriousness in his expression. Rin looked at the approaching branches with some worry. Just as the branches were about to touch them, Nara Shikamaru suddenly shouted, "Obito now!" Upon hearing this, Obito quickly formed hand seals, his movements clean and swift. "Fire release! Phoenix Fire Jutsu!" Obito shouted, his hands moving rapidly. Instantly, several fireballs shot toward Shinkuro Akatsuki like meteors. The flaming orbs left long tails behind them, tracing dazzling arcs through the air, resembling brilliant fireworks blooming in the night sky. Shinkuro Akatsuki's gaze sharpened as he swiftly dodged. His figure moved like a phantom, skillfully weaving through the attacks of the fireballs. To Shinkuro Akatsuki's surprise, the fireballs did not strike him as he expected. Instead, they turned mid-air and accurately collided with the encroaching branches. At the moment of impact, a deafening explosion erupted. In an instant, the entire scene was engulfed in a sea of flames. The blazing fire raged, engulfing everything around it, with the intense heat distorting the air. "Little brats, you have some skill, but today you still won't escape my grasp." Shinkuro Akatsuki squinted slightly, a cold smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. He stood amidst the sea of flames, his figure appearing overwhelmingly powerful in the fire's reflection. As the fireballs struck the ground, they kicked up a cloud of dust, which spread out, obscuring the surrounding scenery. Obito glared at Shinkuro Akatsuki, a strong fighting spirit surging within him. "No matter who you are, if you want to harm Rin and my friends, you'll have to go through me first." His eyes revealed determination, and his tightly clenched fists trembled slightly from the exertion. Rin tightly grasped the hem of Obito's clothes, her eyes filled with concern. "Obito, be careful." Nara Shikamaru also wore a serious expression, fully focused and ready to assist at any moment. His gaze was fixed on Shinkuro Akatsuki, not letting slip any potential weaknesses. Konoha's Gale. Shinkuro Akatsuki intended to form hand seals again to eliminate Obito and the others. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out. At that moment, a green figure shot toward him like lightning at an incredible speed. The green figure dashed through the forest, creating a whistling wind, as if a green lightning bolt had split the smoke-filled battlefield. Shinkuro Akatsuki was startled and had to abandon his hand seals, quickly dodging. His figure moved rapidly through the forest, attempting to evade this sudden attack. The green figure missed its strike and quickly steadied itself, glaring fiercely at Shinkuro Akatsuki. It turned out to be Might Guy, his eyes filled with an indomitable fighting spirit, like a beast ready to charge into battle at any moment. Chapter 90. Invitation. Before Shinkuro Akatsuki could catch his breath, another loud shout came. "Fire release. Great Dragon Fire Jutsu." A massive fire dragon lunged at Shinkuro Akatsuki, its scorching flames seemingly intent on incinerating everything. The fire dragon was vivid, clawing and roaring as it surged toward Shinkuro Akatsuki. "Earth release. Earth flow wall." Shinkuro Akatsuki reacted quickly, forming hand seals just as the fire dragon was about to engulf him. In an instant, a massive wall appeared in front of the fire dragon. In that moment, the fire dragon and the earth wall clashed violently, producing a thunderous sound. The powerful impact was like an invisible storm, causing the surrounding trees to tremble and leaves to fall. Amidst the swirling dust, Shinkuro Akatsuki's expression began to change. He furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. He remembered he had come to assess students who hadn't graduated yet. What was happening now? Ninja Tool, Thousand Needles Rain. Thousands of shuriken appeared in the sky above Shinkuro Akatsuki like a sudden storm, densely packed. The shuriken glinted in the sunlight, like sharp hidden weapons ready to rain down and deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Seeing the dense barrage of shuriken, Shinkuro Akatsuki's expression turned serious as he unhesitatingly drew the ninja tools from his waist and charged forward. His figure darted like a sharp arrow toward the dense rain of shuriken, attempting to break through this heavy obstruction. In an instant, the sounds of clashing echoed. Bang, bang, bang. That was the sound of shuriken colliding with ninja tools, each sound crisp and clear, resonating across the smoke-filled battlefield. Ninja Art. Charge Assault. Konoha Whirlwind. Having just dealt with the numerous opponents in front of him, two figures rushed towards him like lightning. The speed of these two figures was incredibly fast, creating a whistling sound as they weaved through the forest, rapidly charging towards Akatsuki Shinju. Faced with this sudden attack, Akatsuki Shinju had no choice but to engage in close combat. His eyes revealed a sense of helplessness, but also a hint of determination, as he prepared to fight these two unexpected opponents in a melee. However, Akatsuki Shinju was soon astonished to find that his physical skills were no match for the mushroom-headed boy. Every attack he launched was cleverly evaded or neutralized by the boy, while the boy's counterattacks left him somewhat overwhelmed. After kicking Hibiki away, Akatsuki Shinju was about to perform a hand seal to cast an illusion technique to deal with Might Guy. Fire release, great fireball technique. Suddenly, massive fireballs appeared from multiple directions. The fireballs converged from all sides, enveloping the space where Akatsuki Shinju stood. He felt as if the sky in front of him had turned the color of flames, the scorching heat hitting him in the face, making it almost impossible to breathe. Damn it, why didn't anyone tell me there are so many troublemakers in the Ninja Academy? Akatsuki Shinju cursed inwardly as he found himself surrounded by the searing flames. His eyes showed anger, but he had to confront the tricky situation before him. Body flicker technique. Akatsuki Shinju was not someone who would just sit there. Facing such a situation, it was naturally best to retreat. As for how the teachers behind him would discuss how a Jonin was chased off by a group of students who hadn't even graduated from the academy, he could let them try it for themselves. Guy-senpai, don't chase. Shizuku hurriedly reached out to stop the pursuing Might Guy. Shizuku's shout made Might Guy halt, looking at him in confusion. Guy-senpai, the opponents we encountered this time are clearly stronger than those we usually face. This time, the support team with Obito and others was clearly not the first rescue team. What surprised Shizuku was that every time they were about to finish off their opponents, someone would come to seek help, as if they were under close surveillance the entire time. Obito, are you all right? Shizuku approached Obito with a concerned expression. And no problem. Looking at Shizuku's face, Obito couldn't help but recall what he had said in the Forest of Death, stuttering slightly. He had originally thought he would be the one rescuing Shizuku, but the outcome was unexpectedly the opposite. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several sounds of wind cutting through the air announced the arrival of Hibiki and others in front of the members of the Oval Team. Naruto first glanced at the smiling Shizuku, then looked at the number of people clearly exceeding several small teams, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Obito, why don't you join our team? Like this time, if we hadn't arrived in time, you guys might have. Uchiha-san and others paused mid-sentence, stepping aside. However, from what he didn't finish saying, it was clear what he wanted to express. But isn't it against the rules for us to form an illegal team like this? Obito seemed a bit hesitant, glancing at Naruto from time to time. I remember the rules only say we need to survive in this forest for 3 days. It doesn't specify how we should spend those 3 days, Shizuku said while looking at Naruto. In an instant, several gazes focused on Naruto. Even though they were still in the Jonin Academy, they all knew this group of people was very clever. If he could join the team, it would certainly help resolve many troublesome issues. Of course, the rules don't explicitly state this. But have you considered how big our target is with so many of us gathered together? Just now, one ninja attacked us, and we had to give it our all. If I'm not mistaken, there are at least 4 enemies in our area, not to mention the entire forest. If they gather more ninjas to ambush us, can we really withstand it? And have you considered the issue of supplies? I think each team member can only guarantee basic supplies for 1 day. If the number increases, how will you solve that? A series of questions emerged from Naruto's mouth, clearly indicating his pessimism about the team's prospects. For a moment, everyone fell silent, evidently impacted by Naruto's words. But the silence didn't last long as Shizuku said, I think since you've raised these questions, you must already have some preliminary solutions in mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said so much. Shizuku's words seemed to revitalize everyone present, and they turned their gazes towards Naruto. Seeing everyone looking at him, Naruto's mouth curled into a slight smile as he nodded slowly. For Naruto, this invitation was undoubtedly a fantastic opportunity. However, he would not easily accept Shizuku's invitation, as he was unwilling to join a team where he had no say. Even if he could later express some opinions relying on the influence of the Nara clan, that was not what he desired deep down. He hoped that he could influence the team and even become its leader solely based on his identity as Naruto. Naruto's gaze fell on Uchiha Shizuku at the center of the team, who was currently whispering with other teammates. As if sensing his gaze, Uchiha Shizuku smiled and nodded at him. Seeing Uchiha Shizuku like this, Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, suddenly thinking that Uchiha Shizuku resembled a smaller version of Teacher Genie. Chapter 91. fierce fighting spirit. The forest was particularly quiet in the deep of night, shrouded in dark hues that instilled a sense of panic in many hearts. Akatsuki Shinju was swiftly moving through the woods. Today was truly frustrating for him. He never expected that as a master of illusion, he would stumble in the hands of several students who had yet to graduate. More importantly, he needed to relay this information to his partners. Otherwise, he genuinely worried about who would eliminate whom in the end. Soon, Akatsuki Shinju arrived at the agreed-upon location, a very hidden corner. He saw several figures scattered on a few large trees, and upon noticing Akatsuki Shinju's arrival, everyone gathered around him. Akatsuki Jonin, may I ask why you summoned us here for discussion? A burly ninja, clearly from the Akimichi clan, asked. Akatsuki Shinju did not respond, but scanned the ninjas present, only to find that the number was clearly off. Are the others not here yet? Although he didn't understand why Akatsuki Shinju asked this, Akimichi Mio still explained for his companions. Perhaps they ran into a few small teams on the way, which delayed their journey. They're responsible for the same area, right? Although it was a question, Akatsuki Shinju spoke with a tone of certainty. Oh, that's true. Akimichi Miao looked at the ninjas beside him and said with some surprise, everyone, I think these ninjas have been eliminated. I believe it is necessary for us to pay attention to our opponents now. What? That's impossible, right? Yeah, Yu Jonin. I think these people are just late due to some issues. It definitely isn't as you say. Even Akimichi Miao looked at Yu Makoto in surprise. He had been with Yu Makoto for several years and naturally knew that he was not someone who easily jumped to conclusions. There must have been some special circumstances for him to speak with such certainty. All right, everyone, whether you believe it or not, our opponents are definitely not mere sheep. Among this group of sheep, there are a few wolves in sheep's clothing. As Yu Makoto's words fell, the crowd fell silent, quietly staring at him. Although they felt this matter was somewhat absurd, as ninjas, they would naturally follow Yu Makoto's leadership. Yu Makoto glanced around, nodded in satisfaction, and said, since that's the case, let's formulate the plan for what comes next. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, another group of people was engaged in a heated discussion about the same issue. Nara-Ayan, please share your thoughts. Hyuga Kagami looked at Nara-Ayan with a serious expression. Looking at the dense crowd behind him, Hyuga Kagami had enough reason to believe that this was almost the entirety of the personnel left for this assessment. Most importantly, they had gathered so many people to prepare for an extremely crazy action. Nara-Ayan slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his gaze slowly sweeping across the youthful faces, and a confident smile appeared on his face. I believe that since you all chose to join this team, you must have made some psychological preparations. A hint of fear flashed in most students' eyes. After all, this was undoubtedly one of the most significant decisions in their lives. Everyone, simply avoiding this is definitely not going to work. When we first came in, there were 48 of us. But now, you can count the people around you. We are now less than 30, and it has only been half a day. Look at your supplies. Are you really sure you can last? Nara-Ayan passionately analyzed the current situation. Based on my understanding of Teacher Shinichi, as long as we can hold on in this forest for 3 days, we will definitely be rewarded handsomely. Think about it. Can your small team really last 3 days? After Nara-Ayan stopped, Hyuga Kagami added, can we really hold on? Strong doubts surged in many people's hearts. In the quiet forest, the leaves rustled, as if whispering about an unknown fate. Seeing that the crowd was showing signs of wavering, Hyuga Kagami shouted again, since we are already at a dead end, why not fight hard for a brilliant future tomorrow? We should use our own hands to create the world we desire. Obito said passionately, we shouldn't just sit and wait for death. We should rise up and resist for ourselves. Uchiha Shursui suddenly shouted loudly. In an instant, everyone roared in response. Their voices echoed in the forest, as if trying to break through the oppressive atmosphere and carve out a new path for their fate. In their fiery eyes burned the flame of resilience, and they clenched their fists, ready to face the challenges ahead. Chapter 92. The night of crisis. As night deepened, a faint chill spread through the forest, and several night birds flitted through the treetops, flapping their wings. The sturdy tree trunks cast mottled shadows in the dim moonlight, and 3 ninjas wearing Konoha headbands sat around a campfire, the flames warmly licking the neatly stacked firewood, illuminating their contemplative faces. These kids are really quite interesting, said Aburame Shino, wearing sunglasses as he added a stick of firewood to the fire, slowly speaking. Jinny smiled slightly and then said, it's not just interesting. When we were in the Jonin school, we didn't have such boldness. Jinny, those students like Nara Shikamaru and Hyuga Q are all yours, right? After a moment of silence, a smile appeared on Jinny's face. Minato, you really observe closely. Yes, those who are making the most noise are indeed my students. As Jinny said this, there was a hint of helplessness in his tone. He truly did not expect that his students would give him such a big surprise, to the point that he had to send out shadow clones to follow them, just in case something unexpected happened. Haha, Jinny, I really didn't expect that the honest you back in the Jonin school would teach so many rebellious disciples. Yamanaka Shikaku laughed out loud, watching the two of them. Jinny felt regret for the first time about bringing them over. It was also his fault. He had just returned for a while when Minato found him and talked a lot, insisting on coming with him to see this assessment. At that time, Jinny thought that the Flying Thunder God technique of the Watergate was fast and could provide support at any time, so he agreed. Just as they reached the door, Oil Woman Shurha unexpectedly appeared beside them without them noticing. Jinny thought, whether it's one person or two people, it's still bringing them along, so he brought them all over. Unexpectedly, this made him the target of their teasing. It seems like there's going to be a good show to watch later. At least it won't be as boring as during the day. I just don't know who will win in the end. Shuemin then spoke up, thinking this was supposed to be a common matter, but he didn't expect it to be so interesting. I'm looking forward to it too. But do these guys really not fear death? Yuan Zhihui's words carried a hint of doubt. After all, those students had no idea this was a simple assessment. Yuan Zhihui's words caused a complex emotion to flash in Jinny's eyes. I'm afraid they've already guessed it. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't dare to act this way. This can't be possible. How could it be impossible? Obito's face was full of disbelief, wearing an expression that said, if you don't explain clearly, be careful, I might hit you. Hinata Q looked at Obito's expression and patiently explained, Obito, think carefully, even if the villagers are tolerant and generous. They would never allow so many ninjas to linger around Konoha for such a long time. But didn't Teacher Jinny say this would be a real battlefield? Teacher Jinny wouldn't lie to us, would he? Obito's tone was filled with doubt and unease. Obito, think carefully. Did Teacher Jinny really say that? Hinata Q countered sharply. Did he really say it? This question echoed in Obito's mind like a magic spell, seemingly possessing a special power. Rin, it seems Teacher Jinny indeed didn't say that. It was always the old man who kept emphasizing this matter. Could it be that the old man is really deceiving us? Obito looked at Rin, his eyes filled with a hint of certainty. Obito, Teacher Jinny indeed didn't mention this. As for whether Senior Kogai deceived us, I'm not quite sure. Rin first thought seriously for a moment, then slightly shook her head, her purple hair swaying gently. Hinata Q ignored the two who were talking and went straight to Nara Oval's side. Ovals, if we delay any longer, I'm worried our chances of winning will decrease. I hope that tonight, or tomorrow morning, you can come up with a corresponding strategy. Upon hearing Hinata Q's words, Nara Ovals flashed a bitter smile and helplessly said, Q, we don't even know how strong the opponent is. How can we possibly come up with a complete battle plan so quickly? Q-senpai, Oval-senpai, among those remaining enemies, there is probably an elite J Nin level ninja and 7 or 8 elite CH Nin level ninjas. Moreover, the most critical point is that the elite J Nin is skilled in Jinjutsu. When it came to the word Jinjutsu, Shizuku's eyes flashed with a hint of red light. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that Oval-senpai's guess is correct. If his guess is wrong, then the enemy might have a few more elite CH Nin level ninjas. Oh, is the information ready? Upon hearing this, Nara Oval's eyes brightened, but he still cautiously asked. A hint of uncertainty flashed across Shizuku's face, but soon he said firmly, Q-senpai, Oval-senpai, I believe my judgment. Nara Ovals did not question further, nodded to Shizuku, and then began to think. Asuma, can you come out with me for a moment? Akatsuki Hinata approached Sarutobi Asuma and said softly. Asuma, who was originally training, felt a surge of emotions upon seeing Hinata's flushed face, and he became even more excited. A slight smile appeared on his somewhat mature face. Hinata, what is the matter? Asuma tried to suppress his excitement and asked softly. A hint of shyness flashed across Hinata's face as she quietly said, You come out first, and I'll tell you after we're outside. After saying that, Hinata ran off into the distance. Seeing Hinata like this, Asuma, feeling anxious, didn't he bother to notify his teammates and hurriedly chased after her. Red, can I say it now? Asuma, I found that At this point, Hinata covered her face, staring blankly at Asuma. What? Red, finish your sentence. A hint of excitement flashed across Sarutobi Asuma's face. Asuma, what I want to say is... Hinata hadn't finished her sentence. Sarutobi Asuma suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, and then he heard a thud as he collapsed to the ground. The rumors were indeed true. The third Hokage's youngest son was truly a playboy, and it was so easy to take care of him. A figure quietly appeared next to Sarutobi Asuma, muttering softly. Asuma, who still had some consciousness left, felt a wave of desolation upon hearing this. And then he completely fell into unconsciousness. Ovals, their SA situation. Just now many people came to report that a lot of their teammates have been missing for more than an hour. They might have already launched an attack on us. Hinata Q arrived at Nara Oval's resting place with a serious expression. What about the reconnaissance team? Is there no news at all? Upon hearing this, Nara Oval's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but he quickly calmed down and asked. Nara Oval's was also somewhat at a loss. After all, there was a member of the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan in the reconnaissance team, and such a team has disappeared without any news. I think they have probably been dealt with. We cannot afford to worry about those sacrifice partners now. Nara Oval's mind raced as he quickly said, You notify the group leaders according to the groups we divided, and let them quickly gather the remaining members and retreat to the place we agreed upon. They haven't reacted yet, so we definitely have enough time to retreat. If they dare to pursue, then we will concentrate our forces to eliminate those pursuing ninjas. Upon hearing this, Hinata Q didn't dare to delay and hurried out to relay the message. What retreat? I absolutely refuse to retreat. Even if Rin comes to tell me this, I can. Rin, you're here. I packed everything up. When are we leaving? Before Obito could finish his sentence, he saw Rin coming over. He jogged to Rin's side and whispered, That's right, Rin is now a group leader, and most of her team members are relatively weak ninjas, while Obito is the strongest in the group. Hinata Q nodded at Rin, and then quickly went to notify the next group. Obito, let us go. We should retreat to the agreed location first. Staying here won't do much to help them. Although Obito wanted to say something, he thought about his team situation and nodded in agreement. Chapter 93, Great Chaos. Meow-senpai. Those little brats ahead seem a bit unusual. Should we chase after them to take a look? Akida Meow fell in a thought upon hearing this. He naturally listened to Hinata Akihiko's words, but he felt somewhat unwilling to just let them go. Meow-senpai, in my opinion, even if those little brats have some skills, there's definitely no problem if we choose to retreat. The first ninja to speak advised, Yes, Senior Meow, you should trust our strength. The other two ninjas quickly chimed in. Xiao Dao Meow slowly closed his eyes, and the air around him seemed to freeze. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Yushu, you stay here and wait for Shinred to arrive. I and the other two will go scout the situation first. A reluctant expression appeared on Yushu's face, and the slight furrow of his brow showed his inner conflict. But in the end, he nodded helplessly. Oval, they really caught up to us, and there are only 3 of them. Should we act immediately? Hyuga Kagami said excitedly. On the surface, they seemed to be genuinely retreating. However, in reality, the first to withdraw were the relatively weaker teams, while the stronger teams quietly retreated to the back, ready to ambush the pursuing ninjas. Kagami, is there any trace of that Jonin nearby? Oval asked, his face serious and his tone cautious. According to my Byakugan observation, only those 3 ninjas have pursued us, and I haven't found any trace of that Jonin. Hyuga Kagami replied firmly, full of confidence in his Byakugan's observational abilities. Oval naturally trusted the power of the Byakugan, slightly nodding, then raised his hand to point in a certain direction. Good, Kagami, notify them to move forward a few kilometers, and we will launch our attack here. Hyuga Kagami looked up in the direction Oval indicated, and saw a dense forest, with lush trees and intertwined branches, leaving almost no space to evade. In a dense thicket, several figures were quickly weaving through the trees. Senior Meow, it seems we underestimated these little guys. One ninja whispered, a hint of regret in his tone. Only just realizing this now? Xiao Dao Meow replied, without turning his head, his voice carrying a trace of reproach. His gaze remained fixed ahead, his pace unyielding, as if contemplating their next move. The surrounding trees were tall and dense, their branches and leaves forming a green barrier. As they moved quickly, the leaves rustled in the wind, seemingly foretelling what was about to happen. Shadow binding technique. In an instant, a person resembling a pear blossom appeared atop a large tree, shouting loudly. His voice echoed like a signal, reverberating through the forest and instantly shattering the original tranquility. Just as the shout fell, various ninjutsu came pouring down like a storm towards the group. Shuriken Shadow Klon Technique. Countless shurikens flew towards them like a torrential downpour, flashing with a chilling light in the air, making one shiver. Ninjutsu, Thousand Needles Rain. The dense barrage of needles fell like a heavy rain, carrying an incredibly fierce momentum, leaving no escape. Wind release, wind blade. Several powerful wind blades howled as they rushed in, slicing through the leaves with precision and sending them fluttering through the air. Xiao Dao Miao and the others exchanged glances and shouted in unison, Earth release, Earth flow wall. The three quickly formed hand seals and slammed their hands onto the ground. Instantly, the earth began to tremble violently, and several large trees swayed precariously. Soon after, a magnificent wall appeared right before the three. With a loud bang, the massive wall cracked open. The three exchanged glances, showing no signs of surprise, and began to evade the oncoming ninjutsu. Several ninjutsu crashed into the ground, instantly kicking up clouds of dust. Stop water, Kai, one for each. Taking advantage of the moment when the three scattered, Hyuga Kagami shouted loudly. Before Xiao Dao Miao could stabilize himself, a powerful figure appeared right in front of him. Without hesitation, Kai launched a strong attack. Xiao Dao Miao faced this close combat without fear. In the blink of an eye, the two began an intense battle in the forest. In this lush jungle, the tense atmosphere was like a string about to snap. Xiao Dao Miao and Might Guy engaged in a fierce exchange, the sounds of their punches and kicks echoing through the woods. He moved agilely, perfectly timing each dodge and counterattack. The fire of fighting spirit burned in Xiao Dao Miao's eyes, not retreating in the face of Kai's fierce attacks. Might Guy's assaults came like a storm, yet Xiao Dao Miao, relying on his rich combat experience and agile skills, turned danger into safety time and again. Leaves fluttered down around them, as if adding to the tension of the fierce battle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Uchiha Shursui had already engaged his opponent. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. A torrent of scalding flames shot out from Shursui's mouth, rapidly heading towards the masked ninja. Facing the oncoming fireballs, the masked ninja had no choice but to dodge repeatedly. Whether intentional or not, he quickly moved closer to Uchiha Shursui's position. Kid, your combat experience is still too little. Next time, don't stand there like a fool. The masked ninja said with a hint of smugness on his face as he leaped, pressing a kunai against Shursui's neck. Oh, uncle, it seems your combat experience isn't that great either. A faint voice echoed behind him. Several shurikens flew towards him at sharp angles, and soon, those shurikens transformed into a dense mass, completely surrounding him. Earth release, hardening technique. Facing the swarm of shurikens like a hive of bees, the masked ninja had no thought of dodging. He quickly formed seals and cast a jutsu. His chakra rapidly flowed over his body, and a faint glow of chakra began to appear on the surface of his body, followed by a layer of hard earth and stone material covering him completely. He swung the kunai in his hand, fiercely attacking the shurikens that came at him. Just as he deflected one shuriken, he found that the shuriken had transformed into Uchiha Shursui's figure. Konoha Whirlwind. Hearing this shout, the masked ninja tried to sidestep to evade, but saw the shuriken before him again morph into Shursui's form. Wind release, air/slash technique. A powerful gust of wind blew fiercely toward the masked ninja, who had no time to dodge and was knocked to the ground by the force. As the masked ninja struggled to get back up, he saw a sharp kunai pressed against his neck. Seeing this, the masked ninja revealed a relieved smile. He dropped the ninja tools in his hand and raised both hands high, signaling his surrender. Uchiha Shursui let out a sigh of relief and slowly put away the kunai in his hand. Kid, you. The masked ninja, seeing Shursui put away his weapon, was about to quickly rise and attack him, but suddenly felt a severe pain in his back, followed by darkness as he collapsed to the ground. After glancing at the unconscious ninja, Uchiha Shursui immediately rushed toward the direction where Hinata Kagami was fighting. Chapter 94, A Shift in the Exam Kid. Who did you train your taijutsu with? You nearly made me your opponent. Akimichi M, who had already used the expansion technique, looked at Might Guy in astonishment. Despite being only a CH Nin, his strength was not inferior to that of an average J Nin. Now, he was being pushed to such an extent by a boy around 8 or 9 years old. Of course, this was also because he had not gone all out. If he had fought with the intention to kill Guy, the outcome would have been different. Might Guy ignored Akimichi M as he considered him an enemy. With the third gate opened, Guy charged at Akimichi M again. Kid, since you won T-Speak, let us settle this battle. Akimichi M laughed heartily upon seeing Might Guy rush at him again. Ninjutsu, super push. Akimichi M's palm instantly grew enormous, like a small mountain, and slammed down toward the approaching Might Guy. Guy was shocked. He never expected that his opponent, who had been fighting him for so long, would have such a powerful technique hidden away. Facing the giant palm, Guy jumped several times, nimbly avoiding it. 8 trigrams, 48 palms. Just as Might Guy was struggling to evade, Hinata Kagami suddenly shouted. Akihiko M. was not surprised at the sudden appearance of Hinata Kagami. Ninjutsu, meatball battle car. Akimichi M. quickly retracted his palms, and his entire body ballooned, with his head and limbs shrinking in, forming a shape similar to a giant meatball, and charged at Hinata Kagami. Kagami had no intention of taking this attack head-on and could only keep dodging. As a member of the Hyuga clan, Kagami knew that this ninjutsu wouldn't last long, so there was no need to confront it directly. For a time, both Guy and Kagami darted through the woods, while a massive meatball rolled wildly on the ground, causing significant destruction to the forest environment with each roll. Kids, do you only know how to dodge? Now, back to normal. Akimichi M attempted to provoke the group of young ones, as he really couldn't catch up with them, without the help of an opponent. Akimichi S ninja could only watch helplessly in this situation. The two standing on the tree ignored Akimichi M and simply maintained a proper distance from him. Yashiro, where are the others? Yuhi Kurenai looked at the lone Yashiro, her face flashing with an ominous expression. Seeing Yuhi Kurenai, Yashiro couldn't help but feel nervous. During their separation, Kurenai had repeatedly emphasized the importance of being careful. Yuhi Senpai, and the others went to pursue them. It's been half an hour now. Yashiro spoke cautiously while glancing at Yuhi Kurenai. A look of surprise appeared on Kurenai's face, but she quickly regained her composure. You all stay here. Don't go anywhere, or don't blame me for being rude. Yuhi Kurenai said with an extremely serious tone. The remaining ninjas, upon hearing this, did not dare to overstep and quickly nodded in agreement. At this moment, Yuhi Kurenai felt a slight headache coming on. She had never expected that splitting into 2 small groups would lead to such an accident. She couldn't imagine if Akimichi M and the others really encountered trouble. Could the remaining people truly eliminate the rest of the students? Moreover, if these ninjas were indeed taken down by a group of still ungraduated students, how would they have the face to stay in Konoha? The more Yuhi Kurenai thought about this, the quicker her footsteps became. It's likely that Kurenai and the others are in a bit of danger. After observing the situation on both sides through the crystal ball, Minato's tone was somewhat somber. Haha, I really want to see how this group of kids wins. Yamanaka Inoichi said with a hint of glee. At this moment, Jin didn't know what to say. He never expected things to develop this way. If this situation continues, the probability of the students winning is extremely high. A survival assessment that was supposed to be straightforward has turned into a confrontation between 2 major factions. And the key point is that the students' chances of winning are quite significant. Jihai, it would be a good thing if these students win. Looking at Jihai, who seemed to be enjoying the show, Shueimin said calmly. Upon hearing this, Jihai stopped laughing. Indeed, if these students win, it is likely that someone would use this as an excuse to let them graduate early. Given their understanding of the current Konoha, the possibility of early graduation would be very high. For a moment, the 3 fell into silence, and no one spoke. Jihai, why don't you join in? Jinny's tone was somewhat heavy. When he said this, Jinny felt a bit conflicted. If Yuin Jihai joined in, the situation would become even more unpredictable, and how many would survive would be an unknown. If the numbers were too low, or if they faced total annihilation, it would be a significant blow to Jinny's reputation. Yuin Jihai didn't agree immediately. He frowned slightly, his eyes showing hesitation and contemplation, then turned to look at Shueimin. Why don't I go up? Lord Third also entrusted me to pay close attention to the thoughts of the new generation. This opportunity is perfect for understanding them better. Shueimin's tone was calm and firm, with a hint of a different light in his eyes. What? Shueimin, if you go in, those students might as well just surrender. Jihai looked at Shueimin in disbelief, his eyes wide open, his face filled with shock. He never expected that Shueimin actually had a hobby of bullying the weak. Jinny ignored the surprised expression of Yun Jihai. His gaze fixed intently on Watergate, his eyes filled with anticipation as he smiled slightly and said, please. Seeing Jinny's gaze, Watergate also revealed a warm smile. Chapter 95. The Tormenting Wave of Watergate. 1. Hey little brats, since you're not making a move, I'm leaving. Xiaodao Miao shouted at the 2 on the tree. As he spoke, he pretended to prepare to leave, but to his surprise, the 2 on the tree completely ignored his intention. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Xiaodao Miao's face. He kept uttering some provocative words while quietly gathering chakra in his legs, ready to escape at any moment. Goodbye, little brats. A flicker of joy crossed Xiaodao Miao's face, and then he quickly dashed in the opposite direction of the two. As for those two companions, he could only silently pray for them in his heart. After several jumps, Xiao Miao could only see the blurred figures of the two. A sense of joy surged in his heart. He was initially worried that the group of little brats would rush him all at once, in which case he would have to surrender. But soon, Xiao Miao's mood plummeted. Just as he was about to jump again, he suddenly felt his whole body become incredibly stiff and unable to move at all. Damn little brats, they really can't be underestimated. Feeling several fluctuations of chakra around him, Xiao Miao helplessly gave up struggling, and his tone became relaxed. Before long, over a dozen figures scattered throughout the forest. From their positions, Xiao Miao realized he had no chance of escape. Senior of the Qiudao clan, are you going to surrender willingly, or do we need to escort you? Naruto appeared in front of Xiao Miao, his tone filled with youthful vigor. Nara brat, you are no less than your predecessors. The moment Naruto appeared, Xiao Miao instantly understood everything. From the initial feigned retreat to lure them into attacking, to the subsequent division of the battlefield, and now concentrating all forces to eliminate the strongest version of himself, even giving himself a lesson in the end. Xiao Miao looked at Naruto with a face full of satisfaction. He felt delighted that such an excellent junior had emerged from the Nara clan. Little brats, you don't need to be nervous. I choose to concede. If it were on the battlefield, Xiao Miao would drag a few down with him even in death. But since this was an assessment, and he had already completely collapsed, he had nothing left to lose. Upon hearing this, Naruto and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to continue dragging it out with Xiao Miao, as no one knew when that Jane would arrive. Senior, if that's the case, I hope you can voluntarily withdraw from this assessment. After speaking, Naruto signaled to Hinata Kagami. Naruto chose to trust this senior from the Qiudao clan, not because of the person himself, but because of his surname. Jinhong, I think we can leave now. On a nearby large tree, Shiri Jinhong looked at Xiao Miao, who was surrounded by everyone, with a look of helplessness on his face. He then turned to a blonde-haired person next to him, his expression showing a hint of displeasure. Janine Watergate, I believe this is my matter and does not require your assistance. Shiri Jinhong knew that Watergate joining now would indeed be very beneficial for him, but it also meant that he would have failed this assessment. Watergate smiled slightly, not showing any emotional change due to Shiri Jinhong's refusal, and said gently, Jinhong Janine, I believe you can eliminate the vast majority of students later, but wouldn't it be easier with my help? Watergate did not mention other matters, only emphasizing that his joining would lighten the load for Shiri Jinhong.